can't get it wrong.
No, you're fine with kia ora. Kia ora's always...
Would you normally reciprocate immediately, like mirror the same?
Well, I think
Well, I don't know.
whatever anyone says to me. Bonjour, bonjour.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Toby Manhire and welcome to Gone By Lunchtime, the Endurance Edition. As I speak, it is 9 a.m. on Wednesday, September 20, and there are just 24 days until Election Day 2023. There are 12 days, Ben and Annabelle, until the orange signs start springing up around the villages of New Zealand to do advance voting. There's 12 hours to go until this podcast is finished.
I think it started off strong. We just need to coast from here.
Well, that's the main thing. You kind of get a burst of energy at the outset, and then you just carry through to the finish line.
Set the tone early. You say, you go to a party, you tell a joke, everyone laughs, you leave. This is the same thing. You just we'll say something funny, then we'll just leave. People will be like, oh, they're just taking a break or something.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at half hours later.
I'm pretty sure that's what he
success.
actually did at my wedding party. Like, come and tell a joke and
You want to talk about that?
leave straight
You want
away.
to talk about your wedding party?
Go there.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is one of the running sores in the what would otherwise be a friendship of the people on this podcast, that Annabelle didn't invite us to her wedding party.
No, she didn't invite us to a wedding party. She didn't invite us to her wedding. Oh. The important
I
bit.
didn't invite anyone to my wedding, not even my mother or my in-laws. But you guys were both invited to my wedding party, but only one of you turned up.
Oh,
That was me.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, we've got
I
plenty
told
of
a
time
joke and I
today.
left.
If you'd like to,
Exactly.
if you want to renew your vows, we've got heaps of time today. We
Okay.
could do a whole ceremony in here.
2:45.
Can we make that
that's
happen?
My
Okay.
husband's in Prague. It'll be hard.
You what now? A marriage ceremony?
Yeah. We've
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
a lot of other stuff. I'm going to run through the schedule actually in a second. We're live streaming, and so thank you, hello to those of you who are watching on the live stream. We're also going to be slicing and dicing and parceling this up into podcasts on the stream. So if you're listening to that on a podcast in the future, hello also to you. What is this thing? What is the Megapod? Is it a smorgasbord of politicians, pundits, and beloved spin-off personalities? Is it a festival of electoral democracy? Is it a celebration of people who love to do and to talk about politics? Is it my midlife crisis playing out across 12 excruciating hours? Will it involve so many awkward silences we could stick it on a stage and call it Waiting for Podo? No? No? That's good.
I don't get it.
No? Okay.
There's a ding, one awkward
that
silence.
right?
We should today, can we get a counter?
Oh no, he has
would
actually
be-
got some musical. He's got a new music board.
I've got a
Do you-
soundboard
Yeah.
now.
So what,
eh?
what can
What
you?
would it be for an awkward silence? Maybe
All right. Is it
Yeah.
crickets?
Crickets.
Yeah, great.
Crickets. Okay.
They're quite
just to fill the space.
unusual sounding crickets, but yeah.
Yeah, the pod team used this adventure as an excuse to purchase a new soundboard, and they will now be playing at festivals around the country. Do give one of those pew pew.
I love that. I want you to do that one
Oh,
every
don't do
time I
that.
say something.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Please don't do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so what are we going to do today? Among other things, we're going to have a bunch of regular questions. We're going to try and investigate the state of the national and individual mojo level. We're going to do a sort of deep dive
vibe, like
into
a vibe
mojo.
check.
Yep. We're going to talk a bit about political TV. We're going to guess at the turnout. And if there's time, we'll talk about policies and campaigns and all of that sort of stuff. Killer lineup, starting with Annabelle Lee Mather. Hi, Annabelle.
Kia ora.
And Ben Thomas. Kia ora, Ben.
Kia ora.
Ooh. Woohoo.
We're going to talk in this first hour when we get to it after I run through this epic schedule about the debate last night, which a lot of people will have been tuned into. Maybe also a bit about Angry Fence Man. He's a close personal friend of yours now, I think, Ben, or more like your spirit animal.
I'm sorry,
Carl-
who's Angry Fence Man? Who are we talking about?
Vis-
Is it that guy
Visioning
Mokoraka?
Zed's-
Koraka,
Candidate.
what's his name?
Is it? Mokoraka, the last name?
Yeah.
Is he the dude?
Mokaraka.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mokaraka.
Carl
nun,
Mokaraka.
the nun.
Yeah.
He's a Vision NZ candidate. He's the room in an unsettling dream that you don't want to enter. He's a sort of dim figure, kind of in every photograph that you have, but sort of in the background.
Like Slender Man
inchoate.
kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Ben has written a very powerful and affecting prose poem about Angry Fence Man, which you can read on spinoff.co.nz.
In a way, he's a new feature of the election. In a way, he's always been with us.
He's right here now,
Yeah.
in a very real sense.
I went to school with some mokarakas. They're very, very lovely, whānau, good people. I don't know him, obviously, but I know some of his relations. Good
Shout out to the
Shout outs.
Mokarakas if they're watching.
Yeah.
If they're amongst the team, have we got a count? Have
How
we got
many
a count of
thousands of people are watching us at the moment?
How many
Right?
thousands?
Yeah.
Loads.
We got 66 people.
66?
at the moment.
Oh,
There's a running thread of what looks like current and former Spinoff staff members who are in the
Well,
live
it's a
chat.
strong
Are the
base. You've gotta
Mokarakas
start
a
with
large
base.
family?
They
Maybe
are.
we should
yes.
send out the.
Yeah, there are no mokorakas in
It's
the,
like
in
when
the live
when I
chat at
worked
the
for the
moment.
MBR, one of the first things that I was I was meant to do, one of the first tasks I got was compiling the new appointments page, which is that page in physical newspapers, and I think they still have it in the Business Herald, where it sort of says so and so is the new sort of senior Newland sales manager of this mid-sized
Carpet
listed
court.
company.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was just like a big wank. And the editor said, this is one of the most important pages in the newspaper because everyone who is mentioned buys a copy for
Yeah, right.
$10.
Yeah.
And, if let's just start talking about some
It's a
other
business
people
model.
who
It's a business
who
model.
can bring an audience,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll also talk maybe a bit about the campaign launch, which that links in with, and there's a new poll in Te Taiharu, which we might touch on.
Yeah. And a debate on Māori TV.
Okay, so we'll do that. But I'm going to first, if you will indulge me, I'm going to read through all the bits and bobs that we're going to do today. So you might want to just have a cup of tea. So that's
Okay,
kind of.
yeah.
Oh, you're welcome to interject along the way.
No, you just
You make suggestions for questions. Okay. 10 a.m. after the Gone By Lunchtime Classic wraps up, we've got in here Mad Chapman, Duncan Greive, and Rawhiti-Connell for more post-debate chat. Some of us were in the room, some of us were watching on the TV, some of us were,
Duncan Grieve's always trying to get on Gone By Lunchtime, eh?
well, yeah. I mean,
It's his dream.
he's going to be on it more than once today. I mean, Ben wants to be on the Real Pod too, and so do
I
I.
want to be on the Real Pod.
Well, you can be on the Real Pod.
I'm insulted that they haven't called me in as the Kardashians expert.
We'll do some. Well, there's an hour of the Real Pod later on. You can join that. You're very welcome to join that. Did you see Duncan on the TV last night on the debate?
No.
He got a bit of airtime. There was in the studio audience. Not in any unexpected.
he wasn't
popping up
disguised
from-
Carl Mokaraka like as a minimum wage waitress.
So Carl
Querying
Mokaraka was
the leaders.
outside with a sign, and then that was obviously quite a relief to the people inside TVNZ because they could see him out there.
He
So
was just
evidently
He was
wasn't
just
in-
downstream from the debt monster from the Taxpayers Union.
just down the road from the debt monster, and they were scanning everyone on the way in with very very high security level, and you can understand why. But I thought maybe that's the most magnificent disguise that Mokaraka has achieved yet. He's got someone else to perform him outside, and then when the debate kicks off, Jess Much Mackay will rip off her face like in Mission Impossible, and there he is.
Oh, name. Yeah.
Anyway, 10:30. Michael Wood, MP for Mount Roskill, until recently a senior minister, is in the studio to discuss the campaign. At 11 a.m, Debbie Ngaringwa Peka, co-leader of Te Pāti Māori.
Cool.
That's a good get.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is a good
should
get.
be-
They're turning down
on
a lot
the
of. They're turning down a lot of appearances.
Well, let's hope that she's on the phone at 11 a.m.
Oh,
Debbie,
she's
if you're
coming on the
66
phone.
She's on the phone.
joining by the phone. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think she's out in the electorate.
Yeah.
Probably.
Campaigning and whatnot,
Yeah,
probably.
We'll talk about
I
that poll.
reckon.
At 11:30, an Auckland Central debate with Chloe Swarbrick, Mahesh Muralidhar and Oscar Sims. That'll be fun. At noon,
we're going to bring in an extra chair for that.
Oh, we need an extra chair. Okay, thank you, Ben. Just write that
Can
down.
someone
Yeah,
make a note for
make a note.
Extra chair. Thank you. At noon, the Green Party co-leader James Shaw is coming in. At 12:30 p.m, noted political commentator Lara Greives.
Oh yes, she's so good.
She's cool.
Yeah.
At 1 p.m, the high-flying National MP and education spokesperson Eric Stanford is in here.
Critical fave.
Fancy.
1:30, Robert Patman on the election and international affairs. At 2 p.m,
Who's who?
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude.
he's one of the most interesting and smartest academics on foreign policy.
Oh, good.
And
That sounds great.
What's his
be
name?
good to have Robert Patman.
Well, I'll
from
be
Otago University.
tuning in at 2 p.
Well, you'll have it on the whole
Yeah, oh, obviously, I'll have it
he'll-
on the whole time.
1:30.
Yeah.
That is the
1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hasn't been much foreign policy, or barely any foreign policy discussion in this election so far. But
I
So-
want to
We're
know
going
what
to
the
remedy
Māori Party
that
will do in the
along
event
with
of the
every
invasion
day.
of Taiwan. In terms of
what else? Oh, 2 o'clock.
Winston Peters will say it's an attack on the homeland, and so we need to defend it. We need to get the territorials out.
Wait, so just Taiwan, though?
Ron
not,
Mark will be flying over it.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, we're going to do like a whistle-stop tour or the kind of battleground electorates, the hot seats, as we're calling them on the site, with a group of my colleagues, Shanti Matthias, Stuart Salmon-Lunn, Charlotte Muru-Lanning, and Joel McManus. That'll be fun.
What
They've
are
been
they?
doing some really good reporting.
They have.
What are
on
they?
the spinoff.co.nz.
They have some really good stuff. Yeah, I agree.
What are your hot seats?
Well, you can tune in at 2 p.m. to hear that. They'll go through them, you know. I mean, don't want to waste people's time, and they want to hear more from you about the debates. It's already 9:10. Sorry. At
Only
3,
50 minutes to go. Come on, Keek.
at 3 o'clock, Deputy Leader of the ACT Party and Ben Thomas's former colleague, Brooke Van Velden, is in the studio.
Another huge get.
We tried...
She's barely been leaving the electorate with the trench warfare. That's
Yeah, that's
happening
right.
there.
Well, I invited Simon O'Connor on. He wasn't available any part of today, so I will be playing the role of Simon O'Connor.
Wow.
I've been doing a lot of work.
I've often said that you're Gone By Lunchtime, Simon O'Connor.
Thank you.
Actually, I really like Simon O'Connor. It's a shame he couldn't come. That would have been a good.
Well, I agree.
That would have been a good
to have him.
slot.
It's,
But it'll still be a great slot with
Yeah.
Brooke Van Velden.
Any questions for Brooke, or any suggested lines that I could perform in my impersonation of Simon O'Connor?
No.
Okay. 3:30. Ben Mackay, the dashing Tasmanian.
Another great get.
He's Australian reporter in the press gallery for Australian Associated Press, and keen to talk to him both about his impressions of the campaign here, but also there's another vote on October 14, the Australian Voice referendum.
And this is a huge time for Ben because, I mean he's been a sports reporter in the past, and so
He loves the sport.
he's got not just October 14 here, October 14 in Australia with the Voice referendum. He's got the quarterfinals of the Rugby World Cup the same weekend. Who knows what will be happening in the NRL?
Wow.
Oh wait, no, it might be over by then, is it?
I have no idea.
No, it might be that. Might be the final weekend.
Cricket World Cup will be underway.
Wow.
It's just
He's
everything's
going to
everything's happening.
explode with yeah.
And he's got to cover it all within 10 minutes of it happening for us for Wire Service AAP.
What else? 4 p.m. There's still plenty of time to go. 4 p.m. This is ridiculous. At 4 p.m., Andrew Geddes, the articulate, interesting expert on all matters to do with electoral law and the rest, is going to be with us. 4:30 p.m., Grant Robertson is going to
Wow.
be
Really?
on the phone.
In person?
No,
What
not
a
on person, on the
fancy
phone. On the
fancy.
phone. But that's fine.
Even on the phone's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Why don't we just turn off video for it and just let people sort of imagine in the theatre of their mind that you're in the same room?
Oh no, I think we've got it. We're going to put cards up for that sort of thing, right? I hear when we've got, and you've done like animated thing.
Oh, great.
Production values out the
Not
gate
animated
on
thing,
this
but no,
live stream.
Main.
It'll look cool. Yeah, thanks to Ihir and Jane and Samuel and Isaiah for making all that work. At 4:50, Ruff Mungie is going to be on the phone too.
Great. Terrific.
That'll be good. Looking forward to talking to him.
See what Top's been up to.
At 5 p.m., have you guys watched any of the Youth Wings series we've done?
No.
No, not yet.
No. They're really
I'm
good.
saving it up.
They're really good, and I really heartily endorse them to everyone. I think all the episodes are up now, and the debate that we recorded at the Auckland Town Hall goes up tomorrow. But a lot of people have asked over the course of doing the second series, what happened to the people from the first series is what they ask. They do. And so we've invited a couple of them in. Felix and Ariana coming in to the studio at 5 o'clock to just talk about anything they like at all.
Just
about
life.
About, that
Growing
kind
up.
of the 3 years since
Coming
they
of age in New
were
Zealand.
members of Youth Wings. Anyway, go and watch that. Not now.
Ben
Stay on
loves
the live stream.
politics.
Or in the podcast if that's what you're listening to. At 5:30, Ollie Ness from Policy.nz is coming on.
Terrific.
Policy.nz, another incredible tool, thing to do, look at, in the service of democracy. Policy.nz,
Yeah.
really good. From 6 o'clock, going to have an hour with Bernard Hickey. Just thought it would be really just like a really deep dive.
What do you
into
think he'll
the
talk about?
soul of Bernard Hickey. Well, I want to talk to him about Bernard Hickey.
Beautiful.
I want to talk about the
Man.
man, the myth, the machine, and the monster that lurks inside him. I think we'll eventually get there. An hour.
An hour. You'll get there in an hour.
He's really excited. I was on a call
Is
with
he?
him at 6:30 this
I'm
morning.
excited too.
Yeah,
I'm
he's really looking forward
genuinely
to it.
excited about it.
Yeah.
I think he's a fascinating guy, like incredibly smart, incredibly impassioned, incredibly authentic, kind of a bit crazy.
Very tall.
Also tall.
Is
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
real
really
tall.
No,
He's
very
one of those.
tall man.
He's one
Very
of those
tall
guys
man.
that you always feel like when you're talking to them, you feel as if you've been in your lounge and they've opened up the roof of your home and they're leaning in
yeah.
to kind of
Amazing.
like a Karl Mokaraka kind of figure.
Yeah. I saw him at Citizen Park last week, but I was too shy
At the
to
pub?
say hello. Yeah, I was at a farewell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was there, not at the same farewell, just at Citizen Park.
He was just at the pub.
And we were like, "Oh my God, there's Bernard Hickey! Oh my God, don't look, there's Bernard Hickey!"
You should have
Should we
talked to
say
him.
hello? No, we're too shy.
Did he seem quite tall?
He didn't seem tall. That's why I'm so surprised you said that. But to be fair, he was seated, or as they say in England, he was sat on a seat.
Thank you. That's just for the British viewers. A little bit of translation services from Annabelle Lee Mather. At 7 o'clock, we're going to really loosen the nuts on the wheels of this podcast
Yeah.
for an hour of Gone By Lunchtime versus Real Pod. Do you want to come to that, Ben? Because you love the
I
Real
can't.
Pod.
Yeah, I saw that on the schedule and I was like, "What the fuck?"
What's Jane Yee up to?
I,
Jane Yee, what are you up to?
Jane,
You are just away. You don't.
no, you
need
don't.
To,
Don't do anything subtle. This is, you know,
You
this
get
is the,
right
this
in
is the
there.
raw,
Give it a
unvarnished
shake.
product.
Move it around. Repo.
as Todd Scott would put it, it's raw and
Perfect.
real.
It's raw.
Raw and real.
Toby's gonna like tackle you on the way out of the room. That
God, we should've
Duncan
got-
Grieve's interview with Todd Scott, who
Oh, wow.
Todd was the marketing guy at NBR when I worked there,
This is the current owner of
and
NBR.
then he graduated to sort of being the owner and visionary, and he did a lot of really good things. You know, he was investing in journalism at a time when nobody else was, and you know, did some really good things. But holy heck, an eccentric character. You know, to put it mildly, and now calling for a review of the Crimes Act on citizens' arrests.
Yeah.
Oh, that dude.
He's
yeah.
the guy
Yeah.
who tackled to the ground
Yeah.
and started shouting citizens arrest. And
That's so
in
cool.
the downtown countdown. And then sort of talked to all the media about how outrageous it was that the police didn't immediately race there and A, arrest the man, and B, award him with the world's biggest trophy for
Former
being a citizen.
former
Fair.
Young Butcher of the Year, which I think is actually that's an accolade that I think he has in common with Northcote National Party candidate Dan Bidwar.
What?
A lot of
Yeah,
great
he
careers
was- he
have been
was a
launched
butcher, right?
by being the best young butcher in New Zealand.
Wasn't Graham Hart?
He was a butcher, but I don't know if he was a prize-winning butcher, which
Oh.
is probably why he had to go into sort of finance and business.
Yeah.
I think this is a TV idea, Bells.
So the thing is, if you're a really good butcher,
Yeah.
you go into entertainment and politics because, you know, you're well known. You've got that kind of behind you.
Dan Bidwai doesn't strike me as a butcher type.
He is a butcher. I think after he finished university, he was a McKinsey type. So, you know, he's really, really covered the range, I think.
Wasn't he a butcher and then he went to uni?
He was a butcher, then he went to uni.
And then he went to
Then he went to
Harvard.
McKinsey. Yeah, then he went to
Yeah.
Harvard, then he went to McKinsey. And
That dude is like overachiever.
And are you touching on Northcote at all in your hot seats?
Yeah, could be.
I'd like to hear about Northcote because
Me too.
I would have thought that would be an easy swing back to national. I'm hearing whispers maybe not
Really?
quite as easy. So,
Oh,
well, yeah, and Bidwa, very hardworking candidates. With as we've said, fantastic CV, fantastic story. So I'd be interested to hear any intel that anyone has on that.
are
Me too.
you hearing there's been polling done to that effect? or
No.
just-
Just the
canvassing
mood on the ground kind of
vibes?
thing. So,
Okay.
who knows?
I think Shannon's worked hard in that electorate too. It's interesting to see these two young Tāne Māori kind of slugging it out in an electorate like that that you don't really consider as having much of a Māori presence. But there is there's actually heaps of Māori in Northcote.
Northcote takes in Beach Haven, which is
Yeah.
the Otara of the shore.
Yeah.
So
But if you're not from the shore, you don't know that. You just
right.
think of it as being like shore boys.
So that Real Pod Hour will also do a bit of a remember when. We might talk about the worm. Remember the worm?
Yes.
I remember the worm.
Do you have fond
remember
memories
the
of the worm?
The worm was the perfect symbol of our age, which is what do you think of not just the sentence, the word that the politician is saying right now. There is no future, there is no past, there is no context. It's like react to the word, the syllable in front of you right now. And so Peter Dunn just said common sense, sensible, and rode that to I think about 8 seats in Parliament. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
honestly ridiculous, but truly the gimmick of our time.
And kind of like, funny and stuff, but also disturbing because it shows like just how powerful the media can be and kind of creating electoral outcomes, even if unintended.
Are we segueing here? Or are we segueing into talking about the debate?
Maybe we should just cut straight
Let's
to
just-
7
I
p.m.
think this is smooth.
Wait,
I
let's
think-
go. What's happening at
No,
7?
I think this is a smooth segue.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
you
just-
Is it
edit that
still
bit out.
straight though?
Just no, we're doing this live. He can't edit our libels and swears out. This is. Let me just say, the last hour then is back to the classic. Ben, Annabelle, and me.
Potentially.
No, you're obliged. You're obliged.
I've got no, but
Is anybody
I might have to
available
bring the kids.
babysit for
Bring the
Annabelle
kids. We'll bring the
tonight?
I
kids.
might have to bring the
There's a
kids.
green
The
room out
kids are
there.
welcome. It's all
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
It's
there's
all fine.
heaps.
what, 7 to 8? Okay.
8 to 9.
Sorry.
8 to 9. 8 to 9.
8 to 9?
Yeah.
8 to 9.
I
Yeah.
thought it was 7 to 8.
Eight
How
to
old's Mahia Rose now? She must
She'll be
six,
6
almost
next
6.
week.
That's fine.
Wow.
That's good.
Okay.
She's an election baby. This is
She
this
is.
is Waimihia Rose season.
Yeah.
So
When Mahia Rose was
She's
born
the
on this
reason for the
podcast,
season. She
That's
was.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
that was a
It's
hell of an
true.
episode.
It was. It was.
That was it.
Especially for me.
that was the one after the debate, eh? No, after the
It
the
was
election.
literally the one that we did straight after the election.
Yeah.
I think was the election on the 25th and she was born on the
Right.
27th.
Something
Something like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, amazing.
That was that's right. All those stairs at the Spinoff
Yes.
kind of
Brought me into
3
Labour.
Yeah, brought you into Labour.
Had to walk 3 stories.
and new life
flights.
emerged as a result. And
Yeah.
then I think about 4 weeks later, after Winston Peters had formed the government, we assembled for another quickfire pod. I had just had my tonsils out, and I had been advised not to speak for 3 days. But I said no. The people need reckons. The people need to hear. And then a couple of days later, I had to go back to the emergency ward because my throat was bleeding profusely.
Great times.
I love
Just
to
the
see-
best times.
I love to see that ACC form. Had to podcast.
So our election season podcasts really do herald the dawn of a few new ages. You
Yeah.
know, they're a real
Yeah. And have a strong connection to the health system as well.
yeah.
Dawns, dusks, and danger.
This is
on
good.
Gone By
We're
Lunchtime.
only 36 more minutes to.
This is the
then
content
we're out.
people have
This
been like
is-
hanging out for this election.
Yeah, I wonder if this is working if you're listening to this afterwards on the podcast. I think it probably is.
Tahi, what's the counter?
How many thousands?
We're looking at 129.
Oh.
129.
Wow.
Doubled.
Stuart Salmon-Lunder's going to pop in from time to time across the course of the day to
great.
update us with news.
Terrific.
Bits of news as it happens. I think he's going to...
Are you just locked in here? You're not able to leave?
No, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I think Stuart's gone to see Christopher Luxon at a goat farm this morning,
Oh, great.
Oh.
which is just classic campaign content, isn't it? Christopher Luxon with a goat.
Yeah, I mean, so look, the Yaks turned around Simon Bridges' whole sort of persona. Luxon
God, the
is,
Yaks.
I mean, basically, we've segued now, right, into
We
the
should have
debate.
got some. We should have
We've
got
Yeah,
some.
but can I just say, to be fair, I feel like this is more the season of the donkey than the goat.
Oh,
Like
how so?
donkeys are huge on Instagram at the moment.
Are
Like
they?
my feed is just full of donkey videos, and they're amazing. So just a little heads up to Luxon's
Right.
team. Maybe try and get him along to a donkey farm.
Who needs the yak in their career? The kind of reprieve, the redemption, the
I feel like
redemption of a
Hipkins
yak.
needs a yak at
Does
the
Hipkins
moment.
need a yak? Yeah.
Michael
Or something
Woodhouse,
cuddly.
he might need a yak.
Michael Woodhouse needs a yak or a donkey.
Michael Wood actually might need a yak.
Michael Wood might. I'll ask him
I mean, he's
if he needs a yak or a donkey.
just like Bridges, really, very good politician. Hit some speed bumps
I'm
that
going to ask him about that.
kind of.
I wonder what Bridges has done with his yak.
He's become a bit serious and boring lately, Simon Bridges. Do you remember when he was with
Funsy
post
vibes.
yak time? He was on this podcast. He hasn't come back on this podcast.
He's got his own podcast.
He's got his
right?
own podcast.
He
People get
doesn't
pretty-
reply to my texts anymore either.
Does he not?
He's probably watching. He's probably one of the 126 people watching.
Without a doubt.
I'm going to make a note here about ask Michael Wood about yaks.
Oh, and of course, the most important thing, Stuart Nash currently up to 3,000 press-ups.
Oh,
in
he needs
Napier.
a yak.
He's up to 3,000 press-ups by the end of the 12 hours. He
He'd
should be
probably
up to
bench press his
40,
yak.
46,000
That's
press-ups.
right.
If he had a
Unfortunately, I
yak,
forgot to get a
he'd-
camera on that.
We'll just send somebody to check periodically.
Anyway,
are we getting amazing feedback? Are people writing complimentary posts about us?
We
Is
are-
our content being shared?
I'll see how many people liked my tweet about the
Good.
Megapod.
You check that, Te Aihe?
The most recent comment was from Maka, who said, Ben Thomas, the hero we needed.
oh, or not need.
Beautiful.
Morgan Godfrey says, "Good luck, I think."
Okay.
That's basically a pledge of $50
Why
towards
isn't Morgan
something.
Godfrey on this?
Why
podcast?
isn't Morgan Godfrey on this
He's
podcast?
should
been
get
keeping
Morgan
his, he's been
Godfrey.
keeping his head down a bit lately, hasn't he? I think he's over it. I think he's because he was. You remember when he
Oh,
was?
he said
was
he's-
about
he
like
said he's-
15 years old and sort of speaking in these incredibly
Yeah.
sophisticated sentences, so smart. And then he's like, "Well, I've done that now."
Yeah.
Is that what it is, Morgan?
I
Morgan?
think, yeah, I think he's like,
Probably got less time now that he's finished
yeah.
school.
and he's got a
Right.
baby and
He's
stuff.
got a baby. That's
But
right.
that's
Got a
that's-
beautiful
it-
papa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it's beautiful. I mean, yeah, Morgan Godfrey, like great guy, terrific guy.
Terrific guy.
Ridiculous to think that he has a child.
Well,
He himself, such a
he's a grown
No,
up.
he
He's
was
a grown
a,
up.
he was
He's
a
great.
baby not long ago, eh?
yeah, you know.
Once again, these deep existential philosophical thoughts.
But
Though-
he's setting the path. He's going full yak. He says he's retiring after
he?
the election from political commentary.
Wow,
Full
really?
yak. Yeah.
Wow. Do send us questions because I don't know what we're going to talk about by the 8 to 9 hour, that last hour. Obviously, we've used up all of our yak material. Send questions in to me, Toby at thespinoff.co.nz, or I guess they can put them in comments I hear or something
Yeah.
like that. Is that a thing
Yeah,
on
I've
YouTube?
got them.
Someone will
ticking away
harvest
here.
those. Love that would be very helpful. You were keen, Annabelle, on would you rather questions.
Yeah.
Could you give an example of the kind of question you think that could generate
Oh,
interesting
you do one.
conversation?
You do one.
Oh,
You do it, would you
no,
rather?
you did one.
I did one, but I don't know if I could say that one.
I think you. Oh, can you?
I don't know. It might be
Okay.
controversial.
Okay, so you could say, for example, you could email and say, Annabelle Lee Mather, would you rather host the News Hub debate or be a marriage celebrant for Judith Collins?
100% marriage celebrant for Judith Collins.
Right. I think there are probably better would you rathers than that.
Yeah.
But you had a good one, but you can't, was there something in it that was a bit
Put your suggestions for FMK in the YouTube comments.
What does
And
FMK
Toby
mean?
will get onto it.
What's FMK?
Fuck, marry, kill.
No, they're doing that on the Project TV show.
Vibes.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they call it that?
They did Kiss, Hug and Murder or Kiss something. Same thing. All
We're
variations
going to
of
take
that.
it to the next level because it's the spinoff.co.nz. New Zealand's.
We're not going to do that.
New Zealand's
Most
leader.
edgy.
We're New
edgy.
Zealand's leading political podcast for the youth, helmed entirely by 40-somethings.
Okay, all right. Shush.
Sorry.
Debate. You were desperate to segue to the debate. Ben,
Go on then.
was there something particularly you wanted to say about the debate?
Well, I mean, I just assumed that we might sort of touch on it. I don't
Oh no,
know.
I
Look,
just thought that you
don't
had
know.
some sizzling.
I've got a line.
Okay.
Go.
I thought of this when I was in the traffic on the way here.
Okay.
I was on Morning Report and I'd gone into the studio and I was trapped in New Zealand's infrastructure deficit. Getting to Morningside in time for this, and Gareth Hughes, who was on with me, the former Green Party MP, he's a really good commentator. I think he brings sort of a bunch of experience, but he's very sort of sanguine and sort of realistic about things. I really enjoy being on panels with him, but I think he said that going into the debate. Chris Hipkins really needed a kind of defibrillator moment, something to really kind of kickstart the heart of the campaign again. And at that moment, I thought, I needed a fucking defibrillator moment. Like by the time that Luxon and Hipkins both said that they recycled as the way of fighting climate change, I was like, my heart has stopped. Like my brain has decided that any energy spent on this is like a threat to my survival. I just need to shut it down, hibernate, like into like fucking brain death or a coma for a little while. Just excruciating, the debate.
Excruciating. Yeah, there was Luxon was embracing recycling. Chris Hipkins couldn't think of a book. Like no book. Not a single book was he able to think of.
Isn't that
But,
amazing?
but Luxon couldn't name a leader that had worked under. Which leader have you learnt
Well, I
the
guess
most
it's
from?
sort of someone at Unilever.
The book thing is so interesting, right? Because traditionally in the United Kingdom, where they have that kind of, Oxbridge kind of Etonian sort of tradition, up until really recently, it was sort of expected that if you were to become the Prime Minister, you had to write a book ahead of time. David Cameron, who, when he was a sort of, callow 40-something former political staffer, he actually had to rush out a book before he sort of sought to get the Conservative leadership, because it was sort of seen as a kind of sine non qua. Like if you hadn't authored a book about leadership or historical figures, or as is current right now, the Roman Empire, you just weren't qualified to be a political leader. Our Prime Minister can't even remember a book he's read in his entire life. Because your favorite book, it's kind of a thing by default. Like if you've only read one, if all you've ever read is like The Hungry Caterpillar to your kids, that's your favorite book, right? It may not be a great book, but it's still your favorite.
He read a book at I was in a kindergarten in Wellington. He was reading a book.
That question first.
Luxon answered it first,
and
and he
it was-
gave, in
I
a
think 'cause
stunning win for Matthew Hooton, he named this fatuous-sounding self-help book, which is about the inner mind of a tennis player.
yeah.
And it was like applying
Yeah.
tennis pros' insights to success in business.
So I feel like the
I
way
can't
each
realise
other.
the honesty of that, right? That's it.
I feel like the way each other, like whoever went first, kind of set the tone for the other one. So when Luxon said,
Yeah.
what I've read lately is, and then I feel like Hipkins was like, oh, what have I read lately?
Right.
Cabinet papers. So I feel like that's
I
what
think
happened
you're right.
with
I
that
think that's what
question.
happened. But it did also. The question was, "What's your favourite book?" And he said, "I haven't read anything lately," which is like, I've not read any books. Unfortunately, I've been busy since I had some books read to me when I was a child, but since then I've been preparing for office.
The tawny, scrawny lion, which always reminds me of Winston Peters.
It is funny because,
The Gruffalo.
there are some people in politics and you see that they had I can relate to them, and you can see that they were sort of kind of, nerds or invested in pop culture or whatever when they were growing, in their teens and 20s. Like Barack Obama has spent his whole life preparing to be asked, what's his favorite book? What's his favorite CD?
He continues to answer that
He
question.
continues to answer
year
it every
after
summer,
year.
unprompted, and I think Grant Robertson is sort of the same. He's always sort of he'll bust out Flying Nun or something like that. But it's interesting that neither Hipkins nor Luxon is just sort of is that kind of person. You know, Luxon obviously just sees books as basically grist. You know, their inputs, their inputs into your product. Hipkins may or may not have ever encountered a book. We don't know. It's like, I mean, he did grow up in the hut, I suppose. Maybe that's a bit of sort of added authenticity, but.
You're mean.
When you're
But what was the second thing you were talking about? The
leadership.
Yeah.
I've got a theory on that. I reckon the reason Luxon didn't name who his... I don't understand why he didn't say, look, he hasn't been my leader, but John Key is someone whose leadership I really admire and
That's a
get
good
that,
answer. That would've
that
been a good
connection going. But when he basically kind of fudged it a little bit and wouldn't name a leader, I reckon it's because he was worried that people would start Googling
Yeah,
and be
totally,
like,
yeah.
oh, that guy, he's the guy that, like, you know, fired 5,000 staff in a
Yeah.
restructure.
Yeah, he's been so burned by people who are
totally.
number 52
Yep.
on the list being exposed for their past social media activity. But he doesn't want to name someone that he used to work
someone
with
who's like
10
a
years ago.
corporate hatchet
Who knows?
man who's sort of laid off 10,000
you're right.
people or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think that's probably right. Yeah.
My impression of the debate overall was that by the end of it, Chris Hipkins had got to the point at which he had reached the energy and the kind of level of momentum and engagement that if he'd started the debate with that, he could have done quite well. But I was in the studio and they were very friendly. They sort of shook hands.
Oh, were you
looked a bit
there?
nervous. I was there. Yep.
Oh, you kept that quiet. I didn't know you were there.
Well, I mean, I
What a
thought, I'm
fancy guy.
surprised you didn't see me on the cutaways to the audience.
I didn't. I could
looking
see
sort of
Mark
engaged.
Jennings, though.
Okay, yeah, Mark Jennings was there also. It was very, very, very cheerful compared to other times when I've been in the studio, and you sort of feel a bit more a little bit more, not animals prowling around each other, but a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of frisance or something. There wasn't really much of that. They were quite cheerful. They were having a chat. Chris Hipkins made a joke about when they're getting their makeup done, about the amount of surface area that was needed to cover on Chris Luxon, and that was a bit ho ho ho, and everyone had a nice hee hee hee. And then they got into it, and then it seems to me that Hipkins, the big vulnerability, as we know, for National is about this, how they pay for this foreign property buyer, whether the numbers add up on the foreign property buyer tax. You know, now that may not have found its way into the national consciousness yet, but it is still. Neither had Show Me the Money in John Key times. It sort of slipped by, and then I think Chris Hipkins went, "Oh fuck, that was it. Did I miss that?" It was in the first section. Chris Luxon went back.
It was unbelievably short, though. It was a very,
Sure.
It was a very small window,
It was
wasn't it?
a-
I was surprised by
Yeah,
that.
it
too.
might have gone on, and Luxon's response was, which I think was quite, tactically quite good, was always to counterpunch with
Go back, GST.
GST, fresh fruit and GST,
And
fresh fruit and
that's
GST.
why this debate, the expectation was probably always a bit high on Hipkins, that he was going to sort of land a knockout on that, because we've seen Luxon on the ropes about it, on Q&A. I was in the green room in the Nation on Saturday. It seemed like about an hour and a half of sort of questions from Rebecca Wright about it to Luxon.
Stand up after stand up
Stand up
after
after stand up. Very difficult,
Yep.
confrontational situations where, Luxon, either to his credit or to his eternal damnation, depending on which side of the spectrum you're on, or how you see politics, just sticking to the line. In a debate, you're never going to get 20 minutes on that one thing and just that repetition and repetition. And also, look, Luxon can't fire back at Jack Tame. Well, what about your failure to deliver?
Yep.
He's just got to sit there and take it. In a debate, he can immediately say, well, better than a couple of cents off beans and carrots or whatever, and which he did, and then
carrots,
proved it
beans
by
and carrots,
saying it
beans and
many,
carrots.
many times. It was almost like those...
So that's
I think the challenge that Hipkins had going into that, this is what, I'm wondering about what the advice is to Hipkins, because, we all expected that Hipkins was going to be the far stronger performer out of the two. And it's something, too, that Luxon kind of played up with the whole, I've never debated before. Oh, my God.
don't even know what
it's
a
hard. How do I
debate
do it?
is.
I don't know. And so I do
What is
wonder.
this place?
Yeah.
Who are
Where
these
am I?
people?
what is talking? I've
this?
Honestly,
I've just emerged from the womb.
Literally,
minute.
If you believed their self-assessments going into the debate, you would think that they would need full-time minders to stop them walking into broom closets or like falling down a manhole on Hobson's
But I do wonder if perhaps the advice to Hipkins, because we know that, people are fickle and we don't like to see someone getting absolutely monstered. We don't like unseemly politics. We don't like seeing someone get picked on. And I do wonder, kind of a bit like in a court case where you have to show that someone's guilty but not completely vilify them, because then the jurors can sympathise with them. If that's sort of the mindset that Labor had going in, like, land your punches but don't go too hard.
I think that's a great point.
Because then you look like a bully. And I feel like perhaps at the start, the sort of tentative approach that Hipkins had may have been a reflection of that. And then I think as he started to realise that Hipkins actually does know how to debate, Luxon does know how to debate, and that he was holding his own.
Yeah.
I think he started to realise that he needed to
He was on the
start.
ropes. He was Muhammad Ali.
It's
He was
also-
like, I heard you could hit hard, George.
It's also Chris Hipkins is a very experienced debater in Parliament.
Yeah.
And if he brought his Parliament debating game to that television event, he would, as you say, look like some monstrous, like you take any one of those debaters in Parliament out of the context of Parliament, they just look like wildly bellicose freaks. And that is not going to play.
Yeah.
And you need to, it's TV acting, right? You'd work in TV. It's different to stage acting.
And the thing too is you also have to be mindful of the presenter, and that you're in the presenter's space, and that you're not constantly like rolling over the top of them. And also, you expect that the presenter's going to pull up, the debaters when there's something said that's not factual and that sort of stuff. So it's not an easy space to be in.
Having said that, Ben, and you're right that he can chuck the beans and carrots, and you're right, Annabelle, that he didn't want to go too hard. But it didn't seem to me like he had a particularly pre-cooked line for that subject, the foreign buyers tax thing, at all. And I just thought,
who didn't? Hipkins?
Hipkins.
Yeah.
And I thought, isn't that the moment when you pivot? You don't have to litigate everything through that V-shape, through Jessica Mutch Mackay. You turn, as he did towards the end of the debate, you turn and you say, hey, listen, I want to ask you something. This is not the kind of budgeting kind of fiscal responsibility that we would see from Bill English. Why are you not being transparent with the New Zealand public about your numbers for blah, blah, blah? It just you change the dynamic, you ask the question directly, and then see what happens. And that he did that on whether or not landlords would pass through.
Yeah,
their
I
tax
think
rate.
that's when he started to fire up, and he probably got some better shots in over the foreign buyers taxes when it got to that landlord segment, and he talked more about, the need to build our way out of the housing crisis, whereas Luxon just wants to sell all our houses to foreign buyers. Perhaps those things needed to happen earlier in the debate. I think he'll perform different next time, with that in mind, having seen Luxon's mettle.
Interesting, a few other interesting notes. For example, interesting to learn that By Māori for Māori was an invention by the National Party.
I know. Amazing.
That was good.
Here I was thinking that By Māori for Māori was By Māori for Māori, but no, it's By National
era.
for
By
Māori. By National for National By Māori. Amazing.
What I thought was interesting about that segment, and I'm going to just roll in the sort of health stuff about Pacifica and Māori on waiting lists as well. I thought that Hipkins gave the best articulation and the best explanation of those issues that he has given since becoming Prime Minister, and actually that anyone in his government has given. And it's a real shame that it's less than 4 weeks before an election before they actually managed to say that in a cogent way.
Completely agree.
Luxon, tried to kind of, I think, demonstrate that, he's not out there on this sort of mad kind of act tangent about rewriting the treaty or the principles of the treaty. He talked about how he's been visiting iwi, about how they share certain goals in terms of devolution and localism, which is, all true. And I think both of them got into a slight tangle talking about the Māori Health Authority and this idea of two separate systems, which isn't true
Yeah.
under any case.
Yeah.
And I think they both got confused, and then Hipkins got confused by sort of accepting Luxon's logic but then challenging him on it, which I think just
Yeah.
confused issues further. And I think that Luxon started for the first time to give a good account of the way that he would see his government working with Māori, which is much more in that devolution space, working with Māori providers, working with iwi, and not so much through the institutions of government, like a Māori Health Authority. And then he did, slightly blot the copybook by saying the national invented by Māori for Māori, by which I think he was sort of trying to lay claim to, that national heritage, which is it was the National Party who, in government introduced the Kāinga movement.
Well, no, they didn't introduce
no,
the
but they
movement.
allowed for it and they funded it, right? And in a similar way, treaty settlements, that historical process started under a national government.
But the Waitangi Tribunal was set up under Labour. That was Maturata's.
It was, but it was it the national government that allowed historical claims? Might not have been, can't remember. But also, whānau order, for instance, in terms, was set up under a national government, Māori Party initiative, but set up under a national
That's
government.
why I found it so weird when Luxon started rolling the coalition of chaos line and saying, you guys are going to get into government with Te Pāti Māori. It's like those things that you just claimed were successes by national for Māori by Māori were actually things that happened when you were in a co-governance, if you will, relationship with Te Pāti Māori.
Oh, absolutely. But then, of course, Chris Hipkins sort of standing up there fulminating. The first time he came alive was say, any government that includes Winston Peters is a government of chaos.
Yeah, I thought he was strong on that as well.
I mean, it really, get the worm in there, because it really is, the no past, no present debate. It was just, ultimately it was a pretty superficial debate, I think.
Let's move on from the debate then quickly to talk about the Te Taitoharu poll that came out.
Oh yeah, let me bring up the numbers.
last
Hold the
night.
line caller.
Peke Mason got 34% for the Labour Party candidate who replaces Adrian Rurafi, who is going on the list. He's the speaker now. Debbie Ngārewa Peka, the co-leader of the Te Pāti Māori, is on 29%. Haere Te Hepango, the national candidate, first-time national, has stood in Māori seats for a long time, couple of decades maybe.
Yeah.
She is on, former Whanganui MP, she's on 12%. Quite a lot of undecided, 16% undecided. Annabelle, your assessment?
I think a lot of people will be surprised that Soraya Peke Mason is ahead of Debbie Ngārewa Peka. I think, most of us thought, given, how well Debbie's done over the last 3
And it
years
was
in
close
her
last time.
leadership, and it was
She ran
close last time and all of those things.
Yeah.
But I think what we're seeing in the Māori seat is for Māori who actually vote, they're seeing the numbers that are coming through in the polls, and they're worried about what an ACT national government is going to mean to them, and so they're drifting back to Labour. So that's one part of it. And then, when we look at Harete's percentage, 12%, which is, quite high.
Surprisingly
Not
high.
nothing.
It's surprisingly high. I think that's where we're seeing Te Pāti Māori and the Māori parties vote fracture, because as we know, Harete has been endorsed by Tariana.
Yeah.
And so I think those old Māori party supporters, following Tariana's call, and that has split part of what you would expect to be Deb's vote off. What I find fascinating about this poll is the party vote. Labour 34, Te Pāti Māori 22, National 13, New Zealand First 7%. When I first saw that, I was like, that is so strange, given the comments that that Winston Peters has been making this election. But actually, when you think about it, I reckon what that is probably anti-vax support.
Well, I heard an interview. This is one Vox Pop, so it's one data point on RNZ. They were talking to someone out in Gisborne Way. And the dude was running a shop, and he said he was very unhappy with the way things were, and he was unsure, and he was trying to decide between Te Pāti Māori and New Zealand First. You know, and there is that sort of
New
if you're
Zealand
not-
First have always
They've done well in Māori seats
I know,
before,
I
right?
know they've done well in the Māori seats, don't get me wrong, I realise that, but I'm surprised that given the rhetoric of Peters over the course of this campaign and that he hasn't been in Parliament for the last 3 years, I'm surprised that it would be at 7% in Te Taihawauru.
But yeah, I mean, you know, this isn't the first. You know, the Peters is not new to sort of treaty bashing, and I mean, he's been running on that rewrite the principles of the treaty or delete the principles of the treaty for years now, so going back to sort of 2002. So, you know, Peters would say, well, of course, you know, it's sort of the real Māori on the ground, you know, the ones with job, the workers, you know, not the shiny bums in Wellington or whatever, you know. So
There's also Shane Jones doing the rhetoric of when I see the boys sitting outside the, I say to them, you've got to go and get some, you know, there's that
cousin,
sort of
the nephews-
pull your socks
nephews
up
on the couch,
on the
yeah.
neffs, the neffs, yeah.
There's some interesting
Get a
stuff
real
happening
job,
in
like
that seat too, because
ambassador to the South Pacific on fisheries.
Oh my God, stop
A real
everything.
job.
Jane's just brought being a Mountain Dew.
Aww.
Oh, wow, look at that.
My favourite podcast
Thank you,
manager.
Auntie Jane. By the way, Brad says hi. Hi, Brad. There's some interesting interpersonal politics happening in that seat too, because as
Right.
we know, Adrian Dudafe is not standing, but his support crew in that rohe, I understand, have decided not to get in and support Soraya's campaign. So I think she's going to be delighted with that result, because she's kind of having to start from scratch in terms of building up her electorate resource and all of that kind of thing. But, you know, she's a rātana lady, and, you know, there's a lot of strength still in the rātana movement in Te Taihawauru.
Worth saying as well, and you've before run shows that have commissioned polling on the Māori electorates. Really hard to poll. Such a
Incredibly
vast
hard.
terrain to cover.
Yeah.
And you're looking for people, a minority who are on a particular role in that
Yeah.
area.
Well, the thing that makes it hard is because, you know, the population base is so low. So trying to get, and hard to reach.
Yeah.
So trying to get weighted polls where you've got enough of a base for it to be credible. Like, I mean, if you're only polling
Geographical
100
spread,
people,
age spread,
all of that, and, you know, you could do 100 people and it'd probably be reflective, but you don't have mana in the media if your sample is that size. So trying to get like 500 or 1,000 people within the normal time frame is so incredibly hard that actually quite often when you poll a Māori electorate, by the time you get to the end of it, it's taken longer, and a lot's happened politically in that time. So notoriously hard to poll, but I'm interested to see how Whakaata Māori's poll results compare to election night. And great Māori debates happening on the hui and on Whakaata Māori, presented by my friend Tina Whitcliffe, former Press Gallery reporter. And
Great journo.
Yep, amazing journo. And on 3 with Julia Wilcox.
And some really good leader interviews and senior politician interviews happening on the podcast Mata as well. It's
Yes, we've
worth a
been
mention,
doing
isn't it,
a
Annabelle?
series of interviews with leaders. We've had Hipkins so far, Marama Davidson. We've got David Seymour next week. And fingers and toes crossed that the National Party, if you're listening, are going to give us an interview with Chris Hipkins before the election. I know
I don't
that
think the National Party is going to give an interview with Chris
Wa-
Hipkins.
sorry,
but look, I mean,
Chris-
maybe,
sorry,
who
Chris
knows? They're
Luxon.
basically at a job share situation based on that campaign,
Sorry,
the debate last
My
night.
apologies, Chris Luxon. You might have seen on Twitter this week, Moana Maniapoto tweeted that her program, Te Ao with Moana, have not been able to get an interview with Hipkins before the election. So hopefully
Also,
that's a-
also been
Luxon,
trying
sorry,
here.
Luxon.
Also been trying here. Hey, before we go,
I'm
last
just
thing.
going to call them Chris because then there's
Chris and
like
Chris. Christopher.
a lower
Christopher Chris.
likelihood of me
Yeah,
screwing it up.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, before we go, I've got these questions I'm going to ask everyone over the course of today.
Are we done?
Nearly there. Nearly
7
there.
minutes.
Amazing.
Got 7 minutes. So the first one,
Yeah.
going to run a sort of sweepstake. Is that the right word? I'm not sure. But asking everyone to predict the turnout of this election, which is obviously, I think, going to be quite important, quite interesting. The person who gets it closest wins a box of chocolate fish. A box of
I don't
chocolate
really
fish.
like chocolate fish.
Oh. What would you like the prize to be?
Peanut slaps.
Okay. So some background. 2011 turnout was 74.2. 2014 77.9. 2017 79.8. 2020 82.2. What will it be in 2023? Ben.
88.2.
82.2. Did I say 88.2?
Sorry,
82.2 in 2020.
Is that across all the electorates?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Really high.
so much higher than
75 on the dot.
Oh, 75.0. Bells?
I'm gonna go with 78.
78. On the dot. You don't want a decimal, anything in there? You're just going to...
Go 0.3.
No, affectation. This isn't pitchfork.
Ben, what's your political TV show of choice? Like, if in the world of West Wing or Thick of It, House of Cards, Veep, all those things.
I'm just going to
TV show?
replay this on YouTube.
The live stream.
Over and
This
over and
live
over
stream.
again. No, my favourite political show, probably The Thick of It.
Thick of It.
Yeah, I return to that a lot.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
Bells?
I'm not, having grown up in a house with two politicians,
Oh, yeah.
I'm really not drawn to watching political drama, to be
nothing at all.
honest. I can't
Anything but.
I can't think of anything.
All right, fair enough. And finally, we're running a mojo meter through the course of the day. Christopher Luxon has talked about mojo a lot in this election. I'm already getting a croak in my voice. That's a really encouraging sign. He says New Zealand has lost its mojo.
The political podcasts are sometimes associated with throat bleeding, so you need to take these symptoms seriously.
God.
Get an
we will.
ACC form ready for him.
Well, it's good. It'd be good for publicity purposes.
To be fair, with the waitlist times at ERs, you could probably knock off the rest of the 12 hours before they saw you, so it's fine.
Ben, how would you rate your personal mojo at this point? And on a scale from 0, which means you've completely lost your mojo, it's all gone, to 10, which just means you're absolutely overflowing with mojo. You need a mop to soak it up.
Look, probably about a 3 or a 4. I got some emergency mojo shots into my heart after the conclusion of the leaders' debate yesterday, when I had fallen into a coma. But yeah, 3 to 4, hoping that good living, clean diet will help me to get up to 4.5 before election day.
Good luck.
My mojo's low at the Can I say mojo?
Mojo.
Mojo?
That's good.
Do you like that?
Mon mojo.
My mojo
Oui.
is quite low at the moment. It's low.
Okay.
A lot of the rhetoric around race relations and, proposed referendums about the treaty and, the yes vote in Australia, it's got me feeling low. It's got me down.
So, from 0 to 10.
I'd say I'm about, how much were you, Ben? I feel like I'm lower than you.
It was about 3, wasn't it?
He's 3.5.
I'm like a 2.7.
2.7 on the...
I'd like to know where you got the mojo shots from, because I might book in.
Oh, you've got.
I keep them in my medicine cabinet next to the adrenochrome, just in case of emergency.
Next to the Invictin or whatever it's called.
Bit of adrenochrome, bit of Invamectin, yeah. Good. Well, look, we'll see how your mojo is in a few hours from now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. 1 hour to go.
How many thousands? Wait, how many thousands?
What?
How many thousands are with us?
178.
Okay,
Whoa.
it's gone up. It's continuing to go up.
If it could, yeah.
It's a positive
So
sign.
it's doubling every
and
sort of
climb.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
So by greater than the population of the Earth by the end of the 12 hours.
We are so beloved.
Although there is somebody who is expressing their disappointment that it's not just this for 12 hours.
Right, that's true.
That person sounds like they have incredibly
A real
good
fan, a
taste.
real connoisseur, a
Yeah.
real politics head. We salute you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
All right. 1 hour down, 11 to go. In the next hour of Megapod from 10 a.m. or Megapod number 2, if you're listening to this in the future in podcast form, we'll have more on the leaders' debate with Mad Chapman, Duncan Greive, and Rawhiti-Connell. Then at 10:30 a.m, Michael Wood, MP for Mount Roskill and until recently a senior Labour minister, is in the studio to discuss the
His comeback
campaign,
appearance.
the challenges faced by Tamaki Makaurau, whether or not he's going to get a yak. Thank you for joining us in the first hour.
Can you ask him, you know how you talked about the 70s super band, Nashwood and Allen?
Oh, yeah.
Can you ask, I'm really keen to listen. I'm going to download that album and I just want you to ask, like, is that something that they might actually consider? And will they just be, because I don't want it to just be instrumental, like I want
We've got a
harmonies.
callback in joke from our podcast from a number of months ago, and we just wanted to put it to you. What are your feelings about that?
Is it Alan Wood and Nash, or which order does it go in? Alan Wood and Nash,
Yeah,
and Alan
Nash is good.
Wood, Nash.
Right.
And, no, I think Alan Wood and Nash is the best way.
The progress is slowed. Stuart Nash up to 3,400 push-ups.
Okay, thank you.
So
Oh, we've been played off.
being played
Oh my God, that was great. Hey, I didn't get it. Thank you.
Is this like
Haere mai, welcome back to the Spinoff Gone By Lunchtime. Election 2023 Megapod. My name is Toby Manhire, and this is the second of 12 hours of wholesome and friendly pod conversation. We're going to talk in the first part of this hour about the debate some more, just really solve it, give our verdict, all that sort of stuff. And in the second part of the hour, we've got Michael Wood, Labour MP for Mount Roskill, coming in. First up, Mad, Anna and Duncan, why don't you introduce yourselves, because I don't know what your job titles are. It's really hard to keep up.
All right, I can go first.
Please.
I'm Mad Chapman. I'm the editor of the Spinoff, and I have the exact same size head as Ben Thomas, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Because I put these on and they fit perfectly, which is quite rare. I've got a huge head.
I'm Anna Rawhiti-Connell. I'm editor of The Bulletin and head of audience for the Spinoff, and I'm here repping Beach Haven, the Otara of North Shore.
All right.
Damn, I didn't think of anything funny. I'm Duncan Greive. My job title is founder, but we tried some other ones, but none of them fit, and this just allows me to do a kind of blancmange of different goulash of different jobs.
Should we do those? Should we do these the stock questions first? Are you guys ready for that? We'll do turnout first. Do you have a prediction, Mad, of turnout for the 2023 election? It's being held on October 14th.
I missed you saying what the previous ones were because I was frantically editing a piece.
Let me remind you, it's 74.2 was 2011, 2014 was 77.9, 2017 79.8, and 2020 82.2. But this isn't like one of those, maths problems where you have to work out what the next one is sequentially. Maybe it is.
I think 77 flat.
77 flat, thank you. Anna?
I'm going to go 79.
79, thank you. Neither of you want decimal points. There is a box of chocolate fish.
79.8.
Okay.
So not peanut slabs, because that really blows the budget if you swap chocolate fish for peanut slabs.
Okay.
Like
Have we got
Annabelle
budget
asked.
for chocolate fish?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chocolate fish.
Okay.
Do you want a decimal point? You're happy with 77?
No,
Okay,
77 flat.
Duncan?
Are you doing this all day, like with everyone?
Yeah.
Because I thought I could just do that classic thing of you take the bottom and then you own all of the possibilities below that. But given that there'll be a lot
I'm
more.
asking you now.
Yeah, no, but there's obviously more to come. So on that basis, I'm going to go 73.8.
Okay, 73.8%. Mad, your political TV show, if you had one that you could take to a desert island?
Since it's got a lot of seasons, probably Veep.
Veep, yeah, good shout. Anna?
I'm Designated Survivor. It's really bad.
What's that?
It's with Kiefer Sutherland, and he's like the last congressman alive after Congress blows up or something, and he has to be the president.
Okay,
Yeah.
good shout, I like that. Out of left field, Duncan?
Yeah, that made me think of White House Down, which has got a similar kind of vibe. I've actually seen all of that series of movies, but that's unfortunately not a TV show. So I'm going to nominate the thick of it, embarrassingly.
Okay, that's fine. Now, last one on these before we get into the crunchy stuff. Mojo. There's been a lot of talk about Mojo in this campaign. We've talked about Mojo a lot in the office, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Mojo chat. And Christopher Luxon has argued that New Zealand's lost its mojo, and so he's going to look for it and find some of it. We want to kind of get a gauge on what the mojo is across the motu, as they say, and particularly our guests. Mad, your mojo level from 0, all on, all gone, all lost, to 10, abundant.
Since the definition of mojo seems to be quite not nailed down, so I'll just go with my own personal definition in my head. I'm gonna be real optimistic and say 8.
I love that.
Yeah, spread those heads out on the mojo meter, 'cause otherwise they're gonna be crowded down the bottom.
And Rawhiti-Connell.
I've had about 6 cups of coffee this morning,
Yes.
so I'm on a solid 11.5.
Wow. Did you get your coffee from
I did from
Mojo?
Mojo. I missed that non-promotional
Sorry,
plug opportunity. Sorry.
Shocker. 11.5. Wow. We're going to need a bigger chart.
Charts.
It'll come down real quick.
Okay, yeah. We'll ask you at the end. Duncan?
Yeah, I've actually had these. I bought these off-brand Arepa sort of tablets, and I put them in an Arepa jar. So I'm.
Can you explain what Arepa is, since you're doing the promo?
It's a New Zealand kind
Free
of.
SponCon.
Well, no, because these aren't actually their tablets. These are a cheaper knockoff version, but they contain the same active ingredient. So if any of you guys want to increase your mojo with some L-theanine nootropic, live on pod, Toby, you're going to need it. Take a couple.
I'm getting some bad flashback to you holding out a jar of pills towards me.
It's censored. So my mojo is currently 10 because this is. I mean, we're on a Megapod right now. Yes.
Wow.
This is the most thrilled I've been with the spin-off in years.
Duncan has been pacing the office with adrenaline.
Oh my god,
all
our
morning.
heads are on the screen.
Yeah.
I didn't
You're
realise
already
that.
on the mojo
Wow.
Anna,
this is
you've been
flash.
downgraded to an 8.
I've also been downgraded.
It's like
meter. The
11.5
jury
is
had a
not thing.
discussion. Decided to, where were you all watching the debate? Where did you watch it, Matt?
I watched it at my sister's house with a crying baby in the background.
Yeah, newborn. Really newborn.
Very newborn.
Yeah.
So I got a little bit distracted. But there was just a lot of noise happening, which actually seemed quite
Is the baby
appropriate.
called Chris?
Baby is not called Chris, thank God.
Did you get a chance to catch some of the debate, or was it
Oh,
mostly?
yeah. We had to catch up a little bit. And then the TVNZ stream stopped about a minute out. So then we got back on. So we missed about 30 seconds in there at the end, which I'm sure was probably just absolute gold. But yeah.
Any moments stick out for you? I mean, were there any? You're, of course, the the New Zealand Commander-in-Chief on memes. Were there? I mean, there weren't any Sotolofa moments, right?
No.
But was there anything that kind of approached that or came close? Anything that made you?
There was, I feel like if you're really desperate, which I often am, you could find something. There's a good sort of queer template of Chris Luxon saying it. We took too long to come out. That was a good line. By his meaning, come out of lockdown, basically.
You can check out Mad Chapman's Instagram stories if you want to see a deployment of that.
There was, things just being like everything's broken, fitting the mojo of the country, basically. But no, there's nothing, and I don't think they will. They're both a bit too polished to throw out a husband as Samoan.
We
line.
might need to rely on the minor leaders or the power brokers or whatever you want to call it, debates for some more of those kind of characterful.
Yeah, I think they will probably have too many, but but I reckon the deputies. If the deputies debated that, I reckon there'll be something in there.
Okay, Anna, where did you watch?
I watched it at my house, and my dogs watched it for a little bit with me, and my husband ignored it by and large.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What did the dogs have any thoughts?
One of them just looks perpetually grumpy, which I feel like was quite a good kind of frozen facial expression for the duration. And the other one we like to pretend is a David Seymour fan. I mean, he may actually be, but that's just one of the ways I'm coping with the election season, anthropomorphizing my dogs.
And Duncan, where were you for the debate?
You know where I was, Toby. I was right alongside you in the bowels of TVNZ. We're surrounded by journalists, where I feel most at home.
Is that what was wrong with the audience?
Yeah, it was the low energy. Well, they I don't know intentionally, but certainly there was a bunch of seats reserved for media, and they were all kind of quite square in the eye line of the camera. I've of course, like a normal person, went home and watched the debate again, and you got Jason Walls and Joe Moyer, very prominent.
Beautiful couple.
Beautiful couple, and Steve Braunius, who wrote about himself sort of falling asleep for the Herald, and you really do. He does give off that energy, and he's well lit in the frame.
Yeah,
right behind Jessica Mackay's
truly his dream position to be in the. Yeah, he wrote in the Herald about there being a charisma-free room, and yeah, the other thing they did before
Very
the debate.
funny to talk about that in a room that you're in, but
That's what I thought.
But as far as the audience was concerned, the other thing they did was that the floor manager at the start said how many people here are from TVNZ, and I think about 80% of the
balance
people
of the
who
room.
weren't other media put their hands up. And my assumption is that that's because of Angry Fence Man,
Yeah.
general state of things, that you need to be really careful. You can't put a call out through any mechanism that is remotely public touching, because you know that then you will have to deal with unexpected, uninvited visitors. And they had quite strict security. I've never encountered that before for a TV event.
Yeah, we had like airport style.
We did. We got
Were you frisked?
No, we were
wandered?
wandered. Yeah.
Was there a warm-up act? Like a comedian or something to...
No, the one like there is that sort of X
Like
Factor or something.
Or
Hype
SNL or
man.
something.
Could have done with that.
I once misdescribed that role as a fluffer and got on the podcast.
Similar but
I got
different.
I got told that was not correct. You live and learn. You know, yeah, there wasn't that enthusiasm in the room, and it's a tricky call, right? Like, I think, you know, sometimes these debates, the press one, which is 2,000 people, I think they're having again this year, and again, I mean, Jesus Christ, I hope they don't get ruined by people standing up and shouting in their seats, but you get some raucous engagement. I remember some years in that one where, you know, Jerry Brownlee was having a tough time, and John Key got some stick for that, and then the other way around, and it definitely adds something. It becomes a kind of extra character in the drama of the debate.
Well, I just wonder whether the sort of low energy kind of verdict that's been delivered by most media this morning is, I mean, it's a weird environment, right? It's a TV studio and it's being mediated by a moderator, but it just felt very flat, and I just wondered whether there wasn't a lot to feed off in the room.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of hard to tell when you go and watch those things in a studio, because they've been coached. Everyone involved. This is a TV exercise. The audience are only useful insofar as they feed into the TV exercise. Nothing else matters. What goes into the eyes and the brain of the people sitting in those seats couldn't be more irrelevant. And I think that they were careful, maybe Chris Hipkins especially, I mentioned this in the last hour, not to use their outside voices. You know, like, you need to be able to connect through that camera to the lounges of the country, yada yada yada. And if you go parliamentary debate rhetoric, and start hollering, then people are just going to go, eh. And I think probably there had been conversations with Chris Hipkins beforehand, which is like, everyone is saying you have to do a king hit, you have to come in there, and you know, everyone is deploying every available sports metaphor to talk about how you need to leave Luxon on the canvas, such as your position. However, that brings with it the risk of swinging and missing and making an absolute egg of yourself, right?
I mean, there's on the spinoff.co.nz right now, there is a nice wrap-up of every single sports analogy used in the post-debate analysis.
Good.
Which, when that finished, when they zoomed out, and I was like, oh, they're in front of people too. Like, it was just silent. And were you given instruction on clapping or not clapping? Because debates is quite common. You know, if someone says something good, people clap, or somebody might go ooh or something, but it was just nothing.
Yeah.
We were given instructions, and I wonder if, with hindsight, maybe they over-instructed us. Like, it was a sort of clap when I clap. If something's really funny, which luckily that didn't happen, there was no danger of that breaking out, you can laugh. But it was a little bit like, it was very kind of, be chill, don't become a participant in the debate. Yeah. It was interesting being in the room and then watching it back. Like, even though, like, it felt relatively even tempered in the room, right? Like, compared to what they can be like. But on TV, I think the crosstalk feels a lot more combative than it sort of than it kind of read on location. And you know, like, I think that, you know, one thing that a lot of people have pointed out, which I totally buy, is, you know, this is this kind of purple election. The two parties that are most closely together, maybe arguably, except in Greens and Te Pāti Māori, are Labour and National, and they are sort of gently performing a merger in some respects. And there just wasn't, you know, so the product differentiation wasn't there to make the thing crackle. So even if you were kind of partisan, where there wasn't going to be a moment where you could kind of really leap on it.
It was very different, though, from, was it Collins and Ardern at the last election, which definitely felt like they were kind of more of a separated unit. I also am not sure about that desk. You know, the shared
Yeah, the
desk.
desk's no good. Not
I thought
into
it looked like a Yui Boom speaker.
Yeah, I thought it looked like it had been
Like one of
flown
those ones
in
you
from
hold in your
NASA.
hand
Yeah.
if you're a giant.
Yeah.
Well, it's just kind of weird for them to be, I get that they have to face the front, but I was kind of keeping track, and it took a long time for Hipkins to literally even just look at Chris
Right.
Luxon, because he's used to obviously looking at cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
I did also laugh a lot at the end when they finish and Hipkins is grinning down the barrel and Luxon is looking at the wrong camera, and then he goes and finds it eventually and swivels back.
What about some other parts of the debate? It was interesting. I thought that one of the interesting bits, because there was quite a lot of Chris convergence and the quick fires and stuff like that, but also on when did you buy your first house? And I think Luxon said 24, and then Hipkins followed up with 24. But then in the ad break, Hipkins said, and I think he was saying this because he didn't want to be, contradicted by somebody in the media or whatever. He said, I think it might have been more. Just trying to do the maths, he said out loud. And he said, I think it might have been 22.
Yeah.
And so...
And he said that sort of around the media, but not sort of to them in a way that kind of gave him plausible deniability.
Sort of fair enough, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
but does that speak to you of ordinary
No,
New Zealand?
it doesn't. I loved Charlotte Murray Lanning's comment in our wrap up last night, which the entire flat gasped. And
Right.
Shrieked or
Late,
something. You can
late
imagine.
20s renters cars.
Well, I pointed this out at the time to the media insider Shane Curry, who was there as well, that they write stories about this on the Herald. Like,
Yeah.
young
Yeah.
person buys a house
Yeah.
is a
Yeah.
story trope. Like, it's so rare nowadays that it's newsworthy what they both did. It's amazing.
Maybe we should do this. We should commission those stories. It sounds like a
It'll be quite
Hayden
funny
Donnell
to.
special.
It
but-
really does.
I did like
Copyright the
Luxon saying, coming out of uni, struggling, stretching to buy a house in Niall, which is like central Wellington. That's not buying out in the cheap suburbs. That's
No, ain't no.
yeah, and it was like, sitting on a box.
sitting on a box.
I did love
Yeah.
Alice Neville's live blogging of the debate. You could tell she was not happy with a lot of the answers that they were giving.
Oh, that's right.
Reviewing them
the
answer by
the
answer.
scene in the house, TV on a box,
Yeah.
sitting on a deck chair. Those were the days.
Too poor for a chair.
Just nothing but a 4-bedroom villa overlooking Appleton Park.
It is quite, amazing actually, because I think I'm about the same age as Chris Hipkins, and I definitely didn't buy a house at 22. Like, I was 42.
Did
So
it
how
feel,
did
did it feel
that happen?
possible?
No, not at all.
Because they definitely were a lot cheaper then, but I mean, still not.
It just doesn't cross your mind. Like, what are you doing at 22 when you go,
No,
I'm
it's
going to
22.
buy a house?
I was
Like,
racking up a student loan buying like Savage Garden CDs, So
Yeah.
that's what I was doing.
Well, he was buying in the hut,
the
I
same
assume, unless it was in Raumati where his parents lived. But it was, I think it might have been. I think it probably was the hut, and I think property prices probably were relatively affordable in hut compared to a lot of, anyway. 22. I guess he was working in Parliament already at that point, and
Yeah, I guess so.
that moment when you first get a paycheck and you're like, whoa.
Buy a
I mean, I
house.
was like, I'm going to buy a Rawhiti-Connell rather than buy a house. Anything else from the debate that stuck out? Duncan.
I mean, like, all of the talk going into it, some of it kind of adroitly placed by National was, Hipkins is, this sort of superhero debater and Luxon, this sort of bumbling fool, and anything less than an absolute toweling is a victory for National. That did seem to actually kind of stick as a framing device, which I think turned out to be quite good. But and so a lot of
The
people,
framing device and the commentary that followed.
well, going into it, i.e. when you're watching it, that was in your head, and then absolutely in the subsequent commentary. And I think that the fact was that he's shocked with his competence, because I think mentally you were preparing for him to sort of stumble and fall and so on. And I was surprised by how effective that was, how hard it was to kind of forget that. And as a result, I think that has flowed through into, I haven't seen I really tried to read every single piece of analysis of this from like the Daily Blog on up, and it's
Why?
well, just I find the Daily Blog.
No, I mean not the Daily Blog's fine. I just mean generally. I mean, like maybe Anna, you should get Duncan to write the bulletin.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
mean,
It's
he's
kind of-
very welcome to.
I'm very narrowly interested in this. Everything
Okay.
else,
All right.
But no, like it's so like you can't find anyone calling it for Hipkins in any kind of substantial way, whereas there's a lot of calling it for Luxon, and that
A lot of
feels
people,
substantial.
myself included, called it draw, which means draw ergo Luxon.
Yeah.
To be quite, is that when because you read everything also?
I did
Anna,
I
for the
read
country's leading
everything.
morning newsletter, the Bulletin.
The Bulletin, yes. Yeah, I mean, I think the Herald, all 5 of the Herald, I'm going to call them adjudicators because that's the correct debate language. They called it Phylaxin. I think you and I called it Phylaxin. I mean, it's actually like illegal in debating rules to call a draw, like somebody has
I
to
love
win.
So it's like American sports. You just keep playing.
Yeah.
That's maybe the debate should have just kept going until one of them sort of collapsed
Like a
or it was an
shootout.
obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just more overtime.
Sounds like sports should be using debate analogies to describe their matches, not the other way around.
I mean, I have all the language if anyone wants it. I mean, I think it's kind of interesting to call something a draw and then award Luxon the win in the context of the campaign purely based on the fact that everyone vaguely expected him to bottle it. You know?
Well, I mean, this was that David Cunliffe, who was back. David Cunliffe back
Highlight.
And good.
and good and looking still like a cat, like very very feline. I mean, handsome cat.
Sitting
David.
on the chair, not dissimilar to how he sat on the log, I will
the
say.
log.
It was
the
a
leg up,
stool.
the one leg up, one leg down.
That image,
Yeah.
if you don't
Is
remember
a-
that was the images on the front
Gorgeous.
page of the Herald after the election in 2014, which is just be seared into your brain if you.
Oh,
if you
that's
watch
when.
that.
Is that after he apologised for being a man, or was that?
That
No,
was,
no,
that
this
was
was
that
after the
campaign,
election.
but it was
Yeah.
after the election itself.
It was up there with sort of hungover looking Shane Jones the day after the 2020 election at the Jerk.
And but the thing that David Cunliffe, the sports metaphor that he chose to use was one of the Rugby World Cup, where Hipkins was the All Blacks, but
Luxon was
needed to
France?
pull off. Yeah, Luxon was France going into at this stage and going into it, and therefore you needed a win in order to progress. So
'Cause
so
you're
it's-
behind in the
So
pool.
so it's or if you
Thanks,
think of
mate.
it. Yeah, if you think of it like it being the English Premier League, the greatest.
No, we're
We're
not
just
critiquing it now.
all-
We're just doing it.
But sometimes you need. Sometimes if you're at the top of the table, a draw is a win. Oh my God!
I've lost you.
already-
I've lost you.
We're not even an hour and a half
Sorry.
into
I need
this.
Callum to write an explainer.
Mad. Any other strong moments you thought from either of them, particularly? Any moments that you thought they suddenly were going to break through and prove themselves to be statesmen in waiting?
Not really. I did notice Chris Hipkins' huge smile. God loves to smile.
Did you think? I thought Luxon's smile was pretty huge too. He was quite
No,
grinny, not
Chris,
as grinny.
Chris Hipkins was, I
Okay,
mean, on
interesting.
TV certainly, a lot of big
Okay.
close-ups of
Okay.
Chris Hipkins
A lot of
grinning.
mojo.
And I think there might be a bit of a nervous thing because it was kind of like almost like a relieved thing at the end of a question when
yeah.
they had like settled down again. But I think as much as I really don't like I don't like watch people argue, so I hate watching debates in general. But I do just think they like each other too much. Like they kept sort of, I respect him on this, and actually we agree, and actually that's a bad question, and we're both going to kind of tell you off for asking about Taiwan and yada yada. And I think if there was just a little bit, kind of like the Judith Jacinda thing, where you go, I don't think you would talk to each other outside of this room in any, substantial way. Whereas I feel like they would get along quite well and just go off and have a chat and talk about owning homes and things like that. So maybe a little bit of like sometime between now and the next debate, if there was just a little bit of something that irked the other.
They need to
It
do some
might.
psychological work to sort of
They need a backstory.
Pavlovian association.
Yeah, they
where
just,
it's like
I don't know.
where you do those drugs where if you
Yeah.
smoke it tastes bad. That's they need to do something where they kind of like prod them with a with a sharp needle and then put a picture of their rival up against them?
I think
People pay a lot of money for this sort of strategic advice.
That they're like both very fresh new rivals. Like this has only been introduced this season.
Yeah.
This kind of Chris v. Chris battle, and because there's kind of a convergence that's almost at the brink of like grand coalition. You know, they don't actually have a rivalry backstory. I mean, I don't know if I believe Hipkins saying he didn't do practice with stand-ins, but I definitely think they need to, you know, set up some like blow up kind of dolls or something. I don't know. Like they really need to imagine kind of hating on each other.
I know that Luxon did have a stand-in for Hipkins, and whether the idea that Hipkins didn't seems weird.
Seems fanciful. How would you prepare properly without that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you. I don't know. I mean, you don't have to role play it, right? You could say I'm just going to do debate prep, and we know. But what I'm curious to know is because I asked Chris Bishop, who's the campaign chair, to tell me who was doing it, and he refused to tell me, which is fair enough. But he said some National Party staffers and people who are helping, which sounded like, so I was like imagining this entire range of different Chris Hipkins, like a police lineup, and one of them will be like super angry Chris Hipkins, and one of them will be very absolutely relentlessly positive
I'm
Chris
sort of
Hipkins,
imagining
and in
like
between, you know, and you have to kind of swap them out, and so that, you know, Chris Luxon is so prepared because he's been spending,
Like a John
46
Malkovich
hours a day.
Or like a
preparing.
step up to the streets, you know, where people come out and they do like a special little dance in their own style, like you know, and they should all be wearing masks. Can we talk quickly about, because I don't feel like, I think there's been a lot of coverage and conversation about the two Chris's, but not as much about the actual moderating, or is it adjudicating of the debate?
No, Jessica was the moderator. The adjudicators are the people who decide who won.
Okay, thank you. Good to have an expert on hand. But because, like, afterwards, Jack Tame, who, you know, I think is widely considered the current heavyweight champ of political interviewers, he made a comment about, and we talked about this as well, Toby, about the you know, the sort of fiscal hole in National's tax plans, about how that you sort of blinked and that went past, even though that has been the dominant talking point of the last 2-3 weeks. And you know, he basically said, I would have pressed them on that, which was interesting given that's a close colleague, and that, you know, you sort of felt like it was weird that he didn't get at least one of these debates. What did you all think of?
He's doing the minor leaders debate.
Yeah, but you know, there's something about the hot lights and the big stage with this one. Any thoughts on Jess Mackay's performance?
I feel like I don't, like the whole time I'm watching them, I genuinely don't know how much is political interview and how much is setting up them to debate with each other. I think because they weren't doing as much debating with each other until the second half, basically, it did feel like maybe that's when you have to shift and actually do that for them almost, which she was more, I think, moderating, and then they kind of caught up on doing some of their own, like, defending and attacking. But I also don't particularly like it when you watch a debate and then you're actually just watching somebody be interviewed for like 5 minutes. So
yeah,
I don't know, it's a
I
tricky
think,
one.
I mean, and this is probably like a special episode of The Fold or something, but I think it really called into question the actual format.
Is that the Spinoff Media podcast?
That is the Spinoff Media podcast. You know, like I found myself kind of wondering exactly what the point of it was. I mean, I don't mean to get existential, but from a format point of view,
Mojo's coming down.
Mojo's now at 2.
Drop the mojo meter or not.
You know, like, I mean, Tame definitely has a different energy, but he's a great interviewer. And what is the purpose of those debates in terms of what we're supposed to be eliciting? Is it just a kind of read of how these leaders would perform under hot lights for an hour and a half? Because
it's
not a lot to
really
get out
hard,
of it
and it's really
otherwise.
hard to do because you can conduct two really impressive interviews, but that's not the purpose of the exercise, is it? And the other thing to note is that the first ones are always a bit more edgy. Like I can't remember a first one that really, whether it was Hosking, Campbell, or this, that they have this sort of slightly kind of tentative air from all involved, and that seems to be kind of baked in, just natural. I mean, the other thing though, in terms of the general kind of debatology of it, is it's tempting, and maybe I'll do this with the Auckland Central debate soon, just to say, can you talk about housing and then go? You know, like, I mean, if part of it is to test the character, because sometimes what you get with a debate is you get really tough prepared questions, which are not whether or not they're gotcha, they're designed to make it difficult, and then you get shouting back and forth and interjection from each other. What you never get is how you would like your politics to be. You would like constructive discourse to work, which is like this. I mean, this is kind of this is perfect, right? No, but I mean, like, how do people get in a room and do a bit more like they have a conversation? Okay, well, I agree with you on that, but I would say that actually we need to say, well, let me challenge you on, why not that?
Well, I think because like it's that sort of stated preferences versus revealed preferences thing, where people say that they want to watch documentaries and then end up watching Too Hot to Handle. Like, I think that is like an aspirational quality but people would find it boring and turn off the TV. But I think that and I guess the tension of that is that there's a sort of a sparky kind of interjecting thing that we you quite like, and then there's a delicate and quite fine line where it tips over into you're just kind of being boorish and interrupting a lot. And I don't know, like again, watching it felt like Luxon tipped over that line more frequently than it did in the room, which was that's the sort of that interesting thing where you just it feels so different on TV versus was live, and he wouldn't necessarily know that until afterwards.
Thank you all very much for your insights and your jokes and just the charm, just the water is flowing. Thanks so much. We're going to be back shortly with Michael Wood on the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod.
Do you feel like lip fluxing today?
Like your politics authentic, impassioned and entertaining? Fancy a glimpse into the future of politics in Aotearoa. Youth Wings is back. Series 2 of the cult political docu-series follows the younger offshoots of political parties in the lead up to election 2023. Watch it on thespinoff.co.nz. Made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
So you're going to go up there, you're going to look very presidential, and we'll see how it goes. Now let's go.
Kia ora, I'm Amber Easby, CEO at Spinoff. As you may know, everything on the Spinoff is free for all to read, hear and watch. This is possible because of the Spinoff members. Every contribution makes a huge difference to our mahi. So if you'd like to keep our homegrown independent journalism alive, become a member today. Visit thespinoff.co.nz/donate to find out more.
Do you think the Crown are good treaty partners?
No.
Kia ora, I'm Janae Henry, and I've got a lot of thoughts on what's happening in Aotearoa today. In my new show, 2 Cents Too Much, I talk to experts to get to the bottom of big topics, from why our rangatahi are vaping and my love-hate relationship with museums, to the cost of living crisis and the revitalisation of te reo Māori. Watch 2 Cents Too Much now on The Spinoff, made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
Long live the land of the long white collar ice cloud.
30 years ago, a young teenage girl had a secret sexual relationship with her youth group leader. Now she's ready to revisit the past. The Spinoff presents Dear Jane, made with support from New Zealand On Air. Out now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Talo Falava, I'm Madeline Chapman, editor of The Spinoff. Running an independent site that tells the stories of our people and our voices relies on the support of our readers. It's fair to say the Spinoff wouldn't exist without contributions from our members. So if you love what we do and have the means, please consider supporting our work by visiting thespinoff.co.nz/donate.
We're navigating the largest inflation spike the country's seen in 32 years. No matter who you are, where you live, or how much you earn, understanding the impact of the economic issues facing Aotearoa has never been more important.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome back to the Spinoff Gone By Lunchtime Election 2023 Megapod. Really delighted to have Michael Wood in the studio with us. How are you, Michael?
Kia ora, Toby. Very, very good this morning, thank you.
On a lovely sunny day in Tamaki Makaurau.
Yeah, I bussed over from Mount Roskill and
Yeah.
had a couple of little connections. It was very pleasant strolling through our fair city this morning.
How's the mood in Roskill?
It's good. It's good. We're campaigning every day. It's sort of dawn till dusk at this stage.
Yeah.
And we're being really well received. Heaps of people, I'm sure we'll talk about this, still kind of in that undecided zone for the election. But I'm finding like getting to the point where they're quite engaged in the election in a way that perhaps people weren't a month ago.
Sure.
And wanting to talk and raise issues and ask questions and find out what we'll do about X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to ask you 3 questions that we're asking of everyone that's coming on this ludicrous Megapod exercise today. First of all, for your chance to win a box of chocolate fish, would you like to guess to 1 decimal point what the turnout will be in election 2022?
Let's say 79%.
79% flat, 79%?
Yeah.
Okay, good call. What's your if you were sent to a desert island with only one choice of political TV show, like whether a West Wing or a Veep or whatever, is there something that you would take on DVD box set?
Oh, well, like every good lefty, we've watched and rewatched West Wing over the years, but actually the one in recent times, it's not entirely political, but has a political angle to it that we've loved, is Slow Horses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. There's a sort of deliciously venal, ambitious, horrible Tory Secretary of State who's interfering in the intelligence services to his own benefit right throughout it, and it's a really, really great series.
Great books by Mick Heron. Have you read
I haven't actually read them yet.
Have you read any books? Because Chris Hipkins on the debate last night seemed to never have read a book.
I've read a couple of books in my time, Toby.
That's reassuring to hear. And the last one is on the subject of mojo for our mojo meter. Christopher Luxon talks a lot about mojo and about how the country has lost its mojo, and so there's obviously a search to find that mojo and reinstate it. You personally, just because we're getting a measure of everybody, from 0 meaning all gone, no mojo, to 10, full mojo, absolutely brimming with mojo. Where do you sit on the mojo meter?
I think a solid 9.2.
9.2
at this point. We're 10 days. No, how many? 12 days out from early voting.
Yes.
And so we're building. And we'll be a very, very pumped up 10 on the old mojo front.
Wow.
And I've got to say, I thought one of the most amusing things this week was David Seymour hitting the streets of Remuera, as reported in the New Zealand Herald this week, and asking people how bad things were, and actually pretty much everyone saying, oh, it's really good. So I think the mojo actually across our city and our country is not too bad.
Interesting. You were caught this week saying things that the National was going to get rid of the winter energy payment. Did you get a slap over the wrist for that?
Oh, look, I did take that post down. That, of course, was their position. They have more recently said that they'll retain it. They certainly said they'll retain it for seniors. Less clear what the ACT Party position would be. But more generally, we've got a lot that's at risk if we have a change of government. Cheaper public transport, retirement age, many of those changes, the free school lunches as we've applied them, all at risk if we have a change of government.
What about fair pay agreements? That was something that you were very involved with, and my sense is quite impassioned about. Tell us about, give us the Michael Wood case for fair pay agreements and why they're important, and maybe even, I'm not trying to trap you here, but maybe even if the government were to change, why you would argue that they should be retained through, because to survive, they need to survive change of government at some point, right?
Yeah. Well, if we take ourselves back a few years to that really tough period for our country during COVID, I think a lot of us reflected and were reminded of the fact that we have large numbers of workers in our country who are often unseen, but they keep us going. And think about the work of cleaners during that period, keeping our workplaces hygienic and safe for us to work in. Think about the work of bus drivers who had an incredibly difficult job during COVID, managing the restrictions and sometimes aggression from people, hospital orderlies, people like that. We were reminded that these people, who are often very low paid with poor conditions and job security, are essential to our country functioning. And those people have been caught in a race to the bottom, where very often their pay and conditions have been driven down successively over 30 years through often contracting models and that kind of thing. Fair pay agreements is simply the idea that there should be a basic negotiated floor that gives a basic level of protection for people in some of those areas. And I think it's something that actually most Kiwis Kiwi support. We actually had good support for that campaign, for fair pay agreements as we're running out that campaign. And I think most people want to see the cleaners, the bus drivers, the supermarket workers that we relied on treated with a bit of respect. That is what fair pay agreements provide, and that is one of the things that goes backwards if there's a change of government.
What's the status of, what's the furthest advanced version of a fair pay agreement at this point?
At this, I'm obviously not involved in the individual ones that have been put forward, but,
sure.
but as I understand it, the bus drivers' fair pay agreement is the most advanced. It was the first to be initiated, and now they're now in a process, the workers and the union, of working out their claims process, the things that they will take into a negotiation with the bus driver companies. And the bus drivers are a classic example. They're an example of a sector that was driven down through a contracting model. That was terrible for the workers there, but lo and behold, the result of that was we had a bus driver shortage. So it was an example of the fact that if you want your society to work well, you actually need to pay fair rates and treat decently the people who are doing these important jobs.
Quite early on, Business NZ were involved in that process, if I recall correctly, and then they were quite diametrically in the other direction. Well, I mean, why did that not hold? Why? Because they were going to be in an early design of it. They would have been the kind of agency, as it were, the conduit for the employers, right? Why did that fall apart?
Well, I mean, they can only speak for themselves, and
Sure.
I won't pretend to do that. But ultimately, the position that they ended up in was saying that, and I'm paraphrasing here, they were okay with a lot of the things that were in there, but they wanted it to be effectively optional or opt-in for employers. And ultimately, as Jim Bolger said, who was the person who convened the working group that largely designed the system, if you did that, you just defeat the whole purpose, because the whole point is to put that floor in place to stop the low rider behaviour, the bad employers from dragging down the industry and getting a competitive advantage by paying less. So if you had an opt-in system, which is what Business New Zealand was arguing for effectively, you really wouldn't have a minimum standard, which is what fair pay agreements are. Final thing I'll just say on this is you got to look to other countries. We hear a lot in this campaign and at other times about Australia and why sometimes people might choose to move to Australia. Well, one of the things they've had in Australia for a long time is a modern award system which puts in place a basic floor across a lot of these kinds of roles. So often people don't take account of that fact at the same time as opposing fair pay agreements, and we'll be fighting hard to keep them. And that's one of the things that will come into life with a re-elected Labour government. We will make these real, and people's lives will be improved.
So what is the campaign for you now? You just talked about going around Roscoe. I mean, you're knocking on doors, doing that sort of thing. I mean, you know, at the start of the year, you would have imagined that you would have had a different role, doing some of that too, but being out there, being the voice on a range of different issues as a senior minister. Are you able to do some of that still, or is it basically you just kind of, do you take your medicine and you're just, I'm an electorate MP and I'm not going to spill into any of
well,
that?
my main job this campaign is to be the candidate and try and win my electorate in Mount Roskill again. So that's the main focus of my efforts. But I also work with other MPs, particularly in Auckland, in terms of how we're connecting with different constituencies. So I'll be off speaking at the Gen Zero climate debate on Friday night, for example. I was meeting with groups of workers yesterday who are actually very interested in talking about fair pay agreements and what's at stake this election. So a lot of the focus is locally, but there are still issues in the region where I'm keen to really play my part and get our message out to groups in the community that I've got a connection with.
So you haven't been instructed to stay. I mean, I did wonder when I invited you on whether you'd say, actually, I'm not doing anything else beyond, outside the steel wall of the Roskill electorate. We're not far from that here, but you haven't been sort of instructed to stay away from media, stay away from engagements.
No, I mean, like I say, 90-95% of my job is bringing home a good campaign and winning party vote in Mount Roskill. But I lean in to support the campaign in whatever way I reasonably can. It's an important one for me. I think there's a hell of a lot at stake this election, and every MP's got to do whatever they can, wherever they can, to try and bring it home.
9.2 mojo is a lot too. When you look back on that time when things, changed for you, what do you see when you look back at that time now?
Oh, look, it was a pretty horrible time to be perfectly honest. There were some errors that I made, and I paid quite a significant price for that. So I reflect on that. You reflect on how did you get there, and what would you learn to avoid that again. But you also reflect on what got you through. A lot of great support, family, broader whānau, colleagues. And you have a lot of gratitude for the people who were there when you're in a very difficult spot, who encourage you to get back on the bike and get out there again.
Because it must, I mean, that must take a toll. What was the impact on you and your family at the time?
Oh, it was really awful, to be honest. One of the things about politics for me is I've always had a level of discomfort about what we're often told we need to do, which is to go out there and share your story and all of that kind of thing. For me, politics is primarily about the ideas and the policies and the changes that we can make that will make life better for people. And so part of the what was really awful about this experience for me is it was deeply personal. It was your judgment, your affairs, things that you did or didn't do that some people thought reflected on you and your character, and that is really difficult. And and to some degree, when you're in senior political roles, you need to put your big boy pants on or your big girl pants on and accept that and deal with that. But when you're being very heavily critiqued over that stuff, that's really hard. You can accept at times, as I did in this case, that I made errors with things. But of course, some people will take that to the very worst possible extent, and that's not easy. But you take a bit of time. And if you're really committed to making long-term change in politics, which is why I'm here, you ride that out and you start to rebuild.
And do you think you were treated fairly at that time by the political establishment, by the media? Do you think it was the assessment? Do you think it was fair? I mean, at the time, it must feel like the walls are caving in a bit.
Oh, at times, yes, and at times, no.
Yeah.
But in the end, that's just not. You've got to get yourself into a zone where you control what you control, and that's not something you can ever control. As a politician.
And you're getting back now, though. So you go through that process, which would be harrowing for any human being, and you're now feeling back. I'm not going to say mojo again, but you're feeling your energy is back. I mean, are you feeling as though, after the election, however the cards may fall, you're ready to kind of get back into a more senior position in a Labour caucus?
Well, I'm one of those politicians who loves a good campaign.
Right.
And so in terms of sort of getting back into the zone and getting energy back and rebuilding, a campaign's a really good opportunity because you get out there and you spend 90% of your day in front of people face to face talking about politics, what people want to see done better and differently, and I love that. So that's actually been a really good process and has given me a lot of energy back. And yes, look, we'll see how the cards fall. We're fighting hard to win this election, and my goal in time would be to be in a position where I can make a real difference again. Pretty much everyone who comes into politics as an MP would like to be a minister because that's where you can start to make some really significant changes about things that you care about, and that's what I was able to do for a couple of years. So I'd like to get back there, but you come out of a period like that and you've just got to act with a little bit of humility and patience, I think. Work hard and hope those opportunities come up.
We discussed in an earlier part of this Megapod Simon Bridges and his yak, and how useful a kind of tool for a resurgence, a reprieve, a redemption animal, if you will. Are you interested in yaks or any other redemption animals? Annabelle Lee Mather was not specifically with you in mind, but talking about how donkeys are quite. Do you think there might be? Is that something you'd be interested in considering? A social media resurgence using?
I think yes, a spin-off on sort
happy
of
to help,
special.
Happy to be involved in that.
Yeah, meeting the animals.
What do you think it'd be? What would Michael Woods?
Yeah. Look, there has always been a very, very strong attraction to donkeys, I've got to say.
Donkeys?
Yeah. No, I remember probably my fondest animal memory ever was when my wife and I were in England and we went to a home for abandoned donkeys somewhere in the south of England. Very smart animals, very determined. They just kind of keep going. Gentle natures, but also a little bit stubborn. I like them.
That seems like a winner. This is more like incredibly expensive political strategy being expounded here for free. Do you have room at your property for a donkey?
Well, where we are, we don't actually have our property, but we've got a vacant property behind us that whoever owns it doesn't maintain very well, quite frankly.
So
possibly a donkey roaming around there. Yeah.
Chris Hipkins said when some poll numbers that came out that weren't terrific, I think it was a couple that were in the 20s, maybe it was the News Hub one, the Read one. He said, "I see there is a mood for change," which I thought was interesting. That's not normally what an incumbent says, but he's looking around, he's seeing it there. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I know exactly what he's saying from the work that I've been doing on the ground. And the way I describe it is this. It's been a really hard few years. I mean, you just kind of unpack, say, from the beginning of 2020 to now, a couple of years of the fear and uncertainty of COVID, the impact of lockdowns and other restrictions that we had to have. Coming out of that period, still a lot of uncertainty, a lot of people actually getting sick with COVID. We've dealt then with cost of living, as a lot of other countries have. In Auckland here and large parts of the North Island, the worst extreme weather in generations that have upturned life for many, many people. And so I think when you sort of say that, people want some change. People, I think, are wanting to move out of that period where things have been tough and uncertain, and are wanting to look at the things that we can move forward with positively as a country. And so that's sort of the agenda we've got to set up. We've got to be proud of our record, the things that we've done, but we've then got to say, well, here's the pathway forward.
Yeah. It's a tricky one it's a tricky argument to make, isn't it? You'll accept, to say we've been here for 6 years, some things happened, but now we represent change.
Yes, you could say that, but it's also true that that's always been the nature of New Zealand politics. It is always the Labour Party that enacts important changes in our society, and it then tends to be the National Party that governs at times, but doesn't. I'm generalising a bit here. Doesn't
That's
then actually
David
make
Seymour's argument.
Significant changes.
David Seymour
yeah,
would
that's
agree
right.
with you,
Yeah, and of course, the changes that he would implement would take us back to those horrific days of the early 1990s, where whole groups of our society were thrown on the scrap heap. That's not the kind of change that we need. So some of those changes that we've begun, but we really want to take forward. We've lifted 77,000 kids out of poverty. There can't be much that's more important in a society than carrying on that work and levering it up. We've started to turn around on climate. We've had 3 years of reducing emissions. We need to accelerate that work to take us forward. The cost of living stuff we're dealing with at the moment still remains tough for people, so there's more stuff we want to roll out. We are proposing here to start building a universal basic dental service for New Zealanders, starting with the under 30s, but the intention is to move it up from there. That's the kind of change that really makes a difference in people's lives.
Just that changes several years in the future. That's part of the problem, isn't it? Because of the constraints of the current economic environment. It's like everything's going to be really great in 2026, it feels like to me.
Yeah.
It's a difficult sell.
Sure. But I think people are also, New Zealanders are pragmatic people. They know you can't click your fingers and suddenly have a whole lot more dentists trained and a whole system set up. Just to take this one example, they know that you're probably going to have to stage that out. So as part of that, we said we'll train up more dentists as well. We'll first move up to under 24s by 2025 and then the under 30s by 26. I think when you break it down like that, people go, yeah, we understand that, but we want to see that you're keeping it moving forward. So I think that that point about change is important. A Labour Party is always there to enact change that gives people opportunity, that enhances social justice within our communities. And those are some of the things that we'll be doing to achieve that.
Last thing, Auckland. You were given oversight of Auckland for a period of time there. Probably only was a couple of months as it happened. But you've always been focused on Auckland. You're in the community. Tell me what has changed for the better in Auckland since 2017, because I think when you talk to people, they talk about the light rail that has been talked about, but nothing's happened. They talk about Harbour Crossing that never happened. They talk about housing that remains under a lot of stress, house prices still, inaccessible to many. They talk about crime issues in central Auckland, which makes it, I don't think anyone would argue, makes Queen Street a pretty unpleasant place to be a lot of the time now. What for Auckland, a bigger city, what has happened in the last nearly 6 years that has got better?
Sure. Look, a number of things. Let's start with housing. The progress on housing has actually been incredibly significant within Auckland. We are now, for the first point in about 40 years, building enough houses in Auckland to keep up with population growth. We have in my electorate and other places large-scale Kaunga-ora-led developments. Like, I don't know if you've ever been down to Roskilde South, just south of Puketapapa, the Maunga in our community, where we're well on our way to completing 1,000 new houses, mixed estate houses, Kiwi build houses. I've door-knocked young couples who have been able to get into a first home. So we're starting to see some of that work come to fruition, and that is going to make a real difference in terms of the ability of people to access decent housing, whether it's state or whether it's in the market. So I think we have seen real progress there, but always more to do, of course. In transport, obviously ongoing issues that we face, and again, the big stuff does take some time, but there is now, broadly speaking, a plan for rolling out mass rapid transit in Auckland. the first stages of that have been built. We've extended the Northern Busway. We've built the first stage of the Eastern Busway. The work on light rail, these things take time. Remember, we basically started again at the beginning of 2021 with that, and it's actually moving forward at pace. We've got the plans in place to start moving forward with North Western Rail. And if you want to look at public transport in Auckland, it got knocked around horrifically during COVID. We have now rebuilt the reliability of that service. I took 3 buses to get here, and they all turned up on time.
Right.
And that was actually a lot of hard work from us to make sure that we fixed the bus driver supply, working with Auckland Transport.
A lot of changes you have to make to get here. How long did it take you?
It took me 27 minutes. Okay, so I took the 25 bus, then the outer link, then the 20 bus.
Okay.
Down Morningside. I reckon it would have taken...
Did you pay or did you not have to pay because you haven't got any money left on your card and the whole thing's been hacked, hasn't it?
Well, I bleeped my hop card, so I assume it worked. I reckon it would have taken me 20 minutes to drive and park at least, 27 minutes to bus.
Yeah.
Chatted to a couple of nice people on the bus. Good. It's a good way to travel. So what I guess I'm saying is there's progress in all of these areas. Look at some of... Okay, I accept the comment you've made about there being some challenges with... on Queen Street, and we do need to resolve those. But actually look at some of the public spaces that we've developed in the inner city. Te Komititanga Square, which is part of the CRL development, is actually a thriving hub now that links through to and connects the city to the waterfront. There's actually been a lot of good progress in this area. The rollout of a lot of good parts of a safe walking and cycling network. Again, we know there's heaps more that we have to do in this city, but there's actually been tangible progress there. You see how that's working along Quay Street, along Tamaki Drive, and other parts of Auckland. So there has been a lot of progress, a lot of challenges to overcome because of COVID in that period. But I'll tell you this, every single one of those things does go backwards in the other direction under National Enact. Investment in public transport gets slashed. Their commitment to building more affordable houses through the changes that they originally supported and now have pulled back from, that goes backwards as well. So on those key issues in Auckland, climate as well, every single thing we've done goes backwards.
All right.
There's a change of government. We'll keep them met up.
We'll give National a chance to respond to that later in the day. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Did you catch your 3 buses back to the People's Republic of Mount Roskill?
Cheers,
you,
Toby.
Michael
Thank
Wood.
you.
Cheers. We're closing on 11 a.m. on the Megapod. We'll be back soon with Debbie Ngaruapaka of Te Pāti Māori. And then in the studio, a short, sharp Auckland Central debate discussing some more of those Auckland issues with Chloe Swarbrick, Mahesh Murla-Dar and Oscar Sims. This is the 2023 Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa. This is Megapod 2023. Welcome back. We are having a bit of trouble getting hold of Debbie Ngaruapaka, but hopefully we'll get her on soon. But in the meantime, Stuart Salmon Lund of the Spinoff has been out hunting for mojo, searching high and low, west and east, for the lost mojo. Are you there, Stuart?
I am. Hello, Toby. Thanks for having me on.
Where have you been? Have you been at a Christopher Luxon stand-up at a goat farm? Is that right?
That is indeed correct. I've parked up on the side of the road near Pukekohe after what has to be one of the most extraordinary campaign visits of this election season, I would say. Christopher Luxon trying his darndest to milk a lot of votes.
You're slightly slipping out of signal, I think, there, Stuart. Maybe if you could walk or tilt yourself in a fashion.
I mean, I could hear you.
You can hear me okay?
Where I am.
I heard Christopher Luxon he's milking something.
He's milking something. Maybe keep trying to walk towards some infrastructure there. Take a jump.
This is live radio. I'm out of the car now. Is that any better?
Oh, that's good. That sounds good. You're out of the car. No, I like that.
That's much better.
You're not
Stuart.
on a state highway, are you? That's not okay.
No, I'm not.
Oh, actually,
I'm
as long
outside.
as you're on the side of it, that's fine. It's all
I'm
good.
outside the dairy. I just had a sausage roll this election season,
Oh, that's
you know.
very on brand. Paint the picture. Paint the picture for us again, please, Stuart.
Yeah, so I believe it's the largest goat factory, about 2,100 goats, which is most of them seem to be there, I believe.
Yeah.
And Christopher Luxon, in possibly the whitest white shirt you've ever seen, attempting his very best job at along sort of conveyance of goats ready to be milked, trying his best to attach devices to each of them. I mean, it's going to make incredible 6 o'clock footage tonight. I highly recommend everyone tunes to use or to pod. I mean, he was just loving it. He's in his campaign element when he's sort of, out of Auckland, away from as many of the media as possible, just chatting to everyday New Zealanders and, in sort of heartland country.
Yeah, we've been talking about yaks a bit, which you probably missed, Stuart, because you've been busy, and donkeys, and now it's good to get some goats in there. And was he grinning from ear to ear? Is he feeling, do you think, did you get from him an aura of momentum coming off the back of that debate last night, which the general consensus seems to be that he either won it by a little bit or won it by virtue of drawing it?
I asked him specifically, it was harder to milk a goat or to debate Christopher.
Oh my God.
And, he didn't give us exact answer as is his fashion, but he definitely said, he's loving the campaign. He gave his well-worn line about jumping out of bed every morning, brimming with energy, back out there. He felt reinvigorated by the debate, and he was very specific. He wasn't reinvigorated because he is always invigorated.
Oh.
And, he seemed to be living his best life with the goats.
Did you ask him, did you do what a good journalist would do and ask him directly about mojo? Did you ask him about mojo? Yeah.
I did. I have it on tape, and I will try and cut a nice 10-second grab for later in the show.
Oh wow! You're going to keep us on tenterhooks. Don't tell us. Don't tell us about the mojo.
No, I won't. Yeah.
I think we need to wait.
As I said, he doesn't like to give a straight answer, so I will. My only tease is he did not use the word mojo in his response to me.
But you used the word mojo in your question to him, didn't you?
Absolutely, at least twice.
I mean, it's his word. We're just going off his prompt. It's not, yeah. And did he face questions about the foreign property buyer tax, or does that have we moved on? Or when I say we, has the media pack left that one now? What was the nature of the questioning from the media at the goat farm?
Yeah, so as is becoming sort of a tradition with these Luxon stand-ups, he's just, done a very specific visit. He's kind of talked about, there's Andrew Bailey nodding along with the media don't really want to ask, rural issues. The media want to get stuck into tax questions. Specifically this time, it was around whether he was prepared to rule in or out the ACT Party tax policy. He sort of darted around the issue as he does. He said that he didn't really know what was in it. He hadn't had much thought about it.
No.
And the journalists, the media pack there kind of got quite stuck into the idea of whether he was prepared to, everything those post-October 14 negotiations should the National Party be in a position to form a government. And he kind of left us thinking, well, yeah, it sounds like everything is going to be on the table, which I don't think he wanted to leave that impression, but he was unprepared to say that it wouldn't be on the table.
Because he did rule out Te Pāti Māori, of course, and he's sort of half ruled out a few other things, and it is a difficult kind of sticky part of the campaign where, I mean, he did, after all, early on say he would have more to say about New Zealand First, didn't he? But he's clearly decided to continue to insist that it's a hypothesis that he won't be getting into, that he's never thought about it. He just doesn't give it any thought. He's just so busy looking for the mojo, thinking about the mojo. Where could the mojo be? X marks the spot for the mojo. He's up and down the beach with one of those metal detectors looking for the mojo. So busy, he's got no time to think about whether or not he'd work with New Zealand First.
And when I interviewed Nicola Willis a few weeks or maybe 6 weeks ago now, she also said, Christopher Luxon will have more to say about New Zealand First in the coming weeks. I put that back to Luxon, as many journalists have. No answer on that, but and during last night's we got a sort of little glimmer of Chris Hick, that kind of fiery campaign suggest Winston Peters and David Stevens. The question did come up a little bit today, but he just seems to be unable to make it clear what he's trying to say, because people, I think it was Jane Patterson from RNZ said, so does this mean everything is on the table? And he said, no, I don't mean everything's on the table. And then we'd ask, well, does that mean that you will rule out the tax policy? No, I'm not ruling that out. Everything is up for negotiation. So it's sort of quite hard to leave, the New Zealand public with an impression of what he actually stands for on these particular issues.
Yeah, I think the answer to the riddle is that there is no table. That's where he's got them foxed. You all thought there was a table, there's no table. So how can anything be on the table if there's no table? Stuart, thank you very much for talking to us, for playing Frogger on the mean highways of Auckland. We will talk to you again later in the day and look forward to hearing that Luxon clip on the subject of Mojo. Thanks, Stuart.
I can't wait. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be back in really quickly with Debbie Ngāre-Wapaka. Tēnā koutou katoa, this is Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod, and I think we have on the line Debbie Ngāre-Wapaka, co-leader of Te Pāti Māori. Kia ora, Debbie.
Kia ora. Kia ora, you have me on the line. Sorry for holding you up a little.
That's all good. Where are you today? What part of the country are you calling from?
Tamaki Makaurau. I had a debate at Wakata Māori last night and just finished with Uncle Tix at Media Week, so yeah.
Oh, cool. And was that the debate where they had the poll at the start of it?
Yeah. Well, I didn't actually get to see it until afterwards, but yeah.
Did they spring it on you in the studio?
Slightly, yeah. It was sort of like slightly disorganised. So by the time I'd come out of getting dressed in makeup and stuff like that, we were in an interview. I'm like, oh, okay. But you just got to be agile in this environment at the moment, hey. So.
And that poll, and we know how difficult it is to poll the Māori electors. We talked about that a bit before this morning. It had 5 points behind. Soraya Peke-Mason of the Labour Party on 34. You just behind on 29. Harete Pango, national candidate, on 12, I think. How do you feel about that? Is that about the way you're feeling out there on the campaign?
I guess, to be honest, I have to stay focused on what I am hearing and feeling on the ground, which is a lot different to how the polls reflect it. But, I sort of had to come back and say, look, I had more people at my gig last Wednesday than you've polled. So it's just, it is what it is. We've just got to stay focused on the only poll that matters on the 14th. And I remember, this time 3 years ago, we were polling really bad. We were never going to get back in. The only was double digits, definitely not getting back in. So we just got to stay mahi and, stay focused on that 14th. But it was, I think I respect that, right now, media, particularly for Kata Māori, need to give some guideline to be able to structure the interview. So we just sort of took it in our stride, really.
But it does leave an interesting question for people who are supporting Harete Pango, because Tariana Turia, who founded Te Pāti Māori, has is she endorsed Harete? Is that what happened?
I'm not sure. I mean, Paia was also doing my leaflet job last week. So, I think first of all, as Paia, we're allowed to endorse, talk, to support Wakapapa, do whatever we want. When you got that mana, she can do whatever she wants. Koia ta rangatira. But I think, the sense that I'm getting is that Harete's, on a long-term journey to try and bring back some traction for national. It's certainly not a vibe that I get, a sense on the ground has been overwhelmingly supported. But, she's committing to, being that solo voice or one of two in a big party, trying to get a profile as having some Māori sense or presence. And I think good on her. But, it's not a sense really that I'm getting out there on the ground.
And how would you describe Te Pāti Māori today in 2023? How has it changed from, or evolved from, if you like, the party of Tariana Turia and Peter Sharples?
Yeah, I really love that you use that word evolve, because I think people sort of try to say, they're different, they're this and that. Actually, each generation has its own uniqueness. I think what's happened is that Te Ao Māori has evolved. We've now got a population where 70% of Māori are under the age of 40 and 25% under the age of 21. We've now got Te Ao Māori confronting unprecedented poverty, huge displacement and homelessness. Our rangatahi make up more than 50% of those that are homeless, and we've got some unprecedented Taiao climate issues. So I think, each generation really matters, and we've got the strength and the blessing to learn from our last, but also, the vision to focus on what it is that we're in now and what we need to move towards in Aotearoa Hou.
Aotearoa Hou. That's an interesting concept that's been talked about a lot by you and your co-leader. Give us the synopsis of what Aotearoa Hou looks like.
I think it looks like whatever is the aspiration of every individual hapu whānau tangata. What we did as Te Pāti Māori, a little bit of context, is that everyone comes up with their catch slogan, like, take you back, let's go back, and I don't know, whatever, how they've lost, but, those concepts of telling people, what they should be doing, where in reality, for us, we wanted to put it out to our communities, to tangata tiriti, everyone, tangata whenua, tangata moana. What does the future Aotearoa Hou look like to you? What is it that we need to be thinking? Because everyone else is in the moment, and we need to be, we know we need transformation. We know we need to have some huge, heavy hitting policies which we've, delivered. But we also need to keep unified and use this period of intense attention from media, from each other, from our own people, to drive the message of having a focus on the future. So, and some might call it a campaign risk, but for us, it's a sick and tired of politicians telling people what they need. Aotearoa Hou is something that we should be talking about more. So then when we have the challenges, people, who weren't necessarily raised to understand Te Tiriti, who see co-governance as an offence, have got a better sense of what it is that an Aotearoa Hou looks like. So yeah, for me, it's about peace and dignity. But for my son, it's he's 19. It's a completely different thing. But that's our whole intention, is actually stop limiting the future of Aotearoa.
One of the other things that sprang out of me of that poll, they asked people, what sort of governing combinations they'd like to see, which is the reality we face in an MMP system. So these are important questions. And it was interesting that on the question, if National were to form the next government, voters in Te Taihoaru strongly objected to ACT, then New Zealand First. They weren't keen on Te Pāti Māori either, but Te Pāti Māori was the most preferred partner at 33%. And I know that there's been rulings out and rulings back out, but isn't there not a case for Te Pāti Māori to work with a leading party of government that it disagrees with, even if it disagrees with it fundamentally, if it can get some concessions, get some wins for Te Ao Māori?
I think, let's put this into context. It was like a poll of 0.01%. There's 100 people roughly who gave that view. And I think it's important to put in context that we have and I know my colleague, my sis Harati, was trying to avoid this point, that they have only agreed to one partner, which is ACT. We want to do a referendum on Te Tiriti. We have a national who are nothing like they were years ago, who are in denial about the inequities and the fact that a Māori health authority is a solution to devised by Māori for Māori. So they're fundamentally we're too different in our intent for an Aotearoa Hou and Te Tiriti. And I guess that's the reason why Chris Luxon ruled us out very quickly. They don't want to have a common goal, and they don't want to work together on a future focused, peaceful and dignified Aotearoa tangata whenua. So I think that's where it is right now. I guess someone said, I think the question is, do you think you could ever find something in common? Not on this side of the 14th, but they all seem to morph and suffer amnesia on the 15th of October. So that's my experience. It's like when I listened to Harati say, no, we may not go into government with ACT. The only way you're going to get into government is with ACT. Let's not fib.
So in terms of that idea of the ongoing evolution of a political party, political movement, you could foresee a day at some point in the future where Te Pāti Māori and National got together and talked about governing together in some form again?
I don't know. I mean, like I say, I can only say who we are and what we stand for. And who knows what all the other big parties are standing for. You've got a leader that calls us, bottom feeders, and you've got another big party that, enacted warrantless searches for marae and tried to put legislation over it all. So they both need to evolve into Tiriti-centric, Tiriti-centric parties. So yeah, I guess who knows what the future is. All I know is who we are.
Okay. Thank you very much, Debbie. Really good to talk. Good luck with the rest of the campaign. Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora.
That was Debbie Ngaurupaka, co-leader of Te Pāti Māori. We're going to put on some delectable tunes for just a couple of minutes, and when we return, we will have an Auckland Central debate. This is the Megapod. Kia ora tātou, welcome back to the Megapod. We've got a full studio here, it's very exciting. I'm Toby Manhire. We're going to debate. This is first and only debate. I tried to get a tamaki debate go along, but didn't have any luck with that. So, look, we've got a lot to squeeze in. Maybe we can zip around the table, do introductions. Tell me your name, your favourite political TV show, whether it's a House of Cards or a Thick of It or whatever, and the place you would take a visitor to Auckland from Tasmania.
Tasmania?
Yep, Tasmania.
Okay.
On a, what day is it? On a Wednesday evening. Mahesh, do you want to go first?
West Wing, probably watched it 8 times, the whole package.
Really?
Yep.
You're a big West Wing head.
Huge.
Okay.
Bastion Point.
Okay.
Yeah, on the way to Mission Bay.
Yeah.
Just a great vistage. Yeah, those two. Mahesh, Auckland Central candidate, National Party.
Thanks, Mahesh.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Oscar Sims. I'm the Labour candidate. I would take so my TV show would be Yes Minister. I think there's absurdity in politics. I think that show captures that. And I would take a visitor up one of the volcanoes, especially on a day like today, which is beautiful. Sunglasses weather for the first time this year.
Nice. Chloe.
Kia ora, my name is Chloe Silbert, Green MP for Auckland Central. From Tasmania, Toby. I was going to go Aotea Great Barrier Island, but then you gave me Wednesday evening. So I do what I did over the weekend with my friends Lewis and Tom, which is take them to Aki, phenomenal Korean restaurant run by Paulie and his wife on Ponsonby Road, and then to Ponsonby Pool Hall. And if the TV shows, you know full well that I'm annoying and earnest and would say everything is political, so I'd say Seinfeld, but for an actual political one, I'd say The Thick of It. Look at Kramer, you know.
So you're going to say Q&A or something. That would be desperate nerd territory. Okay, we're asking everyone 3 questions. One of them was the political TV show. The other 2, first quickly, do you want to predict the turnout for the election as a whole? There's going to be a box of chocolate fish for the winner of this. Mahesh, what do you reckon?
76.3.
76.3, interesting, good. Oscar?
77.
77, flat 77. Chloe?
Oscar just straight up stole my one, so we're 77.5.
77.
Yeah, we did.
Right.
And we were
did
looking
you?
actually at the lowest turnout of recent history, and it was 2011 with 74.2.
That's right. Do you know what the third question you're going to be asked about is? The third question is about Mojo, because Christopher Luxon has made this the Mojo campaign. He uses the word a lot. And we thought, because the issue is about it being lost and looking for it, the great Mojo hunt of 2023. I want to know what you all personally, where you would put your own level of Mojo right at this moment, from a scale of 0 being no Mojo. You've lost your Mojo. It's all gone. 10 to being absolutely full of Mojo, just coming out your ears. Mahesh, would you like to go first?
Yeah, it'd be an easy 10, for sure.
10?
Let's go.
Wow. Oscar?
Yeah, it's been a lifelong dream of mine to be on Gone By Lunchtime. It's my favourite political podcast and the greatest political podcast in the country. So, of course, a 10.
Right, okay.
And I was saying to your team out there before, look, if I can get the millennial vote, it's over 9,000. But we'll go for 10. We had a solid turnout to the campaign office. Just for stuffing letters the other day.
It's a bit like the leaders last night both said 8 when they were asked to rank their, it's everyone kind of errs towards that sort of, you couldn't then go 3.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, Toby.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, what time is it? 11:35. Part of me is tempted to just leave the room and leave you guys to it, because you know how, did you watch last night's debate? There's this kind of things that sort of go in between the moderator. It's hard, and kind of is this 2 interviews or is there, and then it's just people interjecting and shouting at each other. So I'm kind of tempted to just leave you guys to it, but I might do that in a minute. I'll start off with something at least, rather than going complete gonzo at this stage. Mahesh.
Yep.
RNZ recently interviewed some of the members of the audience after a debate you guys had done. And one of the members of the audience, slightly grumpy chap, said he was suspicious of you because you appeared to have flown in from Silicon Valley. Did you hear this? And probably drive a Ferrari.
Yeah, man.
Are either of those things true?
No, neither of those things are true. The last time I had a Ferrari in my hand was my mum, when the only thing we could afford as toys was she used to buy me this Matchbox, those Matchbox Ferrari cars.
Okay.
That's the only
What do you
time.
drive now?
A Tesla.
Of course you drive a Tesla. Of course you drive a Tesla. Not Silicon Valley, but you have done work in sort of startup area.
And the Tesla was the first-hand car I've ever bought. I was one of the first leaders at Canva. Right?
Yeah.
Canva's a tool that millions of people use every day. So we were 20 people, and today it's 4,000 people. Right. So, and it's been a huge journey of mine to do that. It was an interesting quip that that person made. I came from a low socioeconomic background. When I used to go back to India, often I used to see kids who look like me break rocks for a living. So that, you know, the facade that someone who works on tech or tries to get entrepreneurship going is flown in. Maybe it's because my accent sounds like I watched a lot of Sesame Street, which is exactly the reason why I've watched that accent. But yeah, that was an interesting quote.
Sesame Street, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oscar,
Mm-hmm.
do you think Chloe's done a good job still?
Yeah, not bad, but I think we need
Not
someone
good
who's-
enough though. You don't want to unseat her.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need someone who's locally focused, who's laser focused on local issues in Auckland Central. Chloe is the spokesperson for the Green Party for a lot of different things. And, you know, when we elect a progressive government on October 14th, she's going to be even more focused on those other things. And so I can step in and take over that local advocacy role here in Auckland Central.
You're 25 years old, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Do you think that Chloe Swarbrick is over the hill?
No. No, I think it's good that we have, you know, a relatively young suite of candidates here standing in Auckland Central. It's the youngest seat in the country. But yeah, I mean, I guess I would be the first member of Gen Z if successful in this election, so that would be interesting.
Or Tampol,
Or Tampol, or I believe Te Pāti Māori have a candidate who's also
Hannah,
young.
she's
Hannah,
also-
yeah.
That's right.
but
Do you want to
yeah.
answer that, Chloe? You're number 3 on the green list.
Mhm.
You've taken on the role of speaking to a range of topics. You've got an important leadership role in the party, however the cards fall after the election. Why don't you focus on that rather than why do you want the electorate seat as well?
I got to say, firstly, I really don't understand the attacks from both Oscar and Mahesh on that point, because they simultaneously seem to say that I'm doing too much, but also that I'm doing too little. And I think that we really have to grapple with the cognitive dissonance there. But secondly, I would say that to the other point that everybody has been raising throughout this election campaign, and actually Mayor Wayne Brown has been putting on the record, when Auckland succeeds, Aotearoa New Zealand succeeds. So the fact that I have high-profile spokesperson roles for the party and I elevate those issues to the House of Parliament, but also that I can link them back through to constituency issues, I think is of massive benefit. And I also think that it's helped to consistently put Auckland Central on the map. And I would also just reflect on the fact that we had the Honourable Nikki Kay for a decade, who also played the role of a cabinet minister whilst amply representing Auckland Central. So, yeah, I mean, whether you're looking at the work that we've done throughout COVID-19 and extending small business supports and also to help those who are suffering through commercial rent negotiations, whether you look at the response to the Auckland anniversary flooding and Cyclone Gabrielle, whether you look at the day-to-day work that I've done with constituents on immigration issues and on housing, whether it's, you know, supporting the likes of Sunday Blessings, Ellen Melville to become a more sustainable outfit, which then became the hub for Auckland anniversary floods, whether you look at the St James, whether you look at the advocacy for Rawhiti-Connell, Aotea, Great Barrier Island. I'm very proud of the work that I've done on the ground, working with constituents and collaborating with community to actually redistribute power.
Sorry, you mentioned Wayne Brown. We'll come back to you on this, Mahesh. Maybe you can find a way to weave this in. Wayne Brown, who sort of looms across lots of the issues in Auckland. Obviously, Auckland Central is just a part of it, but it's the central part of it. It's a really important part of
It's
of
where
Auckland.
we both live.
Right. Well, you know, and Wayne Brown is, you know, and I mean, he hasn't yet popped over any fences angrily to interject, but he's here with us in a very real sense. How would you rate, Mahesh, Wayne Brown's performance? Maybe give us a rank out of 10.
It's probably about 7.
About a 7.
7, and to Chloe's point, there's never been a comment by me about doing too much or doing too little. The commentary is about the state of the city, right? And Auckland Central has been rife with crime. Business owners are nervous and anxious. People are nervous about going to work. Social housing has not worked to the levels it needs to in Auckland Central. A range of different issues. Our economy, the economy in Auckland Central is not functioning the way it should. And it's a commentary on why aren't we talking about these issues and why aren't we addressing them full on, head on.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to a lot of that content.
Looking forward to it.
Oscar, Wayne Brown, out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with Mahesh, actually. I think it's like a 6
7
or a
as well.
7.
Yeah,
He needs
we're
some
always-
work
guys
on
are
his
so on
crisis
tune.
communication.
This is like Chris and Chris all over again. You guys,
Well,
sure.
Chloe
Yeah, that's
Swarbrick.
exactly
Chloe
right,
Swarbrick.
yeah.
We're gonna attribute just honestly arbitrary numbers to this. So
So,
why not
yeah.
just say 7 for the sake of it?
Oh,
But it all honestly, it just all boils down to the relationship and the spaces where we are able to get consensus on the issues. And I think no one's ever going to have to guess what Wayne or I are thinking, and we're very forthright with each
Right.
other about that.
Right.
But also on the areas where we can get consensus, we do move forward.
And what about he recently put out, was it a manifesto or something?
Yep,
Something
the Auckland
kind of,
Manifesto.
it seems to me a useful addition to an election campaign to
I
have the
think
mayor
so.
of your biggest city saying this is what we need. One of the things he said he needed was money.
Mhm.
He said $47 million a year for Crown property exempt from local body rates, and he wants more money for partnerships for infrastructure. Basically, cough up some more cash. Do you guys go along with that? Are you like, yes, I'm on the Wayne train on that?
You might remember a 22-year-old Auckland mayoralty candidate in 2016 saying precisely the same thing. So yes, at a baseline, agree with the principle that there needs to be revenue sharing. We had the local government, Future of Local Government review, which said exactly the same thing only a few months ago. We also, last term in Parliament, had a review of the Shand inquiry from 15 years ago, which said exactly the same thing. Prodcom said the same thing again. And the OECD, the average amount of spending that occurs proportional at a local government level was around 30% here. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, it's less than half of that at 11%, and that is a real limitation on the things that we can expect of our local government. So we do need to heed those calls from the experts that we keep commissioning advice from and then ignoring.
Oscar, you on board with that too?
Broadly, I think it's the biggest local government area in the Southern Hemisphere, right, geographically. This huge amalgamation that was undertaken by the national government, and it needs to be working, and it's clearly not working for people at the moment. You look at things like Auckland Transport. The friendly bus driver had to let me on this morning because I couldn't tag on because I had no money on my hop card because we've apparently been hacked. So, clearly there's things in local government that need to work better and are currently not working as well as they should be.
100%. Philosophically, the National Party is the party amongst the three people here that believes in decentralization versus centralization, right? So we want to
But you
pass power. We
centralised
want to
Auckland
pass
Council.
power.
Yeah,
we
that
want to pass
explains the
power.
super city.
We want to pass power back to communities. And if you look at our recent
Do you mean
housing for
as the Auckland super city, or do you mean
Absolutely.
devolving power further than that?
Devolving power from the centre to local government, to local council, to communities, and the range of different policies that we've come up with showcase that as well. And also, very importantly, working with private sector, unlike the Labour and Greens, right? So we want to make sure the housing for growth policy is set up with revenue share and working in private sector. The the infrastructure and roading policy is exactly the same. We have set in stone that we will work with community organizations, private organizations. So absolutely. And to your question earlier, I think Auckland Central is well served with a National Party MP, just like Nikki Kay, as Chloe called out, in a National Party-led government, therefore being able to make even more drive and more push for this area.
Okay, you talked about transport, Oscar. Let's talk about, why don't you talk about, I'm going to go. I want you guys to have a conversation and see if you can have a constructive conversation, disagree with each other agreeably if you can.
This is an interesting
Talk about
social experiment.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to leave
Wow.
the room. I'm going to leave. I don't even need to go to the bathroom. I was going to pretend I did, but I don't. I just think it's interesting. I'm kind of interested in the, methodology of debates, how they work. I would like to see you guys. You have to judge yourself whether you're talking too much, whether you sound like a prat, whether you're sounding too bellicose, whether you're
trusting
doing too many
politicians
talking
to do
points.
that.
Well, we can judge and find out. Okay, transport, you kick us off, Oscar. Defend Labour's record on transport, because there's a lot of things that seem to be cast out way into the future. There's a lot of not happening with light rail. There's a lot of not happening with harbour crossings. Defend Labour's record across the last 6 years on transport.
Look, we have made bigger investments in transport, and you had Michael Wood on earlier. He is really just leaving the room. You had Michael Wood on earlier to talk about our record on these issues, right? We have for the first time a program of rapid transit and building a rapid transit network in Auckland, and that's things like the Northern Busway extension, that's things like the Eastern Busway. We want to do Northwest as well now. So building that comprehensive rapid transit network in Auckland is really important to get people moving.
Can I ask you a question?
I rely on the bus, so this is something I'm deeply invested in.
I think we're both of us don't own a car, right?
That's correct.
Just like
yes.
30% of those who live in Auckland
That's
Central.
right, yeah.
So to that effect, do you think that we can squeeze more cars, more metal boxes into a finite space, i.e. the city centre?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then you would agree
But
with the
both
business
of our
case.
parties and his party agree that we need congestion charging.
Sorry,
on
and,
Oh, yeah,
and
but
also,
I'm not
and
talking
also,
about
and also
congestion
we're
charging.
talking about defending. Yes, why don't we just say
This is just going to become you two grilling me.
Why
'cause
don't you
I'm-
just own up
No,
to
I'll
the
fight
fact that
him.
there were a lot of challenges? Like
Say that
the
again,
current
sorry.
Labour government didn't deliver on so many things. Right? Why don't you just say that and then we can move on.
We
from
have
that.
said that.
Okay.
I mean, Michael said that.
Just say it. Why don't you say it? Like
Yeah.
you just
Yeah,
say
we-
it. Like,
we-
there were
we
so many
haven't-
projects that you went out and said that you were going to deliver, and that ended up being a huge waste of money, resource, all of that.
We had to start again in 2021 with things like light rail, and I think we've accepted that. We wanted to do more on these issues, and we haven't done that.
Cool.
I think it's fair to own up to that and say,
Yeah, of
look,
course.
the events of the last 6 years have
Move on.
brought a lot of crises to this country, and delivering these sorts of things has been difficult. And delivering big infrastructure projects in New Zealand in general, I think, has been difficult.
Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
this structural reform. I think we can probably reach consensus on this, that there's structural reform that's needed in that space to make sure that we deliver
let's talk
these
about
projects.
transport. Let's talk about the different ideas on transport.
So, I mean, Mahesh, would you agree with the notion that all of the experts agree on of induced congestion?
I believe that we should have congestion pricing, and I believe that we need to reduce congestion.
I was
Absolutely.
talking about induced congestion,
I
which is the
understand.
phenomenon whereby if you continue to build
Correct.
solely for the mode of
Correct.
private cars, then you continue to induce
No,
only
that's
private
not fair.
cars.
That's totally not fair. We were talking about, and that's just you're taking a small little context and then extrapolating that to a
No,
whole country.
I'm talking about
right?
the philosophy and the literal expert
Sure,
consensus
sure,
on a
sure.
notion
Are you
called
talking about
induced
that,
congestion.
applying that to New Zealand, the whole of New Zealand? Is that when you talk about a philosophy, you want to apply it to a certain context, right? So which context are you choosing to apply this to? To
Well,
Auckland City, to the whole of New Zealand?
Transport planners would say that regardless of cultural difference across jurisdictions everywhere in the world, that when you build solely for one mode of transportation, then you induce congestion on that mode of transportation, i.e. roads. So it's simply an expert opinion as to what applying.
Sure.
The evidence is pretty clear.
You also have to state, when you apply a philosophy, when you apply an ideology, it has to be applied in a pragmatic, practical way. So correspondingly, if say a place has never had roads before, so you put roads first, then at some point you put public transport in. So a staging in regards to what happens where.
Yeah, but
so
we
you
have
don't just
we have
say an
roads
ideology.
in Tamaki Makaurau. I guess my point
Our
is
roads are pretty terrible right now.
absolutely,
right?
and
so they need
one
to
of
get
the
fixed.
major reasons that our roads are terrible is because we continue to really only enable people to get around on those roads by virtue of private vehicle,
No,
and we
it's
continue
also
to put
because
our
we
freight
haven't
on-
reinvested into our roads.
Well, again, if you're to look at actually the data and the facts, over the last 6 years, the Labour government has actually massively increased the amount of funding that goes towards, for example,
But,
filling potholes.
I mean, that's a commentary on their
And these are
capacity
two
to actually
different
deliver
things,
on
right?
projects, right? Like, so even if you spend a lot of money, say you spend so much money on mental health care, spend a lot of just spending money without getting outcomes is not
my point is
worthwhile.
how we get to the outcome of enabling more people to get around the city in a more effective manner.
Absolutely.
And that requires us to reflect on international expert advice, which
Sure.
is that we currently have a situation here, particularly in Tamaki Makaurau, where half of our emissions profile come from transport. That's disproportionately because we have built for the private vehicle. We continue sprawl, which your party's back down from the housing enabling legislation will enable more of. So my point is if we can all agree on what the evidence says, which is that you induce congestion when you solely rely on building roads disproportionately, then hopefully we can come to the consensus for the outcome of how we get people around the city better.
Can I
See,
jump in here?
that's
Can I
the
make a-
argument.
can I
That's
make
the
a meta
argument.
point?
That's the easy marketing ploy around.
This
hey,
is
let's
not a
just,
marketing
hold on.
ploy, it's evidence,
Absolutely,
mate.
that's exactly it. When you say evidence based and there's an ideology and you go, hey, there is evidence for this ideology. Yes. But then when and how you planned out is also research based and evidence based. When you take an ideology and you have to apply it in the right context.
You guys
don't
have
just,
no
you don't just get
evidence
to
behind
say,
your transport
so-
policy, let alone the
course there
costings of
is.
No,
Of
no.
course,
When you look at carbon
we need
emissions,
more
you have your
roads.
leader on
We
the
know-
record on
We
that.
need more roads to get from one place in New Zealand to another place in New Zealand.
We're talking
have
about
come
Tamaki
out-
Makaurau. We're talking about the central city
we've
here.
come
We
out with-
cannot fit more cars
So
into
the single
central
most
city.
important thing for Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland City, is getting the City Rail project done on time and well scoped. That will have a huge impact in regards to our bus lanes. So let's get that right first. You know, when you express an ideology and then you don't prioritize properly, let's just get the City Rail project done first. Let's see how that changes traffic and how things go, and then let's make the next layer. One of the issues over the last 3 to 6 years is an ideology coming through and the hurt and pain that Auckland City and Auckland Central has faced because we haven't staged our priorities properly. There are cycleways going nowhere. There have been red cones all over the place. There have been projects that haven't been delivered on time. And people understand this and appreciate this.
Can I make a bigger point
moves
here?
to change legislation around traffic management plans.
Apparently that was great. I saw some of the comments are really good. It's interesting. People are loving it. People
Well,
love it. So there we
I'd
go.
wish that we could get more to the objective facts of the situation. But anyway,
Oscar, can you just say, because it looks like you were
Bursting.
you
I'm
know,
bursting,
you had
I know.
throwing up a flare. into the sky for help. Have a quick say on this, and then we'll move on to something else.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a bigger point here about like delivery of public projects, right? And I know that Mahesh comes from a technology industry background, which is where I come from. And there's this whole culture of move fast and break things when you work in startups, like I have and like Mahesh has. And that isn't the same sort of thing that you can apply to public policy making and to government. You know, these are two different beasts. Moving the ship of state, steering the ship of state, is I think a lot more complex and difficult and requires a lot more buy-in from stakeholders and consultation than simply going, you know, let's just be for outcomes focused, let's just do this. So, you know, like I accept that there is more work to do in government and making things more agile, but I think we can't just throw out democracy.
Sorry, nobody's throwing out democracy.
there
And
is
great policy is actually done lean. You go in, you understand the problem, you problem scope incredibly well. Instead of just coming out with ideology, you understand the problem, and then you go, okay, so what needs to change? And then you test it a little bit, and then you extrapolate it and scale it up.
But there is a fundamental inconsistency from the proposition from Hesh and from the National Party broader, which is that there needs to be this tolerance for risk and devolution of power to, for example, local government. But then they oppose things that Auckland Transport is doing in terms of cycleways and pedestrianisation projects, which are precisely what localised decision making looks like. So we have to grapple with that cognitive dissonance.
I mean, I live in the city centre. I'm sick of consultation. I'm sick of getting letters in my mailbox about how we should be doing this project.
Let's talk about another area which is really important for Auckland Central. Very, very high renting population, more intensified housing than most parts of the country. Probably would be. I think Epsom is the most intensified and the most densely populated.
Yeah, technically, because it doesn't include the Gulf Islands.
Because you've got barriers.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is if you were to look at the area that has the highest density, it is the 45,000 people who live within the motorway boundaries.
So let's talk about housing. Mahesh, hand on heart, when the National Party, that we had this kind of very rare cross-party agreement about what's called the MPSUD thing, about how there would be, how we would move to, you know, people in the National Party, people across the board said we need to address this staggering issue.
Shout out to Judith and Nicola for that.
Judith Collins. She said this is like the third mention of Judith Collins. She's here too. She's here.
She's omnipresent.
The Angry Fence Man is here. Wayne's here. Was there part of you that felt a little part of you inside die that was you're a young urban innovator that wants to see a city in Auckland that looks like one of those cool cities that you visited overseas?
Yeah, I know, because, and I think, again, this is marketing spin from the other side. We are building for growth. We are, in our clear policy, housing for growth policy, we absolutely want intensification in the right places, right near the travel corridors. Now, where does this, and that is exactly, I mean, that is exactly what the policy says. We're going to, absolutely does. Absolutely does. A housing for growth. So I see where the statements around a lack of evidence. I'm giving you the evidence and I'm giving you the facts. So
no,
here it is.
When
so the housing
for
growth intensification policy is about intensification near the travelling corridor. So that hasn't changed. What has changed is the devolution of power for Auckland City and Auckland Council. This is where that limited power piece comes in. We are telling local council and local government, because we had so much feedback from local council and local government saying that we want more power in regards to where we build. So we said, okay, we're going to set some targets, and you've got 30 years, we've got 10 years, you've got to hit those targets, and we're going to incentivize you to build, right? So this actually builds now. So we will get the intensification in Auckland City Centre and West Haven and Wynyard Quarter.
Thank you, Oscar.
So we already have enabled capacity, and we already have more enabled capacity than what the National Party
under the unitary
plan. Under the unitary plan, which has been in effect since 2016. So this is a reversion to what we had before. I think the issue is that local councils don't want to do this. That we have to bring them along with us, of course, and we have to make sure that communities are involved. But the status quo ante has been foot dragging by local authorities on this issue, and I think this is one of the key things for me, and why I'm passionate about this election and about politics and about the Labour Party winning this election. Is there is a real difference between the parties on housing policy. We want to build more houses, and we want to build more houses in the right places, and we want to build a compact urban form. We want to make sure that people who are younger, people in my generation and people in Chloe's generation, can afford houses. Because you heard last night that the two leaders had were able to buy houses before
Early
they were
20s.
in the early 20s, right? I mean, that's not even a remote possibility for me, and I have a much better job than parliamentary staff or whatever it was that they were doing at their age.
Chloe.
I mean, I agree with Oscar's point around the fact that we already within the unitary plan have all of the kind of units of housing that are currently scoped and available under the National Party's proposition. And I just, to put it really clearly on the record, I just cannot understand for the life of me that back down unless you look at it most charitably through the lens of them trying to look at marginal seats and going, you know, we win a few votes.
My goodness.
Or potentially, actually, given the...
Winning votes is a pretty important part of any election.
Absolutely, but so's leadership, so's vision, so is bringing people along with you and being really clear about what, again, the international and domestic evidence says about how we do density and how we do it well. So to that effect, when we're talking about building housing in the right places and also building up green infrastructure and otherwise, you only need to look at the Green Party's supplementary order papers on the housing enabling legislation, which actually both the Labour and the National Party voted down because of just how tentative that agreement actually was. And then, you know, only a year or so later, when we had new National Party leadership looking at the numbers, I'm sure across those marginal electorates, they had that back down. And I can't interpret it any way other than just, frankly, cowardice. And it's gutting to me because it means that something which was really important in terms of bipartisan accord for density in this country, particularly in our tier 1 cities, was back down upon for sake of, you know, the politics of the day.
Well, very, very quick response there.
I mean, it's really unfortunate when there are locals. You've basically said that there have been so many councils and so many communities, the people who we serve, who came out and said that they were uncomfortable with this. And this is a key example of devolution of power, limited government, where we listened and we said, oh, I get it, I understand. But hey, we've got to build, and we're going to set up the right financial vehicles. We're going to set up the right capacity to do this, so let's build. And you've just said, hey, don't listen to those people. Listen to us. We will tell you how to do it.
That is a very, very unfortunate interpretation of what I've just said, Mahesh. I've been at the front line doing this stuff for the last 6 years, and I would also like you to reflect on the National Party's track record of pushing and ramming through the super city against all of the protestations from Aucklanders.
We're very nearly out of time. Very, very nearly out of time. Thank you, everyone. I just think we need to touch on, I think we can all agree that Queen Street, or at least a large part of it, is a bit shit at the moment. I think we can agree on that.
It's not a solution nobody likes.
But what is if each of you, I'd just like to hear from you one thought. No one is going to, there's no silver bullet, right? Mm-hmm. But what is the one thing you think that we could do, that you could encourage happening as an Auckland Central MP, whether it's something that's overseen by the council or it's a central government thing? What's the one thing that you can do that can just shift the dial on Queen Street?
For me, it's crime, right? It's crime.
What's the thing?
It's a police station downtown.
Okay.
Right. And I'll add one more. It's to set up a strong green tech hub.
Oscar.
In order to do what Mahesh is saying, we need adequate funding of police resourcing. We didn't see that when they were in government. They closed the Fort Street police station and they cut police funding. We're rolling out safety hubs.
Police funding.
So yeah, safety, absolutely, adequate safety.
Chloe.
I mean, if you're talking about safety, then we also need to talk about vibrancy. We need to talk about foot traffic. We need to talk about people wanting to be there and meandering along and exploring places and spaces. So it's conversations that I've already had with Mayor Wayne Brown around, for example, rates for vacancy, or looking at Christchurch, where after the earthquake they instituted Gap Filler, which was about connecting the dots with peppercorn rent and short-term leases to fill commercial spaces. And I've been talking to Eke Panuku about that with their operationalisation of CCMP.
Chloe, Oscar, Mahesh, I wish we had more time. I wish we had more time for me to leave the room and let you get on with it. Thank you.
That was interesting.
Thank you for indulging us all on that.
Cheers,
People seem to enjoy it. Good luck for all of you for the rest of the campaign.
Kia ora.
In the next hour of this day-long excursion, Green co-leader James Shaw is here, and then we're going to talk to political scientist Lara Greives, who knows what else might happen. This is your friendly local spin-off election 2023. Gone by lunchtime, Megapod. Kia ora tātou, this is the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod. I'm Toby Manhire. This hour we have Victoria University Associate Professor Lara Greive on board to talk about the Maori role, the impact of harassment, pros and cons of opinion polling. But first, with me in the studio at Spinoff HQ, James Shaw. Kia ora, James.
Kia ora.
In the last part of this Megapod, we had an Auckland Central debate,
and
I left the room for some of it.
Yes.
And so I'm going to do that with you
And
now.
your question was, did anybody notice?
For 20, oh, yeah, very good. For 20 minutes, I'm going to leave the room and just leave you to. Well, you'd probably be fine. You'd probably just do the stump speech.
Just ask me a question about the emissions trading scheme, and then come back 20 minutes later.
And watch the numbers on the YouTube.
Die.
Talk about a sinking lid.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, that's a good climate gag. Now, the thing we're asking everybody who takes part in this adventure, 3 questions that everybody is being is obliged to ask. I stupidly forgot to ask Debbie Ngaru-Pakas. We might have to text her and find out from her. The first question is to go in to win a box of chocolate fish.
Woo!
Can you please guess what the turnout will be for election 2023?
I'm going to say 89.7. No, sorry.
Sure about that?
No. I'm not sure about that. No.
79.7?
79.7.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. What's your political TV show of choice? If you had to go to a desert island, you could take one of, whether it's a West Wing or a Thick of It or a Yes Minister or whatever.
Yeah. Oh well, actually, now that you say that, probably actually Yes Minister. I think it was the original and still the goodie. I mean, I loved the West Wing, but I went back.
Did you believe it when you watched it?
At the time,
yeah,
sure, but
was it inspirational
to
you? I mean, seriously,
yes,
was it? Yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah,
right. But the problem is it's aged badly, right? Yes. So it's because it really was a show for that time, and because I went back and I tried to watch it again recently. And I was like, I can't watch this. Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, well, it was. It just represented like the whole mood of the world was different.
Absolutely, I agree. We could talk about that for half an hour, but we won't. Let's instead talk about mojo, which has been one of the motifs of the campaign.
Yeah,
you might have heard Christopher Luxon, the next Prime Minister, talk about how New Zealand has lost its mojo.
Mm-hmm.
And needs to get it back. I'm interested to know from you, as we've been asking others in this scientific survey, where your personal mojo level is this minute. 0 being all gone, absolutely expired, no mojo, don't know where it is. 10 being it's just flowing everywhere. You can barely breathe. You're so surrounded in mojo.
Mine goes all the way up to 11.
Oh, is that really what you want to say? Your mojo is 11.
Well, I thought that you'd get the movie reference.
The Spinal Tap reference I got.
Exactly. Okay, good. But you weren't giving me anything there.
No. But do you want to say 11?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Look, I mean,
no, 11.
I'm actually no. Look, people keep. It's sort of an odd thing.
I just want you to be honest.
Yeah,
I just want you to be honest.
I'm feeling really good about it, Toby. Okay. Our campaign is in better shape than any. I've done 6 election campaigns now. I'm less worried, more relaxed, happier with our performance than I've been at any previous election campaign. I think we're on a roll, frankly, and I think that we're going to probably end up with more Green MPs than we have ever had before. I think that we'll end up with
how many?
2 or 15.
So what's that? Is that like 11%, 11.5%?
Yeah, 11 to 12. It's sort of it's one of those things. It depends a lot on what's going on with the wasted vote and all that kind of stuff. Sure. But somewhere between 11 and 12.
Yeah.
And I reckon we're going to win 2 or 3 electorate seats, and so having more Green MPs and more than 1 electorate seat would be absolutely an historical election for us. And so I'm feeling really good about it. Yeah.
How different would it be whether that intake is in a governing arrangement or an opposition? I mean, you can treat this as an abstract question if you like. I mean, a big caucus is a good thing for any party,
yes,
obviously.
Yeah.
What difference does it make? I mean, arguably, it's harder to induct a new group of people when you're in a governing arrangement.
Yes, it is, and we've had that situation in the last couple of terms as well, so I've got some experience in what that looks like, but we're going to have quite a big intake this time. I mean, it could be half our caucus pretty much would be new MPs. Look, the big difference is the more MPs we have, then the more ministers we will have, because the number of ministers that you get is proportional to the number of MPs you get, and so that is what
you don't get any if you're in opposition. Have I got that right? Though?
You don't get any ministers. No, that's right. And I think you probably know that one. Yeah, and
I've got Andrew Geddes on later, so I might check with him. Just in case.
I'm sure he'll have a view. He'll be like, well, on the one hand, but no, So that is the big difference. It is really important, I think, to ensure that you've got someone who's got some experience who is able to support those new MPs and to kind of help them get their feet under the table and make the massive life adjustment from being, civilian to being a member of parliament. But ultimately, that's just kind of part of what happens, right? As you bring new MPs in, if you get into government, you get ministers. Great.
Did you watch the debate last night?
No.
Why not?
I was at another event.
You're not interested?
Well, look, I sort of had a feeling of how it was going to go, and I also I did read some of the post-match analysis this morning, and it went pretty much how I thought it was going to go.
Yeah.
And I was at this other event, and that was a better use of my time, frankly.
I've got a page up here that I just there's an article on the excellent website newsroom.co.nz, and it's a picture of an infrastructure debate.
Oh, yep.
And it looks like it could be. You see that there?
Oh, yeah.
You see that there?
Yeah, five bros in suits.
You see that there? This is high tech stuff here. That looks like one of the circles of hell. Was it terrible? Was it as bad as it looks like in that photo?
It actually wasn't, and in part that's due to Tova O'Brien's excellent moderation. One of the things that's quite fascinating about the debate around infrastructure is it's one category of all of the issues that we all have to worry about during an election campaign.
Yeah.
It is really important, critically important, because basically everything else depends on it, where there's actually quite a lot of similarity between what the different parties think about it. And of course, during election campaigns are designed to highlight differences. And so in some of those debates, I think the incentive for politicians is to kind of overemphasize, well, we're going to do it better or differently, blah, blah, blah. And actually you just find out that the current team are kind of doing what the next team were planning to do, and and then everyone's pretending that there's this great divide, and actually there isn't. Like, we all know we need tons more infrastructure. We all know that's going to be expensive. We all know we need to finance it differently. So in that sense, it was actually one of the more civilized debates that I've been a part of.
Nice. We talked about West Wing before, and that being an interesting, important formative experience for you. What about, what did you have on climate change? Did you have an epiphany going way back into you? Was there a moment where it kind of clicked for you, or when you thought, this is the thing that I kind of want to devote most of my adult life to? Was there?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't sort of like epiphany type thing, but I was doing a master's degree in the UK, and I'd been doing some work.
Now there's a bit of dispute about your.
Oh, you need to stay off your Telegram account there.
Your credentials
Toby.
on the LinkedIn there.
We'll come to that. But I was doing this degree.
Yeah.
And I had been doing work with businesses around climate change, but I'd never kind of fully engaged with it. And it was kind of during the course of that we had guest lectures who are some of the kind of top climate scientists and policy people and economists in the world. And the thing that kind of grabbed me about it was the kind of realization that climate change is the ultimate threat multiplier, right? So you want to save the whales, great, you can do that. But if we don't fix climate change, the whales are gone anyway, and no matter what you care about in life, if you're a social justice person, or you're someone who, is kind of more about we need a rock solid economy, or, whatever, all of that is at risk with the climate crisis. And so to me, it just kind of became the obvious thing of like, well, if I want to make a contribution with my life, the thing that I need to focus on is climate change.
One of the challenges in journalism and in politics is making people interested in climate change. it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Parts of it are, it's depressing.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that? How do you approach that problem in terms of trying to?
Yeah, I think there's So, in fact, I gave a speech yesterday to the Climate Change and Business Conference in Auckland, and that was actually literally the job was to kind of engage people in a way that's like acknowledges the reality. Very, very, very bad.
That was your task with the speech to achieve that, or to discuss that issue?
No, my speech was to inspire hope.
Okay.
In the face of all these consequences that we're dealing with. And so I think the way to do it is to kind of relate it to people's actual lived experience, right? So you can talk about economic instruments and hockey stick graphs and melting ice, but nobody relates to any of that. It doesn't impact them. But what does impact them is when every time it rains in Auckland these days, people kind of like spike with adrenaline and think, shit, do I need to run home and like rescue my grandpa who's in a wheelchair and get him up to the top floor, because that's what people had to deal with. And so there's this phrase now called rain trauma, here after those anniversary day floods and after Cyclone Gabrielle. And so I think if you kind of start there and you kind of anchor people in their actual lived experience, which actually, frankly, is mostly a negative one. But then where I go with it is, because I obviously read all the bad news, right? But one of the great privileges of my job as climate change minister is I also get to see all the good news that most people don't get to see, right? So I get to see what's going on with the adoption rate of electric vehicles in this country, which is going gangbusters. I get to see that our coal imports are the lowest that they've been in at least a decade. I get to see all the kind of amazing innovations that are kind of coming on stream as different kind of entrepreneurs and engineers and so on kind of try and work out different fixes for different parts of the problem. I get to see all the community groups that are doing really cool work, in their communities, helping to ensure that people are safe and well when the floods come, all of that kind of stuff. And that gives me hope, right? And so I kind of feel like a big part of my job is to kind of go, yeah, I know that your lived experience of this is grim. I know that every time you turn on the telly or open one of your news apps, it's just full of horrendous news from around the world. But things are changing. And I know, we've taken a really long time to get started, and it's a huge amount of effort to kind of get that flywheel turning. But it is starting to turn. We are building up momentum. And you should have hope in that, right? And it's not that kind of groundless hope, which is like, oh, it'll all work out one day, like that sort of faith. But hope that's grounded in action and seeing change happen. And I think when people, the EV thing, that was an action that some people could take that they knew would make a difference, and they took it. Right, and so that is like, great, I can be a part of this. If someone's working in an office building and they kind of talk to the manager about, can we stick solar panels on the roofs, and that's kind of, it's that thing about of lots of people doing lots of little things that together collectively add up to making a difference, and that's what gives people hope, is the sense of like, actually, I know we've been talking about this for 3 decades, but as I go around, I can see things are changing, physically changing in ways that are good, and that point towards the future. I mean,
the other side of that coin is that people are most engaged when terrible things are happening, right? There's that, and then there's the whole adaptation part of the puzzle too. But for example, the Weather Attribution Organisation is one main group run out of is it King's College or maybe anyway in London, but there's a bunch of people around the world, and they're committed now to working as fast as they can with a group of scientists to ascertain the extent to which, or the likely extent to which, climate change has contributed to a weather event. And it's interesting because sometimes you have to be, the responsible thing to do is to say sometimes maybe not so much, even if it's terrible, because terrible weather has always happened. And, and the worst thing is when people overplay that, I think, particularly. But it is, I mean, that's not so much the hope part of the equation, but it is the kind of, here's the reality part of the equation. And I think, I sort of wonder whether, like one of the things I've wondered about is whether there needs to be, someone needs to come up with like a Richter scale. For climate impact. So you can say, You know, that
was a 4.
That flood, that was a 4 on the attribution scale or whatever. So you sort of start to have these points of access for people in an area that is otherwise feels so technical, complicated, inaccessible, you know.
It's a great idea. I'll talk to some of, because we've got people here in New Zealand who do that for weather events here in New Zealand, right? So they will say, I'm trying to remember the exact example, but there was something that occurred in the last year or so, and it wasn't the cyclone.
There was a report into the Nelson.
Maybe
Nelson
it was
floods
that.
a while ago.
And they said, that was about 20% worse as a result of climate change.
They do.
Right?
They do. How much worse and how much more likely was
that's
it
right.
to
More,
happen?
yeah,
The
that's
two-
right. More,
the two
yes, that's right.
parts.
Frequency and severity.
Yeah.
So we're actually getting quite sophisticated with that kind of work now, and that is useful because, of course, you know, half the debaters, you've got these old codgers who are like, we've always had storms, you know, and that's true. We have, and some of them have been really bad and they've killed people. But the issue now is that yes, they are occurring more frequently and they are more severe than they have ever been. And so that, but to me that's not about, you know, because I think you're right in that sense of this can be very, very depressing, and when people just go on switch off and hide under their duvet, right, and kind of like wake me up when the crisis is over. And actually we need people to engage, and that's why we need to tell the truth about what's happening, but not in a way that's, you know, overly frightening, because we don't need to amplify that, because actually it's that story tells itself.
The apocalypse is playing out without your help.
Exactly. That's right. You don't need to kind of do that. But it is really important that we give people hope, you know, and that's why a lot of the time, you know, I talk about actually in New Zealand, our emissions have come down in 2020, 2021, 2022, and the December quarter last year, we think, at the moment, it's initial data, but we think was probably the lowest it's been this century.
Right.
And that, you know, when people hear that, they're like, oh my God, we've never heard that before, because every other year it's gone up, right? And so I'm like, yeah, all that effort, it's working. Things are changing.
Another thing that's gone down, and the numbers out this morning, is the Ipsos Issues Monitor. I don't know if you've caught up with that. You know, they do it every sort of, I think, 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I haven't kind of looked at it in detail, but there was a lot of blue on the page that I saw.
There's a lot of blue, and that what you mean by that is that they give you the sort of 10 subjects that are ranked as most important by people, and then which party is considered best equipped to deal with it, basically. And it's an interesting. It's like a board in an airport, and you see it, and it's kind of it's quite a powerful indicative device to see how things are going. One of the things in this result is that climate change, which had got up into the top 5, which is quite unusual in the for example, in the Australian version they do, but it's now fallen out again. And this is a story we've heard throughout the election. It's a cost of living election. It's all about the economy. I mean, does that make it harder for you? I mean, that's what that people. You're quite upbeat. Your mojo is off the chart. But people are talking about cost of living. It's a very deal with the stuff that's right in front of me right now. It's too important.
I think that there's 2 things. One of which is I think that the National Party have been very disciplined about their messaging and just making sure that the campaign is framed entirely on their terms, right? So I think that they've been very strong on that. That's as it always is in election campaigns. But I think the really critical thing is actually people are feeling it right now. You know, people are experiencing higher rents, higher mortgage rates, you know, cheese at $16 a kilo. You know, that's very, very real for people. And they don't care why that is, you know, and there are good reasons for why that is, but so what? You know, that is my day-to-day experience. And I just think we need to kind of recognise the reality of that. That's actually, if you look at the Green Party campaign, we've put out 7 big policy initiatives. Only one of them, which is the one around oceans, was not a cost of living related policy. Everything else was about lifting incomes or reducing household costs in ways that also happen to reduce pollution, make our towns and buildings more resilient to the storms and floods and so on and so forth. So we were trying to, in this one, we kind of said, well, actually we've got to be where people are, you know, and we do need to deal with the long-term challenges that we're facing, like climate change. But we need to offer something at this election, which is, here is a solution to climate change that can make your life right better a lot better right now, and I think we've kind of made the right call there because people are clearly responding to it.
Do you, in terms of, you put out your numbers quite early, a sort of your fiscal plan,
Yeah.
Greens. Do you have to recalculate those based on preview? Are you going to?
No.
Why not?
No, because there was very little in our numbers that came out of future allowances, and of course, preview is the one. Like if like national, for example, if you were calculating on the base, if you're calculating your fiscals on the basis of future allowances, preview put quite a big hole in those future allowances, so it affects that. What we were looking at was the idea of increasing revenue through our wealth tax, right? And then what that does is it enables you to pay for the income-free tax threshold of $10,000.
But doesn't that all include? Doesn't that bake into it forecasts about revenue?
Yeah, it does. But yes, of course it does. It's kind of literally the point of it.
That shift with the preview, right?
Yeah, yes, they do. But the point that we're making, and this is my problem with kind of the National Party's numbers, is that they're kind of based on assumptions that are kind of wildly incorrect. We were basing our assumptions on an additional revenue stream from asset values, which are currently untaxed, unlike anywhere else in the OECD, and to say, well, we will actually bring in the additional revenue in that way in order to fund the not everything, but the kind of the main chunks of what it is that we're sort of putting out at this election. And there are some things that actually aren't about money, right? So the ocean package that we put out was largely a kind of regulatory tool, right? It's about ensuring that we've got the adequate protections in place across a third of the ocean by 2030, blah blah blah. So that stuff doesn't actually cost a great deal of additional revenue.
Thank you, James Shaw, for coming in. I know you have to go. I think you're off to Onehunga.
I am. Yes, we're off to look at a house, which is one of the people who is kind of doing what it is that we want to do with our clean power payment. So, before I was just saying, here's a solution to climate change that also helps to make your life better right now.
Solar
reduce your
panels,
costs.
but more insulation.
That's
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Well, look, enjoy that. Thank you for coming in. Good luck with the rest of the campaign.
Thanks for having me.
This is the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod, back with Lara Greive soon. Kia ora tātou. This is the world's only spin-off election 2023 Megapod on the march towards 1 p.m. Lara Greive is with us. Lara is Associate Professor in Political Science at Victoria University of Wellington. She's got a really impressive CV. Among other things, is a member of the Independent Electoral Review. Kia ora, Lara.
Kia ora. Yeah, really happy to be here. I just realised I've been listening to Gone By Lunchtime for about since 2017, so stoked to join the Megapod.
We were just reflecting earlier on about some of those early days and the different, lives that have been lost, children born, disasters created over the course of those years. Did you watch the debate last night?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I was quite happy to be paid to watch it because it's part of my job. But I noticed a lot of people were doing it for free, so I'm not quite sure why.
What's your takeaway? Your main takeaway?
Well, I think that those debates, somewhere, I think we're talking 800,000 million people tune in.
Yeah.
They get to see the leaders go head to head, but I'm still not one of those people that's entirely convinced that they do a lot or do as much as what we make them out to do.
Yeah.
I keep meaning to go back to something like the election study and analyse, what swing voters are watching and all that kind of stuff. But actually, it's one of those things where I can't imagine it's a particularly big effect.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, we're asking everyone who comes on, Lara, to 3 questions so that we can kind of collect together the wisdom of the crowds. First up, and this is to win a box of chocolate fish if you get it right, to 1 decimal point. What do you think the turnout will be in 2023? As you know, over the last 4 elections, it's ranged from 74.2 to 82.2. What's your guess?
I find that one really hard because I can see arguments either way. If I had to do it, I would say 78.1.
78.1, that's a good number. You talked about the election
because I can
study.
see the arguments either way. Yeah, you can see the arguments either way, that it would go up kind of stay-ish, the same-ish, or go down. There's so many different theoretical arguments.
Yes, there are. There's the kind of general lack of energy thing, but then there's also this is the most important, da-da-da-da-da. Do you the New Zealand election study, which you've worked on, which is this incredibly cool, incredibly useful resource, does that tell us anything about turnout? I mean, the general suggestion is that a lower turnout hurts the parties of the left. Is that borne out, do you know, by the New Zealand election study? Does the New Zealand election study tell us anything about that?
Well, you know what the most fascinating thing about studies and polls is, to me, is that people who vote do election studies. So even if you ring up or you send out a mail to a random sample of people, what we've been finding over time is 93, 94% of people who do the election study have voted. And it's a similar thing for polling. It's just this underlying kind of factor within people that people who don't vote don't want to do the election study or don't want to do a political poll, and that's really hard to get a representative group of non-voters to see how they would have voted in this hypothetical perfect reality.
Interesting. Next question. Political TV show. If you had one that you could take with you to a desert island, you must have watched these because you're a tragic. West Wing, whether it's West Wing or a Veep or what's the one that would be your desert island choice?
The movie Campaign, the one in the 90s in Wellington Central. I make everyone I start dating, I make watch it with me, and it's like a test to see what they think, and then I make them do a focus group with me at the end. Yeah.
That's the incredible Tony Sartorius documentary about the first MMP election in 96, wasn't it?
Yep, and I make all my students watch it, and I think it's just really assigned watching for me. And I have to say, looking back on Parliament, which is a Parliament TV series of about 20 episodes, as well, has been absolutely beautiful. It's just all the historical footage, the sort of nighttime TV documentary show after, say, the death of Norm Kirk, and, the direct-to-cameras in the 60s, when they had the opening broadcast, all of those, totally would recommend.
Is that on New Zealand on screen or somewhere?
Entertainment, sort of.
Where did you watch that? Is that in NZ on screen or what? Do you know? Oh, we lost Lara. Lara's disappeared. Either that or she found the question of where you can watch that Parliament show too terrifying. Too much of a gotcha. Oh, you're back. Oh, there you are. Hello, Lara. I was just asking you where you watched that Parliament TV show.
No, we've just lost the call with Lara.
Lara's gone again.
Let me try to call her back.
It must be that she's finding that question simply too intimidating.
I think we lost connection. I would say that was the ghost of Norman Kirk.
But the TV show you're talking about, where did you watch it? Sorry, that's the question I was asking before the gremlins crept in.
Where they watch it just on YouTube.
Okay.
Parliament TV put it up. So if people just Google looking back,
I see
YouTube,
it's on Parliament
TV.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, they put it together. It's great.
I'm really gonna watch that. Now the other thing is we're talking about we're running a mojo meter through the course of the Megapod today, inspired by Christopher Luxon looking for the mojos or detecting that mojo had gone from the country. Where is your mojo at the moment? On 0, mojo all gone, ranging to 10. Abundant mojo, Lara.
Mojo, the sort of retro thing,
like the idea of that magic. That's the vibe. This is a scientific exercise, so you're welcome to go to a discipline if you want.
And 10 would be a positive vibe.
Yeah, really positive.
And 0.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm always a bit of a 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if I've ever been off a 7 though, so I'm a steady 7 always.
Okay, yeah, steady 7. Let's talk a bit about the Māori seats. You've been involved in looking at the role transition. What's the technical term for it? I don't know, but it was extended later this year, wasn't it? The ability for people to swap between the general and Māori role. People who whakapapa Māori, that is.
Yeah, so basically I study the Māori role a lot, my day job, and one of the things about it has been that people of Māori descent, who the technical category is, could only choose between roles when they first went to enrol to vote and then every 5 to 6 years following a census. And then from that they'd calculate the number of electorates and do all of that stuff. But basically there are a couple of private members' bills last year drawn from the ballot that had changed the rules, and then there was a government bill introduced. And it was ruled by the clerk of the House and the Speaker that basically it was an entrenched provision by default, changes to the Māori electoral option. So Labor had to get national support, and in fact they got ACT support as well, and 100% of Parliament agreed to changing the rule. So now we can change roles up to 3 months before a general election or 3 months before a local election.
Yeah.
Or it's there's some rules around the by-election. When the by-election is formally called, people can't switch then in that electorate. So we have that option more, and this year was the first time from about, was it March, April, through to July, Māori could choose quite freely.
And when did they? What was the level of kind of jumping back and forth?
Well, we saw 14,500 people change roles,
right?
Which, if you think about, like that's actually not a huge number of people overall when you think about how many million voters there are in Aotearoa. And, there's probably like, 500,000 Māori descent voters. I'd have to check that. But there's quite a few. So it wasn't ultimately a huge amount, but we saw 8,100 change to the Māori role and 6,500 change to the general role, which kind of reverses a previous trend of Māori moving away from the Māori role.
Oh,
so
right, okay.
It's an interesting tidbit, but we'll, I guess, see what happens in the next few years around that, because that extra option is quite important. And we ran a study on it right before the law changed, actually, and that which role study, we showed that people actually don't have a lot of knowledge about the Māori role, and that the number of seats increases with the more Māori on the Māori role. So there's that still to kind of see what happens in that space. And the education levels around the Māori role are not looking spectacular.
And it's, I mean, however many it would take, but that would mean an 8th Māori seat. If that pattern continued, at some point, what does it? Does the Electoral Commission make a call after, or do they just do it when they're doing boundary redraws? How does that work?
Well, when the census and an election is in the same year, it goes to the numbers from the 1st of April next year. So as of the 1st of April next year, that's where the data will go to the Representation Commission on the Māori population, the overall descent population from the census, and then they'll plug in numbers around the proportion of Māori on the Māori roll as of the 1st of April. So that's the day that they're going to take that snapshot of the numbers, and then from that calculate the number of seats that we should have. And then, whether that will go to an 8th is quite interesting, because, I mean, it could get close depending on kind of what campaigns and what kind of consciousness raising people do around that time.
And because it's such a, because obviously there's such big bits of terrain, the Māori seats, including the whole South Island, basically. And when you move them around, it kind of, I don't know, does there extent to which those seats, those electorates take on a bit of identity of their own? I mean, like, Te Tai Tokerau kind of makes sense in a way. Some of them seem a bit more, that just sort of circled a bit of land on the map, but some of them make sense, and that's affected, of course, when you dice them again.
Yeah, and see, what would be really interesting to me is what would happen if an 8th one popped up.
Yeah.
So that would that create like a completely, like, what would the voters in that brand new Māori electorate wouldn't have as much as, say, like a relationship to a candidate as such. So an 8th one popping up to me would be like a really interesting thing to see what would happen, especially when we do have Te Pāti Māori there as competition against Labour and as a party that does hold a Māori seat.
I think one of the other things you're studying at the moment, if I have this right, is looking at harassment as an issue in our politics, and is it online harassment particularly looking at, or harassment generally?
Yeah, I'm really taken by this idea, actually based on a bit of my own personal experience of people just like random members of the public just really targeting different people, and like it being a lot worse for women and a lot worse for people. Like, I think women, like Māori women, Wahine Māori, Wahine Pacifica, like women, basically that broad sort of what overseas they call that woman of colour category, or like ethnic minority women, that different people are targeted based on different characteristics, and just really do seem to just rile up as a segment of the public. I think it was interesting to me because as an academic, we had our contact details online, and I actually had to remove mine, because what would happen is I would just come on something like this, or just like, I don't know, just be randomly on the news or something, something sharing expertise, commentating, whatever it is. And then I would just get random emails from people, and they'd just be, some of them would be actually really quite insulting and hurtful. And some of them would be sexual harassment, or I've had colleagues get threats of violence. And those are more colleagues who like appear more visibly Māori than I do, and they just get more threats of violence, and especially Wahine Māori. And it's just like, what has happened? And what has happened in these last few years, I find that like really interesting. And also then, what institutions, like universities, we saw that in the Susie Wiles, Sean Hendy employment relations case, for example.
Which is
What
ongoing.
universities can be doing. Yeah, what parties can be doing, political parties, to ensure that, like, you know, no one's facing these extra barriers, and then what media organisations too can be doing. So yeah, kind of kicking off, having a look at what people have done overseas, because yeah, in the UK they've kind of faced more of this kind of backlash, and charities like Glitch have popped up to try to prevent some of this and make sure that, you know, we can have those good kind of public space debates without someone having to spend all of this time reporting a potential threat or harassment.
So is there, I mean, that's such a vast area. Have you sort of worked out what part of it you want to look at specifically, or are you making that decision as we speak?
Well, actually, me and a colleague just recently got some funding to look at intersectionality in European Union citizens' assemblies, of all things. So it's very specific. But, you know, around it's definitely around intersectionality, and yeah, like talking to various Wahine Māori, Pacifica, ethnic women candidates, and media type personalities at some point in the next year or two, and seeing what's helped as well. Because it's the other thing is that it's like the same sort of thing where we wouldn't want to like suggest some policy solution that's actually a pain, like filling out a lot of forms.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're kind of looking at that with a colleague looking at that kind of work to just try to make sure, because I think everyone, like, it's not a controversial statement, I think, in New Zealand politics, that we would want everyone to be able to have a fair go at being a candidate or an MP.
Yeah, yeah. And another string to your bow is, I think you've done some study of polling. I mean, polling is one of those fascinating things, and as we get close to the election over time, you hear various people who, you know, dismiss polling because it was only so many people were polled, or that there were landlines. Yeah. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have people who potentially, and some of us in the media might be guilty of this, at a time of taking them, imagining them to be kind of truth carved out of stone or something. And I guess the reality is somewhere in between that. What's your assessment of polling and the role it plays in New Zealand politics?
Yeah, I found myself at the Australasian Quantitative Political Science Conference not long after Morrison's miracle, and the polls kind of going the wrong way in Australia.
Yes.
And that was the sort of unexpected victory of Scott Morrison, and the polls hadn't predicted it. And sat there and listened to a lot of Australian men actually arguing, because they were doing a polling inquiry and arguing about what had gone wrong. And it got me really interested in political polling, other than being a quantitative sort of political psychologist, political scientist. And with a couple of colleagues that are more in that statistics space, we recently wrote like a guide to polling. And part of it ended up on The Conversation and on the Spinoff as well. So yeah, just can Google Greive's Guide to Polling, it'll come up for people. So 10 things to look at. And because it has just been a case of, I think that, yeah, like they're snapshots in time. They're definitely, like, one of the things that Professor Thomas Lumley has said is that he's a statistician, is that polls are designed to tell you that your friends are wrong, because we're humans are so bad at that. Humans are so bad at estimating what other people think and what society and the population thinks.
And that's exacerbated by filter bubbles, right? When they look at their own Facebook feed and they go, well, I'm absolutely certain that the ALCP is about to rock into government with 120 seats.
Yeah, or like overhearing conversations in cafes, or like talking to taxi drivers, or like their cousin or something. And it's like we know from all of this like social psychological literature that we're really bad at estimating such things. So polls, I think that's that thing of generally in New Zealand, they're pretty good because we have the party vote, and like the party vote is meant to determine parliament. So there's those kind of things. But I mean, there's still that outside possibility. And every now and then it's kept me up at night, is that our polls are off in some way. But I guess it's that thing of it won't be off. We won't really think about that until there is some kind of scandal. And generally, I think overseas, when we look at the UK one around Brexit and we look at Morrison's miracle in Australia, where we do have that big public undermining of the polls, is not when they're a few % off and still predict the winner like last time, but if they did predict the wrong winner. And I would say at this point, it seems like they're becoming so distant that might not be the case this time.
But you're right. You can be more wrong, but get the right result. and be less wrong, but you get the result wrong, and suddenly the latter example is the one that people latch onto.
Yes, exactly. So people kind of want to know that, like, yeah, the polls are pretty much predicting the right party to win, and then they won't necessarily pick on, like, 2 or 3% here or there. That seems to be the main thing, as long as they've got some kind of trust in that. Because we could also think of, like, Winston Peters at various times has proposed banning political polls, and how much harder that would be. Like, I get students to think of this too, of like a world without any political polls. We would actually lose a lot, and then we would all just be looking on our Facebook feeds and really speculating and feeling around in the dark.
Great point. Thanks so much, Lara. It's really been interesting to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of the campaign and catch up soon. Thank you.
Kia ora. Good luck to you for the rest of the Megapod.
Oh, it's easy. We're nearly at halfway point. It's fine. He said. Coming up next hour, we've got National Party MP Erica Stanford. I can see her there out in the chambers. We've also got foreign policy expert Robert Patman from the University of Otago. We could even have some surprises. We could have Angry Fenceman, could have Wayne Brown, could have a whole range of different possibilities. Stay tuned. Spinoff 2023, Election Megapod.
Do you feel like lip-lip-fluxing today?
Like your politics authentic, impassioned and entertaining? Fancy a glimpse into the future of politics in Aotearoa? Youth Wings is back. Series 2 of the cult political docu-series follows the younger offshoots of political parties in the lead-up to election 2023. Watch it on thespinoff.co.nz. Made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
So you're going to go up there, and you're going to look very presidential, and we'll see how it goes. Now let's go.
Kia ora, I'm Amber Easby, CEO at Spinoff. As you may know, everything on the Spinoff is free for all to read, hear and watch. This is possible because of the Spinoff members. Every contribution makes a huge difference to our mahi. So if you'd like to keep our homegrown independent journalism alive, become a member today. Visit thespinoff.co.nz/donate to find out more.
Do you think the Crown are good treaty partners?
No.
Kia ora, I'm Janae Henry, and I've got a lot of thoughts on what's happening in Aotearoa today. In my new show, 2 Cents Too Much, I talk to experts to get to the bottom of big topics, from why our rangatahi are vaping and my love-hate relationship with museums, to the cost of living crisis and the revitalisation of te reo Māori. Watch 2 Cents Too Much now on The Spinoff, made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
Long live the land of the long white collar ice cloud.
30 years ago, a young teenage girl had a secret sexual relationship with her youth group leader. Now she's ready to revisit the past. The Spinoff presents Dear Jane, made with support from New Zealand On Air. Out now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Talofa lava, I'm Madeline Chapman, editor of The Spinoff. Running an independent site that tells the stories of our people and our voices relies on the support of our readers. It's fair to say the Spinoff wouldn't exist without contributions from our members. So if you love what we do and have the means, please consider supporting our work by visiting thespinoff.co.nz/donate.
We're navigating the largest inflation spike the country's seen in 32 years. No matter who you are, where you live, or how much you earn, understanding the impact of the economic issues facing Aotearoa has never been more important. Kia ora, I'm Bernard Hickey, and on my podcast, When the Facts Change, I want to help you understand what the changes we hear about in the headlines actually mean for you. I also happen to have a pretty healthy contact list of academics, politicians, and leading economists to help us make sense of all this economic stuff. So join me every Friday for When the Facts Change, brought to you by the Spinoff Podcast Network, together with KiwiBank, and available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm kind of the type of person that you would normally rebel against. I'm not, in politics, you're not used to people being nice to you.
From the director of campaign comes Elements of Truth, a documentary that lifts the lid on Jamie Lee Ross's 2020 election bid as co-leader of Advance New Zealand. Watch Elements of Truth on the Spinoff today, made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
I wouldn't say that I'm a true believer, but there's some elements of truth to it.
Kia ora, I'm Simon Pound, and I host Business is Boring, a podcast that reckons it's anything but. Join me each week as I chat with some of the most interesting and inspirational players in the Aotearoa business scene and learn what it takes to make it happen, from accidental entrepreneurs to the brains behind some of the country's biggest brands. If you're into business or want to be, then make sure you follow Business is Boring wherever you get your podcasts. Brought to you by the Spinoff Podcast Network in partnership with SparkLab.
Tune in to the This is Kiwi podcast from the Spinoff and Kiwi Bank.
Whether you are someone that's trying to get better with your money or you're someone that's looking to start a business, never underestimate how much you can learn.
Listen now on the Spinoff or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kia ora e hoa ma, it's Alex Casey from The Real Pod here. Join me, Jane Yee and Duncan Greive as we dish on local celebrity goss.
Tēnā koutou katoa, this is the Election Megapod 2023. I'm Toby Manhire. Later this hour, we'll be joined by Robert Chapman from Otago University. He'll be talking about the foreign policy issues that we're not talking about but should be talking about in this campaign. But first, Erica Stanford, National MP, is with us. Hi, Erica.
Hello. Thanks for
coming in.
Me.
I won't quiz you about foreign policy. I think that's probably
excellent.
If you have any overwhelming thoughts about foreign policy, you're welcome to share them. I'm asking everybody who comes in to this ridiculous day-long podcast to do three things. The first of that is to have a guess, to go in to potentially win a box of chocolate fish, to guess what the turnout will be on October 14.
From the conversations I've had on doorsteps around the country, because we're doing a lot of door knocking with our candidates, I think the turnout is going to be quite low.
Right.
I think there are a number of left-wing voters, Labour voters, that are disillusioned. They don't want to vote for Labour. That's what I'm hearing, but they don't know what to do, and they've actually said to us, "We're just not going to vote." So my pick is something down around that sort of 74 mark. So I'll hit, let's say 74.3.
74.3. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite low, which is unfortunate because you want people to participate in the democratic process. But I think there are a lot of disillusioned people out there who feel very let down.
So you say to them, when you say it's important that you vote, you should vote for Labour. Why don't you just go and vote for Labour?
No, I tell them, well, you should have you considered National, and then I give them my pitch on the doorstep.
Next question. Political TV show. I don't know if you're a fan of West Wing or House of Cards or Veep or any of those sorts of that world of quite often, sado politicians and political media like myself do consume those things. If you had to choose one to take to a desert island, which would you choose?
I really liked House of Cards. I watched that.
The American one?
The American one. But I, to be honest, I tend not to watch them, and I'll tell you why. And my husband loves them. He's listening, and he'll be laughing. I find them really stressful. With this job, I like to come home and watch just mind-numbingly, easy reality TV rubbish. Yeah. Because otherwise, it's just too stressful. Yeah. And I just want to relax, and so I don't tend to watch as much. But we used to watch House of Cards.
I always remember Jamie Lee Ross, whose name may be familiar to you, from another epoch. Wrote a piece. I commissioned Jamie Lee Ross to write a piece when he was just a sort of a whippersnapper national MP. He went to the Republican National Convention and he wrote in the piece, I can't remember the exact wording, but something about how it was so exciting and it made him feel like House of Cards. And it's kind of, I think there is a danger, without wanting to necessarily do psychoanalysis on Jamie Lee Ross, there is a danger of believing that stuff's real.
And it's so not. It is so not. It's not like that at all.
Would it be quite boring, a TV show, actually, about the halls of Parliament?
No, that's not true. There are some things, and we've talked about this in previous times you and I have chatted about the dramas, but it's certainly nothing like it is on House of Cards. I mean, all of that underhanded scheming and trying to bring people down and that stuff, that just doesn't happen. But of course things explode and there's drama and there's excitement, but it's not quite as Machiavellian, I think, as House of Cards.
Yeah. It's more often, there are quite usually, not always, cock-up is more often to blame than conspiracy. Is that your experience in the world of politics? Yeah. Third question, we're doing a Mojo meter inspired by your leader, Christopher Luxon, who likes talking about Mojo. He's talked a lot about New Zealand having lost its Mojo, and he's doing everything he can out there to go and find it again. He's, travelling up and down the country, dirt tracks, beaches, looking for that Mojo, to reinstate that Mojo. This is a scientific exercise we're conducting. asking everyone to describe their own level of mojo on a scale of 0, no mojo, or gone mojo. This is just your personal at this moment. 10, full mojo. Where are you on that?
We are,
You
certainly,
personally?
I'm 10 mojo
10.
at the moment.
You're 10 mojo.
Honestly, on Monday I was in South Canterbury, yesterday I was in Nelson, tonight I'm in Invercargill. We are go, go, go. We're not sitting back thinking that this is just going to land in our laps. We're having to work so hard, and you have to have mojo to be able to do that.
Okay.
Writing policy, doing public meetings, yeah.
So does that mean
full
that
10.
does that mean that Christopher Luxon is wrong? There's lots of mojo in the country.
Well, he's got lots of
just in the
mojo,
national
and it's
candidates.
infectious.
Okay.
Right? So he's sort of
He's going
spread
to
his mojo to us.
single-handedly renew the mojo.
Maybe that's
He's just
what
a
he's
mojo
planning.
machine. He's like a fire hose of mojo.
Well, you've seen him on the election campaign. He is the ultimate energizer bunny.
He is.
I don't know how he does it, because I know he's in bed well after midnight. I
Did
know
you-
he's up at half past
Did
4
you
in the morning.
know? Be honest. Did you know that he was going to be like that? Because I think he's been really impressive. He took to it like a duck to water in terms of the. I mean, obviously there are some areas where he's stronger than others, but in terms of that kind of stuff, which is not everyone can do, I'd be terrible at it. Going around and just sort of beaming and enjoying, in the way that John Key did, for example, really enjoying those interactions with people. Did you expect that, or have you been
I
surprised?
did. I mean, I before he was the leader, and in his very early days as leader, I spent lots of time with him on visits and out talking to people.
Yeah.
And he is. You can never get him away from people. We'd go to a cafe, and we've lost Luxon. Where is he? He's out the back talking to the chefs, and we're always late because he just can't stop chatting with people. It's infectious. He's, we saw that very early on, and it's just kind of ramped up a level. He loves talking to people. He loves interacting, and he's full of energy. And he doesn't need much sleep, which I can't say the same for myself.
No, he's got some crazy regime of like 5 a.m. starts and midnight to bed or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because he's a very clean living soul. That's the answer. I
He
think
drinks
that's-
some Pepsi Max.
Oh, he
Don't
drinks
think
too much
he's
Pepsi
too
Max.
clean
Okay,
living.
all
He's
right.
not perfect.
Okay, that's
I've
edgy.
got the Coke
Edgy.
Zero. Yeah, I've got the Coke Zero addiction. He's got the Pepsi Max addiction.
Did you watch the debate last night?
I didn't. I was in a public meeting in Nelson, and then we had a dinner, so I've missed it. I haven't managed to catch up today, but I've seen some snippets.
Yeah. What were you doing in Nelson?
I did some school visits. I did a boxing class with Victory Boxing, who take at-risk kids and do boxing classes with them, amongst a lot of other stuff. And we spent an hour. It was billed to me as, hey, we're just going to get a photo op. And I did a full hour session of skipping and press-ups and running and boxing with these 11 and 12-year-olds. And then we did a public meeting and a dinner. So full-on day.
How is your interactions with teachers? Because, broadly speaking, the teaching community is tend to vote Labour, not all of them. How is that? How have those? Have you been having some difficult conversations? Have you been trying to make the case for the what do you call your package? It's got some alliterative title.
Teaching the Basics Brilliantly and Nationals Literacy Guarantee.
Yeah. How's that going?
Really good, actually. And of course, look, I have been on a tour of this country, and I have been into, I can't even count, so many schools, so many staff rooms, so many principals' offices, talking to them about our policy, and principals' federation meetings and groups of principals all over the country. And the feedback is really good, because a lot of what we're doing is just evidence-based stuff. A lot of schools are doing it already, but we want it to be consistent. And when I get out there and talk to them and go, this isn't scary, this isn't me coming in and flipping the table and doing a 180-degree handbrake turn, this is sensible, evidence-based best practice, and we're going to put some funding behind it in terms of our structured literacy policy. And it's going down really well.
And the phonics thing, which is such I mean, I've got school-age children, and I don't know, right? But, I mean, there is an argument that says let the schools use the system that they think works best for the children. That would seem to be quite a National Party approach. Let them decide. Devolve that responsibility. So what? Why not allow that to continue happening?
Well, because we've been doing that, and it hasn't worked. We have been down a path of the balanced literacy approach, which sounds wonderful. Great, it's got some balance.
It's got B in it. You've got to bring back brilliant balance better.
Yeah, no, but it is. Look, it's not the best way to teach kids to read. It is teaching our kids the habits of poor readers. Look at the picture, guess the word, have a think about the context, look at the first letter. Those are the habits of poor readers, and that's what we've been doing for so long. And it came out of New Zealand. It was research that was done here in New Zealand in the 60s, before we knew how the brain learnt to read. But we now know how the brain learns to read through hundreds and hundreds of cognitive studies. We know that we can get 95% of kids reading proficiently by year 3 if we do it using structured literacy. It's already done in a number of schools. The international evidence, our own local evidence suggests it's the best way. If we want to turn around things really quickly, structured literacy and an explicit way of teaching phonics and literacy is absolutely the way to go. And I take your point. National are not normally the party of mandating things, but within that policy we've said, okay, we're going to mandate structured literacy, but you can choose your provider. You can choose the decodable books from any source you like, and we will fully fund that. So there is a lot of choice in there, but actually we don't have time to muck around. 80% of the people in our prisons are basically illiterate. And Andrew Beecroft the other day said 80% of the kids doing RAM raids have very low levels of literacy. He said our biggest crime-fighting tool is good literacy in schools, and I agree with him. And I'm not willing to muck around any longer when I know the evidence is clear.
The ACT Party has its sights on education, some commentators say. They have some strong views. It's something that fuels David Seymour quite strongly. He's, in terms of charter schools particularly. Is there part of you that is conscious that you've put together your policy package, you're up there, you're ready to go, and then it's something that could, just by the nature of MMP, be like, sorry, Erica, but this is the policy now for education?
Of course. That can always happen. But I've been in a debate recently with David Seymour where he said he's got no interest in the education portfolio.
Oh, really? Okay.
So he said that at the Auckland Primary Principals Association debate recently when I was sitting there with Jan.
Did that get a round of applause?
I think it was more of a sigh of relief. So look, he said that publicly. So, I would love nothing more to be in that portfolio.
Right.
Of course, that decision is up to Christopher Luxon.
Yeah.
We'll find out, if we are successful at a later time.
The last time you were in this building, I think, was when we had a candidate diary reunion. It was a really special evening, I thought, and we had. It's because the backstory to it was that in 2017, back in the distant mists of time, we ran a series on the Spinoff with first-time candidates for Parliament. It was Eric Stanford, it was Chloe Swarbrick, and it was Kerry Allen, all of whom, prospered, did incredibly well afterwards. I'm not saying there's a link between those things. It was more that we sought advice on who might be good people to bring in. Now, since we had that evening, Kerry Allen has quit politics, and she obviously had a tumultuous time. We all know what happened. We don't need to necessarily retread all of that. But in light of what happened there, some of the discussion we had about the daily reality of political parliamentary life, has that made you must have reflected on all that more in the aftermath?
Yes. You have to look after yourself. And it is, especially at the moment, it is so busy and so full on. But the job is very, very demanding. And it is high levels of stress because you are constantly not only trying to do your work, but constantly worrying about what the media are trying to get at you on and balancing a whole lot of things and trying to say the right thing and not the wrong thing. It is very stressful and you do need to look after yourself. But I think you also need to go into politics knowing what potential issues you might have, and make sure that you take care of yourself around that. If you do, look, and I've actually not said this publicly before, but I struggled with depression in my 20s. I was on antidepressants before I had children for about 8 years. So I know my limitations, and I know when I'm starting to feel a bit rubbish, and I know how to try and get over that. And I've got an amazing supportive husband. So you do need to know your limitations, your trigger points, and know when to step back and take a breath and what you need to do to right yourself. And most people struggle from time to time with different things, but it's just making sure you identify those bits and when they might flare up and take care of yourself, especially in this role.
Totally. And most people either have experience of that personally or they have a friend, family or whatever, but also most of us don't work in the Beltway. It's really hard. So if you know your trigger points, that's great. How does that work when you've got officials, colleagues, public, media, all that pressure coming in? That must be incredibly hard to pull the cord.
It is, and I don't know all the details around Kerry Allen, but obviously she was an extremely high-profile job as a minister with many portfolios, and that pressure would have been huge. I mean, I'm just an opposition MP trying to do my best. The spotlight on us is nothing like what would have been on her. And so, as much as I say, we've got to look at your trigger points and make sure that you look after yourself, it is going to step up a whole nother level for those people going into being new ministers. It really is. So, if we are successful and I do happen to become a minister, I will talk to you again in 12 months and let you know how it's going.
Yeah. Again, none of this is to take anything for granted. But are there mechanisms put in place, whether it's through parliamentary service, whether it's through the party, because it is, you're right. I mean, it will. If it's hell of a busy now, but that's only gonna compound if you become a member of cabinet.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, we've got an incredibly supportive caucus, and that's actually led by Christopher Luxon. He does a great job in making sure that we get together once a block, that we are sitting together, having a drink, de-stressing, using each other to, share our issues and problems with and have a laugh and de-stress. So he's made sure that we do that, and we all look after each other. And there are things through parliamentary service as well that you can get counselling sessions, and you can get help through parliamentary services should you need it.
Have you done a performance review with him? He's doing performance. Have you had one of those?
Yes, I sit down with Christopher Luxon regularly.
But formally, is it like this is the performance review?
In
your diary, and he goes through your KPIs. KPIs, though, isn't it?
Well, it's not super formal. He's a bit he's a bit more casual with me. I don't know what others are like.
Right.
But we sit down very regularly. What are you working on? What are your plans? Here's where I need you to focus. At one point, he sort of said to me, Erica, you're great on immigration. I need you to take your foot off that accelerator and put it on education. So he's always been very clear with the outcomes that he wants us to get. And then I'm going to catch up with him every couple of weeks just to go through how things are going and the policy that I'm working on to make sure it aligns with his vision. So it's not super formal and stressful, but it's just sort of this ongoing dialogue. But he's very clear about where he wants us to go. And that's been quite different and quite refreshing.
I think you've described yourself as tealy. You're a tealy blue, a member of the Blue Greens, I'm assuming.
Yes.
How do you feel about where your party is now? Todd Moller, who was sort of departed on in a cloud of adoration from across the house, really. It was quite moving to watch. Do you feel as though are you comfortable with where your party is on climate change? It seems to have slipped lately.
I don't agree. And I also look at some of our candidates coming through. There are some incredibly intelligent blue-green candidates who will be in the National Caucus after Election Day. So I think if I look at the future of our party and our blue-green caucus, I'm buoyed by that. But also when I look at our policy, I always say that National are the party of the practical environmentalists. Some of the stuff that we're doing is really smart and targeted. I'm really happy with Judith's tech policy around gene editing. We can halve the cow herd, or we can invest in research and actually do that research here to be world leaders in how to reduce our agricultural emissions, because no other country in the world is even looking at that. They're too busy going, how do we move away from coal to gas? So we've got some advantages that we can leverage. And so when you look at our policy, it's smart policy and not just slogans. We've seen that in the last 6 years from this government. Climate change is Jacinda's nuclear-free moment. Well, guess what? In her first term, emissions went up. We're importing more dirty coal apart from the last 6 months than we ever have. And the only reason the last 6 months have gone down is because the lakes have been full. So, actually we're not worried about slogans. We're worried about what works, what investment is to put into the right place.
Do you feel genuinely comfortable about reopening, offshore gas drilling?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yep, absolutely. Well, when the lakes are low, the wind's not blowing, the sun's not shining, what do? We can keep importing dirty Indonesian coal, or we can do the thing, we can turn that tap on when we need to supplement our renewables with something that has got half of the emissions of dirty coal. Now, look, do we want to be doing that all the time? No. And one of our policies, you would have seen, is doubling our renewable energy sources. So while we're doing that, we are always going to need something that we can turn on, and natural gas is that alternative. It's better than the coal we've been burning while we get ourselves up to more renewables.
Audrey Young, the doyen of the Press Gallery, wrote recently a piece about future leadership configurations, in which she mentioned a Willis Stanford ticket. Now, this is not. I'm not asking you about that. So forget that. And then she said, but that's not possible, of course, because you can't have two women. I'm paraphrasing. Maybe she didn't say that. She said it was unpalatable. And then Anna Rawhiti-Connell, one of my colleagues, wrote a piece in which she said, "This is come on. This is what day and age we live in." Do you think? Would you like to think? And this is not a question about you. So let's not try and pretend that this is a leadership spill. Do you think that New Zealand would be ready for a woman Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister?
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. I was quite shocked to read what Audrey wrote, actually. I 100% disagree. I think that even the National Party are perfectly capable of having two women, and we would consider it's not something we would rule out. And I think the public are ready for it, quite frankly.
And so you don't get any sense when you're out on the campaign trail or in your inbox that there remains a kind of a sexism at large in New Zealand that would make
I don't see it at all. I don't see it. I know I get asked this quite a bit, a woman more targeted in politics, and is it worse for you? And I can only speak from my experience, but I don't see that.
But then when we did have that evening as well, I remember that Chloe and Kiri relayed some experiences to you, and you went, oh.
Actually, I thought of a couple. But since then, I've actually, because I've thought about it more deeply, because I got asked recently in a woman's interview, and I had to think about it in advance. And I thought, yes, I do get some nasty things, her hair's too long and whatever. And I thought, well, so do the guys. I mean, Andrew Little gets called Angry Andy. My hashtag on Twitter is Mean Girl Stanford.
I think he got called Angry Andy by the National Party, didn't he?
But everyone calls him Angry Andy now. Like, we all get stuff, right? Everyone gets labelled with something. From my perspective, and I can't speak for all women, I don't think what I get is any worse than what the guys get, actually.
Okay.
And I don't tend to dwell on it. I just, forge ahead, right?
The education is obviously a passion. I know you're not tertiary education, are you? You've got the separate spokesperson, but the universities, just quickly on that, are in a state.
Yes,
you talk to anyone who they're sort of pleading for more money to get them through this period as they rebuild post-COVID. What's National's position on that? Is National going to help universities with money?
You won't have long to wait before we announce some policy around helping our tertiary sector. So that is something that's coming.
Okay.
And I've had a hand in that. So from both perspectives, from immigration and education. So we are very aware that the sector is really struggling. And frankly, when I look at what the government have done to the international student market over the last 6 years, we shouldn't be surprised at where we're at.
Well, that's what
done
COVID did that to the international student market, didn't it?
Well, why is it that Australia and Canada are back to pre-pandemic student numbers, and if we're lucky at half? And they've been back for a long time.
And do you think that's an immigration shortcoming?
There is an immigration. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. These guys absolutely went into immigration after the pandemic, and cut out a whole lot of stuff that attracts students to come to New Zealand. Now the Aussies, man, they're smart. Right from early last year, when we still had our borders closed, they went, right, we want students back. And they could see that our borders were closed, and they were like, right, awesome, we will take all of your international students. And you know what? They did. They were smart. They had welcoming policies. It used to be our fourth biggest export earner. And our universities were doing well, our polytechnics were doing well, and that has all disappeared because of the specific immigration policies that this government put in place to make it much harder for international students to choose New Zealand, because they literally go Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, and they list all of the stuff that we offer, and they're not choosing us.
I think you appeared on a lot of people's radars in the immigration portfolio first when you pushed quite hard and there's the emerging out of COVID period. Is that something that gets fire in your belly as well as education? Is immigration something you get? Are you going to be in there saying I want that portfolio too? If the cards fall that way.
Well, look, I love the immigration portfolio. I asked for it. I mean, I love education as well. Immigration, I love Daughter of an Immigrant, and I could see how important it was going to be. And when you look at our birth rate and our ageing population and how things look in the future structurally for New Zealand, immigration is going to be vital. 2/3 of our population growth will come from immigration in the future. We have a birth rate at the moment of 1.6. And to remain stable, it needs to be 2.1. So, you do the math. We are going to rely on them more and more. So our immigration settings are vitally important, and you need someone who understands immigration law, who understands how migrants work and what they want from policy settings, how businesses work, what the country needs, and tied in with infrastructure. You need someone who understands all that. And I think in the last 6 years we've had a number of ministers who didn't get it, and things haven't been going well. So, yes, I am really passionate about that as well. But I certainly won't be going to Lux and telling him what I want, because I think he probably knows, but also he makes those decisions.
Sure, yeah. But you reckon you could manage to take both of those? Quite big portfolios.
They are, and he will make that call.
A listener writes in to say, Erica at university was essentially undefeated and unbeatable at the jug sculls. Would you care to comment?
It's one of my greatest achievements in life. Yeah, 3 years open girls jug scull champion.
Wow.
Yeah, those are the good old days when you used to be able to do boat races in the quad. Okay. Can't do that anymore. We've gone all woke.
Is that not something that's happening in national caucus meetings?
No, I'm too old. I can't do it anymore.
Erica versus Simeon in the boat races?
I would kick his butt.
Pay money to watch that.
Sub 4 second jugs in my heyday.
Simeon, if you want to come in, the invitation is open. I think he was thinking about it. I don't think we anyway. Simeon, if you're listening, come on in. I promise not to make you drink a jug of beer, but we will chat. Erica, thanks so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure. Good luck with the rest of the campaign, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you very much for having me.
This is the Spinoff 2023 Gone By Lunchtime election Megapod. We're doing fine. We'll be back soon. Kia ora tātou, this is the Megapod. I'm Toby Manhire, and we're joined on the phone by one of Aotearoa's sharpest minds on international relations, Professor Robert Chapman of the University of Otago. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Toby.
How are you doing? Did you watch the debate last night by any chance?
I did.
Did you? I'm interested. I'm interested to know what you thought of the. There was one question on foreign policy that I detected.
Yeah.
What did you make of that?
I thought it was. I was a bit disappointed with the preparation for the debate, if I have to be candid. They could have asked Chris Luxon or Christopher Hipkins. They could have asked them a question: what do you see as your number one foreign policy issue? Instead, they asked a question which both of them were quite understandably reluctant to speak on, because it could have, if they answered it, it could cause an international incident.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's what, in sporting terms, it was hospital path. And of course, they both refused to speak about it. And that's fair enough. But it's a shame, because foreign policy is the elephant in the room. This country does trade globally with more than 100 countries. And, you know, a big chunk of the wealth of this country, in the agricultural sphere, in terms of I think it's about 29% of our GDP. It's quite a high ratio, goes to exports. So we have a big stake in the international environment, but you wouldn't always think that when you watch our election debates.
The question that was asked for those who didn't see the debate last night was how would you respond if China was invading Taiwan? And the answer given was that's a hypothetical I'm not going to get into. And as you say, Robert, the last thing you want to do is to end up in the pages of the Global Times or some Chinese newspaper. You said you could have asked, what is your foreign policy priority? If you were going to ask a question in a debate, if we popped you into a debate like the Angry Fence Man, but on a particular subject, what subject would you probe?
Well, I think I would probably ask for what is the biggest challenge to what New Zealand stands for in the world, which is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. New Zealand depends critically on what's called an international rules-based order. That is where international relations is based on principles and rules rather than raw power. Mr. Putin has sought to upturn the system by illegally invading a neighbour. So we have a huge stake in Mr. Putin failing in Ukraine. So are we actually doing enough to bring that about? And I think that would have been one of my questions.
So it can seem a long way away. It can seem distant, but...
It can, but when you think that two key players in our neighbourhood, China and India, both in the Indo-Pacific, are two heavyweights in the world, and they are tacitly supporting the invasion of a liberal democracy by an authoritarian state, then we realize that it's not just far away, because it has huge consequences for the region which we regard as, you know, our neighborhood, the Indo-Pacific. So it may seem far away, but it has both economic consequences in terms of price of food and fuel, but it also has diplomatic consequences, because if Mr. Putin succeeds in what he's doing, it will certainly have reverberations in the region that we consider to be our neighborhood.
It's a delicate dance, as so many of these diplomatic priorities are, in that China is our biggest trading partner. India, we want to increase two-way trade with, precisely because we're so dependent on China at the moment. Is there a risk in upping or being more vocal or being more muscular in our support of Ukraine?
More vocal. I think we could quietly increase our military support for President Zelensky's government. Best way to deal with Chinese assertiveness, in my view, is not to necessarily join AUKUS, but to actually try to give more support for a country which is the victim of an invasion by an ally of China. Because that will have, if Mr. Putin's defeated in the Ukraine, that will be a major crisis for Xi Jinping. He stuck his neck out in supporting the illegal invasion of another sovereign state. And he may have to deal with the consequences, but that's not our problem. And it wouldn't, you know, at the end of the day, we wouldn't be, if you like, pitching our action at China. We'd be pitching it at Russia.
Zelensky, of course, was at the General Assembly overnight, reiterating his call for leaders around the world to throw their support behind Ukraine, to up their support militarily. One of the things that has been talked about here that Luxon was asked after the debate last night was whether if he were to become Prime Minister, he would follow through on his pledge to chuck out the Russian ambassador. Is that the sort of thing that we should be doing? What else does it look like in real terms for New Zealand to be upping its contribution?
I think we've contributed about 70 million, that round about 70 million, more than 70 million in humanitarian and military aid, and that includes training. And by the way, New Zealand's Defence Force apparently has been very successful in training Ukrainians in both in London and I believe also Germany. But sorry, not London, in the UK. But the point I'm making here is, if you look at our contribution, it's pretty modest given what's at stake for us as a relatively small country that depends critically on the rule of law internationally. And here we have a country which gave up its nuclear capabilities and is a liberal democracy, has been invaded. It's very important, given the global ramifications of this conflict, that we do more. And I was in Canberra recently, and there's been noises about, Australia's given 610 million in military assistance alone. Now, Australia's a much bigger country, and I'm not saying we can compete with that, but I think we could do a little bit more. And also, it was quite noticeable to me that a New Zealand leader hasn't met with President Zelensky to express solidarity. And I feel this,
I think Hipkins brushed past him in the corridor, didn't he, in Lithuania or something?
That's right. Yeah, and I'm sure, and Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky has gone on record as saying he appreciates the support. He's not. I just feel this is such a big issue for this country's well-being internationally that we should really be there, shoulder to shoulder, as much as we can within the constraints of what's available here. I just think that it's an issue which has huge reverberations for the Indo-Pacific, the region which we see as our central sort of region of concern.
You mentioned Australia. One of the current issues insofar as foreign policy is in headlines in New Zealand is AUKUS, which is, of course, Australia, UK, US, and that's designed as much as anything as a counterweight to China, I think, but it also represents a kind of collective voice in terms of Ukraine, other issues. The New Zealand's role in that would be in a pillar 2, as I think they're calling it, rather than we're not about to jump into a military alliance. Is that a step in the right direction? Is that, I mean, obviously it's a conversation we'll be having.
I don't think so. I don't think joining the Anglosphere is seen as particularly credible in a part of the world where 60% of the population is. The thing is, many countries like Indonesia are deeply nervous about Chinese assertiveness, but they don't see 3 English-speaking countries as upholding what they see as the rules-based international order as necessary, the key to effectively deterring China. I think, and for New Zealand, it's a big risk because we have been very successful in projecting the norm and the value of non-nuclear security. There is a risk that if we join even Pillar 2, we will be seen as hypocrites. And the reason we might be seen as hypocrites is because countries of the Pacific Island states signed the Treaty of Rarotonga with us, which banned the nuclear proliferation, and also the countries of ASEAN have also signed a comparable agreement in 1995. So there's a lot of countries carefully watching us to see whether we're going to be completely consistent with what we've been advocating internationally, which is an anti-nuclear message, and we were a key player in driving what was called the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So joining an organization which part of which is in the process of transferring nuclear power submarines to Australia is not perhaps, it will cause us difficulties in terms of our messaging internationally. The other thing I'd like to add, Toby, I recently came back from Canberra, and one of the things that really surprised me, I expected all the Australians to be really gung-ho about AUKUS. I spoke to people both in the military and in the diplomatic area, and actually there is a deep concern that Australia is overcommitting itself with AUKUS. It's huge expenditure, between 268 million and 368 million, and it will probably exceed that, in order to get 5 Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines by about 2035. And many people in the military area see that as too extravagant, too far off, and also putting too much strain on the resources they have at the moment. So, because there's having to be budget cuts within the Australian military budget in order to accommodate this huge expenditure that's carrying over for a number of decades. So I think there's a bit of a debate unfolding now in Australia, and of course a big question both for New Zealand and Australia: what happens if there's a change of government in the United States?
Right.
At the moment, both countries are very comfortable with Mr. Biden being, if you like, head of AUKUS. But if Mr. Trump came to power, or Mr. DeSantis, or would they be comfortable being part of an enhanced security arrangement under that sort of leadership? And the answer seems to be, both in Australia and New Zealand, no.
So even in your mind, even attaching ourselves, becoming a member of Pillar 2, which is a very different kind of level of involvement to the main partners.
It is, but it's still involvement.
That would be seen as in some way compromising or affecting our independence, our independent foreign policy?
I don't doubt that our decision makers are absolutely genuine. They say it won't for one moment dilute our commitment, but it's the perception of others.
Yeah.
And by the way, New Zealand's diplomacy has been very successful in spreading the non-nuclear security message in the Indo-Pacific. And so, in a sense, we need to be very careful with this. The other thing is, what would we get out of it? Sharing cutting-edge defence technology, but we can, the UK and the US don't have a monopoly on that technology.
Yeah.
We have very good relations with NATO. We're an informal partner with NATO. Excellent relations with many members of the European Union.
I guess the fear would be that someone would sort of say, look, if you want to stay in that Five Eyes group, guys, you need to come on board with this too. Are you part of the club or aren't you?
Yeah, but having, when I've spoken around to American diplomats, I don't think the Americans see it as a game changer.
Right.
And I don't think the Australians do. I think they recognise they have a vested interest in New Zealand being a healthy liberal democracy which shares the ideas. It doesn't, in a sense, New Zealand may be of more use to its Western allies outside AUKUS than in it.
Last thing.
That's something that needs to be pondered.
Last thing, Robert, before I let you go. Obviously there's a parochialism that is in play in every part of the world in your own country. You kind of think you punch above your weight, you think you're important, you see yourself in other foreign media and get excited. Is New Zealand, what sort of level of importance, voice, respect does New Zealand's position have in the world, whether it's through soft power, through whatever? Are we irrelevant, or are we worth something more than our numbers suggest?
I have to finish on this one, Toby.
Yep.
But just the next 30 seconds, I would say that New Zealand's international reputation has grown dramatically in the last 10 years or so. And the reason is not necessarily because of what our politicians have said, or it's also because our government, the Jacinda Ardern government, was confronted by 3 major challenges. The appalling terrorist atrocity of March 2019, then the White Island tragedy, in which a number of Australians died, and then on top of that, COVID-19. In each case, the New Zealand response, the decision making that occurred, did win a lot of admiration internationally. And Jacinda Ardern also, as Chris Luxon's readily admitted and conceded, also was a politician who caught the imagination of international observers, and as she travelled, she won over lots of audiences. So I think in New Zealand's international standing is quite high, but that also means that we may be expected to do more in the future, and many countries see us as a minor power rather than a small state.
Thanks so much for your time, Robert, and getting foreign policy on the agenda for this campaign.
Thank you. Thank you, Toby. Cheers. Bye.
That was Robert Chapman, who is Professor of International Relations at the University of Otago. And now in the studio, sneaking in, we've got Stuart Salmon Lund, who has been... What have you just been doing? Have you been monitoring... Chris Hipkins has been giving a media stand-up?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the Labour leader's campaign visit to Gisborne. He's just fronted for media, but we got a little bit more of an insight into how he found last night's debate. He was asked a bit about, there was that sort of observation that it was a bit boring, a bit dull, and that there was maybe a bit more fire needed from Chris Hipkins. And he said that it wasn't the way that he wanted to perform in the debate. That's not what he was going in to do. His objective was to participate in a debate, and he decided to then take aim at Chris Luxon, who he said spoke over Jessica Mackay and himself, wouldn't answer a single question. And he said that his performance was generally a bit more reserved because he wanted people at home to actually be able to hear what he had to say. And he really also doubled down on that sort of idea around Luxon not being prepared to front on tax plan costings.
Right, which he didn't do as much as he might have in the debate last night, arguably. Did he talk about the next debate? Was he asked about what he's going to do next time, whether he's going to change it up or adjust things?
He sort of gave a few hints that he wasn't exactly planning to, fire it up in any additional degree. He thinks that the debate last night was actually quite a good one and an opportunity to air a lot of various different issues. And again, got another dig in saying, I made an attempt to answer all of the questions that were put to me, which stands me aside from Chris Luxon.
Did he say Christopher Luxon is the world's best debater now? Like, look at that. He beat me by, I was the world's best debater, and Christopher Luxon has beaten me, most people say, by, a fifth of a degree. Therefore, Christopher Luxon is now the greatest debater in the world. Did he get into that at all? Well,
considering, Luxon was the one that was underplaying it last week, wasn't he, when he sort of said that, he'd never done a debate before and frequently loses to his wife. So I guess Chris Hipkins could attempt to flip the script a little bit now that he's probably the underdog.
Now, you did talk to Christopher Luxon earlier this morning, back at the goat farm. We discussed the goat farm earlier in the Megapod.
Thrilling stuff.
And am I right in thinking that you have brought to us through the magic of technology some clips from that stand-up? What have you got for us?
I got a couple of clips. I got the very first question in the stand-up, which is always exciting as a journalist, especially humble little Spinoff jumping in front of the TV.
Did you piss off the TV people? Did they glare at you?
Yeah.
Did they kick you in the shins?
Pretty much, especially when I got him with such an important question related to goats. I believe we have a goat clip.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's see if this works.
Was it harder trying to milk those goats or debate Chris Hipkins?
It's going to be
good.
You're going to have to.
I actually really enjoyed last night.
We can always play it off your phone.
I didn't quite know what to expect. The time went through really fast.
Yeah, well,
as I said last
we've got
night.
a couple of
I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being able to sort of have a platform to be able to say,
hold on.
look, I think there is a strong difference.
I reckon I got
two of us.
Set the stage a bit more for us, Stuart.
2,000 goats, one Christopher Luxon, and one rotating carousel of goat udders that were ready to be milked.
Wow.
That is the picture.
Trying to milk those goats or debate Chris Hipkins last night?
I actually really enjoyed last night. I didn't quite know what to expect. The time went through really fast, as I said last night, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being able to sort of have a platform to be able to say, look, I think there is a strong difference between the two of us and our parties. That actually, we want strong economic management so we can take this country forward, and that's what I think this election's all about.
He didn't really want to tell me if it was harder to milk the goats.
They're all so on message, aren't they? It's really killing me.
It was the first question, though. I was really hoping he would just say it was actually harder to milk the goats because it looked like he was having a bit of a struggle. But the all-important question, which is in the second clip, if that's ready to go, is regarding the mojo question. We've been searching high and low across the country, like Christopher Luxon, in search of mojo.
How's your mojo on the campaign trail? Better than the country's?
What's that?
Better than New Zealand's mojo?
Oh no, look, I'm loving it. I really do. I mean, as you know, I get up 4:30 every morning, mate, 7 days a week.
That's all he was going to give me.
4:30 every morning.
Yeah, but it sounds like I would say that's brimming with mojo.
Well, what are we going to give that? I think that we need to. That sounds like a 9.5 or a 10. Lots of the politicians today have been saying 10.
Well, I specifically asked, how is your mojo? And he said it's great. So, I mean, that's probably at least a 9.
He'd say, I am human mojo. I am...
Watch me roar.
I'm the personification of mojo, travelling the country, radiating mojo, just like, I don't want to make this too messiah of a metaphor, but kind of touching animals and injured children and just filling them with mojo so that they can then, just build an export-led economy. That's what we want from the lambs, the injured children.
Yeah, and I think when he was milking the goat with a small bottle, maybe that was the sort of vessel by which the mojo was being...
Did the goat look sort of empowered after the milking?
Well, at first the goat was hiding under something. Then Christopher Luxon arrived, and suddenly the goat wanted to cuddle.
Back on track.
Utterly back on track.
Oh, you see, where everything was going fine. Everything was going fine.
Sorry.
All right, thank you, Stuart, so much for that. You're staying with us for the next hour when we're going to get into, I think that's right, isn't it? I think the next hour is when we're going to go through some of the seats, some of the electorates, some of the exciting parts of the country in the election. And we'll be back we're just going to get all the people in. We'll take a break now. Join us soon on the Spinoff Gone By Lunchtime 2023 election Megapod.
Nice. Sorry about that.
Kia ora tātou, this is the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod. In a moment, we're going to get to some of the box office electorates around the country with my colleagues. But first, we just had a listener call in. Is that Chris Hipkins on the line?
It is indeed. G'day.
Have you just been in Gisborne? What's the scene in Gisborne?
The scene in Gisborne is a beautiful sunny day here in Gisborne. We're just leaving. We're actually on our way down to Wairoa now. But I'd say the mood here is energised. So I think the region's had a pretty difficult year, but I think people are feeling optimistic about the future. I think they're ready to bounce back after the cyclone, and We met some young people this morning that are pursuing a career in film and television. They're doing some earning and learning at the same time, so they've got jobs that allow them to earn and learn at the same time in the film and television sector. And so, I think there's an energised mood here.
Excellent. Now, we're running through the day asking everyone who comes on this ridiculous podcast to go into, for the prize of a box of chocolate fish, guess what the turnout will be to 1 decimal point on election day. What do you reckon?
In terms of percentage or in terms of actual number of voters?
No, not the actual number of voters. That would be really hard. No, the percentage. I mean, it was kind of, what was it? It was 82 really high last time, wasn't it? And then it was sort of more like 74 in 2011. So somewhere between there. What do you reckon? Box of chocolate fish.
Yeah, I reckon around 76.
76? Okay, 76. That's good. Next question in this probing interview is, if you could only take one political TV show to a desert island, like whether it's West Wing or Thick of It or Veep, what's your go-to? What's your political TV show that you would have as your comfort food on a desert island?
Oh, it'll probably be The West Wing. I thought it was a brilliant show.
Really? Did you think it was real when you watched it?
I wished it was real, but I knew that it was far removed from reality, but kind of wished that it was real.
Yeah, it was a different time, wasn't it? It was quite something. Okay, next one, mojo. So, as you know, Christopher Luxon has been searching the country for the mojo that we've lost, and we're kind of joined in on that endeavour in search of the mojo, the missing mojo. We're doing a scientific exercise asking everyone who comes on what their personal mojo level is, 0 being no mojo, all mojo gone, no mojo, and 10 being abundant mojo, can't move for the mojo, mojo everywhere. Where are you, Prime Minister Chris Hipkins, on the mojo scale from 0 to 10?
I'm definitely a 10. I think the mojo level is high.
The mojo level is high. What do you think in New Zealand the mojo level is, just since we're on the subject?
I reckon it's a 7 heading towards an 8, and by the end of the year it'll be a 9.
Okay, they're very good. Well done. Okay, last thing before you go, I need to give you an opportunity, after you shockingly on the debate last night appeared to have never read a book. I think maybe you misunderstood the question and thought it was, what book are you reading lately? The question was, what's your favourite book? Can you name a book that you've read and even liked, Chris Hipkins?
Oh, I could name plenty. I'm actually actually I should have said I'm in the process of reading books to my kids, so I'm kind of going through that phase of rereading.
That would have been a good answer.
Rereading all the books that I used to. We've just finished Fantastic Mr. Fox, which is an absolute classic. I thoroughly enjoyed
humdinger.
that.
Those nasty, those who are those terrible, evil Boggis and Bunce and nasty bunch of people.
That's right. So did that answer your question?
No. It sounds like you're stalling. A grown-up book. A book for grown-ups. It could be something that you've read 10, 15 years ago. Not a self-help book, ideally.
I tend to read a lot of trashy novels when I get the chance. So I really like the Dan Brown series. So any one of those, Da Vinci Code or anything like that.
All right. Okay, we'll take that. Thank you for your time. Good luck in Wairoa. Give our love to everybody in Wairoa. And
all right.
Best luck for the rest of the campaign.
Okay. Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Bye-bye. That was Chris Hipkins, who called in, I guess, probably being glued to the Megapod as he goes about his business.
I've never heard such a probing interview.
Well, look, we've established that he has read a book.
Yeah.
Something that TVNZ couldn't establish last night. Chris Hipkins has read a book, everybody. That's big news. I think I might as well just turn and go home now. Hey, no, I won't do that because I've got this incredible group of people with me. Charlotte Muriranning, Shanti Matthias, Stuart Salmon-Lund. We're going to talk about electorates. We're going to talk about the box office electorates, the hot seats, as we've called them in our series. And you all have been reading, writing, thinking, looking at all the issues around these seats. And I'm going to go through first of all. Do we have Joel on the line, by the way? We're going to plug Joel in.
Just carry on and I'll get him in if and when he comes in.
I really want to know if he's read a book. Have you guys read a book? Has anyone read a book?
I've read a book.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, I have read a book. At least one.
Okay, let's go through also turnout guesses. Do you want to do your turnout guesses? Everybody gets a turnout guess to go into, just like Chris Hipkins, keen listener Chris Hipkins, you can go in to win a box of chocolate fish. Turnout. Oh, there's Joel. Hi, Joel. If you want to guess anywhere, it's sort of what the turnout might be. It's 82 was really high last time. 74, 75 was 2011. What do you reckon, Charlotte?
76.4.
Just
Said with
one-upping the PM.
such confidence.
Is that what he said?
He said 76, right? So you just you just wanted to get a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Interesting. Shanti.
73.3.
Oof.
73.3. Stuart.
I'm going 77.2.
I thought you would.
Yeah. And my argument being, there's so much, so many questions about mojo in this country at the moment. There's going to be a large number of people who want to get out and, demonstrate that.
Okay. Joel, can you hear me? I don't know if you can.
Joel should be on the line now. Joel, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Joel, hello.
I can hear you.
How are you down there in Punaki? Everything well?
It is absolutely wonderful down in Wellington. You're all missing out.
Well, actually, we're not, because we're in a studio for 12 hours, which is doesn't matter what the weather is, because the weather is always shining with interesting politics chat. What's your guess on the turnout for the election on October 4th for 14, Joel?
77.4.
77.4.
That's right.
Very close to Stuart's. Okay, let's keep moving around. Do you want political TV shows, Charlotte?
Thick of it.
Thick of it.
Yeah.
Shanti?
I've never watched a TV show.
You've never watched any TV show. You're like Chris Hipkins with his books.
Yeah, that's right. TV.
What's a TV? Amazing. Okay. Have you read any books? You have read books.
I've read books,
heaps.
yeah.
What's your favourite book that has some connection with politics?
Oh, well, there's a lot of really involved fantasy books
Okay.
that I really like. There's
Okay.
all these like machinations.
Not
laws.
Pull No Punches by Judith Collins.
That's second.
Stuart?
The Thick of It.
Thick of It as well. Joel?
The American version of The Thick of It, Veep.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice. I'm too loud? Is that what you're saying, Tina? Apparently I'm too loud, TI here. I've just had a Tina Tiller. The core of the spin-off has been making I'm too loud noises. Maybe she just means I'm too interesting. That might be it. Also, Mojo. Charlotte, 0 to 10?
4. Is it personal or can
Yeah, it's
4?
personal. Yeah. You said 4 in a way that was so 4. Like everything about it was 4. It was onomatopoeic. Shanti.
7.5.
Oh. So this is personal do we know what mojo is, or it's just whatever we want?
Just answer the question, please.
6.
6. Joel?
I'm at a 9 today, and I've already visited 2 Mojo cafes.
Wow. That is well
That'll
done.
do it.
That is well done. And didn't you go and see Andy Foster as well?
Yeah, just spent some time with Andy Foster.
That's why it's another 10.
That is, if there is not more of a mojo-inducing encounter than hanging out with our man Andy Foster, New Zealand first candidate. How was he?
He's really chipper, actually.
Is he?
We caught up at Zealandia, which is his that's actually his baby. He was actually really instrumental in setting that up. I think he's quite excited. I think once he left council, was no longer the mayor, he was probably a bit lost, didn't know what to do with himself. So he's running for New Zealand first, and he genuinely seems really happy about life.
Fantastic. Okay, let's start by going through the seats with you, Stuart. I'm going to ask each of you. You've all written about a bunch of seats. Sorry, we're just sorting some technical issues here. It's all fine. It's all part of the fun. Each of you, could you name a seat that is the one that's most exciting you, that's most kind of pushing the mojo levels up when you read about it and think about it and talk about it with your friends, and why? Stuart, you go first.
Tamaki, because it is a seat that for many years was incredibly boring, incredibly straightforward. Feels like for the first time in my memory, it's a race. It's an exciting race, and I don't really know what way it's going to go.
Because we've got, 2 candidates on the right?
Yeah,
going
so
head-to-head.
Simon O'Connor from the National Party, who's been in there for 12 years, I think. Last time swooped in with a 8,000 vote majority during the Labour red wave of 2020. This time, ACT Party Deputy Leader Brooke Van Velden, who is campaigning incredibly hard on the street every day to try and unseat Simon O'Connor. And while polling is, quite hard to, there's not much polling out there, but I think there's been a couple that have had them within 2 or 3% of each other within the margin of error, which suggests that...
Have we actually had a published poll, or are we just going on whispers of polls?
There has been polling provided to media outlets. So, as I say, it's hard to know, but
with a sack of salt.
It makes it exciting.
Yeah.
And, from spending a bit of time on the ground, albeit alongside Brooke, so there's a bias there for the piece I wrote, a lot of people suggesting that they were ready for change, ready for someone who was on the ground and accessible, and they didn't feel that they'd had that over the last few years.
Huge majority to turn around. But yes,
for sure.
It will be interesting. Interesting kind of almost sort of wedge encounter on the right between the two versions of the potential National Act coalition. Charlotte, what about you? What's the seat that's...
this is a bit personal because it's the seat I'm voting in. But Tamaki Makaurau. So it's the Māori seat that kind of encompasses the whole of Auckland, and the competition, or where it's kind of interesting, is between Peeni Henare, who currently holds it for Labour, and the Māori Party, and that's really interesting because last time there was about 4 percentage points between Peeni Henare and John Tamahere, who was running for the Māori Party. And I just think with the last term with Māori Party and Parliament, it will be really interesting to see kind of if that buzz pays off.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have Tamahere, which
No.
is something, although, he's a polarising figure in his own right.
Yeah.
The other thing, I think, last time is that Marama Davidson was standing in the seat for the
Yeah.
Greens and got 20%. So
Yeah.
I imagine Peeni Henare will be quietly hoping that comes to him, because you're right. If the swing across the country moves, it was a really small majority there that Peeni Henare got, like 900 or something.
Tiny,
Yeah,
it was hundreds. But yeah, I think it's also interesting because obviously John Tamahere had that kind of, he's well known in Auckland, but also for not necessarily good reasons, but he still did that well.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, and he'd just come out of that interesting mayoral campaign the year before.
That's true. But also being involved with the Waipiota Trust, and the Trust had done a lot of really good work around COVID vaccination and stuff.
Yeah.
So, maybe that
helped balance it out. But now they've got Takutai Moana Kemp, who's really well established out in South Auckland, and also did lots of great work around COVID as CEO of Manurewa Marae. So yeah, it's just really interesting. And I don't know who I'm going to vote for.
Cool.
Out of the 4.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Love that. Joel, what's squealing your wheels in Wellington?
Well, I am going to talk Wellington, and I think it's the most exciting electorate in the country, and it's Wellington Central. And the reason is, we just had a poll out this week, and it showed 3 candidates all within 5% of each other. And, there's ways you could see it going any way. But the reason that it's interesting is the Green candidate, Tamitha Paul. She has a really good chance to do effectively what Chloe Swarbrick managed to do. They've actually had very similar political careers in the sense that she ran for local government. In Tam's case, she won a seat on council and became sort of extraordinarily popular among young people on the left, to the point that when Grant Robertson decided he wasn't going to run again in this seat, James Shaw was the sort of incumbent Green candidate, and he stood aside for Tam because he thought that she had a better chance of winning this seat for the Greens. Sort of as someone who's never been an MP and is 26 years old. So I mean, there's an extraordinary level of excitement from the Green side, but it's also fascinating because I just think all 3 of the candidates are really high quality and almost speak to the future of their own parties. Tam is, like I said, she's this young sort of firebrand activist-y type. Ibrahim Omer from Labour has probably the best story of any politician, any candidate in the country. You know, he was a refugee who fled Eritrea as a teenager, worked as a UN translator in Sudan, spent 5 months in prison there after he was accused of being a spy, ended up in New Zealand as a refugee, spent years as working as a cleaner, picking up any jobs he could. He was a cleaner at Victoria University for years until he saved up enough money to attend Victoria University, and you know, now he's an MP, and he's had a really big impact, particularly after the mosque shootings. He's that one person in the Labour caucus who's incredibly important in connecting with certain migrant communities. So I mean, he's interesting in terms of looking at that modern Labour Party. He's sort of genuinely, he's an actual working class representative, and he speaks to that sort of diversity and migrant voice. And then even Scott Sheeran on national side, he's too far down the list to get in this time probably. So he would need to win the seat, which I don't really expect him to do so, but he's an incredibly impressive candidate.
Well, he's coming second in that poll though, isn't he? So he's a shot.
He is a shot. He's a shot if there's a really narrow split on the left. And it is possible. And Nationals polled into the mid to high 30s before. Yeah. So the maths is possible. And yeah, he's got this incredible CV. He's worked around the world in really high-powered legal UN jobs. He was the vice chair of the United Nations Legal Committee when he was 28 years old. So you see that if he finds his way into Parliament, he's a future minister in a future national government, almost certainly.
Do you think? I mean, you and I went together, Joel, to the Aro Valley debate, which is always fun, which is always popular. Is there a buzz around the seat beyond that? Are you feeling around town?
I think there is a buzz. I mean, you named that debate, but there have been so many debates. There's a debate almost every night. Like, a lot of seats have a lot of debates, but Wellington's such a political town, and there's so many political organisations here who all want to put on a debate that, like, these candidates are seeing each other and butting heads against each other constantly. There's the same sort of fatigue that you have everywhere else, but almost... It also helps that there hasn't been an interesting race in Wellington Central since 1996, arguably.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was a great one.
Yeah, hopefully somebody's filming this one. You never know. You never know what could happen. You're quite right, though. The interesting thing about that seat, apart from anything else, is that over the last 3 elections, every one of the parties has, in some election in the party vote, topped 30%. So it shows you how close it is, and it could come down to, in terms of the electorate seat, whether or not if the Labour and Green candidates, Ibrahim and Tamitha Paul, are close, then that could work for Scott Sheeran, right? Whereas if one bolts away, I mean, has there been any talk of the poll was too close, I suppose, for anyone on the left to say, no, we need to rally behind one candidate?
Oh, I mean, Labour's already trying that line.
Sure.
From what I'm hearing, on the door knocking, they're already pushing that line that people have to get behind Ibrahim because it risks a vote split. Scott Sheeran's also helped by the fact that there's no ACT candidate here this year, so he'll kind of secure that entire right-wing vote. But I've also looked at the analysis of that poll, and we know electorate polls, all polls are a sort of a snapshot, a moment in time, which are not perfectly exact, but you can gain something from. Electorate polls are fuzzier than normal, but I mean, there has been some analysis of that poll which maybe is favourable to the Green Party. That poll had Tam on 26%. The Greens got 30% of the party vote last time, and their party vote overall is stronger than it was last time. So it's a little hard to predict. They'll underperform in Wellington Central.
Well, I guess the other thing they're arguing is that because Tamitha Paul is not on the Green list, that it's electorate seat or nothing, right? So they can make that case. Although that's true for all of them, right?
That's true for all three of them. Yeah. None of them are gonna be on the list probably. Ibrahim has been a list MP so far, but good chance he doesn't make it back. And Tam is not on the list, although she'll continue to be a council representative. And you've seen that line argued a little bit as well. They say Tam will still be representing you, whereas if you don't vote for Ibrahim, he won't be representing you at all. So I suspect that's going to ramp up a bit more. We saw that ramp up at the end of the campaign in Auckland Central between Helen White and Chloe Swarbrick arguing about the vote splitting. And so, I would expect to see more of that, particularly at the end of the
Shanti,
campaign.
you've been in the South Island for the spin-off. I think Canterbury mostly. What's exciting to you in Christchurch, Canterbury?
Well, the mention of the Wellington Central is quite a good parallel for the Island seat, where Raf Manji is really, really hoping to take it for top. The polling does not look that great for him at the moment. But yeah, when I interviewed him in Christchurch a few weeks ago, he sort of said, he's really been talking to people across the political spectrum, including Gaurav Sharma, as it turns out. And he talked to David Seymour, and David Seymour apparently told him that, Top and ACT Top is in the same position that ACT was sort of 6 years ago. And I said, yes, but ACT had someone giving it an electorate seat deal, and you don't. And he was like, yeah, but our polling is better. But really, very optimistic, very energetic man.
Can you just go back to Gaurav Sharma? What was the conversation with Gaurav Sharma?
It was about being independent, about being an MP. And you get more attention when you're an MP, which is what Top really wants. So, at the moment in Ilam, the current sitting MP is Sarah Pallett from the Labour Party. She's now at a number 51 on the list, so she's not going to get in unless she gets the electorate. And the same goes for Hamish Campbell for the National Party, who's at 63 on the list. So again, we'll need to win the electorate to win. So they're all just very, very dead set on this. And I think Raf Manji is sort of saying, well, it's much better to have a party leader as the representative for your electorate. You get a lot more done. But then the other two are sort of making the argument that it's much better to have backbenchers who will actually do more for the electorate and be more focused on that rather than the overall national profile. So there's kind of quite a lot of different, when you look at the demographics of that area, that's the part of Christchurch, sort of between the university and the airport, for anyone who knows that area. And yeah, lots of mix, lots of social housing, heaps and heaps of students and research. So all of those candidates are really saying, we need the university. Lots of different ways for each of those parties to talk about why it should be their seat. And of course, until Sarah Pallett won in 2020, it was Jerry Brownlee's seat for more than 2 decades.
Safe national seat
very
for a long
safe
time.
National seat, yeah. And Jerry Brownlee was, cabinet minister, very well known, very high profile in Christchurch, especially after the earthquakes.
And got knocked out amazingly. I mean, I remember the moment on election night when it was like, holy shit, Jerry Brownlee's going to lose his seat in 2020, and that was the full extent of the red wave lapping up against the bits that you didn't think it was going to reach, right? And so I guess did the polling remind me? I think there was a Curia poll for Taxpayers Union. Did that put the national candidate top?
Yeah, by quite a big margin. So he had something like 32%.
Yeah.
And then Sarah and Raf were both around 15, 16. Very, very close. But heaps and heaps of undecided voters in that electorate. I did a whole lot of vox pops on the street and basically could not find one single person who would tell me that they knew who they were going to vote for.
Is that right? Interesting.
Yeah. Half of them didn't even know sort of what issues they cared about. So I was like,
I think you said they didn't even know there was an election. Did they know there was an election?
Most of them were, they were like, there's posters especially for Top, because they're putting so much of their resources into that electorate, posters for Raf Manji everywhere. Right. And his like teal card kind of program, he's really pushing that, wanting, especially around the universities, wanting all the young people to see it. So, lots of the gold card. It's like a gold card, but it's for young people, which doesn't go very much into the details of that policy. But yeah, he's really trying to push that.
Interesting. And they're now, Raf and Sarah are both with differing degrees of vociferousness trying to encourage supporters of the other to come over to their camp, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. They're sort of, Raf told me that Sarah didn't have a chance and that everyone should vote for him. And Sarah told me that Raf didn't have a chance, everyone should vote for her. So very, very explicit about
That's clear. That's
their goals there.
It's good to have it clear around there. I think it's also the seat, which is where the Avon River begins in Christchurch. Is that right? So Avon River passes through it, which is only interesting because I think Avon means river in Gaelic, which means that it's the river.
Oh, the river.
I don't know if that's come up as an issue in the campaign.
No one mentioned that to me, but I think that is the boundary of the electorate where it goes against Christchurch Central.
Charlotte, you wrote a beautiful profile of Debbie Ngarewa-Packer for the spin-off, and travelled down to Pātea and the parts in Taranaki. That seat is pretty interesting. Did you see the poll that came out last night?
I did. I did. I have the numbers written down because I can't remember numbers.
No, you don't expect to remember. Tell us about that seat. That's a Māori seat, formerly Adrian Rurafe's seat, currently Adrian Rurafe's seat.
Yeah.
He's the speaker. He's going to the list, which means...
So there are like 4 really interesting people in the mix there. So you've got Debbie Ngāriwapaka, Soroya Peke Mason, Harete Hipango, and then there is another candidate, I can't remember their name, but it's like a Vision New Zealand candidate. Really interesting.
Is it a man who pops up from behind a fence from time to time? Yeah, okay.
He's doing them all. He's like a candidate all around the country. So Harete Hipango is running for the National Party, and I mean, I think she's acknowledged that it's really unlikely that she'll win, but she's one of 2 National Party
which is amazing.
Candidates, running in the Māori seats, and she's been quite vocal around getting National to run people in the seats. And then Soroya Peke Mason is running for Labour, and I think that her cousin is Adrian Rurafe, so she's sort of like hooked into that, and that's very helpful. Yeah. And then Debbie Ngāriwapaka, the co-leader of the Te Pāti Māori, and so Debbie and Soroya are the front runners in that, and it looks to be a really, really close race.
One of the other fascinating things about it is that Tariana Turia backed Harete Hipango from the National Party, who's former MP for Wanganui, and she's in the poll numbers that you're about to tell us. You know, that those could be, depending on how things fall, the kind of votes that could come away. And we had Debbie Ngāriwapaka on this podcast earlier, and she said that it's true that Tariana said some things about Harete, but she also said, but also the sister's been helping me pass flies around, so it looks like, it's the nature. Of course, Tariana Turia is enormous mana in the area and in the seat, and as the founder of the Māori Party, is it? I wonder whether it's almost, if Tariana decided to back Debbie Ngāriwapaka, whether that would make the difference. Is that the sense you get? Does she have that kind of?
Maybe, but she sort of. I think she's from that kind of past era of Te Pāti Māori or the Māori Party, and so I don't know whether that kind of would push people in a certain way these days. I don't know. I think she's still got, all of that mana, and she's done such incredible things. But I do wonder whether she is of the old. She's also Harete's cousin, I think. So
right.
That probably plays a
Tell us how the poll numbers look.
Okay, so Soroya's on, so that's the Labour candidate. She's on 34%. Debbie Ngāriwapaka from Te Pāti Māori is on 29%. And then Harete from National is on 12%. But then there's 16% undecided. So there's just 5% between the 2 front runners and 16% undecided. So.
And it bears repeating, we talked about this earlier with Annabelle, that polling the Māori electorates is hell of a hard. This is a Curia poll, so it's a reputable polling agency, but it's hell of a hard, and all of the different kind of demographic balancing that has to be done across such a massive strip of country is tricky. So it's close, is what we know, right?
Very close.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Stuart, you've been travelling around Auckland quite a bit, looking at seats. Auckland Central, we had a debate in here earlier, so let's leave Auckland Central for the time being.
Maungakiekie, perhaps?
Maungakiekie. Did you go to a Maungakiekie debate the other night?
Yeah, sort of meet the candidates / debate event.
You left a message in our Slack saying that there were only 2 people in the audience at one point. Did that improve?
Yeah, that was my error. I had actually... So the Facebook event said it started at 7, so I was there at 6:58. Right. There was me and one other person, and then I was politely told there was going to be an Ellerslie Residents Association annual general meeting that I had to sit through for the next half an hour before the debate started, but I was welcome to stay. I could apply.
Did you not? Did you? I hope you stayed.
I stayed, yeah, I did. Of course I did. I sat there. I put my name in the drawer for a $50 Danny Doolan's voucher.
2,000 words.
And there was a raffle to win a fridge. And then I had to sit through and be told about the state of the books for the Ellerslie.
Come on, people want to know. How are the books?
They're doing well. They're doing well. They said after it's been a tough time with COVID, they've had to. This is a 2-year AGM. They had to make up for lost ground because of COVID, but they're happy. They're happy with the state of the books. Brand new football venue. You know, it's a great time.
Interesting.
In Ellerslie. So then eventually,
this is your home turf, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ellerslie?
it is.
So
yes.
this, you weren't. You know, there was sort of some interest to you.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, because at first I thought, well, it'd be a bit bad if the journo turns up and wins the Danny Doolan's voucher, but then I believe a sitting ACT MP won it, so I think it's fine.
Right.
Simon Court just turned up, so
wow.
I believe he won it.
Is that allowed? Is that a scandal?
No, I decided that they're probably. I mean, I'm dropping it now. This is an exclusive.
Okay.
But yes, it's him or someone associated with him.
Has he read a book?
Did
you find out? He's read a book.
Look, I would like to say he probably has read books, and he probably does have high levels of mojo. That's my take.
And who's in the Mungakeke running? Who's going to?
It's a sort of 2-horse race between sitting MP and Minister Priyanka Radhakrishnan and National List candidate Greg Fleming. There were also Green and ACT candidates there, but they made it very clear from the outset they were just there to campaign for the party vote. So, there's no chance there. But, Mungakeke is a sort of traditionally, or maybe not traditionally, but for a while there was a pretty safe blue seat. And obviously it flipped red, as a lot of seats did. But, it wouldn't be surprising if it went back. And Greg Fleming is a pretty fierce candidate on the campaign trail, but obviously comes with a little bit of baggage that may or may not, influence voters at all in terms of his, historic comments that he made.
Sort of Christian conservative comments.
Yeah, about homosexual law reform.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And that seat, I mean, that he's favourite, right? Because I'm just looking it up. There was the majority was 635 in 2020 with Denise Lee, then the candidate for National. So Greg Fleming is probably going to be an MP if the
and he's pretty far down the list,
shifts.
so it's sort of that's his one bet. And I haven't done extensive on the ground chats, but living in the electorate and talking to a lot of people, there seems to be this this idea, which does happen when the sitting MP is also a minister. They become busy, they don't get to spend too much time in the electorate. So there's a bit of a perception that Priyanka hasn't been as active in the community as some people would have liked, and Greg, as with a lot of national candidates, this electorate are spending a lot of time on the ground, dragging Luxon around jewellers and supermarkets and stuff to try and get a bit of airtime. So yeah, he's the favourite, and he's got to win it to get into Parliament. Also at that candidates event, a sort of fringe candidate for Rock the Vote NZ turned up unannounced, and stood up during the Q&A and made quite a bold claim, which is that Priyanka's already going to get on off the list, so why don't you vote for me instead? And then everyone started to laugh, and he sat down, and that was all we heard from him. So quite a peaceful protest.
What about Northcote? Have you looked much at Northcote? Because Annabelle Lee Mather was talking this morning about it, and it's reached the point in the day now whether I can't remember it was on the podcast or before the podcast, but she said that, I mean, Shannon Halbert is the MP there with a majority of 2,500 over Dan Bidwai, and so you would expect Dan Bidwai to win, but she said that there had been some murmurings that actually it might be close. What's your perception of that seat? That's two quite interesting young Māori men, youngish.
Yeah.
They've both got quite fancy CVs from, I don't know what, fancy Ivy League university stuff. What's your read on Northcote?
I think Bidwai's got is the front runner, but I think there's a possibility it could be close as well. I guess what makes it interesting for me is seeing Shannon Halbert's been dragged into quite a few sort of mini scandals recently in terms of advertisements in the electorate.
Oh yeah, and putting stuff up on his Facebook page, which is not true.
It ends up meaning that the Prime Minister or Labour leader, as he is at the moment, spends quite a lot of time during press conferences where he's meant to be talking about policies, ending up talking about his own candidates, and that's happened a couple of times for Shannon Halbert, whereas Dan Bidwai has been out on the campaign a lot. I mean, so is Shannon Halbert, to be fair, but he's sort of, there seems to be a bit of momentum, is my observation, from having just been to a couple of events where Chris Luxon's been wandering around in the area. He was at that was where they launched the sort of Get the Country Back on Track tour or whatever it was called. That was in Birkenhead.
Bowling club.
Yeah, great day it was. And so yeah, I think it could be closer than people may suspect, but it feels like it feels like it could be a change.
Joel, what about Rawhiti? The Julianne Genter is standing for the Greens, and the Greens have been arguing that it's in play too. This is, of course, was Paul Eagle's seat, and Paul Eagle ran for the mayoralty, and that did not work out for him at all. And then he is standing down from Parliament. He's going to be the CEO of Chatham Islands, another area of interest for you, Shanti, the Chatham Islands.
Yep. And he's going to love it, and they're going to love him.
Is he?
I
Is that
feel
right?
convinced of
Well,
this.
it's
Yeah.
like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Very personable fellow, Paul Eagle. Did not campaign well for the Wellington mayoralty. What's my question for you, Joel? My question is your sense that Rawhiti is in play?
My sense is that Rawhiti is in less play than Wellington Central is. I see it being possible if there is a significant green wave. If Wellington Central is taken, there'll be I think there's a certain carryover, that there are seats that have a lot of spillover. A lot of people sort of, they're right next to each other. People come and go. People have connections to both of them. I think Labour has a much stronger chance of holding Rawhiti. Fleur Fitzsimmons is the candidate there. She's campaigning really well. She's really respected on the ground. She was arguably the most high profile and most competent councillor on Wellington City Council. And so she has that sort of connection to community aspect. Like Julianne Genter has a really high profile, but she hasn't been a local representative before. So I think when it sort of comes to those, that ground game stuff that you need, I think Fleur stands a stronger chance. But I think if Julianne does take it, it's due to a wider sort of national trend that sort of carries her on a wave.
What about up the road a bit, Hutt South? That's an interesting. That's been a tense one for a long time. It's Mallard's old seat. Currently, Ginny Anderson, who's been handed a bunch of portfolios late in the term, is defending it against Chris Bishop, who is a quite prominent and garrulous national MP. Among other things, he's the chair of the campaign and a champion debater, not to be forgotten. He's got to be the favourite to win that, just in terms of the way the swing's likely to work.
I think you're right. I think last time in 2020, Bishop outperformed. This is really significant how much he outperformed his own party vote. He got 41.6% of the electorate vote when National got 22% of the party vote.
Right.
That's a huge overperformance, and Ginny Anderson underperformed Labour by about 5%. I think in that one term, since she's held the seat, Ginny has developed a good reputation. She's well respected on the ground. She's had these high profile portfolios. But Chris Bishop is kind of that, he's such a electorate guy, and he's such a Hutt South guy, and people always say here, he does the classic show up to the opening of an envelope. So I think he will. I think he has everything. Everything's there for him to take the seat back. Funnily, I was actually at both of their campaign parties last election, and Ginny Anderson didn't believe that she'd won it at first. She had to, the final count from the ballot box had come in, and her staffers were telling her she'd won it, and there were a couple of media there. We were trying to get responses from her, and she kind of wouldn't give response because she almost didn't quite believe it yet, and didn't want to accidentally jump it. And then Chris Bishop was just the most despondent you've ever seen him. I think he really thought he was, going to win that seat, and then. Obviously, every National Party event around the country was not a fun affair last time because they underperformed so much. But you tell there was so much hope in that room that he would just cling on, and he fell just short.
Did he?
So
not that just short. Gillian Anderson won by 3,700 votes in the end. That's a big majority.
Yeah. Well, she won by a significant majority. I guess I'm thinking
It probably picked up on specials too. But then Bishop beat Anderson in 2017 by 1,500. So it looks like it could be turning into a bit of a bellwether seat for the mood of the country. There's a lot of Hut South that is reasonably middle New Zealand type stock, I imagine.
I think you're right about that. It's a good bellwether, and it's kind of probably quite a good reflection of that sort of median voter, because it's suburban, it's like near the city, but it's out of the city. It's not sort of its house prices are getting more expensive, but you can still sort of buy around there. It kind of sits on that. It kind of represents that urban, rural sort of middle. So I think it is a really good one to watch to get the sense of sort of the nation's mood.
Charlotte, what can you tell me about Hauraki Waikato?
Well, this is also personal, because if my mum hadn't have moved to Auckland, urban drift, I would have been voting in this seat, so also of interest to me. So that's the kind of electorate that neighbours Tamaki Makaurau, so it's down through the Waikato and then up through the Coromandel as well. And you've got Nanaia Mahuta for Labour, who currently holds the seat, against Hana Rawhiti from Te Pāti Māori. And it's interesting. I don't see Hana Rawhiti necessarily winning. She might. But Nanaia has held that seat for since the seat first existed, which was before Hana was even born. Hana's 20 years old. Nanaia's been doing this since the 1990s. She's from the family. Her dad's Rob Mahuta. Her cousin is King Ituheitia, the Māori king, and she's been a stable figure in that seat for decades. So I think it's interesting, because it will be interesting to see how well Hana does. I don't know, I kind of get a sense that for those Te Pāti Māori candidates, it will be I think there'll be a whole lot of momentum, both coming from the fact that there's this sort of narrative of trouble brewing in the Māori caucus and Labour, and people leaving, and kind of maybe a feeling that, or a question mark around how much they can actually get done when you're kind of sitting under the Labour brand. But then on the other side, I think that the rhetoric from the right bloc for Māori is probably kind of, I don't know, it maybe is a bit worrying, and so that kind of just might build a bit of excitement about voting for something new, really.
And Nanaia is not on the list, right? She opted not to go on the list, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Whereas Hana Rawhiti Maipi Clark is on 4th spot on Te Pāti Māori, which, the way they've been polling for the last year or so, she's in.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
She'll be
20
the
years old.
youngest MP in century?
Well, if I recall correctly, he said, opening up the article on his phone, she'd be the youngest MP in the New Zealand Parliament since 1853, when James Frederick Stewart Wortley, James Frederick Stewart Wortley, a colonist who spent just a few years in New Zealand, was elected at the age of 20 years and 7 months. The other thing about him, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I was doing some reading around it. I think he was illegally elected because you had to be 21 years old to vote and to stand at that point. But he obviously, forged his birth certificate or whatever you do when you're kicking around in 1853, and got himself elected to Parliament.
Oh.
Cheeky bugger. And then he fucked off back to Britain quite shortly afterwards.
So did he actually get to... When did they find out that he wasn't?
No, I don't know if they did find out.
Right.
I don't know if they did find out. This was an extensive bit of about 20 minutes research a couple of months ago.
What's happened to the Wortley family these days? There's no Wortleys running.
There were lots of. I think his dad was a Tory MP, and I think there's quite in the UK. So I think there's quite quite a few Whatleys still kicking around.
Wow.
Probably several hundred of them in the House of Lords these days. It's actually bulging at the seams. Can't move for the Whatleys. Full of mojo, Whatleys. Lots of mojo. Lots of mojo. Shanti, back to the South Island. You're going to Dunedin soon, aren't you?
Yeah,
so
tomorrow morning.
You're going to go and see if you can find Michael Woodhouse.
Yeah,
is he out there campaigning?
Allegedly, he's going to be appearing at a debates. I'm going to go to the Otago University debating debate with the local MPs. So it'll be. I'll spot him there if nowhere else.
Okay, that'll be fun. I mean, it is Dunedin doesn't have really a lot of kind of swing seats at the moment, really, in it.
No.
I mean, someone pointed out, maybe it was Michael Woodhouse, that it is because he's not returning after being frustrated, getting the pip, whatever you like, about his list placing. It means that I don't know that there will be a national MP in Dunedin, and I think there's it's one of the advantages of the MMP system is that you can have list MPs representing parts of the country where they generally have a bunch of seats in one direction. But let me ask you, if we just travel north up the island a bit, about Rangitata.
Yes.
That's an interesting seat.
Yes, it is. Currently held by Labour's Joe Luxton, who's became a minister in May. And yeah, that's from Ashburton to Timaru, so quite a from Rakaia to Timaru, so really huge section of country. The frequent refrain of people saying, "Oh, we haven't seen her much in this electorate in this area." There's a bit of you hear that. I think you hear that a lot. It's also a massive area, and sort of lots to. I'm not sure how much that is always like the fairest thing to say, but there is a bit of frustration there, and there was sort of quite interesting talking to both her and James Miega, who is standing for National, about the emissions trading scheme and the farmers' big farming area, big agricultural kind of hub, and both of them were like, yeah, we really back our farmers. We're the best farmers in the world, as you might expect. But how do you support farmers? And climate change is a really big deal in that area. It's quite vulnerable to transport things. There's these huge rivers going down, so snow melt can impact how big the rivers are. And then there's been Ashburton floods in, I think, 2021, which covered huge amounts took out lots of bridges, covered farms with silt. So there's quite a lot of kind of climate anxiety, but it doesn't seem like it's really what the electorate is interested in, even though both the National and Labour candidate were really happy to talk about why their version of climate change response was going to be the best.
It's interesting as well because it is the majority there for Joe Luxton is 4,400, looking at my spreadsheet here, and that sort of seems like the kind of number where probably, depending on where the swing sits across the country, and it's similar in Nelson actually as well. I don't know how much you've been looking at Nelson, Shanti. I know you've done some research there before, but Rachel Boyack there is probably also in that position where I've heard some people say they think she'll hold on to it, that she's got to, but equally, it's not a sure thing, right? With the majority
no, totally not. And Joe Luxton definitely seems to have a bit of her ministerial responsibilities seem to be taking up quite a lot of space for her. I think there was interesting to kind of see that small majority. Apparently, the National candidate told me that it has the biggest number of National members of any electorate in the country. So huge amounts of volunteers sort of out there driving up and down the roads, knocking on doors, observing the potholes. I'm sure you can imagine the scenes.
No pothole uninvestigated. Hey, Joel, come in Wellington Bureau.
Hello,
Joel,
Toby.
Have you been looking through this Ipsos Issues Monitor? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know you're going to have a look at it. The Ipsos Issues Monitor came out this morning, which is this sort of 3 times a year study of the issues that New Zealand voters consider the most important to them. Have you looked at that today?
Yes, I have.
What's the story?
Oh, I mean, the big story that sort of stands out is the issues at the top of the list haven't changed a lot from the last couple of ones. We're still seeing inflation, crime, inflation by far first, crime second, housing. But what the really significant thing that changed is on the question where they asked which political party do you consider most capable of managing each issue. It's blue. Like Labour, Labour, normally doesn't take, for example, the economy, the crime ones, but they, in June they had healthcare and they had education. They don't have those anymore. They don't have public transport.
You would expect those to be red. You would expect those on the board to light up red. Yeah,
they're their home turf, right? When they've lost those, it's not looking good.
And there was another figure in there too, that they look at the government's performance. They ask people to rate the government's performance, and this poll's only been going since 2018. It's really interesting, sort of different lens on things. But I think it was the lowest yet for the government's performance rating, which is, again, going to make sobering reading for the Labour Party.
Yeah, it was. I find this poll really interesting. It's kind of the only poll that does, approval ratings of government. This particular question, we're so used to asking which party will you vote for, but this is just really, are you happy with the government or not? We saw big spikes after March 15, after the first lockdown, and it's just been this downward trend since. And it looked for a while like Chris Hipkins had sort of stemmed the bleeding.
Right.
But no, it's fallen off a cliff again. It's got to be tough reading for Labour.
Joel, thank you for that. Are you writing about that? Could people read about that on thespinoff.co.nz?
They can read about it on thespinoff.co.nz right now.
Exciting. Other things you can read on thespinoff.co.nz by Stuart and Shanti and Charlotte, who have been doing really tremendous writing, feature writing, seat summaries. The four people in here have just been having blinders of elections, so get onto the website and read their work. Thanks you guys so much for coming in and talking about seats. Next hour on the Megapod, we are going to talk to Brooke Van Velden from the ACT Party. Stuart mentioned her before. She's running in Tamaki against Simon O'Connor. And we're also going to talk to Ben Mackay, the swashbuckling Australian journalist in the press gallery. We'll be back soon on the Spinoff, Gone By Lunchtime, Election 2023, Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Toby Manhire. Good news for me and probably for you too. We're now past the halfway point of this ridiculous Megapod. It's just past 3 o'clock on Wednesday the 20th of September. And yeah, we're into the back 6 hours, the back half. In the second half of this hour, we've got Ben Mackay calling in on matters Australian and Trans-Tasman. But right now in the studio, we've got Brooke Van Velden. Kia ora, Brooke.
Hello, thanks for having me
Great
here.
to have you in. I see you've been incredibly disciplined about keeping the magenta wardrobe going across the course of the campaign. I don't think I've seen you not in magenta.
There have been a couple of days where even I've had a break from the magenta.
Right.
But the problem is, every time I've not worn magenta, people then have stopped me and asked, why aren't you wearing your magenta?
Well, that's a good question. I only mention that really, or part of the reason I mention that is that it is a great blessing not to have the Rodney Hyde yellow jacket. Do you remember that? Do you remember the Rodney Hyde yellow jacket? Which is, I mean, that's a good argument, if no other, to shift from the yellow to the magenta branding.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't
really?
a colour that I actually already liked.
Right. Okay. We've been asking everyone, Brooke, who comes on this podcast to answer just 3 questions as part of a wider scientific project. The first one is your opportunity to win a box of chocolate fish.
Ooh.
If you are the closest person to guess the turnout for up to 1 decimal point for the election 2023 on October 14. And just to remind you that it was 82.2 in 2023. 2011 was the lowest, maybe in all time in MP, certainly in recent times on 74.2. So
Wow.
what do you reckon?
I'm going to go with a solid 85.
85.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be higher?
Yeah.
You think that this is the ACT wave, the magenta wave?
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm going to say that it's higher because I've never met so many people who are politically engaged than this year. Everyone is talking about politics everywhere I go. You know, you even cast your mind back to 2 elections ago. If you started talking about politics on the street or in a shop, you know, people would look at you a little bit sideways and say, oh no, we don't do that here. But everywhere I go, I hear from people that their friends are openly discussing politics.
In a constructive, positive way or in a we're angry way?
There is a lot of frustration, but a lot of people are searching for hope. And I think there's a big swing for a change of government. But I also think with COVID, people, you know, sat at home, were forced to sit at home and watch the 1 p.m. briefings and became far more politically attuned than we've ever seen in history.
Second question. A lot of politicians and media are sad junkies for political TV, like whether it's West Wing or Veep or whatever. Is there one of those that you have a particular penchant for? If you had to take one political TV show to a desert island, which one would you go for?
To be honest, when I get home from work, the last thing I feel like doing is watching another political drama.
That's good.
I feel like I get enough of that in my life.
That's good.
So I actually watch, I wouldn't call it, you know, reality TV, but I watch things like, is it real or is it fake? You know, when they're cutting the cakes and making baking goods into live models.
Okay.
And then I watch all those like tween dramas because you always know what the ending's going to be and you don't have to think too hard.
Right, okay. I'm trying to think of this, is it real or is it not? It's some metaphor for something, but I've failed miserably. I'll get something by the end. Last question, Mojo. Not the last question of the interview, the last question of this question we're asking about.
Yeah, thanks.
Mojo has been a big theme of the election. Christopher Luxon can't stop talking about Mojo. He's been looking for it everywhere, under the carpet, in the sea, in the cupboard.
Yeah.
He wants to bring it
50
back.
of them in Wellington.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. But you personally, we're doing this. We're doing a survey. How is your own personal mojo at this moment? 0 being terrible, gone. There's none of it. 10 being absolutely brimming.
10.
10. All the politicians are saying 10.
No, I'm really enjoying this campaign. Yeah.
Okay.
Every day I get out there and I feel like I want to meet more people. And the vibe is so positive. I really do feel like there's going to be a change of government, but especially because I've been campaigning in Tamaki. And the vibe in Tamaki is for change as well. No matter where I go, I feel like people are really engaging with having choice in that electorate for the first time.
I invited Simon O'Connor to come and do a debate, and sadly he was busy all day, which I'm sure he was. So I thought I might play Simon O'Connor for a bit, for just like an hour or so. I don't know if Simon O'Connor sort of talks like this, I think. Is that sort of about right? Is that about right? Or should I?
Oh,
or do I need to move it? What's the nature of the debates you've been having, just so we can give people a flavour? What are the when do things get interesting? Not necessarily antagonistic, but interesting. What are the points of difference?
Well, to be honest, we haven't actually had that many debates together.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of the residents' associations said, we don't want to be political this year, or for whatever reason. We reached out and said, let's do some panels, and they all said no. The Rotary clubs down there said no. So there's only really been...
Is that because they don't want to be seen to be doing a wedge campaign on the right? Is that what it is?
I'm not sure what it is, to be honest. But we were at Sacred Heart today, and there was a really good debate. But I think on the whole, everything's been pretty collegial.
Okay.
And certainly I'm not standing against him because, I'm doing it out of any personal thing for Simon.
Except it is kind of personal. I mean, I'm not saying it's ad hominem, but it is partly because his personal views stand in stark contrast to yours, right?
That's right. So I'm sure he is actually a nice person, but when it comes to our values, we are very different as people, and so that's why I'm standing against him.
And do you want to just sort of lay out what some of those are? I mean, they're on the right, including within the National Caucus, and I imagine to some extent within the ACT caucus, you have levels of liberalism and conservatism, and you can put them on whatever axis you want, but they broadly relate to social versus economic. And you, correct me if I'm wrong, socially liberal in a way that Simon O'Connor is very socially conservative. Is that the main difference?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say there's actually quite a few things that we do have in common. When it comes to freedom of speech or the economy, and actually thinking that we have a more productive economy where it's more about business rather than government involvement. But where we seriously differ are on individual choices. So for us, the first time I encountered Simon was when I was writing the end-of-life choice bill for David Seymour. That's something I was very proud to have had a part in, because I genuinely believe in choice and dignity and respect at all stages of someone's life, including in those last few days. He was very opposed to that and still is. When it comes to women's rights, it's a fundamental belief of mine that women should have the right to have an abortion if that's something they think is necessary for them. Whereas, his comments about Roe versus Wade was that, today was a good day, and I think that went down pretty poorly with the local constituency.
And with his own party and his own leader who instructed him to take it down.
That's right. And I've met quite a few women, even in the past few weeks, who've said, look, if I needed help in the local community, I don't feel like I would feel comfortable going to see him based on his personal values and views, whereas I do feel comfortable walking into your office. And so that's the difference between having a local MP who's accessible and willing to work hard for you, but also shares your values.
He's pretty hardworking, isn't he? He is a pretty hardworking local MP, don't you think?
Oh, there's varying accounts.
Okay.
But even when I've been out door knocking, I've been amazed at the number of people who've said, you're the first MP who's ever knocked on my door and listened. And that's what people are wanting.
I mean, one of the interesting things I think about New Zealand's relatively small House of Representatives compared to most comparable parliaments around the world is that we have, by the nature of the smallness and quite strong whipping, we don't really have within parties, within caucuses, that wider range of view. And I think one of the things that is good about a person like Simon O'Connor, whatever you think about his views on particular issues, is that he reminds me of what you get in the British Parliament, where you have all of these on the right, for example, 1912 committee members who are just they kind of spend as much time giving their own leader shit as they do the other side. And there's a healthiness about it. Sometimes it tips over. There's a healthiness about it. And this is a long-winded way to ask you how would you would feel if there was a member of the ACT caucus who had views that were anti-abortion.
Well, look, I think everybody is entitled to their views. I do. But I think where it differs is just on a level of respect for people that you can acknowledge that there are a range of views and that everybody should feel respected in the community. And what I think I differ is that I believe that the government should allow for people to have choice to have a fulfilling life. And that means that you should have, a range of opportunities to have a certain faith or a religion, or you could be a certain gender or sexuality, or you could, decide to have an abortion if that's something that you think is really necessary for you, or if you're suffering from a terminal illness, be able to have choice at the end of your life. But where we are very different is, there are some people who just don't believe that those choices should exist, but then go a step further and make people feel uncomfortable.
Tell me about your political journey. Were you a Green supporter or member back in the day? Have I got that right?
That's right. I was a Green Party supporter. I was never a member of the party.
It's not that unusual a trajectory, is it? That there are others who, I think Jordan Williams likes to tell people that was his journey as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So tell me about that and what changed.
So for me, I've always been a social liberal, but I've always wanted to leave the world a better place in terms of the environment. So I've always been an environmentalist, and I still am. I think I am one of Parliament's only vegetarians, which is always a bit shocking to me as well. But I think the difference for me changed when I studied economics and international trade at university, and I started to understand that, it can be possible that you can care about the environment and you can care about the economy as well. And it doesn't have to be that banning and taxing and regulating your way out of a problem will actually be the solution. There are other ways of solving problems to do with climate change. And I'll give you a real recent example. And it was the offshore oil and gas exploration ban. Now, if you're someone who is an environmentalist and you want to leave the world a better place, that might actually sound quite good at face value because you don't like big emitters and polluters. But the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment came out and said, this is likely to increase global emissions. And that's because we still need methanol. And instead of having it produced in New Zealand, the effect of this could be that we just end up importing the same product from another country where they have coal to burn it, to create it, and you end up increasing global emissions.
And the sort of the Act climate policy is about let's let the market do it. Let's set a price and let's or use the ETS rather to
use the emission trading scheme. And there's a really good difference between ACT and the Green Party here, which is always made me frustrated, but continues to make me frustrated, and that's we're opposed to scientific discovery and technology and innovation. I've been talking to people who have done angel investment into things called boluses. If a bolus is a new piece of scientific discovery where if you put it into a cow's stomach, it's like a little pill, it can reduce cow methane emissions by 90%.
But the Greens aren't opposed to technology to reduce methane emissions, are they?
Well,
James Shaw has sort of led a process that poured
like
money into
genetic modification of organisms. So if you look at one of the universities in New Zealand started doing ryegrass production, they can't plant that in New Zealand soil, so they've taken it to the United States. But if you're able to plant ryegrass into New Zealand paddocks, you could reduce methane production by 30%. But the Green Party has always been opposed to genetic modification to help solve the climate change problem. And I don't think it's acceptable to actually have a climate change minister that, on one hand, wants to reduce agricultural emissions and thinks the best way to do that is to tell farmers how many cows they can own and that they need to cull their herd sizes, when you could help the economy and also reduce methane at the same time.
It's weird last Sunday, wasn't it, that ACT Party launch? You were there. I was there.
Yeah.
That was strange, wasn't it? I mean, I think most people could really do without other people attaching themselves to crowds if they can't find crowds of their own. But what about what happened afterwards in terms of some of the supporters who I experienced a bit of it, not personally, but I saw a little bit of it. It was against the TV people, really. But there was the there was the cameraman who got hit in the head by what it turns out is an elderly lady. But also, that wasn't all of it. There was quite a lot of hollering and quite antagonistic verbals that were dished out.
Right.
What do you make of that? I mean...
Well, look, the way I see it, because I was actually backstage, so
Right.
I couldn't see anything.
Sure.
But what happened is, the media did suggest that there'd been, allegations of, this ACT supporter punching a newsreader, and turns out was a little elderly lady. But then
elderly ladies are ACT supporters too.
They made it out to be something much different than,
Oh, you think it was misrepresented?
I think it was misrepresented.
Oh.
But I also think, we were asked to do an inquiry on what actually occurred. And so the ACT Party has gone away, and we've asked for witnesses who've provided statements about what actually happened from where they were. And we've actually gone to News Hub, and we've written a letter. And so we do believe there was misrepresentation, and we're waiting to hear back.
I mean, I overheard, I was standing there when David Seymour was having a conversation with the cameraman who characterised it as, he'd fallen in the seat and got pushed in the face. And he wasn't, that didn't seem like a histrionic account of something that had happened. I mean, let's not try and be jury on that
I'd
here.
prefer not to, because there has been things on both sides. But
I'll tell you,
we've done our inquiry, and we've now written what we have discovered.
Sure. The thing that I guess I found discomforting was the next day there was an email that went out from David Seymour. He had said, I thought, spoke well at the stand-up afterwards about he goes up and down the country and says the media are doing their job. In that email, which was a shaking the tin, donate to us, he said the media are misrepresenting us. And do you think there is any risk that sort of rhetoric feeds into this bloody media stuff, which we don't want? That's an overseas thing. Obviously people are free to complain about the media. The media are absolutely not above criticism. But there is a danger, I think, from a political pulpit that could be encouraged. Do you think there's anything in that?
Look, I'm less concerned by that. I think there was actually misrepresentation, and that's why we've written our letter. And I don't want to get too much into the details of what we have discovered and what's actually in there. But I think it's really important that both parties are respect each other. If media are allowed to access political party stand-ups and access political party campaign launches, there has to be respect on both sides. What I think was missing there was a little bit of that respect on both sides. And I think in some ways people do feel a little frustrated.
You think the media were insufficiently respectful of...
Yeah, I'm not going to go into those specific details because that could potentially be for a later date.
Okay.
But what I think is really important is, I was talking to people in the public the next day, and having heard the news, had conjured up an image of some, 6-foot massive guy who's an ACT supporter, like really whacking someone, when in fact it was an elderly lady sitting in a seat and had a cameraman fall on top of them, and she decided to, use whatever energy that she had to try and swat him away.
I mean, I also saw a man on the aisle absolutely giving a gobful to Jenna Lynch. Spoken, not anything physical, to be clear. But it was pretty unpleasant. I mean, it's not... Well, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think it's necessarily an isolated incident, and I wonder whether there's any reflection on that at all.
Well, look, as I say, I was actually backstage, so I didn't have any ability to see or hear anything. But, I think it would have been really good if people had actually talked about what we'd wanted to discuss on that day, which is that ACT actually has a vision for the election. Unfortunately, a protester became the main part of the story. But we actually do want to see a change of government. And that means we don't just want to see the red Chris become the blue Chris and then nothing actually change with policy. We actually want to make New Zealand an aspirational, hopeful country with a thriving economy where it doesn't matter if you were here for 15 generations or one. Everybody feels welcome and equal and accepted. And I think that's really important. That's a message that a lot of young people are hoping to hear, that there is actually an aspirational future for them in this country. And unfortunately, all of that got missed in the media reporting.
On policy, what is it that gets a fire burning in your belly from a policy standpoint in terms of the stuff that you want to change, that you want to be in government, Brooke Van Velden, to change?
Well, there's a few things that I would really like to change. The first is our infrastructure investment. I've got a members' bill that I put through Parliament this year. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful, but we could bring it back. And it says every time a new home goes into a local area, half of the GST cost on construction goes back to the local council that issued the consent, so that when more homes go in, we're actually upgrading all the infrastructure networks with it. Because I think if you looked at what the effect of the floods earlier this year was, we've had a lot of intensification, but it hasn't actually kept up with infrastructure investment. And so even when you've got your plans for building sites, and there's certain square meterage for having lawns, when people buy the homes, quite often they just pave them over. So we've actually got less permeable surface in our cities than even the plans for the city look like. And that means that we've got to have a lot more investment into the pipe networks under the ground. So what I'm hoping is that, ACT and National manage to get together and support my members' bill, and that we can actually keep that going. Because I think councils in some ways make it really hard to build because they're afraid of the costs of putting more homes in the community. And that makes it more unaffordable for someone who's younger and wanting to actually stay in our beautiful cities. That's why so many young Kiwis are going to Australia, because they say, I'm just not sure if I'll ever have a future here. And if we can start with some really basics of driving down housing unaffordability by even looking at the networks under the ground, then I think that's a really good place to start.
And is that something that you've is there a ministerial warrant that you see attached to something like that?
I see where you're going.
Well, Erica Stafford was in here before, and she's like, yeah, I want education, yeah, I want immigration. I think I guess it's probably quite nice for those to be real and live questions at the moment, isn't it? Given the way that the polls are pointing. Is there something you've got your eye on?
All of the portfolios are up for negotiation. All of them. And that's essentially what people are voting for. They're voting for different political parties to join together in a coalition and work tightly together. And so it's not for people before the election to actually say, I'm going to be the minister of XYZ, because that may not actually be how the chips fall on the night.
Totally. But you can still say, quite fancy that, quite fancy a little bit of minister of local government. That's the really sexy one, minister of local government that you're after.
But no. The thing that I've signed up for in ACT, and which all of my colleagues did, is putting the community and people of New Zealand before ourselves. And it's essentially what David did when he did end-of-life choice, is he turned down being a minister so that he could pass end-of-life choice, because he couldn't do both at the same time. And that's the same sort of culture that we've instilled in ACT with us 10 MPs, is that we get up every day thinking, how do we pass policy that will actually make people's lives better? Not to have a great title, because having a title doesn't actually do anything. And having a $100,000 pay rise doesn't necessarily give you an output. It's actually getting the policies across the line. So if we can get the policies across the line, I'd be happy for any of my parliamentary colleagues to be the minister of that. Because we didn't join ACT to be Prime Minister or to be a particular minister.
Are you going to win, Tamaki?
I'm certainly going to give it my best shot. I'm not going to take anything for granted, but it does really feel like the mood on the ground is for change.
Okay. Good luck out there. Thank you for coming in. Good luck on October 14. We'll talk again soon. Kia ora. This is the Spinoff Election Megapod. When we return, we'll have on the line Ben Mackay. Not from Australia, but from Wellington. Talk soon. Kia ora tātou, this is Toby Manhire. Megapod on the line from Wellington, the one, the only Ben Mackay. Hey, Ben.
Hello, how you going?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm really well. I've been dipping in and out of the Megapod.
Yeah, good.
Sadly, have a job, so can't listen to it all.
And your job, we should tell people, is you are New Zealand correspondent for the Australian Associated Press, and just generally a kind of force of nature around the press gallery.
Well, I notice in your hype content, you've described me as both dashing and swashbuckling.
Yeah, that's good.
So I think you're doing this to hype listeners, given no one knows who I actually am.
I think that's
but I'm happy to
speaking the truth.
I'm happy to embrace, the high expectations, unlike the low expectations of last night's leaders debate.
Oh man, wow, yeah. What was your takeaway on that?
I mean, where do you start? I think in my piece today, I should add as well, by the way, I'm here as Ben Mackay. I'm not doing this as the AOP Coro.
Yep.
But I think around my piece, like the book question, I just can't get over it. The fact that one of them answered with the book they were currently reading, misunderstanding the question, one didn't have a book. I know we've dwelt on this, but it really is a microcosm of this fairly uninspiring election, which is not to say that the election is not important, right? It's like hugely consequential. We're going to go in either a big left wing or a big right wing direction, you would have thought. And yet we've got this fairly insipid, uninspiring debate and campaign. It's yeah.
You might have missed it, Ben, but we did have Chris Hipkins on last hour, and I was able to establish in a world exclusive for the Spinoff Megapod that Chris Hipkins has read a book. And he chose, first of all, the fantastic Mr. Fox, and then when pushed to go for a book for grown-ups, he went for Dan Brown, the Dan Brown Da Vinci Code. So there you go. That's a good one for the... That's straight off the kind of Batch and the Batch at Rawhiti type feel. Anyway, it's good to know that the Prime Minister's read a book. I think you'll agree.
I listened... I missed him on. That's a good get by you guys. I'm glad he's called in to support the Megapod.
Oh, it's good to have.
I did catch him at the Gisborne stand up. I've been watching the stand ups from afar today because can't get to the mighty East Coast.
Yeah.
And he was asked by Katie Scotcher, who's a RNZ reporter, good young reporter. Shout out Katie. He was asked by Katie whether he missed a trick in the debate, and his response was, and this is a quote:
"Yes,
that wasn't my intention. My intention was to participate in the debate." It's it's pretty low.
It's a hard job. It's a thankless task, and we're all too cruel. But listen, I need to ask you these three critical questions and rattle through them before we get to matters of more consequence. First, your guess on the turnout. Somewhere between, it was 82 at the last election, it was 75 in 2011, somewhere in between, to one decimal point to go and to win a box of chocolate fish.
Well, I don't really understand this question as an Australian with compulsory voting.
Yeah.
You know, we throw a lot in with, North Korea and a lot of South America. So can I just guess? Can I just guess 100? 100%. I just assume it'll be 100.
It's got to be.
Yeah. I mean, why would you want to miss out?
Second question: what's your political TV show of choice?
So can I choose a documentary?
Yeah.
Or does it have to be a...
It's a bit nerdy, but sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I grew up on the ABC documentaries of, that catalogued like previous prime ministers. And there's a couple of excellent ones. The Killing Season about Rudd and Gillard. And it's great because they get them both in interviews and they go through, the various times they backstabbed each other. And Labour in Power with Hawke and Keating. That the Howard Years ones wasn't as exciting, so there's less backstabbing. And I understand there's a new one on the recent Liberal years coming out, so I'll be keeping my eye out for that.
And finally, Mojo. Where do we put you on our still evolving Mojo meter? Between 0, you got no mojo, and 10, you're oozing mojo.
Well, I mean, I am coming from Wellington, but there isn't actually a mojo in Island Bay where I'm dialing in from. So. On that basis, I'm going to give you a flat 0.
Oh, wow.
I am pretty flat about this campaign.
Yeah, right.
You can probably tell.
Oh, no, you sound quite jolly. But it would be a danger to all of our health if you were otherwise, I suppose, given your exuberance normally. Let's talk about Australia on October 14. We're not the only people voting by chance or because they didn't really notice that we were having an election. There is a vote scheduled on October 14 in Australia, which is...
The voice referendum.
Tell us about it.
Well, first of all, it's the height of rudeness, I think, to put the election, to put the referendum on New Zealand election day, and it really does sort of speak to, Australia's asymmetric relationship with New Zealand, as they put it.
Sure. Can we just call it Super Saturday or something like that and pretend that it was by design?
Yep, let's go for it.
Okay.
We can workshop a name. So yes, the voice. I mean, where do you start? The voice is a referendum to amend this. Let's start with what it actually is. It's a referendum that asks Australians to recognise Indigenous Australians in the Constitution, and at the same time, it sets up a formal advisory body to Parliament. Representatives of Indigenous people that can have their say, that can offer opinion on matters that affect Indigenous people. At the very so that's the framework. Now we've had lots of different advisory structures in the past that have gone by the wayside for different reasons. They haven't been formally enshrined in the Constitution. I mean, I think there's a general acceptance across the board that it is an oversight that Indigenous people, inhabited the lands of Australia for 60,000 years before Europeans arrived that are not in the Constitution. And indeed, the leading proponent of the No campaign, opposition leader Peter Duncan, has promised a second referendum should this referendum fail, as it's likely to do, on just that constitutional recognition, because they don't like the voice referendum.
As you just stuck in there, as it's likely to do, the polls at this point are pointing towards the question not prevailing, the it being voted down.
Yes, it's an incredible flame out. I mean, when people first started polling on this last year, it was as high as 70-80% support. And I think that is because, the spotlight hadn't come onto it. It was really wrapped up in Albanese as well, whose star was really ascendant.
Yeah.
He sort of floated back to the middle ground now after a year in office. You just pick up issues along the way, and it's really tied to him. And there's been a number of attacks, or the No campaign has been really quite energetic from different perspectives and has picked up steam.
They're running that No campaign like a defence lawyer who is, saying a whole bunch of things that are internally contradictory, but each one knocks back the yes, right? Like, here are the different arguments that it can. Like, do I have this right? And forgive me if I've got it wrong. There's sort of been a campaign set up by the No, some of them saying it doesn't go far enough.
Well, I mean, one of the reasons it's failing is because the Yes campaign, I mean, the Labor government is the leading proponent of it. Yeah. Labor has been outflanked from the left and the right. There's a Conservative No campaign, which is the dominant campaign. The catchphrase is, if you don't know, vote no. They argue that it's racially divisive, that it gives special privileges to Indigenous people, the one person, one vote stuff. But there's also a Black Sovereign No campaign from the left, which is headed by former Greens, now Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe. And she says the Voice is just a powerless advisory body that won't make change. So there's, vote no, it won't make any change. And there's vote no, it'll make too much change. So it coalesces, and it's all very mucky as well. I mean, it's one thing to have these strategies, but the actual tactics and day-to-day reporting is so focused on individuals and what they might have said controversially in the past, and it sort of all gets down in the muck. And I think people are seeing it as a bit of a wash.
And it also, apart from the compulsory voting thing, there is you have to get, do I have this right, a majority of states for it to be approved?
That's right. So 6 states, and you've got to get 4 of them. You've got to win 4 of them. So in reality, that means you can target a campaign, a No campaign on any referendum, to just getting up in 3 states. And if you picked West Australian, South Australia and Tasmania, that's probably only a third of Australia. So you can really narrow cast your arguments. Now, as I understand it, Victoria is the most progressive and is still either just in the positive territory or just ticked below into negative territory. West Australia and Queensland seem like lost causes. They've had some issues that sort of bled into the referendum. And the 3 where it's sort of live contest is South Australia, Tasmania and New South Wales. And the Yes campaign would have to sweep them all now. So it's an uphill task.
And there's been some quite high profile campaigning material ads. You've sent us an example of that. Can you tee us up for the first one on the Yes vote?
Okay, so people might think I'm about to tee up the John Farnham You're the Voice ad. It's not going to be that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, because it actually doesn't sound it doesn't have a lot of the campaign in it. It's sort of like just music and whatnot. But it's actually the first time John Farnham's lent his powerful song that I understand Winston Peters also likes here to an advertising campaign. He loves to walk instead. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? What a gift! What a gift from the great man. But this is the original campaign ad. Take it away.
I got a story to tell you. It's a good one. It's about how these people, the first people, got a voice.
60,000 years they've been speaking.
Had 363 languages.
But no voice. No say on matters which affected them. It wasn't right.
So, me and your granddad.
Me and your mum.
The whole nation did something about it. People called their friends and families. People talked about it on the streets. Talked about it at work, on the field. Everybody made a song and dance about it.
Everyone walked side by side.
And that's how we changed this country for the better. how he made history.
Is that story true?
It could be.
Authorised by...
Thanks, Ben. And we've also got one from the No campaign, or is it from the Liberal Party, in fact?
Yeah, it's come out just this week from the Liberal Party with spokeswoman for the No campaign, Senator Price. Why don't we just play that, because it'll be a sharp contrast to the sort of messaging from the last one.
Sam's on the dial. Here it comes.
We all want to help Indigenous Australians in disadvantaged communities, but this voice is not the answer. We don't know how it would work, and once it opens the door to activists, we don't know what comes next. What we do know is, once it's in the Constitution, it risks legal challenges, and it will permanently...
Oh, and there it went. And these, you know, are these ads having an effect? Are they? I guess, are they on the front pages of newspapers? Are they going off on it on Sky News? Is this a kind of foregrounded conversation in Australia at the moment?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been the number one political discussion in the country for so long, and the ads are now coming thick and fast. What that No ad went on to say was a really grab bag of different complaints. You know, it divides us, it's legally risky, it could open us to challenges, it could be filled by activists.
Right.
And I guess, first of all, I guess the first major point as to why it's sort of failing is it not getting that bipartisan support. I mean, referendums in Australia, as we've discussed, are so hard to pass. You really need both sides of government on board, major sides of politics on board, and they don't have that. And I also think that context is really important. So Labor really, and the progressive movement in Australia, really scarred by the last referendum, which was the 1999 Republic referendum, which went down narrowly despite Australians supporting a referendum because they offered a particular model that Australians didn't like. So what they've done this time around is they've tried to leave it as open as possible. You know, like, we're not prescribing exactly how the voice will look. We'll come up with that later. And it's allowed the No campaign to jump in with all those arguments in that ad. You know, it'll be filled by activists, radicals, and all the rest of it.
That was just an alarm test. If anyone heard that coming through the microphone, it's all going to plan. Ben, last thing I wanted to ask you about, we've got David Seymour who's come into the studio now. He can probably hear you if he puts his headphones on. Ben,
I would actually be really interested in knowing how David sees the voice. I mean, he's fairly busy.
Can you hear that,
but,
David? David Seymour's in here, not one but two ACT MPs in an hour in the Megapod. Why don't you put the question, Ben?
Well, have you been following? G'day, David. How are you going? Ben McKay here from Island Bay.
Yeah, good on you.
Have you been following the voice referendum at all?
Not really. I mean, I understand what the gist of it is, and that there's a referendum on a constitutional amendment that would create a representative body for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in the federal parliament. Is that about the size of it?
Yep, absolutely.
That's about where I'm up to.
Sure. I mean, there's, to let you off the hook a little bit, there's a fine tradition of trans-Tasman politicians not diving into live issues on the other side of the Tasman, so I can understand why you wouldn't want to get too involved.
That's right. The Labor Party have got a history of getting into trouble on that front too recently, haven't they?
Yeah, well, our equivalent over there is actually a territory, so we don't have that problem.
Ben, just before we let you go, how is it, as a person writing for Australian media from New Zealand, has there been a noticeable diminution in enthusiasm for material from Australia, from the various different publications and outlets that use your copy after the whole Jacinda thing? I mean, everywhere around the world, we all know that there was an interest that lifted. Are people in Australia still interested, or have editors gone, oh, actually, no, we don't, all we need is a nib. We don't need a full piece after all?
Well, I mean, it probably shows that I'm the sole journalist from an Australian outlet working in New Zealand.
Okay, right,
yeah. I mean, interest in New Zealand politics has fallen off a cliff since Ardern left. That's not to say there's not interest in New Zealand. It's just in the day-to-day happenings and goings on. And I don't think Australians have really tuned into the election, partially because October 14 represents the voice referendum in Australia as well.
So you are now the sole conduit to all Australians about New Zealand politics.
That's right.
How do you deal with that responsibility?
It is crushing. It is crushing.
Well, I did wonder, because I looked like something's weighing you down. Now we know.
Oh, that's called having a baby. He's a first-time father.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, right. Well, that can take it out of you.
Hey, Ben, thank you so much. It's been really terrific having you on a little pod experiment. Wouldn't be the same without you, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks very much, guys. Good luck in the second half.
Kia ora. David Seymour, thanks for coming on again.
Yeah, no worries.
It's been a very act-laden hour. You've been at Auckland Grammar for a debate there today?
Yeah.
Is that an Epsom debate?
Yeah, they do a debate every 3 years when there's an election for the candidates. So it's always a
and
nice
you're an
event.
old boy.
I went to school there, yeah.
So what's that like? Does that bring back rich and happy memories?
Yeah, for the most part. As long as you don't go to the boarding part, it's all good.
Were you? Oh, right. Was that not a good experience for you?
Oh, I would look. I always say it wasn't not a good experience, but it's just like, if you had the choice of having your own room, living with your own family, you'd probably choose that, right?
Because because it relates to the question du jour. Were you a champion debater at school or university?
No. I joined the debating society near the end of uni.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't think I was very good, but that was a long time ago. So hopefully I can improve.
Yeah. Well, did you watch last night?
I did.
What did you think?
Not much.
Would you like to have seen more? What more? More conviction.
It was the opportunity for two people who, between them have 2/3 of the vote nearly, to actually set out, these are some challenges New Zealand faces, and here's some ways we could overcome them. Whereas a lot of it seemed to be about why the other one's plans wouldn't work rather than what could work. And I just think New Zealand's at one of those points where we need some policy change and really some policy innovation, and it didn't really come out of that, and really neither of them were much different from each other or the status quo.
And that's your position. Don't tell me about the different Chris with a different coloured tie. I refuse to hear that line again. But there is a sense that this is sort of a small target campaign where you guys and the Greens and Te Pāti Māori and various others have quite strong ideas about how New Zealand should change, and the two main parties seem less so inclined to paint bold visions.
Yeah, well, look, I think a lot of things are not going that well, and that's just not me. That's people. If you look at where New Zealanders are up to on the simple question, we go in the right direction or the wrong direction.
Sure,
it's overwhelmingly wrong direction. When you have times like that, you need to set out stuff like I think we did today as ACT, that we put out our education policy about how basically we would ramp up the measurements on attendance and achievement, ramp down the micromanagement, and then ramp up ultimately the trust in the profession to deliver the results. That's the kind of discussion I think we need to be having. I think productivity is huge. Aging population, mental health, climate change changes what you're going to be able to do as time goes on. You've got geopolitics where you can't really rely on one market and one product. All of that stuff's going to be easier to deal with if we think really hard about productivity. But, for a generation, New Zealand hasn't really been talking about that word. So those are the kinds of things that I would have hoped to see.
Just on education briefly, if you get to a position where you're negotiating, do you want to get whole pieces of things? Like, there's different ways you can dice it, and you've made the point before about in our experience of MMP, it's usually a very small kind of bolt-on, whereas the government you would like to form would be a coalition with maybe 6 active, like a proper sizable chunk. And if you get to that governing position, would you rather have we'll take education, we'll take infrastructure, we'll take regulation, or would you rather have, if you will, a sort of little bit of each, have your impact of that in each? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah. No, it's a really interesting question, and to be honest, I've thought about it a lot, and they both have their attractions, and I don't really have a clear answer to that. You can either say, look, we're all on the same team. We basically merge and deal with each issue as a merged team. Or you can say, okay, as you say, you guys are responsible for infrastructure, education, and police, and everything else is ours. I suspect it's going to be more of the merged team approach, to be honest. I think it makes more sense to be checking each other's homework, as James Shaw sometimes says, about these things. So, yeah, I suspect we're in the merged area, but I could be wrong about that.
Interesting. I've got a question that's come in from listeners, and it is they need to know, not want to know, what David's Wendy's order is.
Oh, single with cheese, quarter-pound single with cheese, fries, and Coke with sugar.
Wow. Coke with sugar. Like, see, that's the other way that you're different from the Chris's. You have real sugar in your cola.
Look, you want to get a little bit of the real thing rather than a lot of like fake sugar, which is probably even worse for you.
We're asking everyone who comes on this Megapod 3 questions.
Fair enough.
First one is where you will go in opportunity to win a box of chocolate fish, a lot of sugar in that. And the question is, can you pick to 1 decimal point what the turnout will be in the election after specials, the final turnout for 2023 election?
Oh, 78.4.
78.4. Where am I writing these down? 78.4. Thank you. I don't know if you watch political television, but a lot of politicians, a lot of media do watch the West Wings and the thick of it and stuff. Is there one, if you were on a desert island and you were given one show in that general hemisphere, which one would you take to watch?
I'd read a book. I think those shows have done so much damage because you've got a whole class of people who have come into politics thinking it's about the game, and I won't name them, but one particular politician who has come a cropper and gone.
Jamie Lee Ross.
I'm not going to say who it was, but But
it is Jamie Lee Ross.
If it was that person, they would be the person that had the House of Cards theme song as their ringtone, and were absolutely fixated. And I think that's an extreme example, but it's not the only example of the effect those shows have.
Interesting.
Politics not a game. It's a way of trying to represent people and produce better policy. But when the politics itself becomes the game, then you've got a problem.
Okay. It's also, we've sort of talked about this before, but part of it is, you need to have. I mean, this podcast we're doing today is a bit stupid.
Yeah, but
and it's sort of needs to be fun. They need to have an element of entertainment, and liveliness, right?
If you're talking all day and broadcasting continuously, is that when did a podcast become a radio show?
Oh,
aren't you doing a radio? Is it just that you're too cool to be a radio DJ?
No, it's that we're too poor and too unloved to get a radio show. It's quite the opposite.
Fair enough.
Okay, last one. Mojo. Christopher Luxon has been talking a lot about Mojo. New Zealand getting its Mojo back. We were asking everybody on a scale of 0 to 10, your own personal Mojo. Where are you? 0, none, gone, evaporated. 10, absolutely fizzing with Mojo.
Okay. Well, I'd put myself at about the 8. I
8?
think things are pretty good, but you can always get better.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Are you knackered yet, or are you doing okay? Are you hanging in there?
No. I'm kind of an extrovert when it comes to campaigns, so I get more energized as time goes on, and I find the best thing to do if you're feeling tired is go out and campaign, because interacting with people gives you your own energy.
Okay. Thank you, David. Good luck with the rest of the campaign.
Thank you.
This is the Spinoff Election Megapod. We will be back shortly with Andrew Geddes, and then thereafter Grant Robertson. This is the Megapod back soon. Thanks, David. I appreciate you coming in. Tēnā koutou katoa, this is Toby Manhire on the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod. We are into hour 8 now on Wednesday, the 20th of September. And it's a bumper hour in the Megapod. We've got Grant Robertson coming on, we've got Ruff Mungie coming on. But first, patching in from Dunedin, the People's Professor of Public Law, Andrew Geddes from the University of Otago. Kia ora, Andrew, how are you?
Yeah, kia ora, Toby. Nice to hear you.
I wanted to talk to you about stuff that is fascinating. I think probably we don't talk about it enough. And it's the bit after the votes have been cast, the bit after they've been counted, or sometimes when we're still waiting for the specials. And that's the business of putting together a government and what that involves. Can you walk us through, I guess, from the start, please, Andrew? What's the first thing that happens?
Well, as you mentioned, the votes get counted and the seats get split up. And depending on the division of seats, it could either be a pretty easy, straightforward process, or it could be a pretty complicated, long-term one. Of course, after 2020, it was easy, right? Labor was a majority, they were government, straight in, no problem. It could be relatively straightforward after this election if a couple of parties, most likely National or ACT, have a pretty clear majority, so that even if specials change things by a vote or two, it's not really going to change the outcome. By a seat or two, it's not going to change the overall majority. And in that case, National and ACT would get down to try to do a deal. And that is based on them talking about their policies, talking about a common a set of policies they can pursue over a 3-year, and how to structure their arrangement so the two of them as the majority together.
Andrew Geddes has disappeared. I think we might try and win him back here. The system can't cope with this sort of level of constitutional conversation.
Hello, Andrew here. Can't answer. If you want to get hold of me, you'd better texting.
Try him again if you could, Sam. Meanwhile, I'm sure that I can now extemporise at length. I did often think that it would be appealing if I were to...
Yeah, hello.
Oh, there we're back. I was just telling the listeners that if I ever get puppies, I'm going to call them Confidence and Supply. But that was just really to fill time. You were talking about the two parties, whoever they may be, getting together and discussing the kind of government that they would form.
Yeah, so that's in a case where you've got two parties who have a clear majority. It would have to be so clear that not even special is going to change it. The possibility that's now raising its head, of course, is that you may have three parties in the mix. Could be Labour, Greens, Te Pāti Māori, or could be New Zealand First National Act. If you've got that, then things start to get complicated because you've got basically a three-way negotiation having to take place. Likely that wouldn't happen until after specials, because the parties would want to know exactly, what their shape of the relative strength of each caucus is. But essentially, it's the same deal. They have to talk to each other in whatever way they want. There's no rules about that. There's no rules about how they negotiate. There's no rules about what they decide to form a majority that they can then allow the government to take place.
And what do they do when they feel they've got that, whether they've got a written text, whatever agreement they've got, a secret handshake? What next? How do they kind of assert that governing majority?
So the Governor-Generals, plural, over time have made it very clear that what they need to see before they will appoint someone as Prime Minister are clear statements, clear public statements from each of the parties involved as to what they'll do. And the Governor-General will then work off what the parties basically say. So if the parties say, we have reached an agreement and we are going to support someone, Christopher Luxon or Chris is terrible.
Hipkins is the guy.
Chris Hipkins. Yeah. I know. Sorry, that's mind blank.
Oh, it's that time of day.
We're going to support one of those two as being Prime Minister. Then the Governor-General will work off that clear statement and will appoint them as being Prime Minister. Then it goes into like the formal vote of confidence when Parliament meets to kind of, just basically rubber stamp that.
Right.
But it's the party speaking publicly about what they've agreed is what the Governor-General works off.
And that's, as far as our Governor-General goes, I mean, it's mostly kind of a titular thing. They cut some ribbons, they put swords on shoulders and do all that business and give speeches. This is pretty critical constitutional role here.
Yeah, so this is the one thing the Governor-General does that they do off their own bat without being advised what to do. Normally the Governor-General is told by ministers, do this.
Yes.
And then the ministers, having confidence, the Governor-General does it. That's what convention says.
So, for example, they sign off bills. They sign off bills, but they don't go, actually, I don't fancy this one. It doesn't work for me. They just sign it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So long as you've got a government that has majority support, the Governor-General does what the ministers advise.
Right.
Here, there is no one to advise the Governor-General. They have to, off their own bat, say, I am making you the Prime Minister. But in order that they can do so in a way that's legitimate and doesn't, raise eyebrows, they say, you tell me publicly as parties what you're doing so I can act off that.
And what happened in Australia was it 1975 when Gough Whitlam was turfed out by the Governor-General? Yeah. Remind me what happened then and whether or not that has any relevance to the setup here.
Yeah, so that had to do with the difficulty in getting the budget passed.
Yeah.
And the fact that the upper house, the Australian Senate, had rejected the government's, basically the government's spending. And what the Governor-General did there was say, I believe that you can no longer govern. And so the Governor-General, off their own bat, dismissed the Prime Minister and said, basically, you can no longer be Prime Minister because I don't think you've got the confidence of Parliament anymore. And that was deeply controversial because there was still a majority in the lower house, in the House of Representatives. And so that basically looked like the Governor-General was taking their own independent action to decide who the government should be, because of course it required a new election, and then the other side, the Conservative, the Liberals won, and there was a new government. And so, down the ages, the view on the left from the Labor Party was that the Governor-General basically knifed a Labor Party Prime Minister in order to allow the Liberals to become government. And that's the sort of problem. When the Governor-General steps in and independently makes a call, they open themselves up to that kind of critique or that kind of analysis. And the Governor-General doesn't want to be in that position, right? Because they're just an appointee for some hereditary monarch who lives over in London.
Right.
So, what kind of authority do they have to do anything?
Right. And so does that stand as an example in Australia and maybe here and elsewhere of something to avoid? You don't want to get yourself into a situation like that?
Yeah, and so what Governor-Generals, plural, in New Zealand have said is, you guys, the politicians, basically need to work out things like who gets to be government. So you have to do the deals, you have to talk amongst each other. I, the Governor-General, do not get involved in that process. I don't try to guide you. Some European countries, for instance, like, I don't know, anyone who's watched Borgen, the greatest television show ever about politics, will, remember that their sovereign says to a political leader, you have the right to go away and try to form the government first. That doesn't happen in New Zealand, right? In New Zealand, that's a free-for-all. The parties talk amongst each other without the Governor-General, the sovereign, being involved in that process. And only after the political deal is done does the sovereign, the Governor-General, come in and make the appointment.
And there are some people that believe that in the New Zealand system, the party that gets the plurality, the largest number of votes, which, for example, would have been Bill English's National Party in 2017, should get first go, don't they? And there's nothing in the rules that says that so, but is that the kind of thing that can develop as a convention over time?
Well, I mean, it's not clear what first go would mean, right? I mean, if you remember back to what was happening in 2017, Bill English got the most votes, but it was Winston Peters who was making the choice. And so what does it mean to say he has, quote, first go to talk to Winston
Well, I
Peters?
guess
Winston
what
Peters
did it
will
what
say, "Screw
what
you,
is
I'll
it?
talk to whoever I want."
What did it mean in the Danish example? Wasn't it that? Was it not you get first go? Or was it something different?
Yeah. So the way it works under their system is, yes, that the negotiations can only take place between that party and the party that they want to talk to. But they have a kind of formalized, ritualized way of doing it, which we just don't have in New Zealand. Right. Our way in New Zealand is the Governor-General is completely outside the system, doesn't say anyone has a right to talk about being government. The Governor-General only steps in once the negotiations and discussions have happened. Also, there's no real reason. I mean, why should the biggest party have the first try? Because all that matters is who's got the majority. And that, that can be determined by the parties talking amongst each other.
We talk in New Zealand under MMP of broadly there being a couple of different forms of government. Are you there, Andrew? I think we've lost
Toby, you there?
Can you hear me? We've lost Andrew again.
Hello, Toby.
Hello. Do we need to call him back, Sam? What do you think? We're gonna try you.
That's what I'm currently doing.
Oh, it's ringing.
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Hi, Andrew.
Yeah, sorry, this line doesn't like us, does it?
No, it's really got a grudge. I was going to ask you about the novelty that we've had recently mooted by David Seymour. We tend to talk in New Zealand about formal coalitions, which is where two parties or more join together and have seats around the cabinet table and are, to all effects and purposes, one unit as far as governing is concerned, or where a party will offer confidence and supply, which means that they will vote yes on confidence votes and support the budget, basically, support the supply of money. But they might take ministerial roles for that, but they won't sit in cabinet. Tell me if I'm wrong about that, Andrew. The novelty, the innovative thinking from David Seymour, which was put in an interview with RNZ, was that if they weren't satisfied about the arrangements that they were able to reach in negotiations, that they could offer confidence but not supply. Can you tell me what you made of that when you first heard it?
Yeah, so just to clarify the terms maybe before we start into it. Yeah. Confidence is basically Parliament voting on who they want to be government. And such confidence votes, formal confidence votes happen sort of, there's a few sort of formalized ones throughout the year. But basically the rule is that you need a majority to vote confidence to say, yes, we have confidence in you to have the right to govern. Supply is money. It's basically getting the money that a government needs in order to operate, because if government doesn't have money, and government must always have Parliament agreeing to give it money to be able to spend it, then it just can't do its business. So supply votes actually are confidence votes, because the rule is that if a government loses a request for money from Parliament, basically can't pass its budget, then it can't operate, it can't run. So what David Seymour, in effect, I think, was saying is, look, after the election, it may be that we in National, maybe with New Zealand First in the mix, can't reach a long-term 3-year set of policies. What we want in terms of, cutting the size of government, cutting taxes or whatever, might be too much for National to agree to immediately. And so they might try to, fob us off. If we're not happy with what they're offering us, well, we still want to change the government, right? We don't want Labour limping on and, being the caretaker government, continuing to run the country, because they are the guys who are still, they will continue to be the government until the government changes. So what we'll do is we will say to National, yep, we will give you confidence, which allows you to go to the Governor-General and become the new government. You can take over from Chris Hipkins, Chris Luxon can become Prime Minister, there'll be a National-led government, get into office and start doing the things that are better than the old, the Labour lot. But with regards spending, with regards supply, we won't guarantee that we will vote that, because that doesn't have to happen until next year when the budget kicks in. And that will allow us to continue to negotiate over the money side of things, how big the government's going to be, how much government spending there'll be, all that sort of stuff, for, until the budget process kicks in. And only if National meets enough of our demands on that will we then vote for the budget. So it allows for a longer, more extended period of policy negotiation to take place while still allowing Chris Luxon to get in and become Prime Minister and take over from Chris Hipkins. Now, of course, what that then does is puts off the day of reckoning where ACT eventually would have to say either, yep, we accept National's budget, we accept what National is proposing, or say, no, still not good enough, we won't vote for it. And if they don't vote for it, at that point, the government would collapse.
So
because if the government loses a supply vote, it has to resign.
Right, it has to. I mean,
has to.
And I mean, so effectively it will be almost like, putting the main governing party on parole. You have to come and, meet these requirements, which would obviously have a political impact, and who knows, but it might, what it would say about stability in terms of ratings agencies or whatever, and then how that would filter down to the public mood. I mean, it's the kind of thing, if Winston Peters had said it, for example, it might have landed differently. And he hasn't, as far as I'm aware, mooted this particular arrangement before. I mean, if is there a position in that system, if we can just conjure up the idea of it, for the Governor-General to be involved again, or is the Governor-General at this point at home watching telly?
Well, the Governor-General, so after the election, what the Governor-General is looking for is that declaration as to where the confidence of the House lies.
Yeah.
So if ACT was to say, we are going to vote confidence in Chris Luxon as being Prime Minister, and Chris Luxon has a majority of votes, then that gives him the right to become the Prime Minister. Now, of course, it's almost like a contingent confidence. It's kind of, we got confidence now, but we might not in a few months when we have to vote on the budget. Now, I could imagine the Governor-General not being 100% happy with that. The Governor-Generals have said, we would like to see the parties telling us, where their support's going to be for the full term, so that there is this stability. But by the same token, if that's all that's on the table, if that's what the parties are saying to the Governor-General, then the Governor-General kind of has to accept it, because what's the alternative? The alternative with the Governor-General going, that's not good enough, I'm not going to appoint Chris Luxon as Prime Minister, which allows Chris Hipkins to remain as Prime Minister, even though he wouldn't have a majority and can't form a government. So, yeah, it's one of those things where the Governor-General might just have to grit their teeth and accept it for now, with maybe a kind of sort of back, because the Prime Minister meets with the Governor-General regularly and so on and so on. There may be a kind of, you guys really need to sort this out. Please don't put me in the position of having to sack you, next year and have a new election, because that would be a disaster.
So it's hard not to.
It's good
in the real world, it's hard not to look at this as an attempt to gain some leverage in because obviously ACT aren't going to form a coalition with Labor, and so in order to avoid being a bolt-on, anything resembling a lapdog, they're like, no, actually, we've got this up our sleeve.
Yep, it's the one bit of leverage they've got. And, David Seymour said, I'm not afraid to use it. The question is, of course, how far would he go with it? Because, come next year, if National offers up a budget that's going to have, some tax cuts in it, some government spending cuts, and so on, is ACT really going to go, no, that is not good enough, you must meet our fundamental demands or we'll bring the government down? Because if it does bring the government down, then, and we have a new election, I think most political commentators would say that would rebound very badly. And it would damage not just the National vote, but not just the ACT vote, but the National vote, probably deliver a centre-left government. Is ACT really going to bring down a centre-right government because it's not pure enough if that results in a centre-left government? So, yeah, it's brinksmanship, but, how far can he really push it?
Another one, briefly. We've had a few polls, not for a while, but a few polls in recent times that have, if mapped onto election day, would have delivered a draw, as close as you'll get to a dead heat. So 60 seats in one block and 60 on the other, and no apparent room for manoeuvre unless something that is unprecedented and currently unlikely were to happen. What happens in that hypothesis if you get 60 v 60?
So if we assume it's 60 v 60, and no one is prepared to kind of blink by saying, okay, because one of the things is one of the parties could just abstain from voting confidence in supply, just take their votes out of the mix.
Yeah.
So that would allow then a government to form, but you could say, well, it's not my fault. I'm not voting for them. I'm just not voting. So that's one way you could get out of the. But if that didn't happen, if everyone stuck true to Party Māori, Greens and Labour said, we will never vote for, or we will never allow an ACT national government to come into place. ACT National said, we will never allow anyone else. So everyone stays true. You've got 60-60. No one can form a government because you need to win a vote of confidence. To win a vote of confidence, you need one more vote for than against. So a 60-60 tie is not good enough. And if you had that, and that, you know, that 60-60 stayed in place, I think there'd be no option but to have a new election.
And that would require the Governor-General saying, oh, you're a bunch of bloody losers, we're going back to the polls. That would be the Governor-General's call?
I'd imagine what would happen, the Governor-General would say to the parties, negotiate as hard as you can, then come to me and tell me when you can negotiate no more.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So what the governor, because at that point, Chris Hipkins would be the Prime Minister, but he would be in the caretaker state. He can't make those big calls off his own bat.
Yeah.
So he would have to essentially get the agreement of Chris Luxon and the other party leaders to say to the Governor-General, Your Excellency, there is no government can form. You are going to have to call a new election.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrew Geddes. I've just got two questions to complete. We're collecting these scientific studies across all the people we're talking to. One of them was political TV, and you've already said Borgen, so that's fine. The next one is to go in to win a box of chocolate fish. Do you want to have a guess at the turnout? A guess at the turnout to 1 decimal point? Remembering it was 82.1 at the last election and down in the 74 point something in 2011.
Yeah.
What are you going for?
Okay, nerd question.
Yeah.
Turnout of registered voters or eligible voters?
The one that the headline one. The one that would have equated to it being, I don't know, man. Don't be that guy. Bloody hell, everything was going so well.
Yeah. 77.8.
77.8, thank you. And the last question for you. As you know, Christopher Luxon has been talking a lot about mojo during the course of this election and the loss of mojo on the part of the country. Maybe that we get to the bottom of that. How are you personally? What is your personal mojo level between 0 and 10? 0 being none, gone, kaput. 10 being absolutely brimming, replete with mojo.
Oh, is there not a negative ranking here? Not go lower than 0? No.
We have had 1-0, I think, so far. A lot of the politicians are saying 10. Seymour said 8.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I can pull myself. Talking to you, Toby, has probably brought me up to a 5.
That's how the magic happens. It's been so good to talk to you, and I'd like to do it again soon. Not on a 12-hour-long podcast, but thank you so much for coming on.
Good luck to you.
All right. Kia ora, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, that is the Spinoff election Megapod rocking in towards 4:30 on Wednesday the 20th. We're going to come back really soon, hopefully with Grant Robertson on the line. This is the Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa. This is Gone By Lunchtime, election 2023 Megapod, and I'm hoping that we have on the phone Grant Robertson. Hello, Grant.
Kia ora, Toby. If that is you, you sound slightly like Darth Vader.
Really?
That's all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, so hopefully that settles down in a second. We call you the finance spokesperson for the Labour Party now, don't we? That's the done thing.
I believe in this period of time you do that, yes.
A few quick questions that we're rolling through with everyone who comes on today. First is, to go in to win a box of chocolate fish, can you guess, please, to 1 decimal point what the turnout will be in the election?
Oh, good question. I think it will be 78.4.
78.4 said with confidence. Very good. Second question, political TV, political television shows, which is the one that you would take to a desert island if you could only have one? You won't be surprised to hear that Andrew Geddes just selected Borgen, of course.
Of course he did. God. I would take the thick of it.
Okay, the thick of it. Good. And finally, the most important theme of the election is, of course, mojo and what's happened to it, where it's gone, where we can find it. We're doing a scientific study with all our guests, asking them, how is your personal level of mojo of this moment, ranging from 0 being none, gone, lost it, can't find it, and 10, can't move for the mojo, absolutely surrounded in mojo?
Look, I think the number 8 out of 10 is very fashionable at the moment. So I'm gonna pump for 8 out of 10 of level 8 mojo at this point.
Very good. Did you watch the debate last night?
I did. Yes, I did watch it.
Did you make it all the way through?
Yeah. I did. I didn't make it through the panel at the end.
Okay.
My apologies to my former colleagues there, but no, I did make it through the debate. Yep.
David Cunliffe doing quite good punditry, I think, at the end there. Looking,
I missed that.
He's been absent for a while. Good to have him back. Looking quite cattish. Do you remember cats? Do you remember cats that look like David Cunliffe from back in the day?
Well, I do remember that. Beard or no beard?
Sort of like half to 2/3 beard. I'm not sure.
What's that? Has that got a name? Is that something the kids are doing nowadays?
Probably. He's an influencer now. I wanted to ask you about 2005 briefly, because that's come up a bit in the course of this campaign as a sort of, I guess, a precedent, mostly from Labour-associated people as a kind of inspiration. Look, we can turn this around. Legend has it that Grant Robertson was a staffer on that campaign and came up, it was probably before the campaign, with the interest off student loans thing. Is that a true story?
It's a true story that I worked on that policy. I'm not sure quite. I remember being in meetings where we were talking about what to do in that space, and yeah, it was massive. That was a little bit before the campaign that we came up with it and did it, and there was a group of us who worked over a period of time in secret. We were called the Thursday Group because we had to come up with a name so that people didn't know what we were working on. And yeah, I was certainly there for that, and then through the campaign as well, which was obviously a memorable one for loads of reasons. But it was the 2005 campaign, so you had Don Brash and you had Helen, and very different approaches. And yeah, there are similarities to this campaign. Certainly the use of race is one of those by some of our opponents, but every election's got its own character, I reckon.
Is there a Thursday group currently at work in the back rooms of the Labour Party? When are they going to come up with the policy?
Look, there probably is a Thursday group, but nowadays I wouldn't get told about it because it wouldn't be me. No, look, we've put out not all of our policies. There's a couple more things to come in the next few days, but we've put out the majority of our policy.
Chris Hipkins said last week, after the News Hub poll, I think, that there's a mood for change in the country. Do you agree with that?
To an extent, I do, yeah. I mean, I made some comments at Prefu along kind of similar lines, but what I sense in the community is that people are tired, that they're anxious, that they're a bit grumpy, and they want those
things to change. And you know, they've experienced spikes in the cost of living on top of COVID and everything else that might be going on. And so, you know, I think that drives a mood for change. And I guess the question I raised that day at Prefu was, okay, I understand that and fully understand why people want things to change in their lives in that way, but will a change of government actually deliver that? And in my view, it won't. It will deliver other sorts of changes that'll be negative for those people. But I think I understand what Chris is saying, you know, when we're out and about. It's been hard, it's been tough, and people want that to change. And that mood is definitely part of the campaign.
And when you wake up in the morning and see reports saying that petrol is on its way up to $3.50 a litre, is there part of you that just wants to roll over? I mean, it's, you know, people use the headwinds cliche, but there must be times when you think, oh, for fuck's sake.
I think it's just continuous headwinds in the 6 years that I've been here, or the majority of them anyway. You look at, you know, I mean, those sorts of things, as you're kind of alluding to, are significantly beyond our control. And, you know, oil prices around the world are spiking. There's all sorts of fun and games going on among the OPEC countries on production that is pushing the price up, and we're at the end of that supply chain. So, yep, there is definitely some headwinds, but equally, I can also, you know, see the New Zealand economy as pretty robust and certainly turning a corner in terms of where we've been with inflation and so on. So, you know, there are ups and downs, and you know, I contemplate them all before rolling out of bed in the morning.
One of the criticisms that's been levelled is that, sure, COVID, people understand that. It was not something that anyone had in their playbook and things had to change. But that, to quote Nicola Willis, every single year, Grant Robertson has blown the budget and broken his spending limits. What's your answer to that? For the years that aren't the COVID years, put the COVID to one side.
Yeah. Look, well, yeah, I don't know that we can all completely agree on when COVID, under Nicola's definition, on when COVID stopped, because obviously when we were dealing with both Delta and then the big Omicron through 21 and into early 22, you know, there was still significant strain on us there. So I'm not sure I buy the framing, but regardless, my response to the point about that is she's referring to what are called our budget allowances.
Yeah.
We set those in December each year for the budget in May the next year. Things often happen between December and May. Ergo this year, where we had a major cyclone and the Auckland anniversary weekend floods, and you have to respond to those things as they arise. The second thing I'd say too is that the budget allowances are a means to an end. And for me, the ends are the fiscal rules that we've set ourselves, which include getting ourselves back into surplus over the 4-year period we're in, and keeping debt under 30% of GDP. And we've been able occasionally to invest more in a budget, but still keep to where we said we would be in terms of debt particularly. And so for me, we have to respond to what's in front of us. At this budget, inflation stuck around for higher. We had the floods. We had to spend a little bit more, but ultimately we get measured on those bigger picture indicators, and less partisan commentators than Nicola, such as Moody's and Standard & Poor's and so on, have said that they think that we're doing a pretty good job of getting through and rebuilding the economy.
Just on COVID, since that came up, one of the things I've thought a few times over the course of this campaign is, I'll tell you when, one was at that Bloomberg address, I think you were there, when Chris Hipkins spoke, and the other was at the debate last night. When Chris Hipkins started talking about COVID, he sort of got a bit of energy, I think. And I totally understand why a decision has been taken, or I assume a decision has been taken, not to talk about COVID. People don't want to talk about COVID. None of us wants to have a conversation about COVID. It's that really annoying rash that we've got rid of, or whatever. On the other hand, it's arguably the singular achievement of the 6 years in government for you guys. And there were things that were achieved there that can be sold to a public. Is Is that a missed opportunity? And is there an argument that actually, hell, yeah, let's talk about COVID. No one wants to talk about it, but we would be in a far worse place if we hadn't taken these decisions we'd taken?
Yeah, I recall reading a commentator, Mr. T. Manhire, making this point, I believe, in a recent column. And look, I've got some sympathy for the view. I tend in my economic speeches to talk a bit more about COVID because it is still the backdrop to the place that we are now. And you also would have heard me somewhat overuse the phrase about hindsight economics, because the issue here is the decisions that we made in COVID to support New Zealanders' businesses, households, the health system, all of those decisions largely backed by the opposition. In fact, in some cases, they wanted us to go further, always had a consequence because it was largely borrowed money. And so I find that if you don't have that context, it's pretty hard to understand how net debt is where it is, or why why the economy is in this place that it is. So, yeah, I do tend to talk about it. I think where people, when I mentioned before the tiredness, the grumpiness and the anxiety, a fair bit of that emerges from COVID, and I think that's why people are reluctant to have it as the sort of frame, because everybody is desperate to look forwards. But it is undoubtedly context. And when it comes to Chris specifically, I thought there were a few moments last night where he sparked up. Talking about inequities in the health system was one where he really did, and climate change was another. But he absolutely has a really good story to tell about a person who had to take some enormously difficult decisions and, filter through a lot of different information, deal with a lot of different people, and he should be rightly proud of his role there. So, yep, I think it's important that he's recognised for that, and where we can find opportunities, we take them. But I suspect if we talk about it too much, we do trigger a few things for people.
We've got the series that we do called Youth Wings, which is all the interesting and cool people who are standing for the youth wings of their parties. And in the Young Labour episode yesterday, the father of the young Labour leader, Jazz McIntosh, says Labour is a centrist party now, and says it with no enthusiasm, sort of bemoans it. Do you think that's fair? Do you think? Is it inarguable? Is Labour a centrist party now?
No, I think Labour is a centre-left party, a social democratic party, and it's been that for a long time. And I think when you look at obviously the 84 to 90 era, we take out of the picture as being a frightening experiment. But otherwise, we've been a social democrat party since we kind of got back into government after the first Labour government. So I don't think it's changed that much, and I don't think a centrist party would be as focused on fair pay agreements or the work we've done necessarily in state housing and so on. I think there's areas of work that we've done, and including in the social areas as well, decriminalising abortion and these sorts of things, where I think we can demonstrate that we're a genuinely centre-left party. Rather than purely centrist. I think in this campaign, obviously because there are parties to the left, parties to the right, you get the kind of contrast. I guess the point about being the Labour Party, and I guess if you were talking to someone from the National Party, they might say this too, but being the party that is leading the government, inevitably, in order to do that, we are looking to get votes from people who themselves would call themselves centrist. And so, it all becomes a little bit secular and self-defining. But no, I think if you look at us, we're firmly in the social democratic tradition of a centre-left Labour Party.
You mentioned 84 to 90, and you were sort of forged in that fire in a way, as best I understand it. That was a kind of inspirational, to use the word, in one direction for you and your political identity. Is that fair to say?
It is, yeah, it absolutely is. In both directions, really, in the sense that, and I talked about this in my maiden speech in Parliament, in the sense that I found David Longy as I wasn't a deeply informed, 13, 14, 15-year-old, but I found him inspirational. The joke I told in big guy with glasses, overweight guy with glasses kind of thing. He was an inspiring figure, but I mean that seriously. And I do have visceral memories of the Oxford Union debate and of just the kind of person he was, and of some other things that government did, including stuff like homosexual law reform and establishing the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and some Treaty of Waitangi settlement basis stuff. Really, really big transformational things. But the other side of it was a deep distrust and eventually dislike of Rogernomics, and certainly down in Dunedin where I grew up, I saw the impact of the speed and the haste with which those reforms were undertaken, and they were clearly designed to advance an agenda that was antithetical to the labour movement, which of course eventually led Roger and his crew to bugger off and form ACT.
And when you, as we, at the twilight of the second term of the Labour government, which you've been this instrumental force, what is your hand-on-heart assessment in terms of how much you've done to redress that Roger Douglas, Ruth Richardson impact? I know that there was a budget last year that was important in terms of benefits, but do you feel as though you've done as much as you would have liked to redress that legacy?
I certainly think we've taken some pretty big steps, and the budget you're talking about was actually the 2021 one,
right.
Which I, the first part of which I indulged myself a little bit in the speech and a bit of less prose, more poetry to really highlight that 30 years on, we were finally restoring the value.
Grant Robertson has momentarily disappeared into the ether. We were getting towards the end of the conversation. If we can get him back.
We're getting him back.
Just to finish that off.
Come on, Grant.
Hello.
Hi there. Sorry, you
there?
just disappeared. Can you hear me, Grant?
Hello.
Oh, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now, Grant? We're trying our best here on the board. Sam's pressing a button.
I'm pressing so many buttons. I'm frantic.
Now, Grant?
I've hung up and I'm calling him back.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Grant.
Yes.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. You were in full flight. I'm sorry, and you.
I feel like I was. Where did we get to?
You talked about the budget in 2021 and about how of the extent to which you think that and other measures have redressed the legacy of Rogernomics and Ruth Richardson.
Yeah. Look, rather than, I won't keep listing them off, but I do think that we have done a number of things that have done that, particularly around things like main benefits, fair pay agreements coming in, some of the work we've done making tertiary education fees free for that first year. So there's significant things I think that have turned that around. Where it's been harder is in some of the architecture of that time. And, one of my phrases, again, probably a little overused, is that it's much easier to squeeze the toothpaste out of the tube than it is to stuff it back in. And when I look at, for example, the energy sector in New Zealand, and I think Max Bradford really did a number on New Zealanders there, but getting that all back together again, for example, is really difficult and extremely costly, and you inevitably end up having to kind of work around that, find different ways of dealing with the issues rather than perhaps some of the more structural elements. And the other bit, which I think I have made some progress in, is reforms around both the Public Finance Act and the Reserve Bank Act, where they were kind of central, pieces of the changes, the Public Service Act, which was the State Sector Act. We've done reforms in all three of those areas. There's more to do there, but I do think getting to that is, a bit of unfinished business, to coin a phrase that I think Roger might have used.
Yeah, quite right. I will let you go. You have things to do. Last thing, though, you're on the list only this time. You're missing the Wellington Central campaign beat?
In a strange way, yeah, I am actually. I'm certainly, supporting Ibrahim Omar, our candidate, in the background. Sure. But the Wellington Central, any electorate campaign, I think, gives shape to an election campaign. you're, my role at the moment, sort of traveling around the country, supporting people and doing a bit of sort of strategic stuff here in Wellington. And it's very different from the rhythm of door knocking and phone calling. And in Wellington Central, they have this ridiculous number of public meetings. I think Ibrahim's doing 20 or something of them. And so you do have a real kind of cornerstone of your campaign. I've been door knocking in other places and I've been meeting people, so I'm certainly still connected to the campaign. But yeah, it's funny. It's very, very different. I mean, I don't regret the decision. It was the right decision. But yeah, and it's an interesting race, as Wellington Central always is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's fascinating. Hey, thank you, Grant. Good luck with the rest of the campaign. And
cheers.
Speak soon.
Cheers, Toby. Thank you. Good luck.
That was Grant Robertson. We are going to try to get on the phone now. Rawhiti. Should we go away for a minute and then come back? What's the best bet? Yeah, we're going to go away for a minute. We're going to come back. It's going to be really short though. It's going to turn this one around lickety spit. This is the Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa, you're back with the Spinoff Election 2023 Megapod, and joining us, I hope, from the People's Republic of Ireland is Rawhiti. Kia ora, Raf.
Kia ora, Toby. I am definitely here and joining you loud and clear.
Few questions we're asking everyone who comes on this 12-hour podcast is first, do you have a guess for the turnout in the election? If you get it right, or the person who gets it closest, for of our 20 guests or whatever, wins a box of chocolate fish. So think hard. The last election was like 82%, and then it was 75%, some before that, just to get the general range.
Yeah, I'd say 77.4%.
Oh, okay. That's a good guess. It's a good guess if you're around that, 77.4. Do you have a political TV show that is a fave that you would take to Desert Island, like a kind of West Wing or a House of Cards or anything like that?
Oh, I mean, House of Cards was incredible.
The American version?
Definitely was a book. Yeah.
Okay.
It was. I mean, certainly the first few series. I mean, Borgen was pretty cool. I enjoyed Borgen.
Borgen, okay, that's the fancy choice. That's what Geddes chose.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I would probably. Yeah,
we're running a mojo meter in honour of Christopher Luxon declaration that New Zealand had lost its mojo, and we're asking everybody what their personal mojo rating is of the moment, 0 to 10. 0 being gone, nothing, nada, kaput, and 10 being absolutely oozing out of every available pore. What's your mojo level, Raf?
Oh, I'm a 10.
10?
Absolutely
okay.
10. Absolutely flying. Like Manji Mania is taking off in Ireland. So yeah, we're really.
Is it? Are
really
you being nice to each other? Are you being civil in Ireland? Is it people being nice to each other, or are you and Sarah Pallet being mean to each other?
I think to be honest, I pretty much ignore the other candidate. She has tried to be mean to me, but sort of pointless. No, to be honest, I'm not we don't have that much to do with each other. We've had probably 5 debates. They're all
Yeah.
done now,
Yeah.
and really it's all ground game stuff. I mean, I've been at uni most of the day doing a whole range of different things, delivering billboards to student flats because there's something they run. Everyone wants one.
Yeah. Everyone.
Flat. Yeah. So it's kind of it's a weird election in some respects because there's been pretty scant media coverage, and which I had sort of anticipated. So it's all ground game, social media, and that's something we're very strong on.
And how's this one different to, obviously you've run for council successfully before you ran as an independent in Ireland as well. How is this campaign different to anything you've done before?
Yeah, I mean, it is very different. I mean, the feeling is different. It's very different to 2017 in terms of how people are feeling about things. We started a lot earlier. So I think in 2017, I only ran a 7-week campaign. And I was running against a sitting cabinet minister. This time I'm running against an MP who, has been considered, let's say, not visible in the community, backbencher, and a national candidate who's a political novice who ran in Wigram last time, who's been working in Sydney the last 13 years, doesn't really have a lot of community connections. And so it's got a very, very different feel to it. We put a lot more effort into building towards this point and mapping it out actually in quite some detail. And things are kind of exactly where we want them to be sort of 2 weeks out. So we're really sort of pushing the button. And we've got the next 2-3 weeks mapped out, the calendar's chocker. And it has a very, very different feel. This is very much Ireland is very much a local election. People are generally, like everywhere else, a bit despondent, a bit hacked off, not particularly inspired by anything. And, in terms of what I'm talking to them about down here, it's something that is more appealing. And it's like, Raf, we know you. You're a guy, and we'd like you in Wellington.
Okay, Raf, leader of the Opportunities Party. Last question, and it's a great big, easy softball open goal of a question. What is the one policy, if you could magic into a government next year, what would be the one policy that would be absolutely top of your list?
The teal card, without doubt. It's absolutely critical. It's the gold card for young people. If we're going to invest in our next generation, not just in their basic life skills and support services, but technology, the teal card is the platform for that, and that's absolutely critical.
Thank you, Raf, so much for your time. Good luck for the rest of the campaign, and we'll catch up on the other side.
Super. Thanks, Toby.
Cheers. Bye. Thank you. We're reaching towards the end of the May 8th, 9th hour. I don't know. Time. What is time? Doesn't make any sense. In the next hour, we've got a couple of really cool things, sessions, discussions, conversations. Felix and Ariana from the first series of Youth Wings are in the studio to shoot the breeze. And then after that, we're going to be joined by Ollie from policy.nz. We will be back in a jiffy. This is the Spinoff, Election 2023, Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa, welcome back to the Spinoff Election 2023 Gone By Lunchtime Megapod. I say those words in different order each time I'm speaking. We're up to hour 9, and excitingly, we've got in the studio Ariana and Felix from Series 1 of Youth Wings. I know there's a lot of super fans of Youth Wings out there. Ariana Nafisi and Felix Paul, who were in our first series of Youth Wings. We've just had the second series playing now. The debate is coming on the Spinoff tomorrow. It was a good, fun debate. How are you both?
Really good, thanks.
Yeah? You don't seem totally convinced that you're really good. How are you, Felix?
The campaign's a lot of work, so I'm pretty tired, to be honest.
You are on the ACT list.
Yep. So I'm the ACT Auckland Central candidate.
Central candidate,
and
yeah.
I'm number 25 on the list.
Okay.
And so I've been, spending my time going around Auckland Central, talking to people, going to debates, and I'm enjoying it, but it's also very exhausting, to be honest.
What's the number that you need to get in for 25%? What, like 18%, 19%?
I think
Maybe
it's
20?
somewhere around 19%.
Yeah, okay.
I think it depends what the other parties get, because if a whole lot of parties get like 4.9%.
Come in on the yellow wave, magenta wave.
Yeah.
Sorry, just get that right. Ariana, you're not standing for the election.
No.
What are you up to at the moment?
I'm a campaign manager for one of our electorates, so that's really good fun. So I'm still involved in the campaign trail.
Which one?
I'm the campaign manager in Tamaki.
Okay.
So that's my home electorate. I actually live on the shore now, but
Okay.
so that also helping out some of my friends in the neighbouring electorates for like of Maungakea and Takanui.
Cool.
And I'll get rung into some of the young nat things to support them. So completely understand what Felix is saying. It is very tiring when I'm spending like a weekend putting up hoardings for the morning and getting on with other things. It takes it out of you when you've been working full time for a week. So I'm working now, not at uni. Yeah.
It's got to be really tough in Tamaki as well right now.
Yeah, so you guys are opponents in a way, sort of frenemies, really, aren't you? The enemies in Tamaki and friends in the future government, potentially, of New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought ACT were team players, but apparently not.
No,
but, but I don't know if that's also why they've got 6 people who were kicked out or something like that.
Oh wow!
Here we go. I just think Tamaki deserves a high quality of representative, and I think Brooke's doing a great job, and that's why she's doing so well in the campaign right now.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be friendly, but it's already getting good. I love it. Let's go. Before we get into the rest of the conversation, I'm asking everybody today 3 things. The first of which is to take a guess at what the turnout will be in the election on October 14. Most people are guessing sort of somewhere in the high 70s. The last election was 82%, but that was kind of crazy high. Do you want to go first, Felix? What's your guess? The prize is a box of chocolate fish, so take it very seriously.
I think it's difficult. My guess would be that turnout would be lower this year, and so I'd probably say somewhere between 75 and 80. I'd say probably 76%, somewhere around there.
76%?
To give an exact number.
Yeah, all right, good. Ariana, you can go to 1 decimal point.
Has someone else gone to 1 decimal
Not telling.
point?
Yeah, everyone's going to a decimal point. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say 76.5.
Yeah, okay, fine. Thanks. Ariana?
I was going to say 76.4, but I feel like that's too close to Felix.
All right.
I guess we're in tune on that one.
Just go for it. Second question, political TV show of choice, whether it's a bit of West Wing or Veep or House of Cards, one you'd take to a desert island?
The Thick of It.
Thick of It?
Oh, really?
Yeah, Thick of It,
Okay,
I think it's great.
I agree with Thick of It. I've
Really?
actually only watched the first couple of episodes, but already a big fan.
That's enough. All right, okay, good. You should have said Youth Wings. It's that was you would have won a box of chocolates for that too. Mojo meter. This is the third and final question that we're asking everybody. Inspired by Christopher Luxon's interest in the question of the level of mojo in the country, which has been lost, as you know. I'm sure you're spreading this message on the doorstep, Ariana. Personally speaking, how is your mojo on a scale from 0, meaning no mojo, all mojo gone, to 10, teeming with mojo? Felix?
I think I'd probably say a 7.
Felix is a 7 on the mojo board. And Ariana?
9.
9? All right. 9 on the mojo meter. We'll have that updated for those of you who are following the high-tech graphics that we've got on the mojo meter out there. Hey, have you guys watched the new series of Youth Wings?
Of course.
Yeah? What do you think? What is it? So sort of, is it bringing back happy memories, mixed memories?
Yeah, I think happy memories, definitely like the UOA stalls. I wasn't there this year and I was like, I remember that. And I remember like thinking about what collateral was going to be like the new exciting stuff. I think we had retro sort of logo, retro national logo stickers. And then this year we had like the Live, Laugh, Luxem ones. So I think that brought back some memories for sure.
Yeah, I think this new season's great. It continues to have that like very, like genuine sort of capturing those very like strange moments that occur in politics, which I think is what makes the series so interesting. And you still get lots of those little moments, and so they're so much fun to watch.
One of the things I love in the new series is Ollie, who's the ACT candidate and a friend of yours, I think.
Yeah.
Is he on the list as well in the end in some ways?
Yes, he is on the list. Yeah.
His
electorate, I think, actually.
His relationship with his father, who is a Labour supporter from way back, and who has become almost a cult figure among some people watching it, because he comes across so warmly. And the thing I love about it, I said this to you the other day, Felix, is that he clearly disagrees quite profoundly with his son, and also loves his son a great deal. And that warms the cockles of my heart. Is that how is your what? Tell me about your parents. I can't remember if it was in your episodes or not. And you in terms of politics and linking, are you all in the same stripe?
Yeah, my I guess my parents are definitely not ACT supporters.
Okay,
they're I think my dad voted for the Māori Party one year, and my mum votes Labour or Greens, and so there's definitely no political alignment there. But there's always quite a lot of political debate at the dinner table, and so that's what it was like for me growing up. But yeah,
and do they back you, support you as an ACT candidate of some time now?
In a personal as their son, yes. Politically, definitely not.
Okay,
but still get lots of love.
What about you, Ariana?
I think so. Actually, my sister originally, she liked another party. I'm not going to out her about it. And now she works for a national MP on the side of uni, which is quite funny. I think I roped her in a little bit, but she's loving it. She's really big on the environment, and the MP she does a lot of work with is also very big on the environment, so I guess a lot of synergies there. My parents, we had lots of political discussions at the table, and a lot of the time we weren't always arguing, we weren't always agreeing, so it was interesting that we do all align as a family, but we not on every single issue, and I think my parents might have become more political after I got involved and more engaged, at least my mother. Like, my mum comes every day, she's like, whenever I see her, she's like, oh, did you hear this? I'm like, yes, but why are you keeping up to date with that?
So she's reading the things you're reading, so she's got something to have a conversation with you about.
I think that, but also just, I think people are talking more about politics now too, maybe. I think maybe in the past people didn't really talk politics openly, but now a lot of her friends are talking about it too. And yeah, definitely seen a switch because she wasn't always engaged in that way.
How was it going back to 2020 and when you guys, had an episode devoted to each of you, and then you both performed creditably in the debate? How was the feedback? Were people nice to you? Were people dicks? Was there a mix of both? How was it?
I think there was definitely a mix of both. I've heard lots of people not like me. I go into like a house party and had people like. I wasn't there to talk politics, but people have just come up and started arguing with me because they know that I'm like very associated with the party.
Right.
So
but that's not because of the youth thing. It's just generally because
you're
that ACT guy.
Yeah. But I think most of it's actually been like very positive and very encouraging, and people have been like very nice. So yeah.
What about you, Ariana?
Yeah, I think people have been nice. It's kind of interesting. You meet people and we're like, I recognise you, or like we've watched the youth wing. Like chicken or something like that. And I'm like, I was like, okay, people actually watch this. But which is quite cool. But then I think I definitely took away some resilience. The comment section on anything on Facebook can be a bit sometimes. And I think that was good. But definitely, I think on the whole, brought it sort of liking. And I just think what I think was good in general is that it did engage some young people more in politics, I feel. Felix,
no, I absolutely agree. I think it absolutely it's definitely very helpful for getting young people involved in politics. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, my sense of it, having not been involved in the shooting of the episodes, is that that Eddie and Nat and Sophie in the first series did really well to kind of, you could cut those things together to take the piss, right? Because you can cut together anything to take the piss, and you want to have a little bit of lightness, you want to have a little bit of those kind of moments that are awkward. But I think what they achieved is a kind of cope-up or a spirit of sort of geniality or of something, and hopefully, I mean, I think people may disagree, but like if you look at some of the comments in the YouTube things, both the first time around and this, what I really love to see, I'm getting sentimental now, is where people from different political cultures, different political tribes say, oh, I quite like, that guy Keegan, even though New Zealand First is not for me at all, I admire that bit about him or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it would be very easy to cut up sort of the awkward political interactions between, young people in the age of 18 to 22 in a very like negative way and make us all look a bit silly. But no, I think it definitely shows like a different side of politics, young people trying to navigate their way through disagreement, having different ideas to their peers and convincing random people to sign up to a club or something like that. I think all those interactions are very interesting.
And what about today, you both, as people who are still engaged in politics, both of you are still with your parties, so you haven't moved a long way, but do you see the world differently? Do you see politics differently? Because, you're still pretty young people. For me, 3 years is nothing. For you, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think I've definitely changed a lot since 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I think the style of politics I engaged in when I was, at university was very like confronting, very like student focused, very like debatey. But I think that over the last couple of years, and especially with this campaign, I've made it a personal focus of mine to try and be more conciliatory in the way I approach issues with different people. So I think it's very easy to like say someone's wrong or call someone, silly for thinking something, but I think that's not very productive in the long term. It's theatrical, but it doesn't help us get to an answer or solve any problem. That's one thing that I think I've changed from 2020.
What do you do when you go to a party and people go, oh, that's that guy from ACT, and including some other choice language, perhaps?
Yeah, well, I ask them, why they think that, and try and really understand where they're coming from, what their position is, why do they think this, and then I try and think, well, from their perspective, what would convince them to be an ACT supporter, which is like kind of a funny way of putting it, but that's the way I approach conversations. Or I just like if politics isn't appropriate in that space, then I don't talk about it because sometimes it's not appropriate.
Sure, right. How about you, Aaron? Do you see the world differently, see politics differently since 2020?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're sort of, and when you're in the youth wing, like you're really very much in the thick of it, and it's a big, I don't know, it's a power, like it's an engine. You've got to really make sure you're pumping up volunteers. You've got to be like hype queen, like get everyone pumped and stuff. So it's my role now is a little bit different, and I feel like in politics in general, I've kind of turned to focus more to policy. I read legislation and help like a team at work to look into that legislation, and I find that really interesting. And I think also speaking to people who you usually speak to in politics, and even just not like people who are in politics but discussing their ideas, I think that's where I've changed a lot. I'm wanting to understand other people's views and also what messaging sort of resonates with them, what they understand. But then, because I think when you're in a political party or in politics, there's a different way of messaging which might not, it might not be the best for everyone. I think you can become like a bit of a hack.
Yeah.
I
fully agreed with like everything Ariana said, to be honest, that like, I think it's just such like a funny world. And I think, the way, like, for example, when I talk about politics with my friends or family, I'll talk about it in a very different way than I talk about it with people who like I meet on like the campaign trail.
Right.
Because like I think that, in order to have like a political conversation with someone where you convince them to think a different way, you've got to have that like established trust. And, you know, if you're just meeting some random person, you don't have that rapport, you don't have that trust yet. So it's very weird to be like, oh, you should just totally believe me about the way we should go forward as a country.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
right.
just trust me.
So
know?
instead, you're doing basically you're doing a script, really. That's how it works, right? You've got your 3 bullet points that you want to hit.
Yeah, you're doing a script and you're also asking someone to trust what you say without knowing you really as a person and if you're a trustworthy person.
Have you guys caught up with or bumped into any of the other candidates, participants from your year? Who have you seen? Who have you bumped into?
Bumped into Felix at Piha. No, we actually organised a trip together. With other
you went
people.
to Piha together?
Yeah, and other mates. But I'm trying to think. I've seen Jay invited me to something.
MMP.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay invited me to something.
I tried to get hold of Jay, but he didn't reply to my email or text.
He
was quite a personality.
Yeah, I really like Jay. I bumped into him at a bar in Auckland one night.
Yeah.
And that was good. It was good to see him.
He was organising some kind of festival in Fiji or something. He's very and he was on a foundation that he's the kind of guy who's always probably got something hatching, some plan, some project.
It's clear from, I think, the documentary, the Youth Wings episode, that he is a very, like, productive person. Like, he's always doing something. You know, he's always, like, you know, and I like that. I like that about Jay. I think that having people like that is great.
The other thing I just wanted to ask you is the nature of the time in that election, that happened in COVID, you know, which is again, it's one of those things that has had a massive impact on all of us in so many lives, but it had an impact on you guys in really quite important formative years. And I imagine lots of your peers have then gone overseas, have they? And I mean, how do you reflect on the way that COVID played a part in even leaving to one side the politics thing, just in terms of your lives and your generation, what kind of imprint COVID leaves?
I feel like I almost like lost a year in a sense, you know, that like I had like a year when I was 22 to, you know, spend at university, like, you know, talking to people and going to clubs and doing stuff outside. And then because of COVID, you know, you just got like stuck inside for a year. And so I feel like I almost lost some time in a funny way. That's the way I feel about it.
Ariana?
I look back on it and I think it's like, I guess in the industry I'm in, I think it's welcomed a new way of working, and it's sort of really opened up the question about future of work, which I think really complements what younger people want, sort of that flexible working arrangement where you can work from home. You don't have to be in the office 8 till 5 every day, you know, and I think that's something I look at being a positive product of it. But I do actually agree a little bit with Felix. There's sort of lost there, or I feel like I look back and I'm like, I actually really wanted to do a big sort of trip, like an OE sort of trip, and I wasn't able to do that, and I think a lot of people missed out on that. And I don't know, I think the way we communicate has changed a bit as well, and I don't know if it suits everyone, and I think there's sort of the people who thrived, who love to communicate in online platforms, but then maybe who people like to be meeting in person. Those opportunities haven't presented themselves as much, and there's been a growing sort of platform online.
Our time's just about up. Last question to you both. You first, Ariana.
Yes.
When we meet up again 3 years from now in the studio, what will you be doing? Will you have come back from overseas? Will you have been in Parliament? Will you still be doing the same thing? What do you reckon? You won't be held to this. You will not be held to it, so you can say whatever you like.
I really can't say. I think I will be in New Zealand. I think if I go overseas, I'll go for a couple of years and be back, because probably the election will bring me back. But and I have hope.
Might you be a candidate? Do you think is that possible?
Potentially. I'm keeping that open. We'll see how Felix thinks it is this time round, and we'll catch up afterwards and see what I think. Yeah.
What about you, Felix? I mean, in the unlikely event that you're not a parliamentarian at this time, 3 years from now, what do you think you'd be doing? You'd be standing again higher up the list on it for ACT?
Oh, I don't really think about, you know, the next 3 years too much, to be honest. I'm just pretty focused on, you know, the election right now. I don't when it comes to thinking about my future and what I'm going to do, I always try and do something I love, and I love, like, you know, public speaking and debating. So, you know, I'll be doing something in that space, but I don't know what it is exactly. Yeah.
Going to parties and having constructive arguments with
people. Oh, no, yeah.
Hey, thank you guys both so much, Ariana and Felix, for coming in. It's great to see you again. And, you know, Youth Wings Series 2 is out now. Youth Wings Series 1 is still available on the internet to watch. So do that. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, heaps.
Thanks, Toby.
We will be back shortly for a conversation with Ollie Neese from Policy.nz. This is the Spinoff Megapod.
fluxing today.
Like your politics authentic, impassioned and entertaining? Fancy a glimpse into the future of politics in Aotearoa. Youth Wings is back. Series 2 of the cult political docu-series follows the younger offshoots of political parties in the lead up to election 2023. Watch it on thespinoff.co.nz. Made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
So you're going to go up there, and you're going to look very presidential, and we'll see how it goes. Now let's go.
Kia ora, I'm Amber Esby, CEO at Spinoff. As you may know, everything on the Spinoff is free for all to read, hear and watch. This is possible because of the Spinoff members. Every contribution makes a huge difference to our mahi. So if you'd like to keep our homegrown, independent journalism alive, become a member today. Visit thespinoff.co.nz/donate to find out more.
Do you think the Crown are good treaty partners?
No.
Kia ora, I'm Janae Henry, and I've got a lot of thoughts on what's happening in Aotearoa today. In my new show, 2 Cents Too Much, I talk to experts to get to the bottom of big topics, from why our rangatahi are vaping and my love-hate relationship with museums, to the cost of living crisis and the revitalisation of te reo Māori. Watch 2 Cents Too Much now on The Spinoff, made with the support of New Zealand On Air. Long live the land of the long white collar ice cloud.
30 years ago, a young teenage girl had a secret sexual relationship with her youth group leader. Now she's ready to revisit the past. The Spinoff presents Dear Jane, made with support from New Zealand On Air. Out now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Talofa lava, I'm Madeline Chapman, editor of The Spinoff. Running an independent site that tells the stories of our people and our voices relies on the support of our readers. It's fair to say the Spinoff wouldn't exist without contributions from our members. So if you love what we do and have the means, please consider supporting our work by visiting thespinoff.co.nz/donate.
We're navigating the largest inflation spike the country's seen in 32 years. No matter who you are, where you live, or how much you earn, understanding the impact of the economic issues facing Aotearoa has never been more important. Kia ora, I'm Bernard Hickey, and on my podcast, When the Facts Change, I want to help you understand what the changes we hear about in the headlines actually mean for you. I also happen to have a pretty healthy contact list of academics, politicians, and leading economists to help us make sense of all this economic stuff. So join me every Friday for When the Facts Change, brought to you by the Spinoff Podcast Network, together with KiwiBank, and available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm kind of the type of person that you would normally rebel against. I'm not, in politics, you're not used to people being nice to you.
From the director of campaign comes Elements of Truth, a documentary that lifts the lid on Jamie Lee Ross's 2020 election bid as co-leader of Advance New Zealand. Watch Elements of Truth on the Spinoff today, made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
I wouldn't say that I'm a true believer, but there's some elements of truth to it.
Kia ora, I'm Simon Pound, and I host Business is Boring, a podcast that reckons it's anything but. Join me each week as I chat with some of the most interesting and inspirational players in the Aotearoa business scene and learn what it takes to make it happen, from accidental entrepreneurs to the brains behind some of the country's biggest brands. If you're into business or want to be, then make sure you follow Business is Boring wherever you get your podcasts. Brought to you by the Spinoff Podcast Network in partnership with SparkLab.
Tune in to the This Is Kiwi podcast from the Spinoff and KiwiBank.
Whether you are someone that's trying to get better with your money or you're someone that's looking to start a business, never underestimate how much you can learn.
Listen now on the Spinoff or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kia ora e hoa ma, it's Alex Casey from The Real Pod here. Join me, Jane Yee and Duncan Greive as we dish on local celebrity goss, reality TV drama and iconic pop culture moments. Tune into The Real Pod every Wednesday on the Spinoff Podcast Network.
Kia ora, I'm Duncan Greive, senior writer, podcast host and also founder of The Spinoff. With all our writing, audio and video, we've carved out a pretty unique space in Aotearoa media, but that's only possible thanks to the support of our members. Join us in making a difference to the local media landscape by visiting thespinoff.co.nz/donate today.
Start your day with The Bulletin, a newsletter from the Spinoff summarising New Zealand's biggest breaking stories and highlighting the best reporting from around the country. Sign up for free today at thespinoff.co.nz/newsletters.
Do you feel like lip love fluxing today?
Like your politics authentic, impassioned and entertaining? Fancy a glimpse into the future of politics in Aotearoa. Youth Wings is back. Series 2 of the cult political docu-series follows the younger offshoots of political parties in the lead up to election 2023. Watch it on thespinoff.co.nz. Made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
So you're going to go up there, you're going to look very presidential, and we'll see how it goes. Now let's go.
Kia ora, I'm Amber Easby, CEO at Spinoff. As you may know, everything on the Spinoff is free for all to read, hear and watch. This is possible because of the Spinoff members. Every contribution makes a huge difference to our mahi. So if you'd like to keep our homegrown independent journalism alive, become a member today. Visit thespinoff.co.nz/donate to find out more.
Do you think the Crown are good treaty partners?
No.
Kia ora, I'm Janae Henry, and I've got a lot of thoughts on what's happening in Aotearoa today. In my new show, 2 Cents Too Much, I talk to experts to get to the bottom of big topics, from why our rangatahi are vaping and my love-hate relationship with museums, to the cost of living crisis and the revitalisation of te reo Māori. Watch 2 Cents Too Much now on The Spinoff, made with the support of New Zealand On Air.
Long live the land of the long white collar ice cloud.
30 years ago, a young teenage girl had a secret sexual relationship with her youth group leader. Now she's ready to revisit the past. The Spinoff presents Dear Jane, made with support from New Zealand On Air. Out now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Talofa lava, I'm Madeline Chapman, editor of The Spinoff. Running an independent site that tells the stories of our people and our voices relies on the support of our readers. It's fair to say the Spinoff wouldn't exist without contributions from our members. So if you love what we do and have the means, please consider supporting our work by visiting thespinoff.co.nz/donate.
Koutou katoa. This is Toby Manhire with the Spinoff 2023 election Megapod. Joined now on the line, I hope, from Wellington by Ollie Neese from policy.nz. Hello, Ollie.
Hi, Toby. How are you going?
I'm good. It's good to have you here. You are one of the geniuses behind policy.nz, which we're going to talk about in a second. But first, I'm just going to go through a carousel of questions that we're asking every guest on the Megapod today, starting with, if you're game, would you care to guess what the turnout will be at the 2023 election? The prize is a box of chocolate fish.
Oh, I forgot what it was last time.
Last time it was 82%, just so you've got some sort of parameters. It was 82% last time, something like that.
Okay.
And it was about, in 2011, it was about 75%. I can't remember exactly. So it's kind of somewhere in that range, likely.
I'll go for 78.
Okay. 78, just a flat 78, no 78 point anything there.
78.5.
Yeah, good. Very good. Good. And Ollie, do you have a political TV show or film that you like that you would take to a desert island if you could choose one, just with, like
Election.
Election, the film Election. Okay. Yeah, good. Yeah, Election.
The documentary. Or was that Campaign?
Oh, Campaign. You mean the 1996 one? Do you mean the 1996 one or the?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Tony Stories one. Yep. Good shout. And finally, importantly, we're doing a robust scientific survey of the level of mojo across Aotearoa, inspired by Christopher Luxon's interest in mojo, or lack of mojo. Personally, Ollie, how is your mojo on a scale of 0 to 10? 0 being absolutely no mojo and 10 being teeming with mojo.
I'd put it at slandering, so probably a 3.5.
3.5 for Ollie on mojo. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. That'll perhaps change the questions I give to you too. I'm going to try and bring you up to a 5 by the end of the conversation, if it all works out well. Policy.nz, Ollie, is it like one of those tools, like one of those personality tools, where you answer a few questions and then it tells you who you're going to vote for?
Not at all. So, I mean, there are a lot of tools out there like that, including in the voting space. But with Policy.nz, there's no secret algorithm under the hood. Really, all we do is we just do the hard work of reviewing all of the policy documents, the manifestos, press releases, the speeches, and summarise it all into easy to understand summaries to help you and your communities decide who's best for you. So there's really no magic to it. It's just making this essential information easier for people to access.
So it's boiling down information about policy and also candidates?
That's right. So there's essentially three parts to the tool. There's the core of it is our policy summaries. So across, I think there's over 80 different topics. We've got summaries of all of the 8 largest parties' policies. And then you can browse by electorate. So you can put in your address, you can see what electorate you're in and who all the candidates are that are running in that electorate. And then we've surveyed all of them to get a sense of what their motivations are and what the priorities are for your community. And then the third part of it is summaries of all the registered political parties, or all the parties that are contesting the election. And there you can see the full breakdowns of the party lists as well.
And I guess one of the advantages of policy.nz is that you can get, in a sense, an unvarnished version of what's on offer, because obviously when parties present it in press conferences and statements, they're going to put a particular gloss on it. It appears differently in debates, all those sorts of things. But that's not easy, is it? The task of trying to pass the material and then to stick it in kind of an abbreviated form that is also non-partisan, that is as far as possible objective.
Yeah, definitely. It's I guess the core of what we do, but it is a real challenge. And I think that was a big reason, a big motivation behind creating it in the first place.
Right.
Was that, not only is the information in all kinds of disparate places, but it's presented often with sort of puff and spin. And so, I mean, a common way you see this is often a party will cite the aspiration as a policy. So, we will stimulate Kiwi businesses to thrive on the world stage, which is really just an aspiration. And then the policy itself is we're going to provide, R&D tax credits, or we're going to, cut business tax or whatever it is. So our methodology at its essence tries to focus on what actually is the action being proposed here, or sometimes the inaction. It's focusing on that. So that's why when you browse the tool, you'll see that the policy summaries always start with a verb. So, increase funding to this agency, or cut funding to this, or change the law around that.
How often does a political party or candidate come in and go, hang on a minute, that's not what we meant?
Now and then, not as much as you might think. This election we've probably had comments from maybe 3 parties.
Right.
Sometimes, and there's been a few times where they've, rightly pointed out that we've, gotten something slightly wrong and we've revisited and made some changes. There's been other times where parties have got in touch and are just really trying to control the narrative, and we've stuck to our summary. And then there's also been times, not this election, but previously, when we've had a party actually change their policy after they realised that when it was presented clearly, it was incredibly unappealing.
I love that. That's not our policy anymore. You got it right, but we don't like it. What are you up to now?
Nobody likes it.
This is your third general election for Policy.nz's third general election, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. So we started in 2017 to 2020, and then have done 2 local elections along the way, with a detour to Belgium a few years ago as well.
Wow! And what's the experience been? Where was the seed of it? Where did the idea come from?
Yeah, I mean, the real origin is that for me and the people I started it with, so Asher Emmanuel, Chris McIntyre and Rachel Reeves, we worked together on this youth election project in 2014. And as part of that, we thought, well, let's just, as an add-on, just create this table that summarises all the policies of all the parties. That should be easy enough to do. We'll get a friend from uni to do that in a day. Obviously, that was not at all possible, but I think it made us realise that it would be useful to have something like that. And I think, I personally thought, well, I would love to use something like that. So we set about, for the 2017 election, doing it. back then, we actually started a year before reviewing press releases, and it was an incredibly stupid way to do it. We did it all ourselves in big, long Google documents, and then manually copy and pasted every policy onto the website. It was an incredibly stupid way of doing it, but for some reason we did it, and now it's got a life of its own, which has been great to see.
And how many people are using it? How widespread is policy.nz in its reach?
It's been really popular so far. So since we launched about 2.5 weeks ago, we've had essentially 100,000 users, which is on tracking similarly to 2020 when we had about 500,000 users across the whole campaign, which is very roughly the equivalent of about 1 in 6 voters. So it's been really popular, and a lot of people are coming to it directly. They're aware of it. And people from all kinds of places as well. So we've had a lot of feedback from school teachers. In the past, we've had a lot of feedback from younger people who have said that they didn't feel comfortable voting before using the tool. They just felt like they didn't have enough information. I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's no minimum requirement for the amount of information you need to vote, but some people definitely do feel that, I think, and it can be one part of the puzzle for giving people that confidence.
Yeah. And what sort of things do you notice in there? What other stories does it tell? Like, for example, in the sheer volume of policy that might be from one party versus another?
Yeah, it does definitely give you an insight into the different ways different parties use policy. So, like in terms of the sheer number of policies, by far and away, the party with the most is the Green Party. In our database, essentially nearly a quarter of the policies are Green Party policies, followed by National and then ACT close behind. And I think, for those large but still smaller parties like Green and ACT, policies are an important way that they actually get into the conversation. If you're Chris Hipkins or Chris Luxon, you don't necessarily have to have an announcement to be in the news, but if you're a minor party, you need something for people to talk about. And I think policies play a role in that. So that's definitely one thing. It also gives you, I think, an insight into what the areas of controversy are. So, in 2020, there were a lot more housing policies than there are this election.
Right.
And I was just looking before at, which of the subtopics has the most policies tagged to it. And I was actually surprised that of the subtopics, it's emissions reduction, which is, essentially what we're doing to combat climate change, is the single topic with the most, which I think is interesting because that's not the topic that is necessarily most dominant in the media. I mean, criminal justice is second, which is a huge topic. But I think the number of proposals around.
So is that an aggregate you're talking about, or does it mean that most of the parties, including ones that are focused on issues that are unrelated to climate change, are now putting policy out there in that field?
Yeah, so that's just a total number from across all parties.
Okay.
But I think it shows that even parties that are not necessarily environmentally focused have a lot of policy that is related to the question of emissions reduction. So a lot of agriculture policy this election has a climate overlay to it, whether it's a policy to reduce emissions or it's a policy that's in response to government initiatives to reduce emissions. So I think that shows that that's obviously a topic that's really contentious at the moment.
Hey, thanks so much, Ollie. Last question for you, a tricky one. What is the URL for policy.nz?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think if you, off the top of my head, if you go to policy.nz, you should be able to find it.
Great. Check it out, everyone. Or you can click through from the Spinoff. There's a banner on there. I am, as you know, Ollie, I'm a fawning super fan of policy.nz. I think it's a really, really fabulous, constructive, helpful tool that allows people to, efficiently look through what their options are. And even if you've decided which way you're going to vote, it's really enlightening to go on there and see the way other people are. You can compare them side by side. So, yeah, go and check it out. Thank you so much, Ollie.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, everyone. See ya.
That's Ollie Neese from policy.nz, for which the URL is policy.nz. I'm Toby Manhire. This is the Election Megapod. We're going to be back before you know it with none other than the man, the myth, Bernard Hickey, on the election spin-off, random words and random order, Megapod. Kia ora tātou, welcome back to the spin-off Gone By Lunchtime, Election 2023 Megapod. This is a very exciting hour ahead of us with Bernard Hickey, the man, the myth, the machine.
The machine, yeah. Kia ora, how's it going?
Interesting machine, fascinating machine. In fact, we're gonna dive deep into Bernard. But first, before we do that, we've got coming into the studio Stuart Salmon-Lund, who has been watching a 6 p.m. poll.
Oh,
and
yeah,
is
I
just
was
going to
wondering
give
about
us
that.
the
News. We love
breaking
news.
news on that. We love news. Polls aren't necessarily at the centre of the journalism work you're doing at the moment, Bernard, but you will indulge us because this is a poll, 12 days out from voting starting, 24 days out from the election. This is a One News, I want to say Colmar Brutton, but it's Colmar Brutton, which begat Kantar, which begat Verianne poll. Is Stuart on mic there? And
some great poll chat then.
Love a bit of poll chat. And you told me I wasn't allowed to look at the poll until you came in, so you've got me on tenterhooks.
Yeah, and look, you're not going to be that shocked. Okay. But National and ACT would be able to form a government, but with only a 1-seat majority on these numbers.
I'm going to guess then that means New Zealand First is over 5%.
New Zealand First is steady on 5%.
Yeah.
So the numbers are National down 2 to 37%, Labour trailing by 10 points, down 1 to 27%, which is its lowest numbers in the poll for, I believe, 6 years.
Right.
ACT and the Greens both up to 12, and New Zealand First and Te Pāti Māori steady on 5 and 3. New Zealand Loyal cracking the poll at 1%.
Is that right?
Alongside Freedom's NZ.
Liz Gunn.
And both Chris's steady on 23% each in the preferred Prime Minister.
Say that last bit again. I was thinking about Liz Gunn.
23% for both Chris's in the preferred Prime Minister.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, that's some enthusiasm, isn't it? 23%.
40 almost half of New Zealand wants a Prime Minister called Chris.
There were about 6 names up on the screen when they were listed through all the various people that cracked 1 or 2%. But yeah, a lot of,
Was Chloe higher than Winston?
No, it was David Seymour, then Winston, 5 and 4%, and then Chloe was maybe 2, I think, I want to say. But yeah, I can't remember I should have done this before I came in, what the News Hub one was last week, but it's pretty much in line, I think.
In that territory, I think. Yeah, it's I think one of the interesting questions as we get closer to election day, if these poll numbers are right, they broadly reflect each other, don't they, Bernard, across the different companies. If they're right, whether or not New Zealand First gets 5% or not may not determine the shape of the government, but it may determine the not stability, but the strength of the government. Because if that were to happen and they were to agree a coalition and had 61 seats, it only takes one Gaurav Sharma. It only takes a couple of angry down table MPs from either party, right? And
the last One News poll had that slightly bigger buffer. They were 62 seats, but Winston was still
that's
in.
right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Whereas
if you take New Zealand, if New Zealand First gets 4.95, then suddenly you've got 65 seats.
When is the bomb coming out on New Zealand First? I keep waiting for someone to pull one of the skeletons out of the closet and throw it into the campaign, like what seems to happen every time.
You're asking for the mother of all scandals there, are you? I think that's what it
Winston
was called.
Peters is travelling the country in his big, lovely bus, seeming to be having the time of his life.
He's riding the bus.
Talking about how the media don't turn up to his press conferences. Then when they do turn up, saying they should have been there last week.
Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting last bit, because the question is, in that scenario, do you talk to New Zealand First about something? Do you say we're gonna form a coalition with ACT? We would like to offer you a thing in exchange for your coalition, for your confidence and supply. That's not going to be an easy negotiation under any circumstances, I wouldn't have thought.
No, and I quite like the idea of Winston in opposition with just about everyone else on the crossbenches. There could be a party in there. They'd have a lot of fun, I think, really hacking away at the government. We've actually not had a lot of hacking away at the government for the last 3 years, I think. There's been an awful lot of, grumbling and mumbling, but actually someone really going for it from the opposition.
I think it might have been on your pod or possibly a rival pod, the suggestion that New Zealand First aren't particularly fussed with getting back into government this time around, but they just really want to be back in Parliament.
Yeah, maybe true. Also, I mean, I do feel as though we probably said this several elections ago, but you would imagine the man who's done many rodeos, to get the pronunciation correctly, maybe on his last rodeo, and therefore, would you be happy with the crossbenchers, or would you go, actually, I quite fancy...
He's going to be
having
like the
another,
Queen.
You know.
He's going to be like the Queen, 96 or 97, still out there ruling the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Andy Foster swoops in.
Andy Foster, goodness me. Thanks so much, Stuart, for that. That's very useful, and for all of your news updates during the day. Much appreciated.
I've got one question before I go, and that is, how is your mojo?
My mojo, I would say it's about a 7.
That's pretty good. It's been, 9 hours?
It's oscillated between about 4 and 8 over the course of the day.
Have another 3 jet planes.
I'll get into that when I've
four? What point was the 4?
Oh, I can't share that. That's too. That would be too revealing. Thank you so much, Stuart.
No worries.
Bernard, I'm going to ask you some questions like that now before we get into the serious stuff too. We've been asking everybody about the mojo over the course of the day. Have you seen our mojo meter?
No, I haven't.
The mojo
Can
meter.
I hit it? Or
you see that? You can see it up on the screen there. It's like all the different heads where they sit on the mojo meter. And what we're asking, in honour of Christopher Luxon, who has been talking a lot, as you will have heard, about New Zealand having lost its mojo, we're trying to conduct a survey to assess, the collective mojo of the country, of our guests. Where are you on the mojo scale of 0 is a complete mojo void, just an emptiness, and 10 is a superfluity of mojo, an absolute overabundance. You can barely move for the mojo.
I am at 11 on the mojo scale.
God.
Please stick me right in the right-hand corner. I've had a great day of production.
Yeah.
I earned some money as well, and I did a lot of stuff that I'm proud of and enjoyed doing, and this is capping off a great day that started at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've produced 2 podcasts, 1 substantial email. I've interviewed a minister for half an hour in front of 800 people. I emceed a conference from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock. And cycled here from down at the bottom of the harbour and had the most wonderful ride. And now I'm sitting here with some people that I enjoy in a studio I've spent quite a bit of time in, thinking, oh, those chocolate fish look good, and I'm enjoying a beer and a bit of a chat about the politics.
Oh, fantastic. And you are probably the only person that we could have found to bring in here that makes me seem pretty sane and unflustered in your own schedule, which is just a normal day in the Bernard Hickey universe. But we'll come to that in a bit, I think. First, the other questions. In order to win a box of chocolate fish, not that one, which came from Julie, our most beloved member of all, so thank you. I want to ask you to predict the turnout for the election. You can go to 1 decimal point. Remember, it was 82, which was crazy high, the last election.
It'll have a 7 in front of it.
Yeah, it will.
It'll be mid-70s, because I don't think people are really excited about this.
75 point.
Yeah, that's 3. Yeah. With
good.
Great precision. Yeah.
And the last thing we were just asking everyone is whether or not you have a particular politics-themed TV show that you like, like a Thick of It or a Veep or a House of Cards or a Yes Minister or a Borgin. Had a couple of Borgins from the highbrow crowd. What are you into?
I love Occupied.
Oh, that's the one that's set in, is that Finland?
Norway.
And
it was like 2016, incredibly prescient.
Right.
So the setup for the show, and it was a 3-series Netflixy job with Norway as, one of the great oil and gas producers with all the electric cars and a pension fund as big as in everyone else's. Suddenly has the most enormous, painful climate change-driven storm 3 days before the election, and the Greens get elected to run Norway. And then all hell breaks loose because the Russians, who have been paid by the Germans to invade Norway and get the oil and gas started again, after the Greens, as soon as they get into power, shut down the oil and gas and start building the most amazing nuclear power plant. It's the best setup for a political thriller, and it's actually really well done. The Norwegians have done well.
Does it sort of seem plausible?
Oh yeah. No, it has quizzlings in it.
Good.
And they're really well characterized human quizzlings.
I like it. And from a political economist point of view, from a political economy, if it scans, it makes sense. You believe it?
Yeah. There's an element of wish list in there. Quite like a major storm to hit the country a few days before the election and change things. I doubt that's going to happen this time around. It's amazing to me actually that Gabrielle has made no difference whatsoever that I can tell in how people are going to vote.
Interesting. Yeah,
Despite all this
at the
chatter,
time, it felt as though this will be a dominant theme of the election. It hasn't really come up,
No, I interviewed Simon Watt yesterday, and he was going to kill off Giddy. He was going to shut down the clean car discount scheme, use all the climate emergency response fund money for a tax cut. Yeah, no, like Gabrielle, what? Didn't even happen.
Never heard of him.
And, ACT is talking about repealing the Zero Carbon Act. And, I interviewed David Parker today, and he was freaking furious.
Was he?
You could tell. It was really interesting to watch. So a politician coming towards the end of his career, he's been there, he's done that. He's had his hands on the levers a couple of times. And he's done a lot of work and changed a bunch of things. And now he's 3 weeks away from seeing, and he used the word vandals, coming in to wreck it all.
To describe the other team, not his own.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Funny.
Because, it's been a fascinating man, David Parker, a pretty deep thinker on lots of issues. And his having departed the portfolio under the fog of various other goings on. The revenue portfolio. I mean, when the tax switch that had been proposed was captains called into the longest grass imaginable. That's the prerogative of the Prime Minister, of the leader, I guess. I think David Parker and Grant Robertson accept that, but there is also an extent to which it must be kind of deflating when it's not for sure, but in all likelihood, this is the twilight of their political careers.
Yeah, there's been a few tragedies play out in this term. Obviously the Prime Minister resigning after those awful protests, and David Parker is another one. I've spent a lot of time talking to David over the years, as he is a thinker. He's a political animal too. He's not one of these sort of policy wonks who doesn't really like the politics. He likes to get in there and mix it up, and he makes stuff happen. And he's loyal, of course, but his decision to not so quietly drop the revenue portfolio was, I think, the passive-aggressive Kiwi act of the year.
Yeah, that's so true. Let's put all of the current political theatre to one side for the moment, because I want to talk about Bernard Hickey a bit.
Right.
And we'll make our way back to the politics of now and the media of now. But I've always admired you, Bernard, since before I got to know you properly. As one of our real kind of deep thinking, sometimes idiosyncratic, sometimes I was going to say irreverent, but iconoclastic might be the word I'm looking for. You're a kind of singular thinker, and you don't necessarily go with the pack. And sometimes you bang on about some stuff, but I'm just such a Berniac. I'm big Berniac. And let's take me back to when you got into journalism. Where did you start did you start as a reporter back in the day? How did it begin?
Yeah, well, I grew up on a dairy farm, and I should have been either a farmer or an agricultural economist or a banker, a farm banker. I should have worked for the Rural Bank. There used to be a thing called the Rural Bank. It was a government-owned bank for farmers. Or I should be working for Rabobank or something like that, or some official in Treasury or MPI or something. I studied agricultural economics at Mass University, and then late in my first year, I got bitten by the radio and newspaper bugs. I became a DJ, so to speak, at Radio Massey.
Wait. How was this in terms of timing with Stephen Joyce? Because he was Radio
Just
Massey.
after Stephen
Okay,
Joyce.
all right.
Yeah, no, it's quite a thing. We often shoot the breeze briefly about the Radio Massey days.
Yeah, wow.
Quite a thing, really, because I called bullshit on his fiscal hole stuff in the 2017 campaign. But, a few days later, we were shooting the breeze about Radio Massey and all of that.
Wow.
Yeah,
Imagine
he's
that.
he's a fascinating character. I got a lot of
answer
time
for.
for Stephen as well.
Yeah.
So Radio Massey, so being in a studio like this with a few beers and chocolate fish, that feels like a normal thing, Radio Massey had this studio up the back of the sports centre that was alive with fleas because every student had brought in their dog and the fleas had bred in the carpet, and when the carpet had never been cleaned for years.
Oh my God.
And I always could rely.
The romance.
I could always rely after a good 3 or 4 hour session, often on a Sunday night, to leave the studio with my ankles well and truly bitten. But having had the ball of a time playing, turning on the machines with the records that went round and round, it was great.
Record players, I think.
Yeah, record players. It was great. And we had those cassette discs. Sam, have you ever seen a cassette disc?
No.
No, one of those ones that you plug in.
A cassette. You've probably never seen a cassette.
No, it's like a 6-track.
I had a one of my friends who was a bit of an old school hipster in high school gave me a Walkman with like a mixtape he made for me on it.
Yeah.
But other than that,
no, this is old school radio where you actually had an actual bigger cassette, like
it was a cartridge with a
cartridge. Yeah. And you used to plug it in and it would play immediately. And that was fun. And people like Jeremy Corbett and the Corbett brothers, David Downs, John Bridges, all of those characters were around then. I was in the capping review at Massey, so got my love of jumping up on stage and making a dick of myself.
Bernard Hickey does footlets. Amazing.
Yeah,
What was the vibe? Was it like dressing up in tights and doing?
Oh yeah, the student capping reviews was pretty dumb. Yeah.
Fun.
But it was fun. I was hopeless at it. People like John Bridges and David Downs and those guys, they've gone on to major
That
careers.
was the scene. Yeah.
And whenever I bump into them, I'm in awe of what they've achieved. It's fantastic, and I feel like I'm part of a secret society as the failed member of the Massey Capping Review. And
so you got the media bug at Radio Massey, and you thought, exciting though agricultural economics is, you might do what instead?
That I'd like to be a journalist who covers economics and finance.
So you knew that right then. You didn't think I want to be a music reviewer or something like that.
No, I was always interested in the news and the economy and the politics and the finance. I was fascinated, and always have and still am, in how economies, politicians work. That's why I've loved being up close and personal with it. Doing interviews with the finance minister or asking the Prime Minister questions in the post-cabinet news conference. That's my idea of a fun time. And also getting up at 3 a.m. and looking to see what the 10-year US Treasury bond yield has done. I'm fascinated by that stuff. And it should have gone. It should have, dripped away like most enthusiasms do as you get old. But this one stayed, and I'm loving it. I've essentially designed a career and a job around those particular obsessions: politics, finance, economics, and media. It's great.
Yeah.
And I'm a very lucky man.
So what did you do? Did you go to Reuters? Was that your first thing, or was there something before Reuters?
No. So for 2 years, I worked, for $100 a week at Radio Massey as the Radio Massey news director.
Oh.
And I was the
paid money.
Yeah, $100 a week.
Oh.
Yeah.
It goes a long way in Palmerston North in the 80s.
Yeah. No, I had a Daihatsu Charade that I could fill up for $15.
Yeah.
And by the end of the second year, I was really enjoying this journalism thing. And I thought, I'll just apply to a journalism course and I'll get in, of course. I didn't get in at the first attempt. I was put on the waiting list. And eventually I got in and did the Wellington Polytechnic journalism course.
Right.
And did that. It was a 6-month course at that point. They shortened it from 1 year to 6 months for a period. They eventually then widened it out, and then it became, one of those long-winded things on the end
Was
of the
that when
degree.
it was sort of down the bottom of Allenby Steps, that sort of place? Where was it? Where was it physically in the day?
It was there. Then it was in the dental school on Willis Street. It's
The
now been-
murder house.
Yeah. No,
we were
this was-
talking about the murder house on
I
the pod
was
the other
listening
day.
to it the other day and I thought, I've been in there. Yeah.
Wow, what a place to be. Too many ghosts.
There was a few ghosts, and I was trained with the typewriters. So we were doing the clickety clack thing. It was great. We had carbon and ribbons. And
it was so much sexier in that day, wasn't it?
Clickety clack. And if you got the machine with the golf ball, it was a machine that went click clack, and it was fun. And so we used to write our stories and do our thing, and I really got into that. I enjoyed that.
Who was in your year? Who was in your group? Anyone else who's...
My lovely wife.
Oh, Lynn.
Lynn Grieveson.
Lynn Grieveson, magnificent woman.
Yeah, and...
incredibly good photographer as well. among other
Absolutely,
talents.
yeah. Well, and she produces stuff for Getty, which often turns up on the Spinoff and just about everything. In fact, one of our fun things is watching the news show, the One News 6 o'clock show, to see Lynn's pictures used in the background.
Oh.
That's fun, yeah.
Nice.
And then if we're really having fun, we'll look for Lynn's pictures in the background and then me in the background of of news conferences, towering over journalists and politicians. Yeah.
another night in at the Hickey household.
So much fun.
Amazing. Okay, so after journalism school,
then I was unemployed for about a year,
right?
And or maybe 6 months, and maybe
in a way that was
1991.
challenging. That was hard. Yeah, it was a time.
Yeah,
right?
11% unemployment.
Yeah,
and no, I couldn't get a job. And at one point, I actually just jumped in a car. And I did a trip around the North Island. I stopped at every town and every city and met with every editor. I knocked on the door and went in and basically, give us a job. Give us a job. And nothing. But then, interestingly, I also then started a freelance journalism agency.
Of course you did.
Yeah. So I couldn't. So I got half of the people in the journalism course didn't have any work, right? Yeah. So we thought, bugger it, we'll just get together and we'll produce these articles and we'll sub them and we'll edit them and we'll use the fax machine to send the pictures to the Evening Post or whatever. It was great. So we wrote lots of stories for the Evening Post and the Dom and the Listener and local community newspapers for about 5 or 6 months until we all eventually got jobs. And that's where I sort of got the bug for startups and trying to make a buck. And but then eventually a job came up at Reuters. As a junior markets reporter. And at that point, Reuters, as an international financial and general news wire agency, was pretty much doing its own version of the internet for people in financial markets. So everyone had a terminal. It was they called it the green screen. Literally, it had like one colour. And you could, and I did this for a couple of years, with those big old mobile phones that were like, your backpack. I would go to a news conference. Ruth Richardson would say something about, how the New Zealand dollar was overvalued or undervalued or, she was going to sack 10,000 more public servants or something. And I would ring in.
Did you ring copy takers?
Yeah.
Did you have copy takers?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I'd have to ring like Hong Kong or London if it was late. Yeah. And I would dictate 142 characters headlines. And they had to be Finance Minister Richardson says New Zealand dollar overvalued at 23 cents or whatever it was. And that would move the currency markets. And the people who'd just paid $10,000 a month for the one screen on their desk would go, yep, that paid me money. I made some money out of that. And so that's what I did. And what I found fascinating is that years later, after the internet had come along, so this was 1992, 93, I would see people doing Twitter headlines, and they'd all be trying to remember the days when I'm sounding like an old man now. Remember the days when Twitter was like 152 characters, and then they doubled the
140.
140, that's right. And I realised that I had trained myself to write in 142 characters. So I really got this Twitter thing. It was great.
I remember. I was just old enough to remember when copy takers was a thing when I was working at the Guardian in London, and you would see them come in, and they would be on the wire windows, which you'd use on a Windows based computer, or was it Macs, but everyone would have their wire windows open, and you'd see Reuters coming in or AP coming in, and there were a few other, whatever you wanted. But in a very short time, those disappeared, and people just looked at the Twitter feed, because you would get the same information but other information more quickly.
And you have to pay for it.
The idea of having the wire window open there so you could be in touch with what was happening in the world became redundant very quickly.
This is why all of us journalists are all ex-addicts. Yeah,
that's right. Oh, don't say that. No, you see, that's confusing as well, because it makes it sound like you're saying former addict.
I know.
But you're not. You're saying the service formerly known as Twitter. Okay. So Reuters with that, but that was learning, I guess, a craft more than anything, learning a discipline about how to put together information in a very efficient, economical, and useful fashion.
That's right, and making sure it was accurate, because you knew that there was someone on the other end of the screen who was about to put down £10 million or whatever it is on the strength of that information. And if you got it wrong, they'd lose money. And we always used to put our phone numbers at the bottom of every story.
Oh, right.
So you knew that if you got it wrong, some dickhead of a financial trader in New York would ring you up and say, "You asshole, why did you say million when you meant billion?" And so I got a few of those calls on occasion. One in particular, I was working in London at the time, and I just reported on a US Federal Reserve official who had said that the Republic Bank of New York was potentially going bankrupt, which was true. And so I put out the Bank of Republic New York was going bankrupt, which was a completely different bank. Boy, that was a day.
Oh, my God.
So, so I went from Wellington with Reuters to Canberra in 1994 through 6, when Paul Keating was the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
The most fascinating, brilliant, scary as hell politician I've ever seen in all of the years that I've watched politics.
Still going.
Yeah.
Still firing out verbal salvos.
That's right. He skewers everyone.
Yeah.
You'd sort of, you'd be scared if you were like selling coffee and up popped Paul Keating to ask you for a flat white. Yes, sir. And no, he had a go at me a few times because we made.
So at this point, you're doing political reporting.
Yeah. And so I was asking him questions about, the Australian budget and the economy and currency and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I had an awful lot of fun there in Canberra for a couple of years. Then we went to Sydney, and I by then was starting to have staff and manage teams, and I was running a team of equity reporters in Sydney, and at that point I was covering banks and supermarkets and media companies, including News Corp. And at that point, News Corporation was an Australian-based listed company.
Sure.
And every year they used to have their annual meeting in Adelaide, where Rupert would present to shareholders in Adelaide, where his father started the newspaper. And that was fun. So I used to go and cover Rupert Murdoch's news conferences. He's another, dangerous, fascinating, brilliant, evil person.
Have you ever worked for News Corp in the course of your career?
No, I've not had the...
on a point of principle, or just because it hasn't really happened?
No, if they'd offered me enough money, I probably would have done it as well. I mean, just happened that, no. So Reuters, by then I went to London, and by then I was covering mergers and acquisitions and banking and insurance, and doing some of the big deals.
And did you know all that stuff beforehand, or were you kind of picking it up along the way? Obviously, your knowledge deepens as you do it, but were you, when you talk about equity markets, you talk about mergers and acquisitions, did you know all that stuff already? Or?
Yeah, so I'd studied accounting and economics and had done it at a very basic level. But no, you really pick up most of that stuff by just, putting your finger into the back of the computer and sucking it up. I did that for... by that stage I was 8-9 years into my career, and living in London, in the stockbroker belt, trying to take the train to London for work every day, and that was quite painful, actually. Just the sheer work of commuting was just too hard. And then I got an opportunity to join a startup. And remember, this was 2000, so this was .com boom. This was before the bust, so everyone was very excited.
Yeah.
And the FT Group offered me a job helping to set up this thing called FT MarketWatch, which was a joint venture between the FT and MarketWatch, which at that point was a financial news startup in the States that was owned at that point by CBS, the big media company. And that was a lot of fun too. So doing a startup in London, back and forth to the States, and did that for almost 2 years. Bizarrely, actually, today, at this conference I was hosting, the Climate Change and Business Conference in Auckland, one of the chairs of one of the panel sessions, Heather Peacock, who's now the Chief Policy Advisor to the Ministry of the Environment, was a journalist who worked for me at FT MarketWatch in London.
Wow.
And, we had a good chat about that today. So it's amazing who you bump into and who you see. And at that point, I worked with Peter Bale. So Peter produces the weekly World News Bulletin for the Spinoff now. So we're old sort of mates and colleagues from.
He was at Reuters in London at that point.
And he jumped to help set up, and he was the editor of news editor of FT MarketWatch. And
I see.
Yeah, and then eventually he went on to become the head of News's .com operations at the Times, and then went to Microsoft and CNN. So we've all been in that sort of space of being journopreneur-y type startup-y online people.
And what happened to MarketWatch?
Eventually it was wound back into ft.com, but by then I had gone back to Reuters and I helped launch reuters.co.uk and rebuild reuters.com based in New York. And that was an awful lot of fun. And then eventually I on my way back to New Zealand, I worked for a year and a half at Reuters as a senior editor, organising companies and macroeconomic coverage across Asia in Singapore, and going to the Philippines and China and India and places like that.
But you were on your way home?
Yeah, we sort of knew that we would come home eventually, and in retrospect, it wasn't a financially brilliant thing to do to come home, but, elderly parents and all that.
And were you coming home to a job, or were you coming home to see what was there?
No. Eventually I had to, find a job from Singapore to come back, and I came back as a business editor, well, actually just a reporter to start with the Dominion Post. And
what year are we in now?
2003.
Okay.
And so within a couple of weeks, they kicked me upstairs to be the business editor of the Dominion Post, as it was then, and did that. And then I got kicked up to be the head of digital for Fairfax, New Zealand. I was on the advisory board for Trade Me and started to get to know what was going on there. And then 2008, I was literally on the management team at Fairfax, and I could see that the business model for newspapers was buggered. But
this was the point at which Trade Me had been sold off just before then.
Yeah, and it actually bought Fairfax another couple of years of profitability in New Zealand. And I could see that I was going to spend the rest of my career as an editorial executive sacking people.
Yeah.
That I was going to be one of these corporate undertakers, someone who lives and works in a corporate version of a hospice, making people's lives comfortable before they died. And that was going to be my job. I didn't want to do that. So I said,
Did you realise that all at once, or was that a growing realisation?
No, it was about 6 months of spreadsheets. That did it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, this was through 2007, going into 2008 when we had the global financial crisis. We could see it was coming. The housing market was falling, and the newspapers are like the bleeding edge of they're like the canary in the mine of the economy. When advertising and revenues fall for newspapers, you can see that something's going wrong. But there was also the structural issue. Trade Me had eaten the newspapers' lunches on classified advertising, and I could see that the rest was going to go, and that I would literally be spending the rest of my career sacking people. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be creating jobs, not killing them.
Yeah, and you must have had already some of that kind of entrepreneurial, innovative zeal you know, it's in you there somewhere. Were you from within Fairfax offering ideas about ways to change that? And were they welcomed?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it was pretty good. For example, I set up a joint venture with the NZX under Mark Weldon. And
it's a name from
the past. No, I remember the day when he was employed as the chief executive of MediaWorks. And at that point, I was in the press gallery on my own and wandered down the hallway to Paddy Gower and said, "You guys are fucked."
Wow.
And he wasn't, he like, "What? You seem like a nice guy." I said, "You guys are fucked." And then I walked back. And that wasn't probably very nice to go and give these. I mean, I gave them warning, so they knew that they were going to be in trouble. There was going to be trouble, and boy, there was trouble.
I've
jumped ahead there. Yeah.
No, I took you on a tangent, but 2008 or whatever, you decide Fairfax isn't for me. You don't want to be the Grim Reaper of the newspaper, and then what? Was that a leap into the dark?
It was a bit. I knew what I wanted to do, which was to start up a financial news service and make it pay with advertising on the internet. And at that point, 2007-8, people thought there was a future for actual advertising, banner ads and pop-ups, those sorts of things.
There was still a mentality, I remember it well, which was, yes, we can see advertising declining from the print product, but that's okay because it's coming up on the digital product. And at a certain point, they'll meet and then everything will be fine and we'll be going upwards again.
Yeah. Even by then, I realised that wasn't going to work for what I call general news, sport, the things that most people read. I realised that you had to go for the cream of the crop, which is financial advertising. Yeah. And even then, I realised that New Zealand really was just a housing market with bits tacked on. So what you needed to do was...
Did you? When was you weren't using that phrase all that way back?
I've been doing it. It's a good 10 years old. It's still true. It's even more true every time I say it. So I realised that you had to plug into where the real money was in the New Zealand economy, which is the banks. And at that point, there was less than 200 billion of fixed mortgages that rolled every 18 months. And every time a fixed mortgage rolls, that's another opportunity for a bank to win a customer or not lose a customer. And so they have to advertise. They have to tell everyone what their rates are and say, please stay with us or come to us. And that meant online advertising, particularly around a service that provided a way for people who were rolling their fixed mortgages or their term deposits to compare rates. And that was interest.co.nz.
Yeah.
So that was already in existence, owned by David Chaston. And I went to him and said, hey, what you really need is a news service that I will provide. And so that's what I did for a good 5 years, was help build up interest.co from a relatively small, basic interest rate comparison service into a news, information, analysis service with a fantastic interest rate comparison set of tools with David Chaston and a whole bunch of other people. We've employed a bunch of journalists, and there's now 4 or 5 fantastic journalists whose bills are being paid every month, and it's done a fantastic job. I'm really proud of the things that I did with interest.co.nz. And after 5 years, I thought, this should make me incredibly wealthy. How come I'm not incredibly wealthy? And that was because even by then, Facebook and Google were starting to eat the lunch of all the display advertising. So the real winners in that game were never going to be display advertising, freely available websites. Interest is it's a successful business. It's done very well, and I think they've done a wonderful job. But they haven't built an enormous amount of equity. It's no Trade Me. It's no $300 million business. So, which I thought, at some point, not 300 million, but I would have quite liked it if it had multiple millions of dollars in equity, because I'd sweated some equity. I've made big mistakes over the years sweating equity, and what I should have just done is bought a lot of rental property.
Bought some houses. You did all right though on the houses front, didn't you? Did you sell a house in Auckland for
accidentally on purpose?
$1 zillion?
Yeah, I take no credit for that. Yeah. It's just being in the right place at the right time and being old enough. And I'm embarrassed now when I meet young people who have no hope ever of being in housing, simply because I am lucky to have been born in 1967
Did you see last night, 24 years old, both Chris and Chris Felix and Chris.
That was one of the most interesting bits of information I got out of that, along with the fact that what they thought was an important thing to do in the climate change fight was to do recycling, which is
to embrace recycling. To be clear,
which is literally less than 5% of New Zealand's emissions. We have a particular problem in New Zealand where we think that recycling helps save the planet when actually everyone needs to get out of the cars and stop flying.
So was this when you launched? I'm trying to remember the name. It was like something with New Zealand in the name. What was it?
Oh yeah. So after 5 years with interest, I thought I was beginning to think, I'd quite like to make a difference here. I'd quite like to do some reporting that actually, attacked the big issues like poverty and climate change and housing and stuff. And I could sense that, there was no more runway and interest to grow it into a, world-conquering beast. We'd employed as many journalists as we possibly could, and it was always going to be, what's happening with interest rates and house prices. And there is more to New Zealand than interest rates and house prices, although not much more. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll start a philanthropically funded news organisation called journalism.org.nz.
That's it.
Yeah.
That was the one.
Yeah, and so I got together with Gavin Ellis and I assumed that, all of these rich people who cared about the future of media.
Because they kept telling you they did, and that they would pay. Except just to short circuit that a bit, if Substack, which you're on now with the Kaka, had existed then, do you think they would have been different?
I think that would have made a difference, yeah. Now, I think, and I know having actually built my own version of Substack in 2012-13 and used it for 5 years, literally I spent tens of thousands of dollars to put together a WordPress style blog with Stripe and a database and a mailing system, literally, janked them together. Which was that's what Substack is, except Substack did it way better than I could and have built a business model around it. Yeah, I think, journalism.org.nz, if Substack had existed in the way it does now, might have had a shot.
Yeah, right, okay.
And also, remember back 2012, 13, there was still a lot of journalists around and people didn't really understand what a journalism-free democracy would look like. They've got a better idea now.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Although what I'm always thrilled and amazed to see is, I'm proud of Interest.co. I helped found newsroom.co.nz, and I'm really proud and happy to be part of the whole Spinoff crew. And if you look around now, some of the best journalism that's being done is being done out of Spinoff and Newsroom and Interest and a bunch of people who weren't even there, 10 years ago. So it's amazing, all the prophets of doom, including me, that, we'd have no journalists and PR people would rule the world. It's amazing what we've achieved with very little. And, if you look around, some of the writing, some of the journalism that's being done all over the show, and not just in the, plucky startups, but in the TVNZs and the News Hubs and the NZ Heralds and the stuffs of the world are pretty bloody good, actually.
At risk of this turning into an episode of The Fold too much, I need to ask you, over the course of that period, how was your view, your mindset shifting in terms of politics and how to talk about politics? So this is a media question too, but about how we cover politics, how politics is disseminated to the public, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the way to cover politics was to interrogate the policies, put the politicians on the spot, detail the policies to the public, and that would be good.
That sounds pretty good to me.
But having watched in the press gallery how politics is done and having thought about how people make decisions and vote and choose parties or don't choose parties or even choose to vote and not choose to vote, more and more I think that policy detail and policy wonk stuff actually makes very little difference. And that what really matters is emotional connections and how people feel about things. Because that's what really gets them up in every morning to do whatever they want to do, to vote. And you can try to convince them and have the best policies and all of that, and have the most credible people and the most well-backgrounded, sensible policies. Doesn't matter a jot, unless you have some sort of emotional connection, some sort of vibe that gets people voting for you.
And having come to that resolution, how did you change the way you talk about politics and you do journalism as a result?
Yeah. So I left the press gallery at the end of last year in Wellington and moved to Auckland, in part because the Substack I set up a couple of years, the Kaka, and all the other bits and pieces I do had been successful enough that I could do it alone. And also I began to realise that the really important, interesting things for me, at least, were outside of politics. They were outside of the sort of hurly-burly of the daily, the bridge run and question time and all of that stuff. After a while, I began to realise that that's a theatre. The scripts have been written, but nothing really changes. It's the same old performance every night. And actually, the things that really matter happen at grassroots, local government, global movements, the animal spirits of the internet, whatever it is that bubbles out of all the cracks. And it doesn't happen in Parliament much anymore. Often they follow, they don't lead. And often they're scared of the voters. They're not trying to convince them. They're eventually winding back to the status quo all the time. They're like these, they're like the water that goes around and around the plug hole in the bath. Eventually they always end up going down the plug hole. They never actually move the water anywhere else. The status quo wins every time.
And that has led you to a place where you're doing what you call, is this the right term, solutions?
Yeah.
Journalism?
I mean, it's basically me seeing some issues and trying to understand the landscape of how people feel, how they're voting, what the policies are, what's being discussed in public, and then saying, okay, looks like nothing's going to change. Where are the new ideas coming from? Where are the proposals being put forward that are different, that might actually make a difference, that actually engage people, that actually, people go, oh, well, that might work, or oh, what a good idea that is. You're just not seeing it, I think, in mainstream politics in a way that seems relevant. Sure, there may be people proposing things, but they, particularly the smaller parties who have aligned themselves with one of the big parties, end up just like one of those sparrows on the back of the rhino. They might think they're doing things, but nothing is really
But isn't
changing.
it in part that, the whole arc of history is long aphorism, that these things move by increment, whether or not you're an incrementalist, philosophically, that, Bernard Hickey says it's a housing market with some bits, and so change it all, for God's sake. It takes time to win those arguments, to get things through using systems that are, are built in to, of course, protect the status quo. But are you just being impatient?
Yeah, I'm grumpy and angry.
Yeah.
Well, impatient. Yeah, I've been having a crack for 10 years, and this is 30-something years in journalism, and all that time I've been focused and really interested in trying to cover and sort of sometimes involved in New Zealand's political economy. Here's a fun thing. So in that second year when I was at Radio Massey being paid $100 a week to be a journalist, pretend journalist, 1989 was the year that David Lange resigned as the Prime Minister. And I knew this was coming. And then it was announced in the morning of his resignation that there would be a press conference that afternoon in the Beehive Theaterette. So I'm in Palmerston North. And I thought, bloody hell, I'd love to be at that press conference. And I'm I'm a nobody in Palmerston North. And so I thought, okay, what can I do? I know, I'll forge a press pass.
Oh my God.
So I got, don't tell anyone this.
Don't worry, it's just between us, Bernard.
That's right. So I forged an NZPA, remember NZPA press pass?
God.
I used one of those laminating machines and a pair of scissors, and I literally just walked straight into the Beehive and into the Beehive Theaterette and sat at the back of the room and watched the history happen.
Wow.
It was just thrilling. And of course, it wouldn't happen now. But, that was New Zealand. People could do that. And even if I hadn't been a journalist, I probably could have walked in anyway.
But you were watching what? You were watching, you bring that up because you were watching rapid change.
I was watching the people that I'd watched on TV, who I'd shouted at the TV at, Robert Muldoon, David Longy, Roger Douglas, Geoffrey Palmer. I mean, these people were sort of giants. They were, and they did change things, and they were really interesting, complicated, they did huge things. Our economy is our society is utterly different because of what they did and what the levers they pulled. And so David Longy, who, for many people is still a hero, a flawed hero. And there are still people in the Labour Party who literally hate his guts because he allowed it or enabled it, all of that stuff to happen. And then there are people like Michael Bassett who are still, still fighting the fight, and Margaret Pope. So that stuff mattered. And so I watched Longy as the showman step down and hand over to Geoffrey Palmer in front of me, and then walk out of the room up the side of the Beehive Theaterette and stop halfway through. And because it was Longy, he had to have a joke. He had to have the last laugh. He stopped. He turned around and he said, Geoffrey, I've changed my mind. And he got the laugh, and then he walked out.
Geoffrey.
Yeah. Oh and I thought, shit, this is what I want to do. This is fun. And so eventually that's where I ended up again from 2012 till last year, was in the press gallery. And I really enjoyed it. It was
incredibly
fun.
exciting and thrilling place to be, right? But you feel like you've done your time there. And tell me what you're doing now. Are you doing advocacy journalism now? Is that the way you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not allied to any political party or any particular point of view, but there are interesting ideas that I want to bring to the surface and interrogate and suggest, because no one else is suggesting them, and not in a synthesized, organised, strategic way. And I'm doing it simply because I can, and it's fun. And, I don't have to be a member of a political party or toady around on a backbench for 15 years before I can actually do anything. I just write this stuff. And a whole bunch of people who are interested and frustrated are looking at that going, oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh, that won't work because of that, but how about we try it with that? And I go, oh, yeah, not bad. And so I'm just building this, I wouldn't call it a manifesto. It's like a collection of things that I'm writing about every day, as well as, what's happening in front of me, because often what I'm seeing in front of me is people who've decided not to address the problem because it's too hard. Housing, climate, poverty, that stuff. And they've made it like housing. You were talking earlier on the podcast with people who are following the debates and how there hadn't been much discussion about housing this election. Why? Because they've both given up. They think it's too hard. And of course, we've had 4 elections about capital gains tax, and it was the third rail, and we've had 2 prime ministers say, not on my watch. It's extraordinary. And we have the situation where we are growing our population faster than any other developed world country, and we've never had a national conversation about it. We've never worked out that we're underinvesting to the tune of 100 billion in the past and another 100 billion in the next 5 to 10 years, even though we're getting population growth of 2.5%. We had more than 2% population growth last year. We had over 120,000 people given visas to work here, mostly temporarily, including a bunch we've systematically abused and fraudulently brought here. And no one's talking about it. No one's saying, you know what, if we bring in 120,000 people a year, we should probably build a railway network and 70,000 houses a year. Is that a good idea, people? And to do that, we should probably have a different tax system and, we organise things differently. No discussion whatsoever. I mean, people like the Greens are having a sort of a crack, but they talked about population for 1 week and then gave up. So, these are the sorts of things I'm just throwing out there, throwing them up against the wall. And it's an awful lot of fun. And actually, it turns out there's a bunch of people who pay me a little bit of money to write this.
Have you sort of worked that out? Because one of the other things, I mean, I'd said impatient before, and I think you are quite an impatient person, and that's one of the best things. That's your motor in a way. But you've also, if you'll forgive me saying, as a friend and observer, sometimes you're in a battle with yourself about that. You want to do just listen to your day to day, And I remember when we were at a conference at the same time in Sydney one time, and talking to you on the walk, kind of just a walk to a meeting place, and I'd had a lovely night the night before and gone for a meal and had a night's sleep. You'd been up since 2:30 in the morning in order to write a newsletter for a New Zealand audience, and you're just this absolutely, this frenetic, incredible energy. And it's like, sometimes I think, and maybe you do too, and I know Lynn does, like, come on, man, just pull it together. Have you found that equilibrium? Have you found a way to make it work without driving yourself to, I don't know. I mean, I kind of love it. But where are you on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a problem. The burnout issue is a problem for lots of people who do things a bit like me. And there have been times when I have, just it's been too much. But I found a bit of an equilibrium now, in part because I don't have to try and manage an organisation and make sure there's enough money in the bank to pay a bunch of people every week. And I'm not a director of an organisation anymore. I was a director of Newsroom for 3 years and am still a shareholder there. And that's a lot of responsibility and work, as well as doing the journalism. And I found that I couldn't do all of that. So I stopped. I left Newsroom and stopped being a director. And now I just do my own thing. And I have some responsibilities. We've just taken on a part-time reporter at the Kaka covering climate, Catherine Dyer. So, I've got to be careful I don't try to rebuild the empire again. But, I found some equilibrium. I do some exercise and I'm a very lucky man. It could all have gone pear-shaped several times and on occasion it has. So I don't have any great secret or, would say that I've beaten it. But, I'm able to do the things like I did today. I talked about 3 in the morning and just doing all those things. I really enjoyed it. And I felt like I was doing something useful. And people told me that it was useful and it was good. And some of them will pay me money for doing that. And I feel like I haven't sold my soul or done anything horrible or, broken anything or allowed anyone to die on the table. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm in a pretty good place compared with at times in the past when I've felt the load on my shoulders a lot of being responsible for a lot of people and a balance sheet and payroll and stuff like that, or worrying if Winston Peters might sue me. Which, or like a partner of a blue chip law firm might sue me.
All right, well, let's stop there before you say something that might get us all.
Some other director in trouble.
I could happily do a whole 12-hour podcast probably just with you, Bernard. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness,
a lot of fun. Thank you for coming in. Bernard is on When the Facts Change on the Spinoff. He's on the Kaka. He's everywhere. The Bernard Hickey multiverse continues to expand, and we're lucky for it. Thanks for coming in.
The other thing I mentioned is I did do a monopod for When the Facts Change 10 minutes before coming on the show as well.
Yeah, no, I heard about that too, just in case you thought that wasn't enough. All right. Thank you, Bernard. That's the end of the third to last hour on the Megapod. When we come back, we're going to start unscrewing the bolts from the wheels of this 12-hour Megapod, and we're going to see what happens when we combine the chemical elements of some Gone By Lunchtime and some Real Pod. It's going to be fun. Join us, please. This is the Megapod. Tēnā koutou katoa. This is the Spinoffs. Gone By Lunchtime Election 2023 Megapod. It's probably, hopefully the only second to last time I have to say that. The words just sort of flow out, really, don't they?
You doing all right?
When you get to this point? No, I'd say no.
It seems amazing.
Annabelle has just texted saying, can someone let her in? Bro, can you ask someone to let me in? I think she's got the time wrong on when it is, and she thinks it's 7 o'clock.
I mean, look, I think it's time to just bung everyone in and let it flow.
Studio. Do you remember those old podcasts we used to do for the Superpod at the end of the year when we'd just have 26 people in the studio and people lying on the floor?
Don't we still do that?
Yeah, it's different now.
But you can actually hear people now because Jane's added that, a lick of professionalism to the whole operation. This hour is sort of by design. Gone By Lunchtime meets the Real Pod, but sort of that. But Mad Chapman is here, who is neither part of Gone By Lunchtime nor the Real Pod. But in a way, she's there in both of them, isn't she? She her energy courses through everything we do. Does that sound plausible?
I think she bridges the gap, right?
I feel like my voice appeared in the background of both of those podcasts as far back as 2016.
Right.
So,
wow.
It's been around.
That's right. So there we go. Shall I do my little turnout thingamajigamy for people who haven't done it? Quickly, Jane, turnout guess.
Oh, God. 79.1.
Cool. Dunk?
I've already done it.
Oh.
73.8.
Yeah, no, sorry.
I'm
and you've done it too, Matt, right?
Yeah, but I heard Oscar... Oscar, the Labour candidate, guessed the exact same number as me. So
you share the chocolate fish, I guess.
Can I?
You want to go?
Can I just change it by one decimal?
Okay.
77.1.
Okay.
Are you going up?
Yeah, sure.
Jane, how's your mojo? We haven't got you on the mojo meter yet.
My mojo at the start of the day was probably a 7.
Yep.
It's now no mojo.
No mojo.
No Joe.
You've got no mojo.
No I'm tired.
What about this fucking podcast we put on all day?
Okay,
and you're telling me that there's absolutely no.
I like that sort of aggressive, belligerent streak that's coming out of the
We'll make it a 10.
I'll show you some fucking mojo, Jane.
Look, I just want to say that the mojo meter was my idea, and it is the thing that I'm most proud of out of this day. Quite aside from your dedication to your role here.
It's
Toby.
good for me to sort of play first assistant to the mojo. Mojo. We could do mojo pods. We've done monopods. Maybe we do just mojo pods.
I feel sorry for the bottom end, and I don't believe the top end.
Well, you've got to say, given the kind of the great mojo hunt that we've been going on the last few months, if you're looking for a sign of life for Labour, a sign of hope, the absolute concentration of high mojo we're seeing up there is probably the best thing they've had in a long time.
It's skewed by the politicians all saying, yeah, so much mojo, love it, every minute of it, rather than I go to bed every night weeping into my pillow. That's not a vote winner.
It's not a high turnout.
Is that something that would actually... that people would care about? Like if Chris Hipkins, you said, how's your mojo doing? He went, honestly, I'm a bit tired. 3. That's...
So,
they can't, they
I'm
literally
so over it.
Can't say... they literally can't say anything but, feeling really great. Yeah. Love every second of it.
Sam, you'll put me at a 1. I feel sorry for the one column that's got no one in it. So I'll take the 1. My mojo's at 1.
So the Real Pod is evolved of late. They sometimes say that, what do they say? They say that people living in the past is sort of a criticism, but for you guys it's now a business model, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what we call we think of the before times very fondly.
Yes.
And the before times for us nostalgia-wise is anything pretty much pre-2020.
Well, yeah, or sort of... Before the spin-off, it's been most of it, but not all of it.
Yeah. So so the Real Pod now is for free for everyone. Is a Remember When, which is a nostalgia version of the podcast, and then we have a nice little paid subscriber part of the pod, which goes up on Substack, which is where we do our traditional television recaps. A lot of chaos. We are the purveyors of the chaos pod, and we will probably bring some of that energy into this room tonight, I imagine. So those are our two. Those are our two Chris's. if you like.
Two sides of the cross, yeah.
And Duncan, you're going to lead us into a Remember When special.
Yeah, we're going to do it live, as Bill O'Reilly once said. We're gonna make a Remember When right in front of your eyes.
Well, how do you normally do it?
Well, normally we record it and we lovingly craft it.
All right.
Yeah, and we also don't do it with you in the room.
Right.
Is another difference.
I'm in the room. I'm not on mic, but I'm in the room.
You're on mic. What do you mean? What do you mean?
She's spiritually.
Don't worry about it. I feel like hour 7 Toby would have been right there with me.
I don't know what's going on.
But of course, it's a politics crossover. It's a Gone By Lunchtime themed sort of
crossover event.
Yeah. So I can talk, you're saying?
Right, absolutely. Please do.
Sam, can you do one of those meow meow meows? Hang on.
Seamless.
Oh, it didn't work. Fuck.
It's going now. Oh my god, my mojo is flooding back.
I'm up to 2 now, I think.
I actually had a couple more of my nootropic pills before I came on, and they're really starting to kick in after that flute.
Wild. Thank you so much. Duncan, the floor is yours.
It's 2002. Eminem's Without Me is the #1 single. Kiwi Bank was launched by jubilant Jim Anderton in January. The Wires had their most successful season ever, winning the minor premiership and making... So normally we would clip and restart there, but we're doing it live.
So, Sam, can you take that bit out?
And making the grand final. And smouldering hunk Kevin Smith died tragically after falling from a film set in China.
Oh.
But arguably the biggest pop cultural story of the year involved United Future leader Peter Dunn. I'm talking about TVNZ's 2002 pre-election debate and asking that we remember when the worm. You know, Peter Dunn was actually, just as an aside, was on the TVNZ 6 p.m. news tonight.
Was he?
Wearing an extraordinarily fetching grey skivvy.
Yeah.
Skivvy? Like way up to here.
Turtleneck.
Like,
Big
his neck was
bow
just...
tie over the skivvy.
Maybe he's got hickeys. He might have been like making out with someone.
Some hickeys.
And
we've got a hickey sitting out there eating pizza. And
we do. Damn, see, there we go. We're off and running. But the worm. Shall I explain it?
Please.
So the worm was actually first used in 1996 and was impactful then. I think it didn't like it when Jim Bolger talked about death happening in hospitals, but it really rose to fame in the 2002 election and is considered to have profoundly impacted it.
What is it?
The worm is basically, they screened the debate just like the one that we saw last night, and they had a room full of 100 or so civilians, undecided voters, watching, and they all had this like little device in their hand, and they had a great close-up of it, and it's got 5 settings, which the 5 emotions that you can have in life, and these are good, very good, normal, dull, and very dull. It's fucking outstanding technology.
Yeah,
and it was a crazy debate. Because you had like 8 leaders, and basically whenever one of the leaders was speaking, they had this worm on screen that was kind of synthesizing all of the 100 responses, and there was a sort of a baseline, which I assume was good. And if they were above it, they were getting some goods, maybe some very goods. And if they were below, they were getting some dulls or even very dulls. And it was very controversial because people thought it, and because it did.
Correctly,
they thought that it skewed in a quite psychotic way. The viewing response, when you watch it, you cannot look at anything but the worm. Like it's an amazing thing.
Yeah.
And basically the upshot of it, the reason why it's so sort of famous / infamous, is that Peter Dunn, previously considered the most boring politician to have ever graced the Beehive, suddenly became like wildly popular to the point where I think he took 8 MPs in with him. These people who had no idea that they were doing anything but, like just doing a favour for a mate were suddenly in Parliament as a result of effectively the worm.
It had a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, didn't it? In that engendered media coverage, and then that media coverage meant that there was more airtime, and then the airtime in turn, like it wasn't simply that people said, "Oh, his worm's lovely. I like the look of Peter Dunn's worm. I'm going to vote for him." It was more that the worm turned into more exposure.
Well, that's true. I think it's also like there's so much going on. Like one is previously, like now, it's very normal to know exactly what people are thinking one way or another. You have like with a live stream that there's kind of like emoji reactions. You can see tweets. So the vibe is very present in our live. Before, you basically had to watch the debate, completely wondering what was going on. Then afterwards, a panel of like 3 white guys would decide. It
literally was three.
No. There was a host as well.
Who was also a white guy, Peter Williams,
fourth white guy.
Pre-radicalisation, Peter Williams. We assume he wasn't giving anything away. But yeah, so that part of it was really sort of profound and interesting. But it just revealed so much about the what normal, especially undecided voters like, and what they like is being told they're going to get some stuff. What they don't like is being told they might have to pay for that stuff. And it's just like the whole story of the debate is if someone mentions paying for stuff, it's like very dull. And if someone mentions here is some stuff, it's like, whoa, that's very good. That's very good. And Peter Dunn just managed to sort of, by being intensely sort of centrist and common sense, he just cleaned house.
At the risk of cutting off the white man, I know how passionate you are about the worm. Have we explained what it sort of visually looks like on the screen?
No, do you want to?
Well, it looks like just a little line that moves up and down dynamically through a straight horizontal baseline, right? And I don't know if the one that I watched and prep for, the one that I remember was quite janky. I think I might remember the 96 one.
And you could not have been watching debates in 96. That would be...
But I think this is what speaks to the worm.
No, I think you're remembering 2011.
No. We had a look beforehand, but the graphics on it were really bad.
Oh, okay.
Really bad, like paint, like MS Paint bad.
Like someone was freestyling off a vibe.
But also the meter of dull, it's certainly not as sound as our Mojo meter. I would posit, because dull and very dull, that's kind of like someone's performance, right? Versus what people were voting on, like with your messaging we like or we don't like.
Yeah, it's extreme. I'd love.
I just don't know. I feel like it wasn't thought through properly, or it wasn't explained properly in the room how to use it. I don't know.
Yeah, was it like this person is likable or not likable, or they're interesting or not interesting? Which I guess interesting would be maybe the opposite of dull.
Good,
but good or dull.
Exactly.
I would also 100% believe if someone just said, "Oh, it turns out that whole worm was actually just one guy going like this."
Fell asleep and it's last night's debate. You just go. This goes to the point you all made. This is Jane Clifton writing in 2011 about the great Jane Clifton, who's not writing about politics at the moment because she's in the High Commission and not the High Commission, the embassy in Dublin. But she, after going through various criticisms, she ends on the worm. At heart, it is an inane exercise. You cannot assume even that a reasonable, open-minded worm operator would move the worm up for any politician who expressed a desire to improve the lot of, say, underprivileged children. For though such an aim is universally laudable, the worm operator might overlay the statement with a negative judgment of the politician speaking. You cannot distinguish between approval/disapproval of the utterance and the context in which it is being offered. And that's he says, if you could, the end result would be politicians sitting around saying fluffy bunnies and pavlova for pudding. And it is this incredibly reductive device. We're looking for devices, that social media kind of antecedent in a way that is that it? Is that what we've come to,
Yeah, I mean, there's so many problems with it. I think, and Jane, I think, identifies them very well there. Like the incentive structure around what it's tells the politician to do and talk about is really powerful. Like when you watch it, and it's frustrating, right? Because for some reason on NZ on screen, there is only the equivalent of the Jack Tame post-debate show from last night, but not the actual debate itself. Yeah. So you only see these little fragments of it, and then you see the trio of wise white men discussing it. But yeah, there's it is just amazing. Like you can't look, you don't look at the politician. You just and you sort of half hear the words and you just look at the worm. It's got such profound gravity. Yeah.
It would be sorry.
No, you go.
I was just saying it'd be amazing if the politicians, like you can see like a teleprompter or something, could see it. So they're like, and we would like to raise the tax on nobody.
I'm going to go up and I'll see if that helps.
Yeah,
Just
or
like them
if
panicking in real time.
If you were down below the line for too long, a trap door opens and suddenly there were 7, you know?
That actually would be great, Telly. I just can't
let's
argue
copyright
with
the
that.
spin-off. The other thing that's really notable about it is that it's an 8-person debate. Like it's a crazy thing, and that used to be the norm. I think it's 2008.
2008.
John Key and basically asked Helen Clark if she'd go head to head, and the story goes that she said yes, thinking that she would trounce him, and we know what happened there. But the idea that it was normal for us to have like just this absolute like giant debate where everyone gets roughly, seemingly got roughly equal airtime. It sort of seems mad, but it also, given how much gravity and airtime that the leaders naturally get, there was something kind of quite sweetly democratic, especially in an MMP era, about giving everyone equal say. And you can sort of watching it, you go, that's especially again pre-social media, peak monoculture. That's very rare and precious stuff they were getting.
The ACT Party is still in there every election lobbying hard to be part of the leader debates. And the Greens feel that too. They're not in there lobbying hard. They've accepted it. But there was an argument that what about one of the 4 debates having them? Of course, they wouldn't want to do that. Chris and Chris are like, what? They imagine that last night. Imagine if they had David Seymour and Marama Davidson beside them. They would have been, not because of their personalities, but because of the platforms that they're representing, they would have been blown out of the water, I would have thought. The worms would have been all over. All over. Do they still was there? No. The worms would have been all over Seymour and Davidson.
I want to see the worm back, and I'll tell you what, I feel like I'm here a little bit representing the disengaged. I've just been very busy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of politics. An 8-leader debate would be great, a great little summary for me. I thank God for the Megapod, because I can just catch up on everything, over 12 hours. But, an 8-leader debate, everyone's at home with the technology now. We don't need to go into a studio. We can just get on with our own worms from home, from the comfort of your living room.
I feel like Samuel's right now trying to code up a worm so that he can kind of sort of administer himself whenever one of us is talking.
I feel like you could, in the very least, get a Toby Manhire floating head and kind of...
the mojo worm.
The mojo worm, and just kind of... move it around the screen.
I have a graph of when people are tuning in and tuning out, so I guess that's kind of like a worm, right?
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
Mad, are we done? Can I change the subject now?
I would probably do an outro. Because we're going to pull this and we're going to, in the interest of being efficient.
I think we might have to
peek behind the curtain.
We don't want to fall in a fiscal hole.
Fine.
Well, what I don't even know what the outro is. I love the worm. Basically, can I just beseech you to go onto NZ on screen and watch the worm itself is fascinating. Watching what New Zealand political coverage used to be like, just these what guys in a room with a table much like this, with a flat screen TV next to them.
It was the background graphics was a TV, like an AV Trolleys TV rolled in.
And TVNZ at the time was making like $100 million a year, like just like without even trying, and they couldn't even like the set. Like you see that crazy AR bloody the presenters in Fallujah or something. Like, it's so intense now. And TVNZ's just like spewing. Like, I think maybe they need to get back to the sort of the ultra juicy El Cheapo days. And anyway, it's a great watch. It's a great watch. Also, it basically sends you down a 2002 election rabbit hole. I watched a whole hour of Havoc and Newsboys election
I got kind
special.
of a message every 10 minutes over the course of about another 12 hours from Duncan as he went on his journey through New Zealand On Screen's politics collection.
Lots of screen grabs of like Helen Clark credits. Barry Soper being misidentified as an RNZ journalist, and his kids sort of wandering through it. Honestly, TV, great medium. I don't know what happened to it.
Thanks for remembering with us. That's our Gumby tagline that we have at the end.
I couldn't remember how to end it. I was just speaking, and my pits are absolutely drenched.
Should we do that one with all of us together, just in case you want to use that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for remembering with us.
Oh,
that was some real Susie Cato energy
that was
there.
so wholesome.
Actually, can we speak to some reality television? Speaking of Susie Cato,
Yeah.
because David
Call NASA.
no, that would be a disaster. Susie Cato won a series of Dancing with the Stars, didn't she? Did she win it, or I can't remember? But it was David Seymour's. It was David Seymour's season, and I've asked everyone who's come through today, everyone that I've managed to catch, if they do reality TV. The Real Pod is a reality TV recap podcast originally, so this is where this has come from, and I got some interesting results. I thought. Michael Wood said, I wouldn't. I despised them with all of my being.
Oh. Very dull.
Very dull.
Wow. What do you really think?
Well, Mahesh, we know, is hugely enthusiastic about reality TV.
He'd die for it.
He'd die for it. He nearly did, and he would still do it again.
This is the National Party candidate for Auckland Central.
Yeah, and he said he'd like to do the Amazing Race with his race buddy being either Richie McCaw or Glenn Osborne.
You can find out more of that on an episode of The Real Pod that you have got with Mahesh about that, yeah?
Yeah, about his near-death experience. Chloe, not at the moment, never say never though, maybe after politics, which is very wise, I would say.
That's a yes.
That's a yes. She has been asked to go on Bake Off, and she's been asked to go on Celebrity Treasure Island, both of which she's turned down. She didn't say what she would do, but she might do something one day. Who knows? Oscar, not a huge watcher. Wouldn't write it off. Maybe Traitors. James Shaw, extremely unlikely. Better things to do with his time. But he did apply for the Amazing Race when he was in the UK.
Oh my God. You can't find me, I quit.
Brooke has also been asked to do Celebrity Treasure Island. But she burns easily, so she doesn't really want to spend a lot of time in the sun. She says the commitment while she's in, the time commitment while active in politics is just too much, but would consider doing an is it cake type show. She's not sure that she can bake, but she fancies her ability to tell the difference between cake and not cake.
How long were you talking to her for?
A long time.
Wholesome answer.
Erica Stanford used to produce reality television.
She did, that's true.
And her husband was actually on Treasure Island.
Season 2?
Season versus The First Man.
Yeah.
Clark
They were in the final 3 together.
Yeah.
And she told him. Really
Wait, so just to be clear, Clark Gayford and Erica Stanford's husband,
Kane Stanford,
were on a reality TV show together.
Treasure Island. But not only that.
Was that discussed? Was that a known fact?
What do you mean?
No, it was before.
On the show. This was before.
This is in the before
This is like 2000. This is in like 1998.
Oh.
This is like the worm
It wasn't.
era.
Okay,
So
put it this way.
weren't discussing.
No,
we weren't discussing COVID. That would be weird.
Gayford wasn't. It wasn't Celebrity Treasure Island. He was just
right.
Clark
This was
Gayford,
what became
part-time radio
the phenomenon
announcer.
began.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the most incredible fact that Erica told us was that they made the final 3, and someone needs to get this footage, and they killed a pig by beating it to death with a shovel. Like Clark and Kane. It's the most macabre.
And they've got
like
footage.
video nasty I've ever
But this is final 3, so it's not like they're needing to feed themselves for like weeks at a time.
No,
like
I
this
think
is
that they just didn't
they're
like
on the
that
last
pig.
day. They're on the last
They
day
saw
on
a
the
pig
island.
over there, and over there a shovel, and they're like, "Well, what are you
I'm
meant
so
to do?
bored.
We've got some time
Not going to
kill.
attack the shovel with the pig." So
No, old versions of the show, they used to have the final 2 there for like 3 or 4 more days. So they would have been really.
You can eat leaves for 3 days.
Yeah, but why would you when you can kill a pig with a shovel? You know?
It was a different time.
It was a different
So I like the
era.
way you described it, beating to death, like hitting a pig with a shovel. You know, you
Well, then
really
I think that was.
humanized
I think I'm pretty
the
sure.
pig in this.
Well, yeah, I did, but I'm pretty sure that's how she described it. It was the you could really see it when she was talking. Like it was the over the head, over and over. Because a shovel is not that good, I wouldn't think. For a pig, I think it would have quite a strong skull. Maybe Lucy Kelly's listening.
So you do need to do a proper
The
beating.
shovels could have quite a sharp edge, so I feel like why are they using the blunt side of the shovel?
Yeah, but I don't know if like
Now I'm
in
like,
terms of
they
the
should have killed
talk-
it better.
You're going to review this like Lisa Prager.
We've really taken a turn here.
Is that
Yes, we
all-
have.
Have you gone through? Is that all
Just
of it?
about.
Yeah.
Erica would. She's turned down Dancing with the Stars, but she would do it purely for the weight loss and fitness aspect. She'd also do a Reno show, but is worried it may cause tension in her marriage. David Seymour, who has very famously appeared on Dancing with the Stars, he wouldn't do it again. Dancing with the Stars was the right thing at the right time, and it's the most respectable of reality shows. It's a kids' show. And then he name-checked Susie Cato as all sort of evidence that Dancing with the Stars is essentially a kids' show.
Hey, Ben Thomas.
Ben Thomas is standing over there.
He's lurking in the corner holding 2 cans of Mountain
He is
Dew.
double parked
You
with
said
Mountain
Dad wanted
Dew.
a Mountain Dew, and I wasn't sure if that was a joke, like at my expense.
No.
Not a joke. Oh,
Mad, are you coming back though? You're not going away. I want to talk about the zodiacs with Mad.
We can put Mad on Samuel's mic, but she might just not be in
Well, she can
frame.
share. She can share.
We can share mine.
She can share.
I mean, you are the spin-off editor. I could just go over there.
I want to know, Mad, have you written your because we've done a lot of science on this podcast today, and have you done your zodiacs piece yet?
Yes, this is unfortunately breaking news in that as the editor, I instead delegated and somebody else wrote it. So I have not written this. It has been written. I did not write it.
Is that how? Did you just sort of say?
No, you need to be on mic now too, Toby.
That's fine. Who wrote it?
Gabby, our lovely staff writer.
And what's the gist? What's the skinny?
So not good
It's
for
got real
visual
11th hour energy.
This
visual
is what I
format.
thought this whole thing was going to be like. So I think we've actually done very well to not bring this energy until the second to last hour.
Off the top of my head, I think there were some surprising candidates for the different star signs. So both Chris Hipkins, Chris Bishop, born a day apart, both Virgos. Very organised type A types. I'm a Pisces, Toby's a Pisces. Our candidate matches as Pisces are Judith Collins, Nicola Willis, Louise Upston.
Yeah.
And I just feel like none of those three vibed like Pisces to me. And actually looking at all of them, I was like, maybe politicians just exist outside of astrology. I'm sure lots of people do.
I've got another theory.
No,
I'm going to go with politicians exist outside of astrology.
I like it. You have to give up your star sign when you enter like some ceremony where you're wearing a hood, and you have to agree to give up all of your attributes when you go into that big round building.
I mean, we couldn't. We had to do it a weird backwards way of just individually Googling the lists of the parties, and either Aquarians
That's me.
are like not good at politics, or there are just no politicians.
Like a zero.
That are Aquarius. We did not find any.
Statistically, that's
someone
impossible.
get in touch. If you're a politician and you're an Aquarius, get in touch.
Like
Please.
an
What's
MP.
Aquarius? That's like artistic and flighty and
Yeah.
sort of
About that, reading some leader-bound books. or
reading
something.
books. Yeah, no, that's definitely not politicians.
I mean, I haven't read a book since Twilight, and I'm an Aquarian.
Well, once you've reached the top of the mountain, you don't want to come down.
But yeah, so basically we have not told anybody how to vote. We have just simply suggested some handy hints for different star sign traits, and also just let you know which people in Parliament, fortunately or unfortunately, share your sign. And that's actually not up on the Spinoff right now. It is going up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Set your alarms.
When Toby is signing off the Megapod.
Are we going to get done by the Disinformation Project for this?
Oh, you're so getting done. Fact check. Star signs aren't real.
Ben, are you excited to be on the Real Pod? This is the Real Pod. You're on the Real Pod.
I am. Well, famously, I only started doing a politics podcast with the Spinoff in order to get in on the Real Pod. It took years.
But we did have you in. You came in and recapped it with the Bachelorette or something?
Was it 2020, the first year of...
It took a pandemic.
I think it was, yeah. Sorry.
You didn't have anything to... No, you wouldn't. Not to get on the Real Pod.
You wouldn't release a virus into the...
That's pretty...
Have you guys talked about reality TV yet?
We've only really talked about the I asked all the politicians who came through today if they would and what they would do.
Oh, yeah, no, I saw that.
Yeah, but that was very... I mean, but we can certainly talk about the politicians who have appeared on reality TV.
Yeah, like what do you... Have you got any favourite appearances? Did you watch the one with Paula Bennett? I didn't watch that.
Rich Listers.
Oh, did that actually air in the end?
I don't know.
I think it did.
I sort of read about it, but I don't...
So some of these shows get a lot more sort of herald traction than they do viewers. Like I think it was on like Bravo 2 or something.
Yeah, I would have thought I would have heard more about it because I think she would have been great TV talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
No way of finding out.
That's right. It'll be lost forever.
Nikki K was on. What was Nikki K on?
It's a show called Castaway or something.
Right.
But that was when she was very young.
Civilian, yeah.
I'm really curious about people who choose to go on either during their time in politics or after.
Rodney Hyde went on Neighbours at War to try and facilitate between two warring Epsom residents, I think.
Wow.
And failed completely. And then later resigned from politics in disgrace.
It's going great
That's
now,
a short
though.
potted history of Rodney Hyde's time.
He was on Dancing with the Stars.
He was on Dancing with the
But
Stars.
he was disgraceful
before
there
that,
too. Like he dropped.
No, Dancing with the Stars. It used to be that act leaders had to write books. This was the Roger Douglas legacy, but and Seymour tried that in 2017.
Yeah, I've read that.
But you know, Dancing with the Stars is the real juice for minor party leaders mounting a comeback. Two act leaders have appeared on Dancing with the Stars, and two act leaders have greatly increased their votes by almost tenfold the next election.
Interesting fact about David Seymour's appearance on Dancing with the Stars is he actually made it further than any other politician who's appeared on the show. So you've got Christine Rankin, Marama Fox, Georgina Beyer, Pam Corkery, Rodney Hyde. David Seymour got fourth, I think, in his season. The headline of one of the pieces I read that talked about this said David Seymour finally evicted from Dancing with the Stars because he got the lowest on the scoreboard.
By the crowd. Yeah.
He was lowest on the scoreboard for every week that he was on that show.
I'm pretty sure that we did a story about him getting more text votes than he got
votes in the previous election in 2017. Yeah.
But there was some sort of social media
nationwide.
Yeah. It was that year when he got more votes in Epsom than he did the party got nationwide.
And was that when you were working
That was
on
the campaign I was advising on. In my defence, I later did say that he should definitely go on Dancing with the Stars.
But aside from that, I mean, Dancing with the Stars is definitely the safe one that they'll go on because they're much less likely to
have to club a pig to death.
Have to club a pig to death.
I don't think they had to. They just wanted to.
With Clark Gayford.
I don't.
Yeah.
I remember because Kane was the student president when I was at uni, and he came back. He came back a shadow of himself.
Was that before or after he had the half beard, the famous half beard?
I think it was before the half beard.
Like David Cunliffe's beard last night, similar?
No, it was cut down the middle rather than the height, yeah.
There was actually
it was an asymmetrical beard.
Yeah, just one side. I think it might have been dyed blue as well. But it actually has made a comeback, the half beard. I saw a pole vaulter at the World Athletics Champs it was quite a light half beard compared to Kane's, but it was still a pure asymmetrical half beard. So something to look out for, trend watch.
Do you think that was something to do with the poll voting technique?
That was the beginning of reality TV, right? Around that time, because another guy that we knew went on a show called I can't remember what it was called, but it was a 6-episode sort of proto reality series of like young people's lives.
Is it Flatmates?
No, it wasn't. It was after Flatmates, but it was. I can't
it the one where you got the internet and you had to like live on the internet? What was that one called?
No, it was. It basically followed sort of 6 storylines, and one of our mates was on it, and he was going out with this like bikini model at the time. And it was when we first became disabused of the sort of truth-telling power of TV, because I was like, wow, that was a really awkward breakup scene with your girlfriend on TV that I saw last night. And he's like, yeah, like we broke up over the phone, but then they insisted on shooting it. So we had to kind of, all these things that are now sort of commonplace. It was quite a revelation.
I was
20-year-olds or whatever.
Great times.
Jane, you've been on reality TV.
But I'm not a politician.
Are you thinking of going into politics?
No, but I'm an Aquarius, so I can't.
That would be amazing to be the first in New Zealand history, seemingly.
I've said way too many dumb things to ever go into politics.
That's true, your archive. You'd have to scrub the archive.
I'd have to scrub, so I'd have to like get hold of the Wayback Machine and just unplug it. Like I can't. I couldn't even if I wanted to.
Could you be a politician, Duncan?
No.
I got photos.
Would you be a politician?
If he did, Jane would be a wealthy woman, I think is what she's saying.
Only if he was successful in politics. How much does it pay?
Pretty good.
If you get in.
Yeah, how much
Even
does it pay?
a workaday MP gets 140?
180.
Is that much now?
Yeah.
And perks.
They're not falling behind inflation. I think 180 includes the they get bulk funded for some of their expenses like travel,
and they get a kind of a weird Kiwi saver. They've got a special superannuation.
Yeah, I don't think it's included in that. They're very generous.
Really generous.
They're very generous, but not as generous as it used to be.
Yeah,
it used to be like wild, kind of like judges still have now, but.
And they have. You can't talk about that. That's. Did you see that?
Yeah, no. Andrew Vance has been doing some great things with the establishment is just stonewalling, and because I used to work in the Attorney General's office, and they still, that was super secret of the judges. Like I heard a rumor that when you became a judge, you got 2 free pairs of glasses, and it's like surely you weren't going through your legal career unable to see until you were lucky enough to be appointed a High Court judge, and you're like, everything's turning around now. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard when I was in the establishment, right?
And that's going out live, so they can't do anything about it.
It's too late now.
Yeah, you can't injunct that, judges.
Do you have any memories, Ben, of the worm? We were talking about the worm before. Is that something that entered your consciousness?
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, because
which worm was your favourite?
I mean, in hindsight, very vulgar, because all these headlines like Peter Dunn, the man who tamed the worm, and the worm master, Peter Dunn. I mean, so my vague recollection is they had the worm before 2002, but they didn't show it until after the debate. The audience would be diddling away, and then afterwards they'd say who won. Who did our audience think?
Yeah, right.
And in 2002 was the first time this thing is just like there underneath everything. And as soon as like you said, anything that was good, anything that had a positive connotation, the worm would soar. Anything that was slightly, even if they said the word "but," and
it was amazing that like Laila Hare says she's talking, she's doing really well, and then she says, if the wealthiest paid a little more, and the worm just went, it just clipped. it was chilling.
There are a lot of little worm pictures in the live chat, by the way. Lots of little worms. And I have to say that this particular one, like the main emoji worm, is the same one that I use when I'm texting the father of my children when we have a worm issue with the children. And so when you start talking about Peter Dunn being the master of the worm, I really need to separate.
There are worse
the first
conversations.
but the thing is, it was
That's better.
Because of his worm mastery. Prior to that, United Future, which was his party, had been a bunch of very centrist Labour and centrist National MPs in 1996 who broke off to create, to rebel in the most centrist way possible for MMP. They were like, we're going to have a party that is dead down the middle.
Pauline Gardner was one, yeah?
Pauline Gardner, there were a few others, but Clive Mathewson maybe, I think. Maybe, I don't know.
But in the 2002 election, they joined up with these Christians, right?
Yeah, every election they would have, and subsequent to that, every election they would really struggle to get 500 party members.
That's right.
And
That was
so
a big
Peter Dunn would
storyline.
join with, I think first it was the Outdoor Recreation Party, then it was something called the Migrant and Ethnic People's Party, and then in 2002 it was this weird Christian outfit who had, I think, They had disengaged. They'd previously been part of one of the other Christian outfits and
Christian Democrats.
The Christian Democrats,
like that,
yeah.
but they were called Future New Zealand, which is why it was United Future, right? And so the party list, Peter Dunn was just by himself, and he was perfectly comfortable with this. He was like, yeah, all these wacko Christian nut jobs are just going to like sign up as members to my party. I'll register so that when I get re-elected in Oharu, I get a leader's budget and I get to go on the TV debates instead of just being an independent, on the normal salary. And then suddenly he's got all these people with him. He's got Gordon Copeland, who was this guy who'd published a brilliant memoir / autobiography prior to entering Parliament called Faith Works, which described how on his honeymoon he and his wife went around healing people around England by laying hands on them. He described being attacked by a demon near a swimming pool at a Thailand hotel. I was recounting this to one MP, and he said, "I think I remember that demon when I was in Thailand."
Man, that's real kind of. We need some of that back in Parliament.
One of their MPs had to resign before becoming. One of them wasn't a New Zealand citizen, it turned out, so they had to resign, and then another one of them, I think it was Dr. Bernie Ogilvie. His degree was from an online university, and this was 2002, right? So nobody suspected a thing. They were like, well, if it's got a web page, it must be a real university, right? But it was like some doctor of theology from like a web page, and yeah, just
Were any of them
more simple
Aquarians?
times.
Sounds like they all were.
It does sound like they were.
I think they would have burned anyone who read horoscopes as heretics.
Oh, a little moment of silence there, Toby.
That's
right.
Do you know that much?
still running?
Ben, do you know that much about everything?
No, I used to write a column in the NBR with a guy called David Young, very 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 good columnist back in the day. Now doing big things internationally, but he was the one who had discovered that book. the memoir at the Parliamentary Library, and so I think we popularised it, and for a while the quotes would sort of follow Gordon everywhere, but yeah.
There's a funny question for you to put to Ben, because I feel like saying that to you all the time. I don't know if you've got any self-awareness.
But I've got
like you know about.
I've just got a
the
very
weirdest
glib
shit.
surface level knowledge of a lot of stuff, but I mean that was very deep.
It was
So he
very
was
deep.
quoting from a
United Future
a
left a
self-published.
great impression on me.
And especially, I think the bit where Toby and I quickly Googled the name of the Christian Democrat Party. Toby said the Christian Democrats, thinking that you'd forgotten, or you couldn't quite recall the name of the party. And of course, you were like, no, it's
I can't remember
Future New
what they were.
Zealand.
I think they might have been the Christian Democrats before they were Future New Zealand, maybe.
Yeah, but you knew.
I don't know.
Maybe,
You knew.
maybe.
We
No,
thought we
there-
were
I
the
mean,
whole
definitely
movement.
no.
You knew.
It's like all the anti-vax parties now. There was a lot of movement and sort of recombination back then. Okay, speaking of which, so traitors.
Yeah, okay.
Have we talked about traitors?
We haven't.
Oh, I feel safe.
Traitors. 60 ACT list MPs go to a deserted manor. 5 of them are anti-Semitic, anti-vaxxers. and the faithful have to discover who they are before October the 14th.
Can we rush release this ahead of
That is an
the
excellent
election?
idea.
That is outstanding.
All right. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry, I feel as though I've sort of slightly zoned out, in this fantastic hour. but it's been an enormous amount of fun. And we've got one to go. No, it's been a lot of fun, and it's been cool, and it's just perfect penultimate before we attempt the final furlong. I can see a small light at the end of the tunnel. It might be the end. It might be death.
A real HR issue there. No. Can you see the great shovel of coming down from the sky?
Clark's right behind
you. And so we're going to do the last hour of GBL original. Mad Chapman, Jane Yee, Duncan Greive, lovely people. Thank you so much for joining us on this. We're going to go out before we set off the last hour, if you have it, Sam, with a reminder of some of the most joyous moments of the last election night, specifically as delivered by Patrick Gower in the News Hub studio. This is a supercut of election 2020.
Mojo.
So much mojo.
Have you called Mojo Mathers? I feel like what's her Mojo status?
And ready to go, because I certainly am, and I've got a countdown, and it's counting down quick. 3 seconds to go. There are 2 seconds to go. There is 1 second to go. There are no seconds to go. We've got a draw, baby. Let's go. Massive 17 vote majority. 7,189 to 7,189. That is really good. What is really good? Good. Back. Whoa, hang on. Go back. Flipped. The geyser went kaboom. Boom. Whoa, baby. Down there and jump in one of these lakes down there and just try and cool off a bit. I see red. The red mist is settling over the Rawhiti. The sea of red destroys.
I know nothing about politics.
The fire of Labour is burning everything up. Red sky at night is Kiri Allen's delight. The big red bus has come in and absolutely gone over the top of it. It's more than a sea or red. It is in a tsunami just cruising in and destroying everything in its way. This is not good. Blue murder on national dance floor. The blue moon is not going to rise over the hills of Wainuiomata anymore, but it'll be a red sun up there in the morning. National could win if they were Mickey Mouse in gumboots, but they've lost it, causing chaos and carnage all over the country. This is destruction en masse out there. Crusher has been crushed, absolutely wasted. They are absolutely creaming this election. We saw him come in on a boat, but he is getting a whole lot of MPs to live in his yellow submarine. And it is all go. The geysers are going, and I'll get in here and measure it for you because I want to get tight and I want to do some stuff. It's that close in Waiariki. Christopher Luxon, the former Chief Executive Officer of Air New Zealand, the national carrier, blah, blah, blah. He's going to strut into caucus like this. They don't matter. Alley cats, get them out of there, shoo them away. Yeah, no worries. I have to bring a prop. I've got to remember and write down stuff. I never have to do that on TV. I've got one hell of a memory, but this is what's been flipped in this country. This is what we call in the business flipping a seat. It's when you flip it over. Cheer the hell up, any of you greenies. Wah, wah, wah. Why are you crying? 500 votes are in it. That's about the number of bearded hipsters you can fit into the wine cellar on Karangi Happy Road. And boomfa, it's hers. Once upon a time, Bill English had a shocking day, and it's hurting my knees. It is a very low result for National tonight, in case you didn't pick that up. And I'm actually going to go out on a limb here, guys, and call it for Labour. I think they're going to win.
All right. Oh, so brave. He's so brave. What courage.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We're back.
Hey, sorry, Annabelle and I just had to duck out. We just had to duck out at 10 a.m. And
And the Zorb.
so we just
We
had to do
zorbed it.
something, but we're back now. How's it gone?
You were here just before, Ben. Did I hallucinate that?
I think so.
It was a real pod session. What have you been doing, Annabelle?
Work and parenting. And also all on my own because my husband's away.
Yeah.
So I did all the working and then I did all the parenting and then I came here. Can I say what do you guys remember that movie Blue Valentine with Ryan Gosling and what's her name? Michelle. She was married to Heath Ledger.
Michelle Williams?
Michelle Williams.
No.
And there's a bit in the movie where she starts screaming at him, I'm so out of love with you, and then pounding her chest. There's nothing left in here for you. There's nothing left in here for you. It's a little bit where I'm at with you guys. TBH. And the selection.
That would be such a harsh buzzkill. Been going for 12 hours and then Annabelle breaks up with us on the last hour. Don't do that.
Sorry.
She's joining Caucus.
Cut it out.
What have you been doing, Ben?
Yeah, a bit of work. Just a day job, keeping up with the campaign.
How's Stuart Nash doing?
He's
Did you ask?
no, fortunately I checked just before he came on. He got up to 5,600 press ups. Then he had to be rushed to Hastings for shoulder surgery.
Are you serious?
But he's patched up and back on his way. 6,300 press ups.
Did you ask Michael Wood about the band?
I didn't.
I asked you one thing.
I asked him
One
about
thing I
yaks.
asked you to ask.
I asked him about yaks.
What did he say about yaks?
Fuck me.
He went
you
for
guys are getting the real me. This is what I'm like after 8 o'clock. You can imagine what life is like for my husband. I should have been in bed half a fucking hour ago, so you're getting the real pod, the real Gone By Lunchtime.
I asked about yaks. And
That was
he
what
chose,
Ben wanted,
no,
not what
he
I
chose a
wanted.
donkey, which you mentioned the donkey.
He
He
did.
chose a donkey. He said he wanted a donkey. His redemption animal is going to be a donkey.
Oh my God, love.
And he's got a family history with donkeys.
Mm.
Wait, what?
What, is he Jesus or something?
Do you not know? Do you not remember the conversation we had earlier about how Simon Bridges had a yak?
Yeah.
Yes,
no,
we know all of that, but what's his family
what
connection
family history
to the
with donkeys? That's what I want to know.
Just that, I mean, not in the family tree. You know, just.
I think that would make him a mule if that was the case.
That's
So anyway, that's an achievement, isn't it? I did not ask him about, what was it? Woods, Nash and...
Alan Woods and Nash.
Alan Woods and Nash. That's a good gag.
I can hear the music already in my head and I want to download it.
See,
How are you
hour
feeling?
one, you were like, oh yeah, Alan Nash and
Alan Nash and
Woods.
Woods,
Yeah, no, I remember that in hour 12. It's like-
No, I think we
A
were
minute and
talking
a half
about it
giggling
just
for,
before
like-
I here rudely played us off our own pod.
Yeah, he's gone home now. He's resigned.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good.
Are you sick of the humans?
Not really. I kind of had a little bit of a wobble, I think, about hour 10.
Mm.
But then, I just pushed on through.
Are
Had a
you sick
lovely
of the politics?
long chat with Bernard, who you were just talking to in the green room. What were you talking to Bernard about? It was a very intense conversation. I had to crowbar you out of there.
Everything.
Was it about infrastructure and investment?
Yep.
Was it about the economy being a housing market with a bit stuck onto it?
Yep. Was about all of that stuff and the history of Taranaki and the history of Galatea. Like
Oh, the history of
everything. It was
Galatea.
everything. If you had a private audience
Mm.
with Bernard Hickey, wetlands, forestry, it was all that and more. Just like jammed into like a really intense 15-minute conversation. It was worth coming back here for, TBH. I've still got, even though there's nothing left for you, there's still a lot left. There's still a lot left for Bernard.
Do you see the poll, Ben?
Saw the poll, saw the TV1 poll. National 37, Labour 27, ACT and the Greens both on 12.
Wait, go again. Start again.
So National on 37,
Yep.
down 2, I think, on the last One News Varian poll.
Yeah.
Labour 27, down 1 on the last One News Varian poll. ACT 12, up 2 on the last One News Varian poll. And the Greens 12, can't remember what they got last time.
So they're 12 and 12.
12 and 12.
12
Paul
and
Even
12.
Stevens. Chris Hipkins has got a new line.
Yeah.
National have peaked.
Oh.
National have peaked.
Right.
And now they're
That's
on.
my line. That's what I've been saying about the minor parties. He can't take my line. He has to get his own. Surely.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. He does need to get his own.
Mm.
Did you hear, though, other big news of the day, that we've established that Chris Hipkins has read a book?
Yes, I did see that.
He was on the podcast.
Have we had that independently verified, though?
That he's read a book?
Yeah.
No, we haven't. That's a good point.
Mhm.
I should have. Oh, no, we did ask him about the details of Fantastic Mr. Fox, which was the book he chose.
Oh, cute.
So it's like, it wasn't the Very Hungry Caterpillar, but it was the Fantastic Mr.
Yeah,
Fox.
so, we asked him about, what's their names? Budge and Bimblebomb and all the blogs and, the bad men who kill the foxes. He wasn't startled by that, so it scanned. That was good. Christopher Luxon
It was
hasn't
like,
been on the
I think
pod
that's
yet.
the Minister of Customs.
Christopher Luxon, you have 45 minutes to call into the pod and discuss your mojo. Lots of interesting mojo findings over the course of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We got the mojo chart up there. Can you see it there?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of 11s.
Quite a few 11s.
Who are these overjoyed jerks?
So
Anywho, how was Deb Ngāre Wapaka?
she was good. I forgot to ask her about her mojo. You know what it's like, you do an interview, you've got to ask someone
Always the
about their mojo.
wahine Māori that doesn't get asked about their mojo.
Well, to be fair, she wasn't there when we tried to talk to her, so we had to squeeze into a short period of time. And that
Right.
was the reason why.
Mm.
She was good. She thinks she's going to win.
That's why we need a separate Māori health authority so that we can have our mojos tiaki'd and manaki'd.
I'd like to take this opportunity to formally apologise for erasing Waimine Māori's mojo. It's not acceptable.
And the day after Suffragette Day as well.
Oh my God. Wow. We've got one question in.
Oh my
There are
God,
a few,
is
but
this
I'm not
an audience
organising it very well.
question?
This is from Julie, who's our number one most beloved member
Hey,
of the
girl.
spin-off.
Yeah.
She brought in these chocolate fishes for us.
Oh.
Aww.
Or is the plural just chocolate fish or chocolate fishes? I don't know.
Chocolate Phi, I believe it is.
And her question, of course, is on the great Truman Dewey example of 1948. What did the team think of the possibility of a repeat of the Truman Dewey election of 1948? No, I wasn't around then, says Julie. But it is often cited as one of the most unexpected election results. Dewey on track to win in polls, fewer in those days, expecting him to win, but that is not what happened on the day. And I have a sense that Julie might be hoping that one of you might be able to conjure a scenario by which Labour would win the election. Is there? And it's a good question.
Here's the scenario.
Yeah.
National don't rule out New Zealand first. New Zealand first by becoming even more racist and even weirder about bathrooms. Somehow managed to get 6 or 7% and they take that off ACT or National. And after the election, Winston Peters throws his principles to the 7 wins, joining all of his previous principles, and goes into coalition with Labour, Te Pāti Māori and the Greens.
A 4-part harmony.
I mean,
A farmony, as you might say, if it was a half bilingual word.
Thank you.
Do you like that?
Did you see Tahirua Toru Wā, the Up the Wā's side?
Yes, I did. Cute.
Yeah.
I saw some stressful signs of appeasement from David Seymour on the news today. He being asked about the poll results, he said, "Well, of course we couldn't work closely with New Zealand first, so there'd have to be some sort of a looser arrangement." But that seems much less definitive than we won't sit around the cabinet table with them. And I'm like, it would be a shame if they went this racist and they still didn't keep New Zealand first out.
Bro, all of those guys will be friends with New Zealand first if they get in a whiff of having enough votes to make a government. That's the same with Labour and it's the same with National. I mean, we should take it as a given that both of those parties will form some sort of relationship with New Zealand First if it means they can govern.
Really?
Of course.
I mean,
you're not going to go, oh, you know what? No, I'm
I
going to
mean,
go sit on
you
the
can-
opposition
yeah,
benches for
there
3
are-
years.
There are,
No
so-
way.
there, and there, you know, of course,
Not
there
in
are
a month
examples
of
that
Sundays.
add evidence to that.
Mm.
Winston Peters has ruled out Labour. Hipkins has ruled out Winston Peters and said some pretty personal things about him. Like, do you really think that it's possible that Labour and New Zealand First? Of
course.
1 trillion percent.
You saw in the debate last night, the first time Hipkins got animated was to thunder from the pulpit that any government with Winston Peters in it is chaotic. And he didn't at any point say, and so we shouldn't have gone with him in 2017.
Well,
You know?
I mean, it was implicit, wasn't it? He said he'll run rings around you.
But that was putting down Luxon. He was saying he'll run rings around you, not he wouldn't run rings around
it
me.
wasn't
boy
a
from the heart.
self-reflective thing of Winston's going to run rings around me.
Yeah. And I
It's
guess-
like he's going to run rings around him, but he won't run rings around me because this is not my first rodeo.
The argument that you would make in terms of trying to justify that is, well, yeah, they say all sorts of things trying to get into government, but what's their record? Winston becomes foreign minister or treasurer. There aren't any particularly catastrophic. You know, you can say that some of the provincial growth fund was not well applied, but where are the catastrophic policy results, public policy results from having New Zealand First in government?
I think the problem for a governing party is more what doesn't happen and how that occurs. You know, there are numerous, my understanding is that in the New Zealand First Labour government, there would be a lot of times when Labour and New Zealand First would negotiate a position on a policy. Paper would come up to Cabinet after lots of work's done, the announcement's all planned, and then at the Cabinet table, Winston Peters says, no, it's not happening. So, you know, that sort of stuff can be very disruptive to a government.
The handbrake,
I
the handbrake
suspect
theory.
that, like, if he was to get back into
Like a tyre
Parliament
spike.
and be in a position to, you know, if he was required to form a coalition, I suspect he'd be on his best behaviour. I think that he'll want to build his credibility back up and the credibility of New Zealand First back up in the eyes of voters to look like the steady hand of government rather than the handbrake of government.
There's an earthquake in the South Island today, I'm just reading that.
Yeah.
Was that bad? It's all right.
Don't think it was too bad, but probably triggering or traumatic for, you know, people
Yeah,
from
Geraldine.
Waipaha.
Just told Geraldine.
I've got some more stuff.
It was at the start of the youthquake.
It was the missing million all moving at one time.
Right, that's how you get your Dewey Truman.
Scenario. Yeah.
Anyone else? How many thousands of millions are listening to us at the moment?
Oh yeah, what's our
Samuel?
Do you want to hear all of the positive things people have been saying about you in the comments, Annabelle?
I only want to hear nice things about me. Yes, read them out quickly. Take your selection of the 5 most complimentary compliments. Go.
ALM F-bombs. Yay, more.
Slay.
Megapod every day.
Yeah.
Alice Neville says, quote, "Who are these overjoyed jerks?" is a mwah, Annabelle line. I think it's your campaign slogan on that one.
I think I might launch a party.
She's going to do her own podcast without these flunkies.
No, I need my flunkies.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Ben? You got some new information.
I was just going to say I've got a notes app. I was compiling stuff that was happening through the day.
Really?
Oh.
Just because you know I'm a professional.
Right, politics stuff or just general stuff?
No. This is all politics stuff. Okay. Yeah. Hipkins wrong about soda in schools.
So this was him in the debate last night saying that
when he said
that
they don't have them in
fizzy
primary
drinks have been
schools
banned
anymore.
in primary schools and they haven't been.
He said, "I've already banned fizzy drinks in primary schools, and I'm going to do it in secondary schools."
Yeah, he did say that, and
Is that
it's
not
not true.
correct?
No, that's another failure of delivery by Labour. Apparently, when he was Education Minister, he did a briefing on it and worked up a policy document, but they never got around to doing it. So,
Did they not remember to hit the send button on the email?
It's real student politics brain. You know, it's like doing something means like signing something or like, you know, sending a paper to somebody.
It's like my life admin.
It's like, and what happens after that? Well, who knows? Who fucking knows?
Oh, you want someone to follow through on it. When it wasn't made a law, I assume that it had been made a law. I gave a briefing.
Seriously, though, just thinking back to that.
So anyway, he's promised he'll do a
poll.
briefing. He'll do a briefing on soda being banned for secondary schools.
So that would give ACT and National 61.
The poll results today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is
a
very fragile government.
So what would that give the rest? So that's
59.
59.
Yeah.
You can't govern with 61.
No,
Surely.
and if you had an overhang, like if you had if Te Pāti Māori were to get like 4 seats and then get 2%,
2%, yeah,
then you'd get 121 seats probably.
Okay, and then imagine in this scenario that
Greive Sharma.
that New Zealand First gets 4.9%.
Yeah.
So then what happens?
That's great news for
then National Act would have like 65 seats.
Yeah, it's great news for
They'd
them.
love that. They'd love that. Yep. That would be their dream scenario.
But what would happen if you end up in a scenario where New Zealand First doesn't get back, but the right block's got 61?
No, because they'll get more because it's, if they get, say, 49% between them, they get 49% of really, say, 94% of the votes cast.
The way they carve up the pie.
Thanks for killing my hypothetical, guys.
So
you're so boring. I wanted to talk about if it's a 61-59 split on the night without New Zealand First being there somehow, what does the right bloc do? Do they just go bugger it? We're just going to go balls to the wall, 61 all in?
they would. Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would.
Would they not try and form some sort of friendship?
Sure. No.
I think they would. They'd
try it,
but get a memorandum with
they'd have a discussion, but it wouldn't be. It would be unlikely to be a confidence prop. I don't think.
No.
And
you'd reach out.
But that result would be, if that result were to play out, that would be an incredible reversal. It would mean, to coin a phrase, that National have peaked. And that they're about to plummet. That would be an extraordinary turnaround based on the polls we've got now for that to happen.
The problem with Luxon's theory, Hipkins' theory that National have peaked is that even if National have peaked, it seems that the vote that they've lost has gone to ACT, and so that doesn't really help Labour much. So bad news. Anyway, so that's soda. What else have we got?
That was good.
It was good.
Only another half hour to go, guys.
Oh, Hipkins' book preference, but you've already Hipkins' book preference, but you've already covered that.
Yeah, we've got that.
Although we haven't covered. So the Da Vinci Code, he said, was his favourite adult book.
Well, that's yes. No, he said Dan Brown, and then he said the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah,
which is
it's not much better, is it?
It's not good, and it's kind of the the answer that you've been fed. I mean, it's a genuine answer, but the answer you've fed is like Lee Child, right? Because that's got a bit of cred as well as being an airport or batch read. Lee Child, yeah.
Oh,
fancy people love Lee Child.
Okay,
it's true.
Okay, what's Lee Child? Is that the
Jack Reacher?
Jack Reacher.
Oh, yeah. Got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
even Lee Child. That's not. It's not good.
What's your favourite book? Hot Shot.
One of the Jack Reacher books. I can't remember their names. Duncan's out there, help me out. I interviewed him once, Lee Child. He was incredibly, as you'd imagine, very sardonic, British leather jacket wearing, chain smoking dude. Amazing.
Cool.
Interesting. I think Chris Hipkins should read some of his books. What's next on your list?
Chris Hipkins should get a leather jacket and chain smoke.
Oh, imagine that.
So cool.
Imagine if he just
They need a tiebreaker there because they were both on 23 for preferred PM.
Baby.
They agreed on everything last night. Neither of them read adults' books.
Okay.
They need a tiebreak. One of them needs to smoke a pack of Lucky Strikes a day. 2 packs.
Okay, well look, but that's the end goal. But I'm going to suggest as a gateway to that, next debate, News Hub debate, Chris Hipkins comes on in the look that he was wearing that day in Napier, the wraparounds, the hoodie.
When Jenna went up to him and he was like, "Oh, Jenna, I'm trying to."
Might have been Amelia. Was it Jenna?
I thought it was Jenna.
Okay, but rocks up to the podium just like that. Like what?
Oh,
What?
honestly, what I would give.
Well,
I would give for that.
I mean, that would really, they'll be like, oh, what, are you some corporate guy? What are you? and then like, what's I mean, who hasn't done a ram raid? It'd be like,
I'm so into it.
And then smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, in the studio.
Yeah.
And then the alarms go, so Luxon doesn't get a rate of reply. Just leave.
What else could he do? What else could Chris Hipkins do in the second debate to really change the game?
Announce some meaningful policy?
No,
I feel like, you know what? I feel like this election is no longer about policy. I feel like you could announce tomorrow that everyone's going to be given a house for free and it probably wouldn't really change the way people are thinking. Dare I say it, this election is about mojo,
Mojo.
and vibes.
Yeah, did you?
That's where we're at.
Did you see Luxon? Because on the news, you know, they had shots of Luxon at the goat farm, and you know,
the goat farm.
No, Chris Luxon,
What?
National Party goat farm. You know, and he looked alive. You know, his voice is quickened. He sounds more like John Key than ever.
He's got that sassy swag of a guy polling well, eh?
Yeah,
There's no doubt about it.
Apparently he milked a goat.
Yeah.
And then the goat just was flooded with mojo, wings sprung out its side and flew off into a rainbow with sparkling.
Oh, he went full Bobit on it. He just, you know, it was great footage.
What else happened today, Ben?
Let's check the notes.
Come on,
out.
let's have a look. Sam, talk us through while we check our phones.
WorkSafe are restructuring up to 100 jobs.
Oh.
So that'll save them a few cuts after the election. Thomas Coughlin wrote something today about in the Herald, and it's about sort of Labour's latest attack line, which, you know, I'm not sure about the magnitude of it, but you know, it is actually a relevant difference between the parties, and they sort of touched on it in the debate yesterday,
right?
Which is sort of the future of National's fiscal plan, which is they take away all this money that's raised by the emissions trading scheme. They take it away from, you know, the policies that, you know, the current government had earmarked that for, they called it the Carbon Emissions Reduction Fund, CERF. And that was earmarked for, you know, all of these different initiatives. One of them's, you know, the one where they bought the laser smelter thing for BlueScope Steel, and some part of it was the Cash for Clunkers scheme, which they abandoned earlier in the policy bonfire. I think the ute tax, I think, is maybe funded out of it. You know, the odds and overs, and the crux of this difference is that under the emissions trading scheme, emitting a ton of carbon has a price, and it didn't used to. And the question is, you know, the person who's either selling it or, you know, it's at the earliest point pays for it, but ultimately consumers will have to pay, right? So there's this question of, do you use the proceeds from that the government earns from being paid by carbon emitters, putting a price on it, disincentivizing the emissions of carbons? Do you use that money on what National would call corporate welfare and what the government and / Labour Party would call sort of emissions reduction initiatives? Or do you just redistribute that money, you know, however, in tax cuts, or just put it into the consolidated fund, and then you rely entirely on the emissions trading scheme itself to lower emissions? Now, Labour's argument, National's argument is, you have all of these schemes of, you know, varying usefulness. You know, you don't know that they'll reduce emissions. So, you know, a lot of them just end up as sort of bribes or, you know, middle class subsidies, that sort of thing. Labour's counterpoint is, if you rely on the market only, you will inevitably get price shocks because the price of carbon has to go quite high before you'll actually get meaningful emissions and changes in consumer behaviour. So that's a genuine difference between the two parties, where there are not that many. Coughlin's article is a good starting point. Yeah, but I think that is something that maybe hasn't come to the fore in the debate so far.
The potential for that to seize the public consciousness is relatively small, I would have thought. The thing that the National Party has done is said that we're going to use those funds and called it a carbon dividend, but it's not a carbon dividend
that's
at
right,
all.
yeah.
You know, the carbon dividend is argued, for example, by Eric Crampton, who is very hot on an issue like this, would involve actually distributing that money to people as a set carbon, so you would see that amount of money was coming towards you. And there are different ways of designing it whereby you'll be required to spend it in ways that are related to the environment or not. But neither of them is offering a carbon dividend.
The thing is that, like, people do actually care, but we're not talking about it in a way where they can understand the real world impacts of it on their life. Hey? Like, everyone in Ikaroa Rāwhiti cares very much about all of these issues, but when it's being spoken about at that level, it kind of washes over people, you know.
And there's a danger.
And politicians need to think about how they communicate these really important issues, so that all New Zealanders can participate in the decision making around it.
Yeah, but there's a danger sort of making it too simple as well, because was it this most recent week the Sunday Star Times had a poll where they sort of said, where they put to people, would you pay 5 cents a litre extra for gas if that combated carbon, climate change? And what they found was that it was about sort of 10 cents a litre. People were like, nope, absolutely not. But that's interesting because the effect of the emissions trading scheme on petrol prices right now is actually more than 10 cents, even when the carbon price is relatively low. It's about 11 cents, I think. And so if it's not sort of transparent to people, they just sort of see it as part of the kind of mix. Whereas if you specially tag it and say there's a climate thing, 5 extra cents, people start really bristling. It's really
I think confusing. Too, it's not necessarily about speaking down to people or dumbing it down. It's just about talking about it in a way that it's relevant to them. So, like, on the East Coast, we talk about carbon farming and planting more trees and billion-dollar trees and that. Like, there's not a huge appetite for people to go and plant permanent forests in the East Coast on behalf of the Hokainga. They're dealing with like forestry slash and all of that stuff. The last thing they want is a whole lot more pine trees getting planted there to supposedly sequester carbon, but it doesn't actually provide a whole lot of jobs because your uncles don't get to, or the nefs don't get to go cut it down in 30 years and take it off, to the ports and stuff. So, yeah, I guess it's just about talking about these things in a way that people understand how it affects their communities.
And that just actually coming back to that, I think we mentioned it last week, which was this morning. It is a little interesting. Maybe I missed it during yesterday's debate. Did they mention the East Coast at all? Did they mention I'm not sure. Cyclone Gabrielle?
Cyclone Gabrielle being
I don't think they mentioned it once.
I mean, Bernard was making that point. We were talking earlier, and it is at the time. I remember talking. We probably talked about it on the pod. I certainly wrote a thing when it was kind of like, this is something that will last all the way through to the election, and it will, it will rear itself everywhere because we can no longer blah blah blah. And it's just not true for the people who live there. Absolutely, for people in Piha, the people in Tarawhiti, the people in Wairoa. For the rest of us, it's slipped away.
Yeah, and part of that is about how the media covers elections. Like we tend to chase around the politicians, we're going to the goat farms and all of that sort of stuff. And some of those big important issues can just slide off the radar because media organisations don't keep the people there permanently on the ground, reporting every day from Wairoa or Esk Valley or any of those other places that are still living in a pile of silt.
Hipkins was in Wairoa today, it should be said. I don't know if that ended up on the 6 o'clock news. Whether there was a media pack with him. He went to Gisborne, then to Wairoa, and then I think to Napier. And then he's doing a roadie through the Wairarapa or something. I mean, the other thing that came out today, which is sobering, is the latest Ipsos Issues Monitor. I say sobering as far as the climate change piece is concerned because that had slid. It had gone up into the top 5, I think, for the first time ever back in February or something, and it's sort of slid away. And now economy has come up, which is just another version of cost of living. And as far as the message it sends, it's all lit up in blue. You know, they do the top 10 issues and the party that's considered the best equipped to deal with that issue. You know, it's cost of living, law and order, etc. I think Joel was explaining before on the pod that it's that National even have health and education now. And that combined with another question where they assess the performance of the government. They don't do straight polling, but they do assess there's a question on the performance of the government that's the lowest.
Rank it out of 10.
It's the lowest point since they started in 2018. And, you know, you kind of see this, and I half asked Grant Robertson about this, I didn't include that, but then you also wake up in the morning and they're talking on the radio about petrol going up to $3.50 a litre. And you kind of think, I mean, you made this point, Ben, a couple of weeks ago. It's, you know, you can overcomplicate, overanalyze, and do all sorts of things, but really, those are not circumstances in which you win an election. That doesn't mean that's not to absolve Labor. They have been the government for 6 years. It's true, but
and Robertson's been pretty good on. You know, Robertson obviously he's got a bit of a motivated reasoning there, but you know, he says, you know, I think he's said and conceded himself at various debates. You know, he says people want to change. Yeah. And then all he can say is, you know, a new government, I don't think a new government is the way to get the change you want. Yeah. You know? It's
a hard argument to make.
And it's a hard argument to make because you don't have that many levers. You know, you've got to vote.
It's like Annabelle's decided to break up with us. And we're saying, you need something new. We can see that. What about
I changed my T-shirt.
What if we bring in Winston Peters?
just to mediate the whole. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the other thing I noticed in the debate last night, there was a moment. God, I didn't say this today in the first pod this morning. There was a moment where
it's all right. We're working up to it.
Christopher Luxton, Hipkins, who knows? Chris Luxton said, "You've had 6 years to do something about it." And Jessica Mackay was asking a separate question because there was a bit of overtalk, and it ended to do something about it, and it just sort of landed do something about it, like this kind of, you know, like a delay pedal, and it was just like, well, there it is, right? Like it's again, you've had 6 years. They were talking about law and order at that point. It's kind of doesn't matter what the extenuating circumstances are, what the headwinds are. And it's like.
And it is very funny, right? Because it's like, look, you came into office 6 years ago, and you know you knew how bad it was then. You should, you know, which of course you know is subsequent to a national government. They, you know, I mean, you know, the whole 9 long years, etc. 6 years to do something. I mean, look, Luxon, you know, I think everyone's gone about it over to death, but Luxon hit his lines. He really got it out more fluently and. Yeah, it's just it's tough.
I thought Hipkins was quite good on the law and order stuff. You know, talking about you know the policy that they've got that has seen had an 80% success rate as opposed to you know the boot camps and the last lot of boot camps. What were they called? The LSV or whatever, limited voluntary service, whatever it was, that had a really high failure rate. And the other thing too that I think Hipkins did well last night, but Labor have failed to do well over the cost of living crisis, was reminding people that, you know, but because of the way they managed the economy during COVID and stuff, you know, we had really, really low unemployment figures. And that spending actually helped to keep us ticking over. We could be in a much worse position, but they haven't been strong on that narrative. So, you know, it was interesting to hear it last night. Yeah.
I raised this with Grant Robertson as well. I totally understand you don't want to talk about COVID. I get it. Like, you know, that's what I would, if I were in those shoes, I would do the same things. Like, why are we going to talk about COVID? That's insane. Nobody wants to talk about COVID. It just sets off a whole lot of kind of traumatic synapses. It's not a good thing to talk about. But it remains probably what we will remember this government for the most. It remains their most impressive achievement. And yes, Luxon kind of cauterised it in the debate by saying, well, I think they did well in the first half. The second half, da-da-da. Everyone forgets that we lived in this kind of, you know, this idyll for however long it was, a year and a half, while the rest of the world was melting down. And what Hipkins didn't say last night is we lived for a long time and we made it difficult because people were dying. People's parents, people's aunties, people's siblings were dying around the world.
And we were the
and
envy
yeah,
of
it
the
wasn't
world.
perfect, it was lumpy. And I don't know, the times I've heard Hipkins talk about that, last night, Annabelle, as you say, but also in a separate speech, he's sort of almost got a little bit of energy from it because he remembers that, and it was a crazy time. And like I say, totally understand that's not your go-to.
Yeah.
That's not your go-to argument.
Hey,
Re-elect us because of COVID, but it's still something.
Speaking of COVID, there was another important news story today. Bad luck, like an unlucky story for Loyal NZ. Did you see that?
Oh, they didn't register.
They only registered 3 people.
Yeah.
But they got 1% in the poll.
But then the third person quit. So
they've only got 2. So is it just Liz and one?
Who's the other one?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
So I think they had did they have
mystery.
a launch at Eden Park on Saturday? I saw a lone woman carrying a Loyal NZ placard, and I was like, well, she must be keen. And then I was driving past Eden Park, and there was a Counterspin Media like a trailer there. So I see.
I'm like, if you can't get your party registered in time, like, I can't wait to see what she does with the country.
It's amazing. There's so much interesting kind of internecine stuff going on in that world because they're mad with Winston Peters, people who follow Loyal New Zealand. There are other people mad who are in the Leighton Baker party, and obviously the Brian Tamaki Freedoms NZ, they were the ones who did the umbrella, so they're mad with them too. And this woman, Samantha Edwards, is that her name? The one who denounced Tamaki for having had vaccination centres in the car park, did this sort of long, sort of 35-minute video denouncing what they were. She introduced, there was this person who was a PSYOPs, these are the words she used, a PSYOPs agent on Reality Check Radio, because there was this individual that she discovered who was on RCR Radio, which is the Conspiracy Alliance, Chantel Baker type, whatever, Voices for Freedom radio station.
Yeah.
And this guy who's been giving advice to people about the wasted vote and about if you fall under 5%, that you shouldn't vote for any parties that are on 1 or 2% because then the vote will be wasted. She'd done some research into this guy.
Wow.
This guy's name was Cameron Slater. She'd found this book. This book called Dirty Politics. And that what's more, but wait, reveal he also has family links to the National Party. It was just like you think, Cam Slater, who's ended up going, oh, well, I can get an audience there, whatever, I'll take it, I'll do whatever it takes to keep blogging. And then it's like, well, that's what happens, right?
Well,
when you take a bite of that cookie.
Look, in a way, she's right. She's not right her reasoning's not right. But, the New Zealand First courting that vote, it's not a psyop, it's not a setup, but it is a scam, right? It's courting these people. Winston Peters wants to be foreign minister again. He's not going to issue invitations to the World Health Organization or the UN or Davos or any of that stuff. He's going to be right there in the middle with the globalists at the banquets. And this is a guy who loves multinational and multilateral organizations and the rules-based world order. I mean, if they vote for Peters, they deserve what they get. And
yeah, they're going to get the globalist agenda. That's what you're saying. Should we talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got anything else to happen today, Ben? We've only got 12 minutes to fill.
Fuck.
12 minutes to fill. Okay. Do you reckon did you get that video that you could play out? No.
Sam, have you got any more compliments? Give Ben some compliments. Is there any Ben compliments?
Oh no, there was a fact check. There was an RNZ fact check saying that Christopher Luxon was incorrect when he said many times during the debate that no health figures had gotten better under Labor.
Hipkins came out in the second one. I think he'd got it from David Talbot, his pollster, or from Andrew Curtin, who were in the room with him. He came out saying smoking numbers are better. That's a health issue. Is that the one, or have RNZ found more?
RNZ used, they had various cancer registrations, and they were sort of between, they said that a number of them had drop-offs between 2017 and 2019, and I'm like, oh. I mean, one of those years wasn't actually, Labour weren't really in government for much of it, but, sure. So, that's good news for Hipkins for the next debate. He can note that down or print that off. Shit.
TV3 debate tomorrow night.
Yeah, we're going to that?
Oh, yeah.
That's they call it the power brokers to add, won't they? So that will be, who will that be? Well, that'll be Winston, one of the Greens.
Marama.
Yep. Te Pāti Māori.
Debbie.
Yep. And
Seymour.
David Seymour.
Yep.
So it's quite a tight four. It was quite good last year. I remember last time. Did you go last time? And I think Winston Peters was really impressed. I was sort of surprised that he was in heavy handbrake mode at the time. He was sort of trying to scramble around and find a strategy. But that'll be interesting. What comes out of that?
Well, I mean, is it? It's not being. Is it played on air or is it streamed?
Yeah.
It's I think it's a half-hour delay or something, but it's on. I think it's on News Hub tomorrow night.
Look, could be valuable around the margins. I think the real interest there is the Peters Seymour kind of clash.
I think it'll be quite clashy.
Richard Prebble, I think, wrote that it will be. He obviously has a dog in the fight called David, but he said that it'll be David Seymour versus the rest, and everyone will be around trying to slap down Seymour. And if Seymour survives unscathed, then the future is beautiful.
So if Richard Prebble is still supporting David Seymour but Roger Douglas isn't, does that mean that Roger Douglas and Richard Prebble are not bros anymore?
I think they broke up a while ago.
I mean, look, for context, Roger Douglas does this basically every election. He says actors deviated too far from my original ideals, then become a populist party, and I can no longer support them. He said this when he was an ACT MP between 2008 and 2011. God bless Sir Roger, but I mean, he's one of the last of the real purists.
Did you ever actually read his open letter? It was only reported in short, and I found it on on the New Zealand Political Research, something, one of those ones, those slightly weird ones, and it's amazing. I found it recently before I interviewed David Seymour, trying to see if there was anything actually that I could quote at him. There was almost nothing. It was amazing. It was basically about how his voucher systems really have not been followed through, and that's his
and that's his
idea.
passion. That's why he says he's still a socialist.
Yeah.
Because Sir Roger was never a classic, sort of classic orthodox.
He wasn't Roger
libertarian.
Kerr.
He had this very idiosyncratic, market-based, but very socially democratic kind of approach to things. The mad scientist. We won't see his likes again.
Richard Prebble, on the other hand, is still, the dad, the uncle, the godfather of the ACT Party. He's still, I think until relatively recently, he was still writing free press quietly, wasn't he?
The common ancestor is Nelson Mandela.
Is Rodney still friends with ACT? Or?
No, Rodney's on radio on RCR radio now. Rodney is hosting, with Peter Williams and who's the dude who used to be on national radio? RNZ?
Paul someone? No.
Paul. That's right. Yeah, like that. Paul.
Can't remember. I know the one you mean.
Yeah. What a time.
With the big hair.
Lots of hair. Yeah. Again, he was in that sort of strange.
How was your interview with Seymour? I haven't listened to it yet.
Okay. It was okay. I mean, I think I did feel a little bit like I took a knife to a gunfight. I mean, he's just a machine. He's really hard out. I mean, it was an interesting conversation. But people seem to find it interesting. I don't know. Did you listen to it a bit?
No, I haven't heard.
Why
it
not?
Yet.
How come?
I saw that it was one of the episodes that didn't have me in it. No, I don't. No, I've been pretty snowed under.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work preparing for preparing for a change of government.
It came out on Saturday, did it? Or?
I don't know.
I think it came out on Saturday. So what I've been doing is I've been blocking up on like Thursday night. I listen to like 6 hours of New Zealand politics podcasts. So tomorrow it'll be 18 to get up to speed with this. But yeah, so no, that's why I haven't listened to it. But you're right. Look, the thing is, these guys are very good. Winston. I don't know. Did you say Winston's interview with Moana, Maniapoto, Joa with Moana? I mean, he's great. You actually forget. You're like, he's so charming, and he gets really indignant and talks about his background in fighting for Māori land rights, which actually is his sort of creation story, and talking about how he was Minister of Māori Affairs and all the things he's done and how he understands